Ruolin's head throbbed painfully. Frowning tightly, she struggled for a long time before finally opening her heavy eyes. But what she saw was neither heaven nor hell. It was the small storage room in her home, the one she had lived in before being sent to the countryside. What was going on? Hadn't she already died? In her previous life, after her husband Siyuan was promoted to company commander, he gained the right to have his family live with him on base. He had come home especially to bring Ruolin and their twins to join him. Unable to decide, Ruolin went to ask her best friend Lin Qingmang for advice. But overcome by jealousy, Lin Qingmang pushed her into the rushing river, where she drowned. After her death, her soul drifted above the world. No one could see her, but she could see everyone, her loved ones and her enemies. She saw Siyuan holding her cold body, crying in despair. She saw her twins, who had never truly felt a mother's love, lying by her grave, crying until they fell asleep from exhaustion. She saw Lin Qingmang, the friend she had trusted most, using her jade pendant secret space to live a successful life. Lin even got into university and returned to the city. She saw Siyuan, heartbroken by her death, throwing himself into dangerous missions until he was finally killed in action. She saw her twins taken in by her half-sister Jingwan, who used Siyuan's compensation money for herself while mistreating the children. In the end, the two little ones grew weak from hunger and never woke up again. Looking down at her hands, still those of an 18-year-old, Ruolin realized she had been reborn. She had returned to the day after Jingwan secretly signed her up to go to the countryside. Her eyes turned red with fury. Now that she knew the truth, she would make sure everyone who had hurt her paid a heavy price. And as for Siyuan and her children, just thinking of them made her heart ache. What she owed them in her past life, she would repay 100-fold in this one.
Ruolin gateret her tots.
Yesterday, Jingwan had secretly registered her to go to the countryside, all because she wanted to take her job. Her mother had once died saving the textile factory from a fire, and in recognition of her sacrifice, the factory had reserved a job position for Ruolin. She worked in an office handling documents, earning 35 yuan a month plus other allowances. It was a permanent job, and once she graduated from high school, she could start working at the factory right away. Her half-sister, Jingwan, had no job and, after graduation, was supposed to go to the countryside. But she didn't want to go. She had applied to several factories but wasn't accepted by any, so she set her sights on Ruolin's job instead. When Ruolin found out, they had a big argument. Jingwan angrily pushed her, causing her to hit her head on the corner of the table and faint. After panicking for a moment, Jingwan quickly calmed down and ran to the textile factory to find her mother, Huang Suifan, Ruolin's stepmother. Huang Suifan hurried home. Seeing Ruolin unconscious on the floor, she didn't take her to the hospital. Instead, she carried her to the small bed in the storage room and left her there. Then, she and her daughter rushed back to the factory to discuss what to do with Ruolin's father, Wenyuan. So now, Ruolin was alone at home. Thinking about everything that had happened in her past life, she suddenly remembered the jade pendant her mother had left her. She quickly took it out from under her collar and touched it with the blood from her forehead. As soon as the blood touched the jade, it glowed with golden light, and Ruolin was pulled into a mysterious space by an invisible force. When she opened her eyes, she found herself standing in front of a house surrounded by neatly cultivated farmland. In the distance were mountains, and beside the house flowed a small stream. Remembering the blood on her face, she went to the stream to wash it off carefully. The water touched her wound, but instead of pain, she felt a gentle tingling. To her surprise, the wound began to heal on its own. Startled, she stepped back and looked at her reflection in the water. Could this be the legendary spiritual spring? But in her previous life, Lin Qingmang never had such a gift. Her space could only store things. She decided not to use the spring water to heal her wound completely. After all, she still needed it for something important, so it couldn't heal too soon. After finishing the tour outside, Ruolin opened the door to the house. It was a small two-story villa. As soon as she entered, she saw a tall living room with a beautiful crystal chandelier, a large flat-screen TV, and a soft European-style sofa. She had seen all these things before, when she was just a wandering spirit. This was China 50 years in the future, where people had convenient transportation and modern electronic devices at home. Everyone carried something called a mobile phone, and they could buy whatever they wanted without leaving the house. When she was still a spirit, she had once visited a wealthy family's home. Everything in this small villa now could also be found in that rich household. After looking around for a bit, she quickly took a bottle of milk and a small cake from the refrigerator in the kitchen. After eating to regain some strength, she left the space. Judging by the time, her father, Su Wenyuan, should be coming home soon with Huang Suifan and Su Jingwan. Sure enough, not long after Su Ruolin lay down in bed, her door opened. From the figure, it seemed to be Su Wenyuan. Then the door closed again, and she heard faint voices outside. It sounded like the three of them were talking. Su Wenyuan's tone carried some anger as he quietly scolded Su Jingwan. With her head lowered, Su Jingwan explained tearfully, "Dad, it was sister who tried to scratch my face. I only pushed her by accident. I didn't think it would turn out like this." Huang Suifan quickly spoke up for her daughter. "Wenyuan, Jingwan didn't mean it. What's done is done. We should think about how to handle this now." Su Wenyuan sat heavily on the sofa and lit a cigarette.
No one outside can know about this.
Go to the clinic later and buy some disinfectant. Put some medicine on Ruolin. Whether she recovers or not depends on her own luck. Inside her room, Su Ruolin heard every word clearly. The last bit of hope she had for Su Wenyuan completely disappeared. In her previous life, she had thought Su Wenyuan cared more for Su Jingwan because the girl had no father. She never expected that Su Jingwan was actually his biological daughter. And to think, Su Jingwan was only half a year younger than her. No wonder her father married Huang Suifan less than 2 months after her mother passed away. With a stepmother came a stepfather, and she changed from a carefree girl into a cautious one who had to work every day, like a little Cinderella. She was moved from a bright, spacious room to a small, dark storage room. Meanwhile, her father lived with another woman in the 3-bedroom apartment her mother had earned through sacrifice, spending her mother's compensation money and living a comfortable life. Su Ruolin lay back on the bed. When she no longer heard Huang Suifan cooking outside, she got up, opened the door, and walked out. The family of 3 was just about to start eating when they saw Su Ruolin come out of the storage room. "Ruolin, you're awake? I was just about to buy you some medicine after dinner. Are you feeling any better?" Su Ruolin ignored Huang Suifan, walked straight to the table, picked up a bowl of rice, and took most of the meat and vegetables with her chopsticks. She was about to return to the storage room to eat. She didn't want to sit with these people. Just looking at them made her lose her appetite. Su Wenyuan saw her actions and became furious. He slammed his chopsticks on the table. "You ungrateful girl! Didn't you hear your mother talking to you? We haven't even started eating, and you've already taken so much food. How are we supposed to eat now?" Su Ruolin didn't want to pretend anymore. Things were bound to fall apart sooner or later, so there was no point in acting like a loving family. "My mother? My mother is buried in the ground. Where do you see my mother here?" Su Wenyuan slammed the table and stood up, pointing at her angrily. "How dare you talk like that? She may not be your real mother, but she's your elder. She's been kind to you. How can you be so disrespectful?" Looking at her furious father, her stepmother pretending to cry, and her stepsister watching with glee, Su Ruolin calmly set her bowl aside and looked at Su Wenyuan. "Kind to me? You mean when she kicked me out of my bright room into a storage closet? When she starved me for not obeying her? When she scolded and hit me, calling me names? Dad, do you really think that's kindness?" Su Wenyuan's face stiffened at her words, but he said nothing, because deep down, he knew she was right. There were only 3 rooms in the house. Besides the master bedroom where he slept, the other 2 could only be given to his son and his frail younger daughter, Su Jingwan. "Are you blaming your own father? Blaming me for not getting a bigger house so you could have a larger room? Your brother is still young, and your sister has been weak since childhood. Can't you just give in a little? Don't forget, This house was given to us by the factory because of my mother's sacrifice. You've all benefited from her, yet you mistreat her only daughter.
How can you live with that?
I was hurt by Su Jingwan, and did you ever ask how I was? I already had a job, but she secretly signed me up to go to the countryside. Did you ever ask for my opinion? After saying this, Su Ruolin ignored everyone in the room, picked up her bowl, and went back to her small storage room. She was still too weak, her body frail, her head injured, so she couldn't confront them directly. Su Wenyuan was left speechless by her words and could only keep calling her an ungrateful daughter. He couldn't understand what had gotten into his usually quiet and obedient eldest daughter. She had suddenly become so sharp-tongued.
Wenyuan.
Huang Suifan, as always, put on a pitiful expression in front of him, which quickly calmed his anger. Jingwan, what's going on? Why did you secretly sign your sister up to go to the countryside? She's already graduated from high school and will start working at the textile factory in 2 months. Why would you do that? At this, Su Jingwan covered her face and began to cry softly, saying nothing. Seeing this, Huang Suifan hurried to explain for her daughter, afraid that Su Wenyuan might start feeling sorry for that troublesome girl again. Wenyuan, Jingwan was just scared. She's been weak since she was little and doesn't have a job yet. The youth office might force her to go to the countryside. If that happens, she'll suffer a lot there. With both women crying in front of him, Su Wenyuan didn't know what to do. His anger quickly faded away. All right, stop crying. Let's just eat. But Huang Suifan and Su Jingwan hadn't achieved their goal yet, so they weren't ready to give up. The three of them sat down again, and Huang Suifan hesitated to speak, making it impossible for Su Wenyuan to eat in peace. Is there something else?
Here's the thing, Wenyuan.
Since Ruolin has to go to the countryside anyway, and that can't be changed, and Jingwan doesn't have a job right now, why don't we let her take Ruolin's position instead? Su Wenyuan fell into deep thought. What Huang Suifan said made sense. This really was the best solution. After all, that job paid 35 yuan a month, which could help support the family. All right, I'll talk to Ruolin later. And Jingwan, what you did wasn't right. You must apologize properly to your sister. Su Jingwan lowered her head and quietly agreed. It was just an apology, she could do that. As long as she got the job, being humble for a while was worth it. Su Ruolin had stayed in her room all afternoon. Jingwan wanted to settle the job matter quickly, but didn't dare disturb her. Ruolin had been spending time in her private space, studying some new things. When dinner was finally ready, Huang Suifan brought the dishes to the table. Jingwan hurried to Ruolin's room and knocked on the door. Sister, dinner's ready. Please come out and eat. She knocked softly, afraid Ruolin might be upset. Hearing the knock, Ruolin came out of her space. She had eaten a little earlier, but since Jingwan called her, she decided to join them. Watching their reactions always gave her a strange sense of satisfaction. Ruolin opened the door. Jingwan's once sour expression instantly changed into a forced smile. Sister, I thought you were asleep. Mom's finished cooking, come eat. Ruolin looked at Jingwan with a faint, knowing smile. Jingwan used to call her by her full name, so this sudden sweetness felt unusual. Noticing Ruolin's gaze, Jingwan nervously touched her face. What is it, sister? Do I have something on my face? Nothing. It's just that you're suddenly being so nice. I almost thought you were planning something. Without waiting for a reply, Ruolin walked straight to the dining table, leaving Jingwan standing there with a stiff smile. Su Wenyuan sat on the sofa reading the newspaper, waiting for dinner. When he saw Su Ruolin coming over, he pointed to the dishes on the coffee table and said, Ruolin, look at all the nice food your mom made. Come and eat. I already told you my mom is gone. There's no mom here. Did you take something today? How dare you talk to your father like that? Huang Suifan quickly stepped in, afraid the father and daughter would start arguing. If that happened, today's discussion about work would be ruined. All right, Ruolin auntie made dinner. Let's eat first. Lao Su, you two don't say too much. Ruolin is still recovering. Was Huang Suifan acting differently today? She was actually speaking up for her? Normally, she would take the chance to make things worse. Thinking about what might be going on, Su Ruolin suddenly understood. They were after her job. After all, her transfer to the countryside was already decided, which meant her job position would be left open. If it weren't for that, Jingwan wouldn't have dared to secretly sign up to go to the countryside in her place. Ruolin, come, sit here. Jingwan pulled out a chair for her. Ruolin wanted to see just how shameless they could be, so she decided to play along. Ruolin, you'll be leaving for the countryside in a few days. The office will arrange your train ticket. If you need anything, how about Auntie takes you shopping tomorrow? Sure, Auntie. I don't have much at home, so I'll need to buy quite a few things. Her answer surprised Huang Xuefan, who had prepared a whole speech, but didn't get the chance to use it. Still, this was better. At least she didn't have to listen to Ruolin's sarcasm. Halfway through the meal, Wenyuan suddenly put down his chopsticks, cleared his throat, and looked at Ruolin. Ruolin, since you're going to the countryside anyway, let your sister take your job. You can explain the situation to the factory manager. You both graduated from high school, so your qualifications are the same. Just as Ruolin had guessed, they were indeed after her job. She agreed right away.
All right.
Auntie's taking me shopping tomorrow, so I'll go talk to the factory manager the day after. Ruolin agreed very quickly, which surprised the other 3 people at the table. Wenyuan finally showed a small smile, feeling that his daughter had become sensible again, just like before, and was no longer angry with him.
Thank you, sister.
Don't worry, once I start working at the factory, I'll help you look for a job too, so you can come back as soon as possible. All right, then I'll wait in the countryside for you to find me a good job and bring me back. Jingwan smiled brightly, but inside, she was sneering. She was waiting for the day when Ruolin would never return from the countryside. When that happened, everything in this family would belong to her and her brother. Ruolin's cheerful agreement made the dinner go smoothly. Afraid that Ruolin might change her mind and refuse to give up the job, Jingwan kept putting food into her bowl. Half of the meat on the table ended up in front of Ruolin. After dinner, Ruolin went out right away. Now that she was considered the family's great contributor, no one cared where she went at night, which made it easier for her to act. Following bits of memory from her previous life, Ruolin found the local black market. She needed to buy some sleeping powder to help with her plan. After disguising herself, she looked like a woman in her 40s or 50s, even hunching her back a little as she walked toward the entrance. There were guards at the gate. Seeing her appearance, they knew she was there to trade and let her in without question. She had no money at the moment, so earning some was her top priority. She took out a Rolex watch from her hidden space. She wasn't sure if she could sell it, but she had to try. If it didn't work, she could always bring a few bags of rice to sell the next day. Luckily, her fortune was good. Before long, someone came over to ask what she was selling. Oh, is that a Rolex? Finally, someone who recognized its value, she thought. Yes, comrade, are you interested? The price is negotiable. This old Rolex was the only valuable thing she could sell. As long as she had the chance, she was determined to make the deal today. The man picked up the watch and examined it carefully. Although it was secondhand, it still looked quite new. Just a few days ago, one of his friends had been bragging about his own watch, a foreign-made Rolex that had already changed hands several times, and he had been very proud of it. How much is this? He asked. Ruolin's eyes lit up. It seemed he was really interested in the watch. Sir, this was a gift from my mother. I can hardly bear to part with it. But my father is seriously ill, and I urgently need money. Otherwise, I wouldn't sell it. Her tone changed as she respectfully called him sir. Just tell me, how much do you want for it?
300 yuan.
The man examined the watch again, turning it over several times. After a long pause, so long that Ruolin thought he wouldn't buy it, he finally nodded. All right, 300 it is. The watch looks new enough. It's worth that price. He confidently took 300 yuan from the inside pocket of his jacket and handed it to her. Thank you, sir. You're so decisive. Clearly a successful man. With this watch, good fortune will surely come your way soon. Although her words were full of praise, her voice was low. It was a sensitive time, and one had to be careful with both actions and words. Haha, I'll take that as a good wish. But ma'am, I'm not even 30 yet. No need to call me sir. Only then did Su Ruolin remember her disguise. She smiled awkwardly and saw him off. "All right, young man, take care." Now that she had money, she could finally buy what she needed. She asked around quietly, but no one seemed to sell sleeping medicine. Fortunately, someone noticed her inquiries and approached her. "Ma'am, why are you looking for that kind of medicine?" Su Ruolin looked up. Wasn't this the same man who had been patrolling near the black market entrance earlier? He must be familiar with the place. Maybe he could help. "Oh, young man, I haven't been sleeping well lately. I just want something to help me rest." The young man looked puzzled. He had expected some dramatic story, but it turned out she just wanted something mild to help her sleep. "Young man, do you have any? Could you sell me a little?" Seeing the hopeful look in her eyes, the young man finally nodded. "All right, wait here. I'll go back and get it." Su Ruolin waited at the street corner for the young man to arrive. They exchanged money and goods, and as the sky grew darker, she hurried home with what she had bought. When she got home, the living room lights were still on. Wenyuan sat on the sofa, looking displeased. When he saw Su Ruolin finally return, his expression softened a little. "It's so late. Where have you been?" he asked coldly. Huang Suifan was still thinking about Su Ruolin's work, so she didn't want to openly add fuel to the fire, but she still made a few suggestive remarks. "Oh, old Su. Ruolin must have had something important to do. Don't scold her. Ruolin, you shouldn't come home so late next time. Look how worried your father is." "Hurry and apologize to him," Huang Suifan said with a sweet smile, hiding her true nature well. "Dad, I went to the clinic to get my wound bandaged and bought some medicine. I'll be going to the countryside in a few days, and it would be inconvenient to travel with an open wound." Only then did they notice the white bandage on Su Ruolin's head. She had gone to the clinic before heading to the black market. Su Wenyuan looked embarrassed at first, then turned angry and glared at Huang Suifan. "Didn't I tell you to buy medicine for Ruolin? Is this how you take care of her?" Old Su, I was too busy today and forgot." "I'm so sorry, Ruolin. Annie had too much to do, and it slipped my mind." "You're not upset with me, are you?" Huang Suifan said quickly. Su Ruolin never expected Huang Suifan to actually buy her medicine. If she did, it would probably be the wrong kind on purpose. "Auntie, how could I blame you? Since you're so busy, why don't you let me buy the things I need for the trip tomorrow? You don't have to come with me, just give me the money and the coupons. I can handle it myself." As she spoke, Su Ruolin held out her hand toward Huang Suifan, signaling for the money. Huang Suifan didn't want to give it. She had planned to buy a few cheap things at the supply store the next day, just enough to look proper in front of others. Now this girl had caught her off guard, and she didn't know how to refuse. She looked towards Su Wenyuan, but all she got in return was his angry glare. Reluctantly, she took 5 yuan out of her pocket. "Auntie, 5 yuan isn't enough. The place Su Jingwan found for me to register for the countryside program is in Heilongjiang. The winters there are long and cold. 5 yuan isn't even enough to buy a quilt. Give it to her. If you don't have enough, go to the room and get more." Since Su Wenyuan had spoken, Huang Suifan had no choice but to go to the main room. When she came back, she had another 25 yuan in her hand. "Ruolin, our family isn't well off. This 30 yuan is our living expense for next month. You must spend it carefully." Su Ruolin took the money and a few ration tickets without hesitation.
All right, I know.
Then she turned to Su Wenyuan and said, "Dad, I'll stay home for a few days before I leave. I have one more request." Su Wenyuan didn't want to respond at first, but since his eldest daughter was being so sensible and was about to leave soon, he thought for a moment and agreed. "All right, what is it?" "I want to move back into my old room." "No way. I don't agree." 2 sharp voices came from the Su household. They belonged to Huang Suifan and Su Jingwan. Before Su Ruolin could say anything, Su Wenyuan was already losing his patience. He was a typical strict father who couldn't stand being contradicted. "What are you shouting for?" "Su Jingwan, pack up your things and give your room back to your sister."
"Dad."
"If I give up my room, where am I supposed to live?" "Wherever your sister used to live, you'll live there." Huang Suifan couldn't bear to see her daughter wronged, so she quickly spoke up for her. Old Su, Jingwan is delicate. How can she live in that? If Ruolin could live there, why can't Jingwan? Besides, it's only for a few days. Ruolin lived there for more than 10 years. Su Wenyuan's tone was firm. Huang Suifan knew her husband well. Arguing now would only make him angrier. She tugged at Su Jingwan's sleeve. Fine, I'll move out. Su Jingwan angrily began packing her things. Seeing Su Ruolin's calm expression, Huang Suifan hurried to the room to help her daughter. What's wrong with you? It's only for a couple of days. Just bear with it. Do you still want that job? Do you really want to go to the countryside? After hearing Huang Suifan's reminder, Su Jingwan finally realized what was going on. Mom, my voice wasn't too loud just now, was it? At least you know to be careful. When you go out later, speak to her gently. She's never had much love since she was little. If we show her a bit of kindness, she'll be very happy. That night, Su Ruolin finally returned to her own room. She lay on the bed, unable to fall asleep for a long time, thinking about what to do next. Besides, she still had something very important to take care of tonight. Around 1 or 2 in the morning, Su Ruolin quietly got up and took out a sleeping powder she had bought from the black market. To be safe, she covered her mouth and nose with a damp towel. She lit the powder and let the smoke drift under Su Wenyuan's door, then went to Su Jingwan's room and did the same. Half an hour later, Su Ruolin picked up a rolling pin and knocked on Su Wenyuan's door. There was no response. The whole house was silent. Everyone except her was fast asleep. She opened the door and went inside. Luckily, Su Wenyuan didn't usually lock his door, or it would have been troublesome. Su Ruolin began searching the room, inside the wardrobe, the dressing table, and under the bed. Finally, she found a small box hidden beneath the bed. When she opened it, she saw a stack of cash and 5 small gold bars. At the bottom was a piece of paper, a receipt. It was the compensation her mother had received from the factory years ago to cover the losses after the accident. The total had been 2,000 yuan, but now there was clearly much less. After counting, only about 1,200 yuan remained.
Ruolin clenched her fists tightly.
These awful people were living in the house her mother left behind and spending her mother's compensation money. They were nothing but leeches. As she thought about it, a terrible idea flashed through her mind. Could the factory fire back then have been caused by Su Wenyuan himself, just to get rid of his wife and make room for his mistress? If that were true, then he was truly despicable. Without wasting more time, Su Ruolin carefully put everything back where it was, taking only the household registration book with her. With many thoughts in her mind, Su Ruolin lay in bed for a long time without falling asleep. It was only around 5 in the morning that she finally drifted off. At 8 o'clock, the noise outside woke her up. Oh no, I'm going to be late for work. How did I sleep so deeply last night? It was Huang Suifan's voice, followed by Su Wenyuan's loud complaints. Who told you to keep talking non-stop last night? Now I'm late and haven't even had breakfast. You can't do anything right. Wenyuan, why don't you just eat something at the cafeteria today? It's not my fault we're late. How about I make you something nice for dinner tonight? Then came the sound of a door slamming as Su Wenyuan stormed out. Su Ruolin had something important to do today, so she got up and started washing up instead of going back to sleep. The sleeping medicine she had used the night before worked so well that Su Jingwan still hadn't woken up, which made things easier for Su Ruolin. She took the bus to the youth office. It had just opened, and there were only a few people inside. Comrade, may I help you? The woman in charge noticed Su Ruolin standing there alone and came over to ask. Hello, comrade. I came here before to sign up to go to the countryside. My name is Su Ruolin. The woman thought for a moment and remembered that someone named Su Ruolin had indeed registered a few days ago. After I went home that day, I told my younger sister about it. She really admired the idea and said she also wanted to answer the country's call and volunteer to go to the countryside. But she's not feeling well today, so she asked me to come and sign up for her. Hearing that another young person wanted to volunteer, the staff member became very excited. Last year, many young people had signed up, but this year, fewer and fewer were coming. They still hadn't met their quota, so this was good news. The woman smiled warmly and welcomed Su Ruolin. You and your sister are both good comrades with strong ideals. Did you bring your household registration book? Please fill out this form. Su Ruolin took the form and began writing down the information while asking, Comrade, may I ask if we can choose where to go in the countryside? As soon as she asked, the woman's expression changed, and her tone became less friendly. Comrade, I don't mean to criticize you, but I was just praising your strong sense of duty. Going to the countryside to help build rural areas is following the country's policy. If everyone acted like you, how would that work? Su Ruolin pretended to be embarrassed and apologized. I'm really sorry. I won't be picky then. But if my younger sister finds out she can't go to help build the Northwest, she'll probably be very disappointed. What did you say? You mean your sister wants to go to the Northwest? Yes, is there a problem, comrade? The woman immediately showed her kind smile again. She had thought the young woman didn't want to endure hardship and wanted to choose an easier place to go. It turned out she had misunderstood. Young people really did have strong ideals. That's great. With that kind of spirit, I'll quietly help you choose the location today. But don't tell anyone else. The woman lowered her voice, and Su Ruolin nodded knowingly, putting a finger to her lips to signal silence. There were only 3 spots available for the Northwest this year. The woman had been worried about filling them, and now one was already taken. She happily helped Su Ruolin organize all the paperwork. This is the subsidy for going to the Northwest, 50 yuan. Please keep it safe. Tell your sister that the train to the Northwest leaves in 5 days. Our office will come to your home to notify you then. Su Ruolin took the 50 yuan and slipped it into her pocket. The train would leave in 5 days, but she would be gone in 2. No matter how her family reacted, it wouldn't affect her plans. After finishing everything, Su Ruolin hurried to the steel factory's residential area and stopped by the supply store to buy a small gift. It was almost lunchtime, and she wasn't sure if she would catch Zhao Ya's parents in time. Before long, workers began leaving the factory one after another to go home for lunch. Finally, Su Ruolin saw Zhao Ya's parents and quickly went up to greet them. Hello, Uncle Zhao, Auntie Zhao. Zhao's mother recognized her right away and smiled warmly. Oh, Ruolin, it's you. What happened to your head? Zhao Ya is at home right now. Come, let's go back together and talk there. This matter was not something to be discussed outside, so Su Ruolin followed Mrs. Zhao back to their home. Ruolin, how did you get hurt? Did something happen? The food is ready. Come and eat first. Are you all right, Ruolin? Let's eat first and then we can talk. Zhao Ya was very happy to see Su Ruolin. When Ruolin's mother was still alive, the 2 girls often played together, and their mothers had been close friends. Ruolin felt a little embarrassed. To someone who didn't know the situation, it might look like she had just come over for a free meal. No need, Aunt Zhao.
My head is fine.
I came today because I have something important to discuss. Has Zhao Ya found a job yet? At this question, the Zhao family all looked worried. Mr. Zhao was a workshop supervisor at a steel factory, and Mrs. Zhao was a team leader at a textile mill. They had already heard rumors that young people who couldn't find jobs after graduation would soon be sent to the countryside. Recently, several families in their housing area had already been visited by officials from the youth office. Zhao Ya had just graduated from high school that year, so they hadn't come for her yet, but it was only a matter of time. Not yet. Jobs are really hard to find now. She's been looking everywhere, but there's no news at all, not even a temporary position. Zhao Ya and Su Ruolin were very close, so Zhao Ya immediately understood what Ruolin meant. Ruolin, why are you asking? Is there a place hiring? Zhao Ya's voice trembled with excitement. If she could find a job, she wouldn't have to go to the countryside. She had never been away from home or her parents before, and the thought of leaving made her anxious. I want to sell my job, so I thought of you first. You want to sell your job? Why would you do that? Zhao Ya looked at her in disbelief. Su Ruolin then told her everything that had happened over the past few days. As Zhao Ya listened, she grew angry, and even Mr. and Mrs. Zhao, who were sitting nearby, were upset. That's Su Jingwan. Bullying you at school was bad enough, but now she even wants to take your job. Zhao Ya held Ruolin's hand tightly, her heart aching for her friend. Mrs. Zhao's eyes filled with tears. She couldn't believe that her best friend's daughter had suffered so much at home, and she hadn't even known. Don't worry, it's just going to the countryside. I've already accepted it calmly. But you'll never guess what I did this morning. Seeing the eager look on Zhaoya's face, Ruolin couldn't help but laugh. Oh, Ruolin, stop keeping us in suspense. Tell us quickly. I just took the household registration book and signed Jingwan up to go to the countryside too. That's exactly what you should do. Ruolin thought Mr. and Mrs. Zhao might disapprove of her decision, but to her surprise, they both fully supported it. Ruolin, after the way they treated you, you should stand up for yourself. Wenyuan really isn't a good father. Lao Zhao, when you have time, you should talk to him. No matter what, Ruolin is his own daughter. How can he favor his adopted daughter so much? It's really not right. All right. Nothing's more important than eating. Let's have dinner first. Ruolin was about to refuse and stand up to leave, but her stomach growled loudly. Only then did she remember that she had only eaten one meat bun while waiting for the bus that morning. She was already starving.
Don't be shy.
Your mother and I were close friends for many years. Now that she's gone and your father is the way he is, from now on, you're like a daughter to me, just like Zhaoya. Ruolin felt deeply moved. Aunt Zhao had always treated her kindly. When Huang Suifan first moved in, Aunt Zhao often came to check on her out of concern, but Huang Suifan always found excuses to turn her away. Not wanting to cause tension at home, Ruolin had gradually distanced herself from Aunt Zhao. She hadn't expected Aunt Zhao to still treat her so warmly. Seeing the Zhao family's kind and caring expressions, Ruolin finally nodded. Ruolin, how much are you planning to sell your job for? After thinking for a moment, Aunt Zhao asked the question. Ruolin swallowed her food before replying. Aunt Zhao, my job is an office position. It's quite easy, and the monthly salary is 35 yuan. So, I plan to sell it for 1,000 yuan. 1,000 yuan? That won't do. I've already asked around about this kind of job. For a comfortable, official position like yours, the pay should be at least 1,500. You're about to go to the countryside, and you still need to buy so many things. How can you sell it so cheaply? Mr. Zhao couldn't sit still either, and quickly agreed. Let's make it 1,500, just follow the market rate. Uncle Zhao, Auntie Zhao, I haven't finished yet. I only want 1,000, but as you know, I don't have anything on hand. I hope you can also give me some nationwide coupons, especially cotton coupons. The place I'm going to is in the northern province, and it's much colder there. I want to make 2 more quilts. Mr. and Mrs. Zhao looked at each other and felt that what Ruolin said made sense. All right, Andy will get them for you. Mrs. Zhao came out of the room holding a stack of money and coupons. Ruolin, I still think 1,000 is too little. Here's 1,200, please take it. And these are the nationwide coupons. As for the cotton coupons, we don't have any right now, but your uncle will go exchange some later. You'll have them by tomorrow morning. After some polite back and forth, Mrs. Zhao insisted, and in the end, she won. Ruolin put the 1,200 yuan and the coupons into her pocket, though in truth, she stored them in her special space, and then they all continued eating. After finishing the meal at the Zhao house, Ruolin went with Zhaoya and Mrs. Zhao to the textile factory, heading straight to the director's office. The factory director naturally knew Ruolin. After all, she was supposed to start working there soon, and because of her mother's past, the director was very grateful to her family. He didn't expect that Ruolin would come today to transfer her job to someone else. Ruolin, what happened? Why do you want to give up your job? You've just graduated from high school. Without this job, you'll have to go to the countryside. Besides, this job was something your mother worked so hard to get for you. The director sighed, thinking that Ruolin was being naive, giving up her job for a bit of money. Ruolin didn't plan to hide the truth for Wenyuan and the others. Thinking about what had happened to her, tears welled up in her eyes. Ruolin, what's wrong? Did someone bully you? Tell me, and I'll make sure you get justice. After hearing the factory director's kind words, Ruolin, who had only meant to shed a few tears, could no longer hold back her emotions and began to cry out all her sadness. Zhaoya stood beside her, gently patting her back to comfort her. Even Zhao's mother's eyes turned red.
Director.
My younger sister, she. After crying for a while, Ruolin told the director everything that had happened over the past 2 days. Zhaoya added a few details from the side. As the director listened, he grew angry and slammed his hand on the table. Wenyuan is being foolish. How can an adopted daughter be compared to his own child? Director, I don't blame my father, but I really don't want to give my job to my sister. She didn't do well in school, and our teachers and classmates can all confirm that. I'm afraid she won't be able to handle the work and might cause trouble for the factory. That's why I asked Zhaoya to come. She was in my class and always ranked among the top 3 students. She can definitely do the job well. The director sighed and nodded helplessly. The list of people going to the countryside had already been submitted, and he didn't have the authority to change it.
All right, we'll do as you said.
You're Zhaoya, right? You can start work next week. The job and pay will stay the same. Thank you, director. After thanking him, they all left the textile factory. Outside, Ruolin told Zhaoya she had other things to do and went off alone. She would be leaving for the countryside in 2 days. The registration for Jingwan and the job transfer were already settled. Now, the most important thing was to stock up on supplies. Although she already had many things stored in her space, the more supplies she had, the safer she felt. There was also farmland in her space, but she still needed seeds to plant, so she planned to buy more. Thinking about all this, her steps became lighter, and soon she arrived at the supply store. As soon as she entered, she told the shop assistant what she wanted to buy. She bought enamel basins and cups for washing, 6 bowls for eating, 2 extra pairs of chopsticks and spoons, and some daily necessities like towels, toothbrushes, toothpaste, soap, and toilet paper. She also needed bed sheets and quilt covers. None of these could be missing. Once Father Zhao got the cotton coupons tomorrow, she could buy a quilt. Thinking about the land in her space, Ruolin went to buy seeds. She bought vegetable seeds, fruit seeds, and some rice and wheat seeds. She planned to visit other supply stores the next day since she didn't want to buy everything from just one place. She went to another supply store and bought a flashlight with spare batteries, thick soft cotton socks, plastic sheets to keep out moisture and rain, and some needles, thread, and buttons. After all, she would be doing farm work in the countryside, and if her clothes tore, she could mend them herself. She also bought a water bottle, rubber shoes, a straw hat, gloves, and arm covers, things she would need after moving to the countryside. In her previous life, she remembered clearly that they had arrived right during the busy farming season. The village hadn't given the young volunteers any time to prepare supplies. After getting off the train in the morning, they reached the youth station around lunchtime, exhausted and out of breath. They barely tidied up before falling asleep, not even knowing what supplies they should have bought. The next morning, as soon as the whistle blew, they had to get up and rush to the fields to harvest crops. Ruolin still remembered that after her first day of work, her hands were covered with small cuts from the wheat, and her feet ached from wearing worn-out cloth shoes. Her whole body was sore and tired. This went on for more than 10 days before the fields became less busy. Only then did the village give them 3 days off to go to the supply store and buy what they needed. Ruolin also bought herself a Plum Blossom brand ladies' watch, so she could easily check the time. She took the watch coupon from Wenyuan's small box. Although she hadn't touched the money inside, she carefully picked out a few of the coupons. Time passed quickly, and she guessed that Wenyuan and Huang Suifan were about to finish work. Ruolin then carried the things she had bought and went home. She stored everything in her space, planning to take only a small bundle with her when she left. On her way back from the supply store, she chose a shaded path. It was noon, and the sun was blazing hot. This path was not only shorter but also cooler. However, as she walked, Ruolin suddenly felt that someone was following her. Her heart started pounding. Could it be a human trafficker? In her previous life, she had never experienced anything like this. After panicking for a moment, Ruolin suddenly remembered that she had her own secret space. She quickly sped up her pace. The people following her noticed that she had discovered them, so they stopped hiding and jogged after her. But as soon as they turned a corner, Su Ruolin had disappeared. Where did she go? How did she run so fast? She vanished in the blink of an eye. Let's look around. She must still be nearby. The two men split up to search. Su Ruolin, holding a thick wooden stick, stepped out of her space and struck one of the men hard on the back. Then, in an instant, she disappeared again.
Who hit me?
Lao Lu, was that you? Lao Lu looked confused and stared at the man who had been hit.
What are you talking about, boss?
It's just the two of us here. Who else could hit you? Don't pretend. I was just hit on the back with a stick. There's no one else here. If it wasn't you, then who? The man called boss grumbled angrily. The hit had really hurt. Boss, I don't even have a stick. Lao Lu looked puzzled and tried to explain. The boss glanced around. On this narrow path, there wasn't even a single branch, let alone a stick.
Boss, could it be
a ghost? Lao Lu's hair stood on end. He shivered and stepped closer to his boss. Don't talk nonsense. The only ghost here is you, you coward. Just as he finished speaking, a cool breeze blew past. The boss felt a chill on his back, swallowed nervously, and exchanged a glance with Lao Lu. Without another word, both of them ran off in fright. When Su Ruolin saw that no one was around, she stepped out of her space again. She had no idea who had sent those men or what they wanted from her. When she got home, the house was empty. Su Wenyuan and Huang Suifan hadn't returned from work yet, and Su Jingwan was nowhere to be found. Taking advantage of the empty house, Su Ruolin quickly stored everything inside the house into her space: Su Wenyuan's quilts and bedding, Huang Suifan's clothes, cosmetics, and jewelry. Last month, Su Jingwan had proudly shown off her green military-style outfit and a watch, but now both were gone, taken into Su Ruolin's storage space. Strangely, though, not a single coin of Su Jingwan's money could be found. Then Su Ruolin suddenly remembered the two troublemakers from earlier. Could it be that Su Jingwan had paid them to cause trouble? She didn't know for sure, but that was exactly what had happened. As soon as Su Jingwan left home that day, she had hired those two men to scare Su Ruolin, hoping to ruin her reputation, so she would never dare return home again. Most of the things in the house had been bought with her late mother's compensation money, and these heartless people didn't deserve to keep them. In Su Iba's room, she took all the bedding and clothes and unexpectedly found 130 yuan hidden under the bed, probably his secret savings. It seemed Su Wenyuan and his wife treated that boy quite well. Besides his daily expenses, he had even managed to save over 100 yuan. But no matter how hard he had saved, that money now belonged to her. She also packed up all the pots, pans, oil, salt, sauces, and the family-stored food from the kitchen. Unfortunately, the meat and vegetables Huang Suifan had bought yesterday were already cooked, or she could have taken those too. To make everything look real, Su Ruolin even cleared out her own room completely. After finishing, she rubbed her eyes, let out a loud scream, and ran out of the house. Someone help! We've been robbed. Hearing the cry, all the neighbors rushed over to her house. What happened, Ruolin? You were robbed? Asked Aunt Jo from next door. She was known for standing up for others and had often spoken up for Su Ruolin whenever Huang Suifan scolded or mistreated her. Aunt Jo, our house was robbed. So many things are gone. My quilt, my clothes, everything. Tears streamed down Su Ruolin's face, making her look pitiful. Some curious neighbors went inside to check and came out shaking their heads. There's nothing left in the house except the tables and chairs. Even the kitchen bowls are gone. Hearing this, the neighbors quickly checked their own homes. When they saw nothing missing, they came back to watch the commotion. Oh no, we need to call the police and have them investigate this. Wow, the thief really did a clean job. Must have taken quite some time. Could it be that the Su family offended someone? There's nothing left in their house except the sofa and the bed. Everything else is gone, even a needle. We must report this to the police and catch the thief, or our whole building won't be safe. Amid the noise, Su Wenyuan came back home. Seeing so many people gathered around his door, he was curious about what had happened. When the neighbors saw him, they quickly made way. Wenyuan, your house was robbed. You should call the police right away. Yes, Comrade Su, your home has been completely cleaned out. Nothing's left. So Wenyuan looked confused. How could his house have been robbed? But the neighbors' serious faces showed they weren't joking. Feeling uneasy, he hurried to the door and saw his daughter, Ruolin, crying. Dad, everything's gone. When I came back, the door wasn't even closed. I thought my sister was home, but when I went in, no one was there and all our things were gone. Ruolin quickly spoke first, trying to shift the blame to Jingwan, since she was the last one to leave that morning. When Wenyuan went inside, it was just as everyone said. Everything was gone, and the place was a complete mess. His head buzzed in shock. He suddenly remembered the money he had hidden and rushed to check, but it was gone too, even the box it was in. Call the police. Hurry and call the police. We must catch that thief. Huang Suifan had gone to the supply store after work to buy food, planning to make a nice dinner for Wenyuan that evening. As soon as she got home, she heard him shouting, "What do you mean, call the police?" Everyone turned to look at her strangely as she stepped inside and quickly realized the harsh truth. Oh my heavens! That awful thief actually stole everything from her home. Wenyuan managed to stay calm. He took 50 cents from his pocket and handed it to a nearby child, asking him to go to the police station and report the theft. The police arrived quickly and immediately began their investigation. Ruolin was, of course, the first person they questioned.
They asked her what she had done that day.
When I woke up this morning, I heard my father and aunt saying they were going to be late for work. So I got up, had breakfast at the state-run restaurant, then went to visit my high school classmate. I even had lunch at her home in the steel factory's residential area. I didn't come back at noon. In the afternoon, I left my classmate's house and went to the supply store to buy things I'll need for my trip to the countryside. I'm leaving the day after tomorrow. Next, the police questioned Wenyuan and Huang Suifan. They both told the truth. They had gone straight to work in the morning and had lunch at the factory cafeteria. They had just returned home. The police then confirmed with the neighbors that all three were telling the truth. I checked your door lock. It's fine, and there are no signs of forced entry. This young lady said the door was slightly open when she came back. So, who was the last to leave the house this morning? No one answered. Then an elderly woman standing behind them spoke up. I was sitting downstairs all morning peeling peanuts. I think it was Jingwan from your family who went down last. Just as Jingwan reached the door, she heard the old woman's words. Seeing everyone gathered at her door, including the police, she suddenly felt nervous. Could her plan have been discovered? The police didn't miss the flash of panic on her face and immediately became more serious. Are you Comrade Jingwan? Jingwan nervously clutched the corner of her clothes and nodded. You were the last to leave this morning? Did you make sure to lock the door? Your home was broken into, but the lock wasn't damaged. If it wasn't done by someone you know, then it must have been a thief who noticed your door wasn't locked and slipped inside. Hearing this, Jingwan secretly sighed in relief. At least her plan hadn't been exposed. Wait, what did the officer just say? Their home was robbed? Her watch. That was her most treasured possession. She rarely wore it, keeping it safely in the drawer of her dressing table, only taking it out on special occasions. Jingwan hurried back to her room and searched everywhere, but she couldn't find her watch.
Mom.
My watch is gone too. Who took it? Who stole my watch? But everyone around her, including Wenyuan and Huang Suifan, looked at her with strange expressions. After calming down, Jingwan finally noticed their looks and turned to Huang Suifan in confusion. Mom, what's going on? Why is everyone looking at me like that? Do they think I stole something from our own house? At that moment, the police officer saw that Jingwan had calmed down a little and asked again, Comrade Jingwan, were you the last one to leave the house today? She nodded without thinking. When she woke up, it was already close to noon. She had woken up because she was hungry, and the house was completely quiet. All the doors were closed, and she didn't know if anyone was still home. Did you make sure to lock the door when you left? The question made her uncertain. Did she forget to lock it? She thought she had. We just checked the whole place. the officer continued. There are no signs that the doors or windows were forced open. According to Ruolin, when she came home this afternoon, the door was slightly open. So, we suspect that the last person who left didn't close it properly, giving the thief a chance to get in. Jingwan felt as if lightning had struck her. Could it be that all the missing things were because she hadn't closed the door tightly? No, she couldn't admit that. Officer, when I left, my sister's room was still quiet. She must have been the last one to go out. She pointed at Ruolin. She couldn't think about anything else now. If it was her fault that the door wasn't locked and so many things were stolen, her parents would definitely be furious. Comrade Jingwan, please calm down, the officer said. We've already spoken to several neighbors, and a few of them clearly saw you as the last person to leave the house. Yes, I was downstairs all morning and didn't even go to the restroom. After Wenyuan and Suifin went to work this morning, not long after that, Ruolin came downstairs. I remember it clearly. After Ruolin left, my daughter-in-law brought me breakfast. Jingwan, you didn't come downstairs until almost noon. Jingwan felt extremely nervous. Why did so many people see that she was the last one to leave today? Well, maybe Ruolin came back home this afternoon. Huang Suifin quickly spoke up for her daughter, adding, that's right, maybe Ruolin came back. Don't let them fool you. Ruolin didn't even need to defend herself. Plenty of people were already speaking for her. She was known as a polite, quiet, and well-behaved girl. As a stepmother, Huang Suifin was already under extra scrutiny, and everyone in the Su family knew about the small conflicts that often happened at home. Everyone also knew that Ruolin was often treated unfairly by her stepmother and stepsister. Huang Suifin, if you don't have proof, don't make things up. The police rely on evidence, not guesses. Don't wrongly accuse Ruolin. Wenyuan had already pieced everything together in his mind. He was sure that Jingwan had been the last to leave and had forgotten to lock the door, which allowed the thief to steal everything from their home. Enough. Stop arguing. Officer, it was our own carelessness that gave the thief a chance. But please, do your best to catch the thief and help us recover our losses. The officer nodded, took notes, and then left. The neighbors, seeing that there was nothing more to watch, went home one after another. It was almost dinner time, and no one wanted to stay any longer. Back in the empty living room, with only a sofa and a coffee table left, Wenyuan's anger had nowhere to go. He stood up and looked around, but there was nothing left to even throw. He strode over to Jingwan and slapped her hard across the face. With a sharp sound, her cheek instantly turned red and swollen. Useless. You can't even close a door properly. I've had enough of your carelessness. After speaking, he raised his hand again to slap Jingwan on the other cheek, but Huang Suifin quickly stopped him. Enough, old Su. Jingwan didn't mean it. What's done is done, so stop hitting her. She's been weak since she was little. If you keep this up and make her sick, what will you do then? Although Huang Suifin usually listened to Wenyuan, she was always firm when it came to her children. Go make dinner already. Do you want me to starve? Wenyuan was in a foul mood and snapped at everyone he saw. Ruolin wisely went back to her room. She didn't want to argue with him now. It was better to stay out of his way. There was nothing left in the kitchen, so Huang Suifin went to the neighbor's house, paid 50 cents, and borrowed some ingredients to make dinner. During the meal, Wenyuan kept a dark expression. Huang Suifin and her daughters didn't dare say a word. Only Ruolin ate calmly, as if nothing had happened. After finishing, Ruolin wiped her mouth and finally spoke. Dad, I'm leaving for the countryside the day after tomorrow. I have to work that day, so I can't take you. You'll have to go by yourself. Ruolin rolled her eyes. Who asked this old man to take her anyway? As if she needed him. Dad, I'm going to the countryside. Shouldn't you give me something? Huang Suifin and Jingwan looked at her in shock. This girl was bold, asking Wenyuan for money at a time like this. You know how things are at home right now. We really can't help you, Ruolin. You finished high school already, so you should start being more understanding. Today's trouble had been entirely Jingwan's fault, and Wenyuan finally realized how sensible Ruolin was. His attitude toward her was a little better than usual, maybe because she was about to leave, and he didn't know when she'd be back. Perhaps that was his small way of showing fatherly care. But love that comes too late is worth less than grass, and Su Wenyuan would never understand that. Su Ruolin sighed and pretended to look troubled. Dad, I know it's not right to ask you for money with how things are at home, but I'm leaving for the countryside the day after tomorrow. I'll need to buy a lot of things again, and this little money won't be enough. Also, after I get there, it'll be months before we get our food rations. I'm afraid I won't last that long. Su Wenyuan's eyes lit up. How could he forget that people in the countryside still got food rations? Ruolin was just one girl. How much could she eat? The extra food could all be sent back to him. You're right. But since our house was robbed, I'll go to the factory tomorrow and ask for an advance on next month's pay. I'll bring it to you tomorrow night. Dad, I have a lot to do tomorrow. How about I go with you in the morning to get it? Ruolin couldn't wait until night. Jingwan was still waiting for her to transfer the job to her. If things went wrong during the day, she might not get the money at all. Su Wenyuan didn't understand why she was in such a hurry, but he agreed anyway. Luckily, the weather was still warm, so even without blankets, it wasn't too bad. Except for Ruolin, everyone else slept on the hard wooden bed that night. The next morning, Su Wenyuan woke up with a sore back. You should also ask for an advance at the factory today. Who knows when the police will catch the thief? All right, I'll talk to the finance office as soon as I get to work. Huang Suifan quickly agreed, afraid that if he got upset, he might hit her again. Ruolin got up early and went with her father to the textile factory. After getting 30 yuan from him, she happily left. She then went to the steel factory's family housing area to get cotton coupons from Zhaoya's parents. After that, she went to the supply store and used all the coupons to buy cotton. The house was bare, with nothing left to pack. Ruolin went to the youth office to ask for an introduction letter, then went straight to a guest house near the train station to stay the night. Back at home, Su Jingwan waited from morning until dark, still hoping Ruolin would take her to the textile factory to meet the manager and transfer the job. But even after Su Wenyuan and Huang Suifan came home, there was still no sign of Ruolin. Mom, where did Ruolin go? Wasn't she supposed to take me to the textile factory today? Su Jingwan sounded very anxious. During the day, she had planned to go out and look for Su Ruolin, thinking that maybe her sister had simply forgotten about the matter. But she was also afraid that Su Ruolin might suddenly come back, and if she wasn't home, that could cause trouble. Haven't you two gone to the textile factory to find the manager yet? Ruolin went there with your father today. She said she'd bring you along when she returned. Hasn't she come back? Su Jingwan was so worried she was about to cry. Her voice trembled as she said, No, when I woke up this morning, no one was home. I thought she had something to do, so I waited all day. Is my sister unwilling to give me the job now? Su Wenyuan felt a headache coming on. Yesterday, he thought his eldest daughter was doing well, but today she was causing trouble again. Why are you crying? You have no reason to cry. Who told you not to get up earlier this morning? If you had gone to the factory with us, everything would already be settled. He couldn't help but scold her. In more than 10 years, he had never raised his voice at his younger daughter, but in the past few days, she had faced more frustration than ever before. Old Su, what should we do now? I remember Ruolin is supposed to go to the countryside tomorrow morning. She still hasn't come back, and we don't even know if she'll return tonight. She wouldn't dare. I'm still her father. If she doesn't come home, she's really getting bold. He had just handed over 30 yuan that morning and already felt the pain of it. He thought Ruolin had finally learned to behave, but now it seemed she had pulled another trick on him. Go make dinner first. After we eat, we'll wait for her in the living room. Tomorrow morning, we'll get up early and go to the textile factory. If we hurry, we can still catch the train. There was nothing else they could do but wait for Ruolin to come home. When the couple returned from work, they had bought quite a few things. Huang Suifan had even taken an advance on half a month's salary for next month, just to restock the kitchen with essentials. Given their limited means, she only bought a clay pot for cooking along with oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and 5 sets of bowls and chopsticks. She also bought towels for bathing, as well as toothbrushes and toothpaste. Yes, Ruolin had taken all the toothbrushes, toothpaste, cups, and towels with her. The toothpaste could still be used, but the toothbrushes could now serve for cleaning shoes or scrubbing window frames. As for the towels, they could easily be used as cleaning cloths. Wenyuan knew how to enjoy life. He bought himself a new quilt, bed sheet, and pillow. Last night, he didn't even have a pillow, and his head had been aching all day because of it. Huang Suifan had already finished cooking, but Ruolin still hadn't come home, so the others started eating first. Halfway through the meal, there was a loud knock on the door. Everyone thought it was Ruolin returning, and Wenyuan immediately straightened up, putting on the air of an elder. Huang Suifan got up to open the door, expecting to see her daughter, but to her surprise, it was her beloved son. Iba, you're back. You still remember to come home.
Sujivo looked confused.
What was wrong with his father today? Why was he scolding him? Could it be that something he did outside had been found out? Dad, what's going on? Aren't you happy that I'm back? Did someone say something to you? Don't believe everything people tell you. When Wenyuan heard his son's voice, his expression softened. Huang Suifan quickly explained, it's nothing. Your older sister hasn't come home yet. Your dad thought it was her at the door and got upset. It's not about you. Iba let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, his secret hadn't been discovered. He had gone with some classmates to a neighboring province for fun and ended up owing more than 800 yuan. He came back this time to get some money so he could return and try to earn it back and hopefully make a profit. Mom, I've been on the bus all afternoon.
I'm starving.
All right. There's still some rice in the kitchen. I'll make you some fried rice with eggs. Sit down and rest for a bit. Huang Suifan hurried to the kitchen. Iba sat down on the sofa, like a little boss, looking around the room. Something felt missing. He remembered the 100 yuan or so in his room. He planned to ask his mother for a bit more later, make it a round number, and then go out with his friends again. This time, he was determined to make a big profit. Thinking this way, Iba stood up and went back to his room. Wenyuan was just about to talk to him about what had happened in the past few days when he saw Iba already entering his room. Before he could stop him, a loud scream came from inside.
Ah!
Where are my things? My blanket? My clothes? Why is everything in my room gone? Wenyuan and Huang Suifan quickly ran over and helped the still-shocked Iba back to the living room. Son, you just got back, and we haven't had time to tell you. 2 days ago, our house was robbed. Everything was stolen. The things you see now are what your father and I just bought today. Iba stared at Huang Suifan in disbelief. Mom, what are you talking about? How could our house be robbed? At that moment, Jingwan lowered her head guiltily, not daring to meet their eyes. Iba immediately noticed her strange behavior and angrily pointed at her. Second sister, don't tell me you let the thief in. Jingwan quickly shook her head.
No.
I would never do that. I just forgot to lock the door when I went out.
What?
Are you that careless? Do you know what I lost in my room? No way, you have to pay me back. Jingwan didn't dare argue with him. She knew very well that if it were between her and Ruolin, their parents would side with her. But if it were between her and Iba, they would definitely take his side. Son, your sister didn't mean it. Just tell us what you lost, and she'll pay you back. Iba was about to say it was only a little over 100 yuan, but after thinking for a moment, he changed his words, shocking Jingwan. I had more than 200 yuan in my room. Sister, you have to pay me at least 200. I'll forget the rest. And I need it soon, so you have to give it to me now.
200.
Are you out of your mind?
Sugingane's sudden outburst startled Iba.
Wenyuan and Huang Suifan immediately showed their disapproval.
Jingwan, how can you talk to your brother like that?
If it weren't for your lack of effort and inability to close the door properly, your brother wouldn't have lost his money. I haven't even scolded you about the money I lost. Just return the 200 yuan your brother gave you. Wenyuan spoke very bluntly. He truly hated this daughter for causing such a big problem yesterday. She was so careless. If Huang Suifan hadn't stopped him, He would have hit this disobedient girl on the spot yesterday. Where can I get 200 yuan for him now? Ruolin hasn't come back yet, and I haven't found a new job. When they mentioned this, everyone remembered the important matter. It was so late, and Ruolin still hadn't returned home. Suddenly, Wenyuan didn't know what to do. Siyuan didn't care much. After finishing his fried rice, he went to his room to sleep. But as soon as he entered, he was stunned. There was nothing there. No clothes, no bedding, not even a blanket. How could he sleep? Huang Suifan had just bought new blankets, toothbrushes, and towels today and gave them to Siyuan. But now, Jingwan was upset again. Mom, you gave my things to him. What am I supposed to do? Huang Suifan felt conflicted. She didn't expect her son to come back today. She only bought enough for the three of them. Since she gave the things to Siyuan, Jingwan couldn't use them. Who told you to lose everything at home? You should learn a lesson. I am your sister. How dare you talk to me like that? Jingwan was furious. She pointed at Siyuan and scolded him loudly. But Siyuan wouldn't tolerate her. He responded directly. Isn't your older sister still your sister? But your words to her are much worse than what I just said. After saying this, he turned and left, leaving Jingwan stomping her feet in place. Jingwan, just bear with it tonight. Mom will buy you new ones tomorrow. Jingwan was full of anger. She was just waiting for Ruolin to come back and get her job tomorrow morning. Then she wouldn't have to care about anyone's attitude anymore. The family didn't wait long before Wenyuan and Huang Suifan couldn't hold on. They had to go to bed early because they had to work tomorrow. Jingwan grew more anxious and annoyed as she waited. She started muttering quietly about Ruolin. Later, she was so sleepy that she dozed off on the sofa. The next morning, Wenyuan and Huang Suifan got up first. Only then did Jingwan wake up. Jingwan, have you been waiting all night? Has Ruolin not come back yet? Huang Suifan frowned, feeling a bad premonition in her heart. Why isn't she back yet? Did she change her mind and not want to give me the job? Mom, what should I do? I have no job. The youth office will definitely force me to go to the countryside. Jingwan was so anxious, she almost cried. She grabbed Huang Suifan's sleeve and looked at her pleadingly. Old Su, this rebellious girl. She always lets us down at critical moments. She can't even handle small things. When she goes to the countryside, she'll have a hard time. Wenyuan spoke seriously, thinking that Ruolin's behavior showed she didn't take him, her father, seriously. Dad, what should I do? If Ruolin doesn't come back, what about my job? I only get 35 yuan a month. How can my sister be so careless about the big picture? Wenyuan thought for a moment and made a decision. Hurry up and wash up. Later, come with me to the textile factory. I'll take you to see the director. As long as that job slot is still available, the director should transfer it to you because of my influence. When Jingwan heard Wenyuan's words, her mood immediately brightened. She quickly went to the bathroom to wash up, put on a new outfit her mother bought her yesterday, and followed Wenyuan to the textile factory. After telling the security guard at the gate, Wenyuan took Jingwan directly to the director's office. He knocked on the door and immediately put on a friendly smile, completely different from his serious look at home. Director, hello.
I'm Wenyuan.
Do you remember me? The director often checked the workshop every few days, but Wenyuan was just an ordinary worker, so the director had no impression of him. Wenyuan felt a bit awkward for a moment, then mentioned Ruolin's mother's name. Oh, I remember now. You're Qinling's husband. Is there something you want to talk about? When Wenyuan mentioned Qinling, the factory director immediately remembered her. This made Wenyuan feel uncomfortable, but thinking about what he needed to do today, he forced a small smile. Well, director, my daughter has just finished high school. The factory promised her a job. The director looked behind Wenyuan and saw a girl he didn't recognize. He also remembered Ruolin mentioning she had a younger sister, so he understood. Hey, I think your daughter isn't this girl, right? The director asked Wenyuan with a pretend confused look, which made Wenyuan feel even more awkward. But since he was earning only 35 yuan a month, he explained firmly. This is my little daughter. My older daughter is going to the countryside to support rural development. My little girl has always been weak, so I thought she could take over her sister's job. The director crossed his arms and said something that made Su Jingwan upset. That's really unfortunate. Yesterday, Ruolin already transferred her job. She's also a high school graduate and did very well in her studies. She will start working next week. What? Why does she get to give her job to someone else? Su Jingwan's sharp cry stunned the director, and his face immediately turned unpleasant. Seeing the director's change in expression, Wenyuan quickly stopped Su Jingwan and scolded her. Shut up. Where do you think you are to speak in the director's office? Reluctant but knowing she couldn't argue further, Su Jingwan closed her mouth. You, little one, are not as sensible as Ruolin. Usually, people spoil their younger siblings more, but it's better to treat everyone fairly. Su Wenyuan understood what the director meant and hurried to make amends. Yes, the director is right. Ruolin never told me about this. Our whole family didn't know she had transferred her job. That's why my little daughter was surprised. Sorry for offending you, director. The director waved his hand, indicating it was okay. That's fine. Since there's nothing else, go back to the workshop. Su Wenyuan and Su Jingwan left the director's office feeling disappointed. When they reached a place with no one around, Su Jingwan nervously tugged at Su Wenyuan's sleeve. Dad, what should we do now? Didn't my sister say she would give me the work? Why did she give it to someone else? Oh, and what about the money she earned from selling the work? Su Wenyuan's mind was also a mess. So many things had happened in the past few days, and he was feeling lost. Didn't she say she was leaving for the countryside today? Maybe you should go to the train station and look for her. If she really sold the work, make her give you the money. The family is going through a tough time, and she shouldn't be so selfish. Su Wenyuan made a decision. He quickly asked Su Jingwan to go to the train station and find her. Su Jingwan had no other choice. She needed either the money or the work. She hurried to the bus stop, took a bus to the train station, hoping she would arrive in time before the train left. Meanwhile, Ruolin was slowly waking up from the spacious bed in her space. She drank a cup of spiritual spring water from her space and felt very energetic. After finishing her last task, she planned to leave this place. Maybe she would never come back in her life. She put 3 envelopes into her sleeve and left the guest house. She rode her new bicycle to the textile factory, the street office, and the Revolutionary Committee, placing the envelopes into the complaint boxes. When she saw no one around, she confidently left and rode straight to the train station. What Su Ruolin didn't know was that someone was waiting for her inside the train station. Su Jingwan took 3 buses to get to the train station. She asked the staff, and they told her the train hadn't arrived yet, so she finally relaxed. As soon as she entered the waiting hall, she looked around but didn't see Su Ruolin. She started to feel anxious. Where has Su Ruolin gone? If I find her, I will skin her alive, Su Jingwan cursed as she searched the hall for her. Many people looked at her curiously. But Su Ruolin was still rushing towards the train station on her bicycle. She didn't know that Su Jingwan was already inside the waiting room, getting more and more anxious. The train had already arrived, and in 2 minutes, it would depart. Su Jingwan was about to leave in disappointment when she saw a familiar figure flash past her. It was Su Ruolin, who had just arrived at the train station. She had found a quiet spot nearby, put her bicycle into her space, and then hurried all the way to the waiting room. Su Jingwan reacted quickly and hurriedly ran to the platform with Su Ruolin, grabbing her just as she was about to board the train. Su Ruolin, why did you secretly sell your job? Before Su Ruolin could react after being pulled, she turned around and saw Su Jingwan. She felt annoyed. Let go of me. I'm not letting go. Dad said you either give me your job or give me the money from selling it. Su Ruolin forcefully pulled away from Su Jingwan, looking impatient. Are you dreaming? Still want money? Why don't you go to heaven? Get out of my way. I need to catch the train. I won't let go until you give me the money. That's what Dad said. Su Jingwan tightly held onto Su Ruolin's clothes, but Su Ruolin couldn't break free. Seeing a train attendant approaching to urge them, Su Ruolin shouted loudly. Little sister, let me go. I'm going to help support rural development. You can't be so selfish and stop me. People on the train had already noticed the scene. Hearing Ruolin's words, they all looked over. Most of the passengers were young people going to the countryside, full of ambition. Seeing Jingwan stop others from going, they started to speak up for Ruolin. "What's wrong with you, comrade? Your sister is very thoughtful and aware, but you have a sister who's holding her back. Yeah, we're all family. How can your sister be so enlightened, and you be so behind? This isn't right." As more people gathered to discuss, the train attendants also came over to ask what was happening. After hearing the story, their attitude towards Jingwan became unfriendly. "Comrade, please don't interfere with our work. The train is about to depart. If you haven't bought a ticket, please leave. Otherwise, I will call security." "No, I didn't." Jingwan wanted to explain, but Ruolin took the opportunity and boarded the train. The attendants quickly closed the door, blocking their view of each other. Watching Ruolin get on the train, Jingwan was furious and shouted her name from the window. "Ruolin, get off. You're going to the countryside. Why won't you give me your job? You better give me the money from selling your work, or don't expect me to help you out of the countryside." The train started moving, and its loud roar drowned out Jingwan's voice, but Lin Qingmang sitting by the window heard her clearly. Jingwan was carried away by the staff and taken directly outside the train station gate. "Don't sit on the train if you're not going to, just leave quickly. Don't block our work. If you don't leave, we'll call the police." Jingwan didn't dare to cause trouble anymore. She had to sit on the bus and go home feeling upset. When she got home and thought about how her carefully planned work was gone, she started crying sadly, waking up Siyuan, who was still sleeping in his room. "Why are you crying? It's too early for this bad mood."
She lost her money like that.
Now, seeing Jingwan just annoyed him. He turned and went to the kitchen, took the breakfast Huang Suifan had left for him, and sat on the sofa in the living room to eat. "I tell you, don't think just because you're my sister, I'll be soft. That 200 yuan you must pay me back, no matter what. I need the money urgently. I don't have any money. I just lost my job, and my room is clean but empty, no blankets or anything. I really can't pay you back." I don't care. If you don't give me the money, I'll tell mom and dad to kick you out or find a man to marry you, and maybe get some bride price." Jingwan was already upset. Hearing her younger brother poke at her sore spot, she couldn't take it anymore. She stood up from the floor, pointed at Siyuan, and started scolding him. "There's no money. If you want me to pay you back, I'll do it when I have money." Siyuan put down his chopsticks, walked over to Jingwan, and the two siblings started fighting in the living room. The place was noisy, and a bowl on the coffee table even broke. When Huang Suifan finished her shift at noon and saw this scene, she hurriedly put down what she was holding and stepped in to stop the fight. "What are you doing? Why are you fighting, you brother and sister?" It was hard to separate them, but they still looked ready to fight. "Still thinking about big sister's job? Now it's all for nothing. If you don't pay back the money, I'll go to the youth office and sign you up to go to the countryside. Anyway, you've graduated high school and have no job. It's best if the youth office people pick you up tomorrow and send you to the most remote and difficult part of the Northwest." After cursing, Siyuan angrily went back to his room, locked the door, and Huang Suifan could only comfort her crying daughter. All right, don't cry. My brother was just angry. You are siblings, and you should support each other in the future. Mom will help you pay back the 200 yuan. This quilt is for you. Go and make your bed in the room." Jingwan, tired from talking all day, took the quilt and went back to her room. Huang Suifan also knew about the work situation being cancelled. She hated Ruolin deeply, thinking it would be best if she died in the countryside. She never wanted her to come and disturb her life again. Meanwhile, Ruolin on the train found her seat. Looking around, she saw many familiar faces from her past life. Seated by the window, Lin Qingmang saw Ruolin and enthusiastically greeted her. "Hello, comrade. My name is Lin Qingmang. I am going to the Hongqi Brigade in the commune for rural work. May I ask where you are headed?" Ruolin frowned, thinking hard. In her previous life, Lin Qingmang didn't try to get close so quickly. It was only after Siyuan approached her that she started to flatter her. Why is Lin Qingmang so early this time? Looking at her enemy from her past life, Ruolin really wanted to rush forward and strangle Lin Qingmang. Her eyes were bloodshot, and she wanted to swallow her alive right now. But her rational mind told her she couldn't do that. She had to make Lin Qingmang suffer and live. I am also going to the Hongqi Brigade, she said calmly, but the words almost made her burst with internal pain. Lin Qingmang felt confused and a little scared. She was sure this was her first time meeting Ruolin. Why did she seem so hostile? Was she mistaken? A man and a woman sitting next to Ruolin also excitedly greeted her. Hello, I am Zhang Xiaomei. This is my boyfriend, Zhou Xiangyang. We are all going to the Hongqi Brigade. Let's help each other along the way. Ruolin looked at Zhang Xiaomei, and her expression finally relaxed a bit. In her previous life, Zhang Xiaomei and her partner Zhou Xiangyang had never betrayed her. In fact, they even tried to comfort her and advised her to live well with Siyuan. However, she believed Lin Qingmang's words, thinking they wanted to keep her a peasant forever, never able to return to the city, and she scolded Zhang Xiaomei harshly. Now she realized they were the ones who truly cared for her. Hello, Zhang Xiaomei. My name is Ruolin. Just call me Ruolin. Zhang Xiaomei felt relieved. Although her partner came with her to the countryside, she had heard that there were separate dormitories for men and women in the village, and she was worried she wouldn't find a companion. Just call me Xiaomei from now on. Lin Qingmang saw that the two were chatting happily and didn't pay attention to her. She clenched her fingers, but still joined their conversation. Unfortunately, she couldn't really get involved because she didn't understand some of the topics, especially since Zhang Xiaomei's family was well off, and Ruolin had memories from her past life. They talked about visiting the department store in Beijing once they arrived. That sounds good. When I go to Beijing, I must visit the department store. Great. When we have the chance, I'll take you to explore Beijing properly. Soon, the two became good friends, and even went to a food cart together. Lin Qingmang, having no money, could only sit and nibble on a steamed bun, glaring with envy at Ruolin and Zhang Xiaomei. After a day and night on the train, they finally arrived at the train station in Heisheng Province. As soon as they stepped off, they saw the sign for the commune. Zhang Xiaomei had quite a lot of luggage, and Zhou Xiangyang helped carry it, including 3 large bundles. Ruolin only had a small, inconspicuous backpack and immediately helped Zhang Xiaomei carry one of the bags. Thank you, Ruolin. You always find a way. I didn't think of mailing the stuff ahead of time. I was exhausted on the way here. Luckily, Xiangyang and you helped me. Ruolin smiled but didn't reply. With her past experience, she knew that living again meant avoiding unnecessary detours. It would be a waste if she had to go through the same hardships all over again. Ruolin, my burden is quite heavy. Can you help me? Lin Qingmang has 2 big bags. She's been on the train for 2 days and has eaten 5 or 6 steamed cornbreads. Now, walking feels light, and she has no strength left to carry her luggage. Seeing Ruolin help Zhang Xiaomei with her bags, she also asks Ruolin to help her carry one. Sorry, Lin Qingmang, I can't carry any more. Ruolin walks to the person holding the sign, places her luggage on the ground, and dust rises instantly. She seems unaffected, without any heartbeat or breathlessness. Girl, I didn't realize you have quite a lot of strength. Ruolin smiles shyly, then looks at her hands. Her strength seems much greater than before. Could it be because of the spiritual spring water from the space? Before she can think more, all the educated youth from the Dae commune arrive. The tractor driver calls everyone to get on the tractor, preparing to return to the commune. Ruolin takes 2 square scarves from her bag and wraps her hair and face. Lin Qingmang can't help but laugh out loud. Ruolin, what kind of outfit is that? She then shows a teasing smile, and 2 other female educated youths nearby also start mocking her. Haha, I think she just wants to become a proper village girl sooner. No need to rush. Ruolin doesn't care about others teasing.
Soon they'll see.
Unexpectedly, Zhou Xiaomei reacts differently. Ruolin, do you still have that headscarf? My luggage is inside the bag, and I haven't taken anything out. The small bag only has some snacks. Ruolin quickly covers her face with a cloth, pulls out a few small scarves from her space, and hands them to Zhou Xiaomei. She then says to everyone, "You should also cover your mouth and nose." Zhang Xiaomei, like Su Ruolin, covers her hair and face. She gives another scarf to Zhang Xiangyang, telling him to cover his mouth and nose. Since Zhang Xiangyang has a buzz cut, he doesn't need to cover his hair. However, others don't move, thinking Su Ruolin is causing trouble. At this moment, the tractor starts moving. Soon, dust rises everywhere, making it hard to see or open eyes. Everyone is afraid to speak, worried that if they do, they'll swallow a mouthful of dust. Some people quickly took off their clothes and wrapped their heads completely to protect themselves. The tractor was faster than the ox carts. The first commune of Hehe County was the first to bring the educated youths to the commune. When the tractor stopped, the youths on board sighed and complained. Lin Qingmang just hurriedly grabbed a piece of clothing to cover her mouth and nose. Her hair was now messy and disheveled. "Su Ruolin, you're really too mean. Riding the tractor kicks up so much dust. Why didn't you tell everyone?" Before Su Ruolin could speak, Zhang Xiaomei immediately defended her. "What are you talking about? Didn't Ruolin just tell you to cover your head with something? Are your ears not working? Can't you hear clearly?" The other educated youths looked at Lin Qingmang with surprised eyes. Everyone heard Su Ruolin's warning earlier. The two other girls who had mocked Su Ruolin looked ashamed and lowered their heads. But Lin Qingmang was still here, shamelessly blaming others. After packing their things, Su Ruolin and the others headed toward the Red Flag Brigade, ignoring Lin Qingmang. Knowing she was in the wrong, Lin Qingmang had no choice but to sheepishly follow with her luggage. "Are you from the Red Flag Brigade?" The person at the front asked the three of them. It was a busy farming season, and the commune didn't seem to be doing much. They brought 4 educated youths and 3 young women to their brigade. Only this young man looked like he was working hard. "Yes, big brother. We are all from the Red Flag Brigade." Su Ruolin recognized the big brother in front. He was in charge of the cattle. Although he was a bit sharp-tongued, he was not a bad person. "All right, you 4, put your luggage on the ox cart and follow us." Su Ruolin knew that usually the ox carts didn't carry people, so she obediently placed her luggage on the cart. "Big brother, I really can't walk anymore. Can I sit on the ox cart for a while?" Lin Qingmang cleared her throat and spoke softly to the big brother. "Thinking you're special? With your little bit of flesh, you're not even as precious as this cow in our brigade. If you want to walk, walk. If not, go back the way you came." Lin Qingmang didn't expect the big brother to be so direct. Her face instantly turned red. I'm just too tired. I've been sitting in the cart for so long, I really can't walk anymore. Just sitting in the cart makes you tired. Do you think you're the Queen Mother? You shouldn't come to the countryside. You should stay in that magnificent palace and do nothing." After saying that, she ignored Lin Qingmang and rode off in her ox cart. Su Ruolin and the others obediently followed behind without paying any attention to Lin Qingmang. Lin Qingmang was so angry she wanted to jump, but she still kept walking. After all, she couldn't go back home. If she didn't follow, she might be sent back to the farm for re-education, and she definitely didn't want that. They walked for nearly half an hour before reaching the Red Flag Brigade's youth camp. The village chief was already waiting there. When he saw the 4 young people arrive, he felt a headache coming on. These young girls looked so inexperienced. How could they do farm work? "Welcome, for youths, to our brigade. I am the village chief. Hello, village chief. Hello, village chief. This is the youth camp area. Over there is the boys' dormitory, and over there is the girls' dormitory. This is Wang Gang, the person in charge of the youth camp. If you have any questions, you can ask him or come to me. Either way is fine." Wang Gang, standing nearby, smiled and greeted everyone. "My name is Wang Gang. I come from Jiang province and have been working in the countryside for 3 years. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me." Everyone exchanged greetings and then followed into the yard of the youth camp. "Since you just arrived and have no food yet, go directly to the brigade to get 50 jin of grain. When the harvest is divided at the end of the year, it will be deducted based on your work points." Su Ruolin first looked inside the dormitory. It already housed 5 or 6 young people. There were many things, and the good beds were all taken. Not wanting to feel wronged, she went out to find the village chief. Village chief, the dormitory is too crowded. In the future, more youths might come, and there won't be enough space. I want to ask if there are any empty yards in the village that can be rented out. I am willing to pay for it. The village chief listened and thought it made sense. Renting out a yard could also bring income to the brigade. The brigade leader probably wouldn't mind, so he nodded. You're right. In the future, more youths might come, and it will be hard to find enough space. There is a slightly better empty yard nearby, with 2 rooms, a spacious courtyard, and a water well. It hasn't been lived in for a long time, so it needs a good cleaning. Ruolin knew that place. It seemed that long ago, a couple who knew some medical skills came to live in this village. The village chief, seeing that they could treat villagers, agreed. However, after their only daughter got married, no one was left in the family. The village held a funeral for the elderly couple, and the house became village property. All right, village chief, take me to see it, Ruolin said. Zhang Xiaomei and Lin Qingmang also wanted to see it, so everyone went together. Some people didn't want to stay at the youth training site. The group of young women there was happy about that. If 3 new young women arrived, it would be even more crowded. The village chief led them to the small yard. He opened the gate. The yard was overgrown with weeds, but the house was still in decent shape. Both rooms had beds. After looking around, they saw only the stove and the kitchen needed fixing, and adding a toilet would make it perfect. Village chief, how much is the rent for this yard per month? Ruolin asked, wanting to know what everyone was thinking. Although it looks a bit messy now, it can be cleaned up and lived in. There's also a water well inside, so water is easy to get. It costs Wenyuan and 80 cents a month. Ruolin was okay with this price and agreed immediately. All right, village chief, Wenyuan and 80 cents a month. But you need to help me find someone to fix the kitchen. I also want to build a toilet and a shower room. Sure, I'll find someone to do it. But you'll need to provide them with 1 meal a day. They reached an agreement. Ruolin paid 10.8 yuan up front, covering half a year's rent. Zhang Xiaomei and Lin Qingmang looked at the youth training site and then at this place. They were very satisfied. Ruolin, can I rent a room with you? I just want to stay in that east room. The main room can be yours. We can split the rent equally. Zhang Xiaomei spoke first. Ruolin wouldn't refuse. Having a friend nearby was important, and Zhou Xiangyang sometimes coming over would also help keep her safe. Sure, but the east room is small. I'll pay 1 yuan and you pay 80 cents. That's fair. Ruolin agreed. Zhang Xiaomei was not shy and quickly accepted. Lin Qingmang felt very unwilling inside, but there was nothing she could do. Her pocket was cleaner than her face, and she really couldn't afford to rent a house. Ruolin, can I live with you? The main house is so big. Isn't it a waste for you to live alone? I can help clean the room. No, Ruolin refused decisively. Lin Qingmang was surprised. She didn't expect Ruolin to be so direct. Ruolin, we are fellow young people sent to the countryside. Shouldn't we help each other? How can you be so unkind and uncooperative? Lin Qingming looked at the village chief and saw that he didn't show any change in expression, so she added more. The youth station is so crowded. You also said you might come back here in the future. We are also helping the village chief by sharing the burden. How can you be so selfish and not think of him? The village chief finally showed a slight change in expression, but it wasn't approval. He looked at Lin Qingmeng with a look of helplessness. He hadn't thought of this before. Why was he being dragged into this? Unfortunately, Lin Qingmeng didn't see the eye roll from the village chief. If you want to live here, that's fine. My house costs 1 yuan a month. We can split it. Just pay me 3 yuan directly. Ruolin knew Lin Qingmeng had no money, so she deliberately said this. Ruolin, can you please help me pay in advance? I will definitely pay you back when I have money. Ruolin stepped past Lin Qingmeng and went to the village chief. Village chief, we're going to move our luggage from the youth station now. I also want to ask if any villagers have extra water jars or tables and chairs that we can exchange. We just arrived and many things need to be replaced. The village chief pointed in a direction. Over there, at Lee the Cripple's house. They have those things. If you can't find what you need, you can ask the villagers. Everyone knows. Thank you, village chief. After the village chief left, Lin Qingmang approached Ruolin again, hoping she could take her in. I can help you clean and do chores. Just let me live here. Ruolin looked at Lin Qingmang coldly. Lin Qingmang, I have no grudge against you. Why do you want to harm me? Huh? Lin Qingmang looked confused. When did she want to harm her? I'm going to support rural development, and I even brought a maid to serve me. Isn't this feudalism? Are you trying to watch me go to the farm for reform? Your thinking is not acceptable. Do you want me, a young person actively responding to the country's call, to go to the farm for reform? You wouldn't be a spy trying to divide our people, would you? No, I am not a spy. Don't talk nonsense. Lin Qingmang nervously waved her hands, indicating she had no such intention. Ruolin, you misunderstood me. Ruolin, let's go. We still need to pack our bags. Ruolin ignored Lin Qingmang and let Zhang Xiaomei lead her away. Lin Qingmang was so angry her teeth itched, but she had no choice. She stomped her feet and returned to the youth camp. Whose stuff is this? Can't you see someone is about to move in? Lin Qingmang, with nowhere to vent her anger, started to lose her temper in the girls' dormitory, sweeping all the belongings she liked onto the ground. Hey, how can you do this? How can you throw away our things? When unlucky, even drinking water becomes difficult. On her first day at the youth camp, Lin Qingmang offended all the girls because the things she threw on the ground weren't just one person's. They belonged to the whole dorm. You're really unreasonable. If you want to stay in the dorm, just tell us. We'll naturally make room for you. Exactly. Why are you throwing a fit here? If you have the guts, go rent a house outside. Everyone started criticizing Lin Qingmang. She couldn't hold back and sat down crying loudly. Wang Gang heard the noise and came to the dorm door to ask what was happening. What's wrong? What happened? The earliest arriving girl at the camp explained to Wang Gang what had just happened. She didn't exaggerate, but Wang Gang thought this new girl might be trouble. But for the peace of the youth camp, he advised kindly, she just arrived today and is probably not used to it. That's why she lost her temper. Please help her a bit. We will be living together in the future. Seeing that Lin Qingmang was indeed crying sadly, everyone helped gather her belongings, but no one came to comfort her. Seeing no one paying attention to her, she was tired of crying. She simply made her bed and lay down to rest. Meanwhile, Ruolin was with Zhang Xiaomei, planning to visit Li the Lame's house. Ruolin knew Li Keizi's family, so they didn't need to ask for directions, and just went straight there. Ruolin, you're really amazing. You found it so quickly. Zhang Xiaomei admired Ruolin a lot, thinking she was like a caring older sister. With her around, she felt she could avoid many mistakes. Ruolin didn't tell her that in her past life, she had been here before and was led astray by a mischievous child, losing 5 big white rabbit candies and wasting quite a bit of time. Haha, take a good look. The smell of wood is strongest at this house. I think the owner is a carpenter, which is why the village chief asked us to find him to exchange tables and chairs. Zhang Xiaomei sniffed the air, and it did seem to match what Ruolin said, so she nodded. At the gate of the yard, Ruolin knocked on the door. No one responded, so she called out loudly. Uncle Lee, are you home? Finally, there was movement inside. An aunt came out of the main house. Are you the young workers who just arrived today? Just call me Aunt Lee. Aunt Lee greeted Ruolin and Zhang Xiaomei warmly. Every time new young women arrived in the village chief and the team leader would worry, but Aunt Lee was always the happiest. Her husband was lame and usually didn't go to work. Even when he had free time, he only earned about 4 or 5 work points a day. The young women brought a lot of luggage and liked to keep things clean. They often bought cabinets, wardrobes, wooden tubs, basins, and sometimes even bath buckets from her. These were their main sources of income. The village chief also took care of them, and whenever new young women asked about these items, he would recommend her family.
Are you only?
We are the young workers who came to the countryside today. My name is Ruolin, and her name is Zhang Xiaomei. We heard from Uncle Village Chief that your family has water tanks and tables and chairs that we can exchange, so we came to take a look. Aunt Lee welcomed the two inside and started to introduce with a smile. We have all these things in our house. Come in and take a look. They are all here. Auntie Lee took the two of them to a small house on the very edge. When she opened the door, they saw that everything inside was neatly arranged. A table, chairs, a wardrobe, a cupboard, wooden buckets, basins, a bathtub, and a ladder. There were also chopsticks and wooden bowls on the table. All the wooden items were very fine and smooth, with no rough edges. Feel free to look around. If you see something you like, I can help you carry it. If it's too heavy for you, I'll ask my son to help deliver it to the youth settlement after he finishes work. Thank you very much, Auntie Lee. But we don't live at the youth settlement. We rent a house nearby. Ruolin pointed toward their home. Auntie Lee looked in that direction and immediately knew where it was. Oh, that barefoot doctor's house. It's a good place. There's a water well in the yard, so you don't need to go to the village to fetch water. Ruolin knew that the yard at the youth settlement didn't have a water well, so they had to go to the village to get water, sometimes waiting in line when many people needed water. The rented yard was indeed very nice. Ruolin had a good impression of Auntie Lee and her family. They were honest and simple people. Brother Lee was also hardworking and honest. They bought a little more than they needed. Ruolin added a wardrobe, a desk, and a chair to her room. She also bought a wooden bucket, basin, a bathtub, and her own bowls and chopsticks, choosing wooden bowls and bamboo chopsticks. Zhang Xiaomei's choices were similar to Ruolin's, but she bought 2 sets. She initially planned not to buy a bathtub to save money, but then thought that since the weather was cold and taking a warm bath in winter would be nice, she decided to buy one. She also bought a small wardrobe for her boyfriend, Zhou Xiangyang, to use at the youth settlement. Finally, they bought shared items for the kitchen, like a water jar, chopping board, and dining table and chairs. Since these were shared, they split the cost. Seeing they bought many things, Auntie Lee only charged for the larger items. The smaller items, like bowls and chopsticks, she gave to them for free. After thanking her, they took what they could carry and left. Before leaving, Ruolin took a handful of candies from her pocket and handed them to Auntie Lee. Auntie Lee, here's some candies to sweeten your day. Thank you so much for your help today. Aunt Lee pushed Ruolin's hand and refused to take the candy, saying, "This is for you kids to eat. Keep it for yourselves. Andy, you keep it to eat." "I have more," Ruolin replied. Seeing she couldn't refuse, Aunt Lee finally accepted the candy. "All right, when my son comes back, I'll send your things over with the cart." When Ruolin and Zhang Xiaomei returned home, the weeds in the yard had already been cleaned up by Zhou Xiangyang, who was now drawing water from the well. "You're back. I just went to the brigade office and brought back the grain. Su Jiqing, I also brought yours. They're all in the kitchen. If you want to put them back in the house later, just tell me, and I'll help you carry them." Ruolin smiled and thanked her. After tidying up the things, she went outside to help clean the yard. "My grain is kept in the kitchen. Later this afternoon, I'll go to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy 2 locks to secure the kitchen and yard for safety. Okay, Ruolin. Since your things are in the kitchen, ours will be there too, so we don't have to trouble ourselves when cooking. My partner will also be eating here in the future. We can share the food 3 ways. 2 days for us, 1 day for you. Is that okay?" Zhang Xiaomei asked Ruolin for her opinion, worried she might not agree. "No problem. It's good to have more people around." Ruolin had no objections. She knew these two weren't the type to take advantage, and having a man around the yard sometimes made things a bit safer. "Great. Thank you, Ruolin. From now on, we'll take turns cooking. We'll do 2 days, you do 1. Since they couldn't let Ruolin suffer, they agreed happily. "It's fine. We can rotate weekly. No need to fuss over it," Ruolin said. After a couple of days together, Zhang Xiaomei realized Ruolin wasn't the type to be overly polite. Since she said so, it showed she truly thought that way, and she nodded in agreement. "From now on, I'll handle fetching water and cleaning the yard," Zhou Xiangyang added. Ruolin nodded in approval. Everyone tidied up their rooms and cleaned the house. After a quick tidy-up, Ruolin heard someone calling outside. Is Su Jijin at home? I'm Aunt Lee, here to bring you some things. A few people came out of the house and saw two individuals at the gate of the yard. One was Aunt Lee, and the other was a tall man pulling a cart filled with their recent purchases. Aunt Lee, I didn't expect you to come so quickly, said Su Ruolin as she welcomed them inside. Li Jiqiang, carrying some items, followed in, and Zhou Xiangyang also stepped forward to help. We know you just arrived and probably don't have any vegetables to eat. These are some greens and radishes from our own garden. Please eat them first. Once you're done, I'll bring more, said Su Ruolin. She looked at the basket Aunt Lee was holding and took a quick glance. It contained various vegetables, greens, radishes, chives, scallions, chili peppers, garlic, and more. Understanding that Aunt Lee was kind-hearted, Su Ruolin accepted the gifts, thinking she could later return the kindness with other things. Then I won't be polite. Auntie, you're so thoughtful. We were just worried about what to cook today. We only have the grain we just received from the commune, she said. After organizing everything and placing a wardrobe and a desk inside, the house started to look more like a home. Su Ruolin then said goodbye to Aunt Lee. Li Jiqiang was busy moving things and occasionally gave a simple smile. He was a very honest man. Thinking about what happened to Li Jiqiang in her past life, Su Ruolin wanted to warn Aunt Lee, but had no reason to say anything. She decided to visit more often and find a chance to remind her. The stove in the kitchen still needed repairs, so Su Ruolin built a simple stove in the yard and used a clay pot to make some vegetable porridge. That was their lunch. In the afternoon, Su Ruolin went with Zhang Xiaomei to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy a lock. They walked there, with Zhang Xiaomei feeling a bit tired. Seeing that Su Ruolin was still energetic and unbothered, she felt shy to ask for a rest and gritted her teeth to keep going. It was only when Su Ruolin noticed Zhang Xiaomei struggling that she suggested they rest by the roadside. Ruolin, you're amazing. You walked so far without getting tired, Zhang Xiaomei said. Su Ruolin felt a little embarrassed and touched her nose. She didn't know why, but lately she seemed full of energy. Maybe it was the effect of the spring water. Drink some water, she said. Thinking of this, Su Ruolin took out her small water bottle and handed it to Zhang Xiaomei. Zhang Xiaomei was really thirsty, so she took the bottle and drank 2 big sips without hesitation. The water was sweet, and she instantly felt energized. Ruolin, this water is so sweet. Did you add sugar? After drinking it, I feel full of strength, like I can walk 5 more miles. Su Ruolin smiled and said, maybe you're just tired. Drinking a little sweet water makes you feel stronger. When Zhang Xiaomei heard she had added sugar, she quickly returned the bottle to Su Ruolin. Thanks, Ruolin. I've had enough. You can keep the sweet water for yourself. Sugar is precious. It's okay, I have plenty. Su Ruolin thought it was fine, but Zhang Xiaomei didn't have the confidence to drink more water. She urged Su Ruolin to hurry and keep moving so they wouldn't be late. At the supply and marketing cooperative, Zhang Xiaomei felt her calves starting to ache, but Su Ruolin seemed fine and not tired at all. Su Ruolin knew this was probably because of the spiritual spring water. It seemed that in the future, she could give Zhang Xiaomei a little of this water to help her work without getting too tired. First, they bought 2 locks, kitchen knives, and a large iron pot. They also bought cooking oil, salt, and seasonings needed in the kitchen. Then they went to the meat factory and bought the last small piece of meat, along with about 10 eggs. All these items were paid for with shared money and tickets. Next, each person bought their own things. Su Ruolin didn't need much, as she had already bought almost everything before. Her space contained everything she needed. However, she still looked around and used almost 2 months' worth of expired tickets. She also took out a blanket, a towel, and a toothbrush with toothpaste from her space, pretending they were bought from the supply store. Only then did they prepare to go home. Today, they came together, so it wasn't convenient to pretend they were carrying packages. Luckily, the weather was warm, so Zhang Xiaomei didn't suspect anything. On the way back, they had a lot of things, including the large iron pot. Su Ruolin had money in her pocket and didn't want to feel wronged, so she rented an ox cart in town and asked the uncle to take them back to the village. Zhang Xiaomei had no objections and insisted on sharing the cost of renting the ox cart. When they got home, Zhou Xiangyang was busy working. The house had already been tidied up, with space cleared for a bathroom and toilet. The kitchen has already been cleaned, and the water jar is full of water. At this moment, Zhou Xiangyang is working in the vegetable garden. "You're back?" Auntie Lee came by earlier and gave us some seedlings. "When the vegetables grow, we'll have enough to eat, so we won't need to buy any." Ruolin nudged Zhang Xiaomei and joked, "Look at your husband. He must be someone who cares about his wife. Soon you'll be living a happy life." Zhang Xiaomei blushed at Ruolin's words, said she was going to her room to put away her things, and quickly ran off. Ruolin put the purchased vegetables in the kitchen and placed the pot on the newly repaired stove. When they left, the village chief had already come with people to fix the stove, since it was urgent. The bathroom and toilet could wait a couple of days. "Everyone worked hard today. I'll cook dinner tonight. Let's see how good my cooking is." "Okay, we'll wait and see." While the others weren't paying attention, Ruolin secretly dipped her hand into the water jar and took out some spiritual spring water. The water, which wasn't very full before, suddenly became completely full. She started washing the pots and boiling water, using some broken wood and weeds to start a fire, and steamed the rice first. Next, she washed the garlic sent by Auntie Lee, cut it into pieces, sliced the marinated meat thinly, and chopped some chives. She cracked 3 eggs into a bowl and beat them, washed some small green vegetables, and prepared everything. The rice in the pot was also cooked, so she served it out, leaving a layer of crispy rice at the bottom. She scooped some water over it and cooked a little rice porridge. Everyone had worked hard all day, especially Zhou Xiangyang, who had been doing the most tiring and difficult work without complaint. Ruolin decided to make something special tonight. She prepared twice-cooked pork, chive scrambled eggs, and a bowl of stir-fried bok choy.
Dinner was ready.
Even before Ruolin started cooking, Zhang Xiaomei was drawn out by the delicious aroma. She quickly came to the kitchen, wiped the tables and chairs, and set the dishes and utensils. "Ruolin, your cooking skills are amazing. My mom's dishes aren't even half as good as yours. I feel so lucky to have such good food. You're such a little glutton. Hurry up and bring the dishes to the table." Dinner is ready. Ruolin knows that her cooking skills are partly due to her talent, but the main credit should go to the spring water. She wonders if vegetables grown in the space are tastier than those grown outside. It seems she needs to buy more seeds from the black market in the future. The 3 of them sit around the dining table. Zhang Xiaomei is the first to pick up a piece of twice-cooked pork and put it in her mouth. "Wow, this is so delicious." "Ruolin, you're amazing." Zhang Xiaomei eats and also gives a thumbs up to praise her. "Come on, eat quickly. With so much good food, your mouth can't stay shut." Ruolin scoops another piece of twice-cooked pork onto Zhang Xiaomei's plate, urging her to eat and stop talking so much. "Honestly, Su Jiqing, your cooking is really great. I wonder if I could ask you for some tips. I want to make delicious food for Xiaomei too." "Of course, no problem. If you have questions, just ask me anytime." After finishing their meal, they boil some water to wash up. The 3 of them go back to their rooms to rest, as they need to wake up early tomorrow for work. Ruolin locks her door and goes straight into the space to rest. She only washed her face outside earlier. After sitting on the train for 2 days, a bath to relax sounds good. She falls asleep in the bathtub. It takes a long time before she wakes up groggily. She checks the time on her wrist. It's just after 8 p.m., but she feels like she has slept for a long time. She gets dressed and lies back in bed, forcing herself to sleep. When she wakes up again, it's only 2 a.m. She sits up but can't fall back asleep. She steps outside the small house and looks at the land around her. If only she had seeds now, whether rice, wheat, vegetables, or fruits. If she plants enough, she could sell some at the black market. Just as she thinks about seeds, several small bags appear in front of her. She opens one and sees that they are indeed seeds. She goes to the small storage room nearby, grabs a hoe, and starts planting the vegetables and fruits in the nearby soil. She struggles to plant all the seeds. 2 hours pass. She looks at the seed bags, thinking it would be great if she could just plant all these seeds into the ground herself. The next moment, the seeds really went into the ground one by one. Ruolin was stunned by what she saw. Wait, didn't her 2 hours just go to waste? After a few seconds of silence, Ruolin gathered herself again. She silently thought to herself, I will water all the places where I planted seeds. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The water didn't fly onto the land. Everything in the space was normal. Could it be that she couldn't control the spiritual spring water? Unable to do anything, Ruolin took a bucket from inside the house, watered the vegetable field herself, and used a hoe to dig a small ditch to lead the water into the rice paddies. Then, Ruolin went to the kitchen to cook herself a bowl of dumplings before leaving the space. Outside, the sky was already faintly bright, with a pinkish glow on the horizon, indicating that it would be a sunny day. She scooped some flour from 2 boxes, washed some greens and scallions, and prepared a sauce. Just after finishing all this, Zhang Xiaomei came out of her room. Ruolin, you got up so early. I went to bed early last night, so I woke up early this morning. Zhang Xiaomei carried her wash basin and towel, staggered to the water jar in the kitchen, and prepared to wash up. Suddenly being in a strange place, I couldn't sleep last night. I don't even remember when I fell asleep, but I think I will get used to it gradually. Just after Zhang Xiaomei finished washing up, there was a knock on a copper gong outside. It was time to start work. Now is busy farming season, so everyone gets up early, works for a few points, then comes back for breakfast. Women earn 4 points in the morning and afternoon each, with a total of 10 points for full work. Men earn 5 points in the morning and afternoon each, with a total of 12 points for full work. But this was only during busy farming times. Normally, men earned 10 points, women earned 8. The team leader was responsible for assigning tasks. Yesterday, the newly arrived female educated youth were assigned to pull out peanuts, and the only male educated youth, Zhou Xiangyang, was sent to dive, all under the guidance of an experienced old educated youth. When it was time to collect farming tools, the educated youth and villagers lined up to receive their equipment. Ruolin stood at the front. The girl handing out the tools looked at Ruolin, rolled her eyes, and picked out the most broken small hoe and basket for her. Why are you giving me the dirtiest farming tool when there are so many good ones? The young girl glanced at Ruolin with a sneer and said sarcastically, having a usable tool is good enough. Why pick at it? Anyway, you can't do much work. Giving you good tools would be a waste. It's better to let the hardworking people use the better tools. I haven't even started working yet. How do you know I'm slow? If I really am slow, shouldn't I get the better tools? Ruolin felt unfairly treated. Here, the timid are often bullied. It's better to stand up early and show others you're not someone to mess with. Everyone knows you're a city girl, delicate and soft. What can you really do? You can't do farm work well. Don't talk big. After saying that, she rolled her eyes dramatically. All right, let's make a bet. Bet on what? A small smile appeared on Ruolin's face as she continued. Let's bet whether I can do the work well. If I can't do my job properly, I'll pay you 10 yuan. But if I finish the work and even finish early, you have to apologize publicly and promise not to treat us city girls and local villagers differently. The girl thought about the 10 yuan. Her heart beat faster. 10 yuan was a lot. With it, she could buy fabric at the supply store to make new clothes or buy a flower for her hair. Okay, I agree to the bet. She then handed Ruolin a nearly new farming tool, and Ruolin was led by another girl to start working in the field. This patch is our task for today. I'll try to work faster. The girl was quiet and focused only on her work. In her past life, Ruolin rarely talked to her, but whenever she faced difficulties or felt sad, she would help her, bringing a little light into her dark life. Thank you, Yang Zhigang, but I made a bet with her today. Let's split the work equally. How do you know my name? Yang Zhigang looked at Ruolin in confusion. Ruolin was startled. She almost forgot about that. In this life, she hadn't even interacted much with the people at the youth station. She had only been inside once. Haha, I only heard about this from other young workers. Let's not talk so much and get to work. Yang Qing finally stopped doubting and carefully showed Ruolin how to quickly pull out and tie the peanuts. He had done these tasks before in his past life, so he was quite skilled at farm work. Still, He watched Yang Qing teach carefully and studied closely. After Yang Qing finished, Ruolin put her small bag on the ground, took out a pair of rubber gloves, and put them on. She had prepared these gloves specially this morning. She also brought a pair for Zhang Xiaomei and Zhou Xiangyang, but she didn't expect Zhou Xiangyang to be assigned to fetch water today, so those gloves probably wouldn't be used. Looking back, she saw Yang Qing desperately pulling peanuts with his bare hands. Without thinking, Ruolin took out a spare pair of gloves from her bag and handed them to Yang Qing. Yang Jiqing, pulling peanuts is hard on your hands. Put on these gloves. Yang Qing was a bit surprised and quickly refused. No need, no need. You keep the gloves for yourself. I don't need them. Meanwhile, Lin Qingmang saw this and hurried over, trying to take the gloves from Ruolin. Yang Jiqing doesn't need my gloves. Ruolin, give me the gloves. Ruolin quickly retracted her hand, hiding the gloves behind her back, and spoke sternly. Yang Jiqing just helped me, so I gave him the gloves as a thank you. You haven't helped me, so why should I give you the gloves? We're all young workers. We should help each other. Help each other? You've never helped me before. What kind of help is that? Lin Qingmang stomped her foot in anger. She really couldn't argue with Ruolin. She thought about the good things about Ruolin but couldn't afford to turn against her. But she wasn't willing to just walk away like this. Ruolin ignored Lin Qingmang and directly took Yang Qing's hand, putting the gloves on him. Sorry, Lin Jijian. I only have 2 pairs of gloves. I don't have any left now. Lin Qingmang then looked at Yang Qing and begged, Yang Jijian, how about you give me these gloves? You're an experienced worker. You used to do farm work without gloves, but I don't have that luck. Without gloves, my hands might get hurt. Yang Qing finally recovered from the shock of Ruolin's bold actions. She had never been treated so confidently and warmly before. After hearing Lin Qingming's words, she shook her head without hesitation. Sorry, Lin Jiqing, I also need these gloves, and these gloves were given to me by Su Jiqing. I can't give them to someone else. Seeing she couldn't get the gloves, Lin Qingmang glared at both of them fiercely and turned to walk away. Yang Qing put on the gloves, and her speed was much faster than before. However, Ruolin was not slow either. She quickly picked up peanuts, bundled them, and brushed off the dirt on top. She neatly placed them aside, where someone would come to collect and gather them to the drying area. An older woman there would shell the peanuts and dry them in the sun. At first, Ruolin was still slowly getting used to the work, worried that others might notice her skillful movements and become suspicious. Gradually, her speed increased. When Yang Qing looked at her again, Ruolin was catching up. Jiqing Su, I didn't expect you to be so quick at farm work. Today is your first day, and you're already this fast. Ruolin just smiled and continued her work. Yang Qing didn't speak to her anymore because she knew about Ruolin's bet with others. She didn't want to delay her. Soon, Shen came over. She was the girl from the team leader's family, younger and often proud because her father was the team leader. She looked down on others and thought she was better than everyone else. But she also felt a bit insecure about city girls like Ruolin. After all, city girls had education, culture, and knew how to dress and look good. She deliberately targeted the city girl. After finishing her work, she hurried over to see if Ruolin had asked someone for help. When she saw Ruolin's skillful movements, Shen felt she might lose her bet. She frowned and looked unhappy. Hey, did you ask someone to help you? Otherwise, how could you work so fast? Ruolin knew Shen was talking to her, but she didn't name her directly. She continued working on her own, ignoring her. Shen was annoyed because the person ignored her. She walked straight to Ruolin and looked down at her. I'm talking to you. Can't you hear me? Acting deaf and mute here, Ruolin neatly tied her peanuts and put them aside. She stood up straight and looked at Shen. She was 2 years older than Shen. She was already tall, and when she stood up straight, she was half a head taller than Shen.
Who are you?
Do I have to respond when you talk? Besides, good girls don't call people hey. If you knew I didn't want to talk to you, why are you still coming over? I've never seen someone so shameless. Who are you calling shameless? Shen was furious. No one in this team dared to talk to her like that. Her father was the team leader, and the newcomers who came to please her did so just to get easier work. This woman actually dared to insult her. Whoever responds to me, I mean whoever responds. After saying that, Ruolin ignored Shen. She was about to finish her work and was waiting to see how Shen would apologize. If you insult me, you better make it clear. Who are you calling shameless? Shen was so angry she tried to pull Ruolin. Ruolin gently pushed her away, causing Shen to fall on her butt and scrape her hand on the ground. You hit me. I will tell my dad. Boo-hoo. After crying, Shen got up and ran away, crying as she ran. Yang Qing was quite worried. She saw Ruolin make the team leader's favorite little girl cry. She wondered how the team leader would deal with her later. Su Jiqing, seeing Yang Qing's worried look, Ruolin gave her a comforting smile. It's okay, Yang Jiqing. Let's just do our work well. When trouble comes, we will handle it. Soon, Ruolin finished her work early. She called the scorekeeper to check her work, and then she could get 2 work points added to her name. Good job. You finished your work early on your first day. Maybe I can arrange a little more for you later this morning. The scorekeeper was very happy. It seemed this new girl was quite capable. No need. I can only do this much. If I do more, I probably won't be able to get up the next day. Ruolin politely refused and hinted to the scorekeeper. If you give me more tasks today, I will have to take sick leave tomorrow. The scorekeeper reluctantly recorded 2 work points for Ruolin and then left. After finishing her work, she returned the farming tools. When she arrived at the small warehouse, Shen was sitting at the door waiting, with an older man beside her, probably the team leader. Shen looked at Ruolin walking over, her eyes still red, but she sneered proudly. Dad, she hit me. Many people saw it. The team leader looked at Ruolin with a cold gaze, waiting for her explanation. He knew his daughter's temper very well. Are you the team leader? I've finished my tasks. I wonder if this young lady can honor the bet she made earlier. Bet? What bet? Seeing the confused look on the team leader's face, it seemed he didn't know about this matter. Shen nervously swallowed and quickly changed the subject. I'm talking about her hitting me just now. Don't bring up other things. Dad, you have to stand up for me. The team leader helplessly looked at Ruolin. Su Jiqing, my daughter says you hit her. Do you have anything to say? This team leader was really funny. Instead of asking the people present at the scene, he immediately questioned her. Team leader, if you have any doubts, you can investigate. There were many people there. I have no reason to lie. I didn't hit your daughter. It's her who's unreasonable, disturbing my work. That's why I pushed her. If there's nothing else, I'll go home to cook. I finished my tasks early. I hope your daughter can apologize to me publicly tomorrow morning and promise not to treat the educated youth and the villagers differently. Ruolin put away the farming tools and went home, leaving Shen with an angry face and the team leader looking confused. The team leader, coming to his senses, looked at his daughter with a somewhat stern tone. Zhenjin, what's going on? Did Su Jiqing push you? Shen shivered. Oh no. This might be a sign that her father was about to lose his temper. Although her father usually treated her well, providing food and drink, working as the simplest farm tool manager, just handing out tools in the morning, counting them at night, and keeping the tool room clean, she knew he was usually gentle. But when faced with this kind of principled issue, the team leader is also a strict father. Dad, seeing his daughter like this, the team leader had nothing more to understand. He didn't listen to Shen explanation and directly called the small team leader responsible for the peanut field to find out the truth. The small team leader asked several young workers and members near Ruolin about the situation. After getting the results, he immediately told the team leader the facts. The team leader blushed with shame. He realized he hadn't understood the full story and questioned Su Jiqing, acknowledging his own mistake. First, he scolded Shen then asked his wife to pick a basket of vegetables from the garden, and took Shen to Ruolin's house. Ruolin was preparing breakfast for the day. The ingredients had been prepared before work, so she just needed to cook. Simple dishes like noodle soup with scallions and pancakes made a quick breakfast. The noodle soup had not only noodles but also some vegetables, and she cracked 2 eggs into the pot. Just as she brought the meal to the table, there was a knock on the door. Su Jiqing, are you at home? Ruolin recognized the team leader's voice, wiped her hands, and opened the courtyard gate. Su Jiqing, I just found out what happened. It's true that Jingwan was at fault, and I also take responsibility. I came to ask you without fully understanding the situation. These are vegetables we grew ourselves. I know you just arrived and you're missing things like this. Ruolin looked inside the basket. Most of the vegetables were there, and surprisingly, there was also an egg. Although 1 egg isn't much, in the countryside where supplies are scarce, being misunderstood and receiving an egg was a kind gesture. The team leader sincerely apologized. No need to accept it, team leader. It's just a small matter. There's no need to bring gifts to apologize. As long as Shen Jingwan can treat all young workers and members equally in the future, she thought she would still be under the team leader's supervision, so she decided not to continue arguing. Su Jiqing, it's not a valuable thing. Just take it. This egg was meant for Jingwan to eat today. Since she made a mistake, she should face the appropriate punishment. When Ruolin heard this, her eyes immediately lit up. She didn't want to miss out on Shen Jingwan's eggs. The two of them pushed each other a little, and Ruolin accepted the team leader's kind offer. Tomorrow morning, Jingwan will apologize to you publicly. I will also teach her a lesson when I go back. You can have breakfast first. After you finish, go to work. We will leave first. After seeing off the team leader, Ruolin continued to finish her chores, washing the pots and pans. Zhang Xiaomei and Zhou Xiangyang also returned. Ruolin, today I was really lucky to have your gloves. Otherwise, I would have been in trouble. Zhang Xiaomei rubbed her waist and thanked Ruolin. You should have seen how many cuts Lin Qingmang's hands had. She went to ask the team leader for leave and was scolded quite harshly. Lin Qingmang was unlucky, and Ruolin was happy about it. The two of them joked and laughed, and the atmosphere was very good. Meanwhile, at the other youth worker station, things were not so harmonious. The task of cooking was reassigned, and today it was Lin Qingmang and another female youth worker's turn. But Lin Qingmang was injured and had been scolded by the team leader. She was in a bad mood and kept crying, refusing to do any work. Today, the two of us are cooking.
Can you do some work?
The ingredients are already prepared. You start the fire, and I'll handle the cooking. Lin Qingmang was lying on the kong, a traditional bed, motionless. She had pulled so many peanuts today that her waist was already sore. She refused to cook alone. No way. She just lay on the bed pretending to be dead. When the food was ready, they wouldn't dare to refuse her a meal. The female youth worker called out for a long time, but Lin Qingmang didn't respond. This girl was tough. She directly took Lin Qingmang's ration out and only cooked enough for themselves. When the food was served, Lin Qingmang heard the noise and came out. Seeing everyone already eating, she didn't care about others' gazes and went straight to the kitchen to serve herself. But when she opened the pot lid, she was stunned. There was nothing inside, only some residue. How come you've all finished serving? I haven't eaten yet. Angrily, Lin Qingmang stormed into the main hall, questioning everyone. Who ate my ration? Hand it over quickly, or I'll go complain to the team leader. Lu Qian wouldn't spoil Lin Qingmang. She directly snapped back. Who ate your ration? It's on the stove. If you want to eat, do it yourself. Lin Qingmang stared in disbelief, then ran to the kitchen to check. Sure enough, her breakfast was still in her bowl, but it was raw. Why didn't you cook for me? This raw food, how am I supposed to eat it? I have to go to work later. If I'm late, can you take responsibility? Lu Qian slammed her bowl on the table and walked over, pulling Lin Qingmang's hair. Lin Qingmang cried out in pain.
How dare you ask that?
Today, we were supposed to cook together, but you're just lying in bed being lazy. If I weren't worried about delaying others, I wouldn't have cooked at all. Do you think I should cook for you? Who do you think you are? A rich young lady? Let go. Please, let go. My hair is coming out. Lu Qian threw Lin Qingmang to the ground and warned fiercely, if you don't do your chores properly at noon, get out of the youth communal farm. Lin Qingmang looked up at the others. No one pitied her, and no one spoke up for her.
Vong.
Lu Qian hit me, and you don't care? You're the leader here. She turned to Wang Gang, hoping he would help her. Do you even know I'm the leader? Then why aren't you doing your assigned work properly? Yesterday, we agreed that the female youths would take turns cooking and washing dishes in pairs, and the male youths would take turns chopping wood, fetching water, and tending the vegetable fields. If you refuse to follow the plan, then leave the youth communal farm. We won't care what you want to do, or not do. Seeing no one to defend her, Lin Qingmang started crying and ran out, heading straight to Su Ruolin. Ruolin, please, I beg you. Let me move in with you. The people here are bullying me, they won't even give me food.
Boo-hoo.
Su Ruolin looked at the tearful Lin Qingmang, but didn't feel sorry for her. In her past life, Lin Qingmang relied on herself, living comfortably at the youth communal farm, spending her own money, sometimes even ordering her to do chores, living a carefree life. In this life, after leaving her, she couldn't even get a proper meal. Lin Qingmang, I told you yesterday, you can stay here, but we'll share the rent. It's 5 yuan for half a year, plus food expenses. We cook for ourselves, which is better. The daily food cost is about 30 cents per person, so in a month, that's 9 yuan. 9 yuan a month. Lin Qingmang suddenly shouted, interrupting Su Ruolin, who was still talking nonstop. Yes, what's wrong? Lin Qingmang smiled shyly. Ruolin, do you think we could spend less on food? 6 yuan is really too much. She only had about 10 yuan herself. She could just barely pay the rent, but the food expenses were too high. No, Lin Jiqing, our food standards are the same. We can't lower our standards just because of you. We're already tired from working. If we don't eat well, how can we stay healthy? But alright, think about it. Now, you need to go to work. I only agreed to let you stay because we're all from the same village. If it were someone else, I wouldn't agree. After saying that, Su Ruolin grabbed her small bag and left, locking the door behind her. Lin Qingmang didn't eat breakfast. She took out 2 snacks from her bag to nibble on and went to work. If she didn't go, she would lose points and get scolded by the team leader. Today, the task was to harvest peanuts. Su Ruolin put on gloves and started working. She was surprisingly fast, not losing to the experienced workers. The team leader even came over to check her out. It seemed that among the new young workers, there was at least one who was capable. Meanwhile, Lin Qingmang was not so lucky. She hadn't eaten breakfast and felt dizzy, as if her body was floating. After only about 10 minutes of pulling peanuts, she couldn't hold it anymore. She staggered and fell to the ground, thinking that since she had already fallen, she might as well pretend to be fainting. So, Lin Qingmang rolled her eyes and lay motionless on the ground. Wow, a young worker has fainted. After a moment of panic, 2 people carried Lin Qingmang back to the youth station. The team leader hurriedly called the village doctor to check on her. People wondered why city kids came to the countryside to work. They didn't know how to do farm work and only caused trouble for the villagers. This was delaying the harvest. Uncle Wu, how is she? Is she okay? Uncle Wu looked at Lin Qingming's trembling eyelids and immediately understood what was happening, but he kindly kept the truth to himself. Nothing serious. She'll wake up soon, and it won't affect the afternoon work. The team leader immediately understood that work could still be done in the afternoon. Since so many young workers had arrived, he was familiar with some of their personalities. It was clear that Lin Qingmang was the type who didn't want to work, preferring to pretend to be sick and slack off. That's good. Thanks, Uncle Wu. I'll tell the youth team leader later, so she can come to work this afternoon. Lin Qingmang, pretending to be faint, was annoyed. She thought she could rest today, but in the end, she still had to go to work in the afternoon. Meanwhile, Su Ruolin finished her tasks early, asked the scorekeeper to record 4 work points for her, returned the tools, and went home to prepare lunch. Young worker Yang, I'll head back now. Okay, be careful on the way. I'll finish up here soon too. Everyone looked at Su Ruolin with envy. Some who felt jealous asked Zhang Xiaomei with a sneaky tone, Zhang young worker, isn't Su young worker your good friend? Why isn't she helping you after finishing her work? It seems your relationship isn't very close. Zhang Xiaomei knew these people were just bored and looking for trouble. She wasn't someone easily provoked by a few words. She smiled and replied, Su young worker, and I just rent a place together. She's not obligated to help me with work. But if she finishes early, she can go home and cook sooner. When I finish, I can go home and eat. The person asking was annoyed, thinking they could stir trouble between them. But now, after finishing work, they still had to cook for the family, which made them feel angry and bitter. Xiaomei, I'll help you after I finish my work. Let's finish together and then rest. Just as Zhang Xiaomei finished speaking, Zhou Xiangyang approached. His task today was to fetch water, but since that was no longer needed, he came to see Zhang Xiaomei. Seeing her partner helping her with work and her roommate helping with cooking, he thought about himself. If he fainted in the field, maybe her man wouldn't even look at her. Suddenly losing his mood, he took a few steps away, keeping his distance from Zhang Xiaomei. At noon, many people who needed to cook went back early to prepare lunch. If they hadn't finished their work, they left it for the afternoon. If it still wasn't done by then, they had to work overtime at night. When Lin Qingmang returned to the youth commune, she saw the kitchen in a mess. Used pots were not washed, and the cutting board and knife on the stove showed signs of use. Lin Qingmang was lying on the bed, motionless, like a dead pig. Lin Youth, did you make this mess in the kitchen? Why didn't you clean it up? After pretending to be dizzy in the morning, Lin Qingmang was very hungry. She had just made some simple food for herself in the kitchen. Now her back and waist hurt badly, and she had no energy to clean the kitchen. Seeing Lin Qingmang pretending to sleep, Lu Qian was no longer patient. She walked over and pulled Lin Qingmang off the bed. I'm calling you. Why are you pretending? Today, you must clean the kitchen properly. If not, get out of the youth commune. Without noticing, Lin Qingmang was pulled outside. She immediately stood up and started shouting at Lu Qian. What are you doing? You little brat, how dare you hit me? Just wait, I will beat you to death today. How dare you curse? You dirty the kitchen and don't clean it, and you still dare to curse? I will clean you up today, and see if you dare to act like this again. The two started fighting in the corridor of the youth commune, and as they fought, they moved into the yard. When the youth who finished their work early returned, they saw the two women fighting fiercely. It was clear that Lu Qian had the upper hand, as she had been doing farm work for a long time and was stronger than Lin Qingmang. But Lin Qingmang was no pushover. Before going to the countryside, she had done all kinds of chores at home. Hey, what are you doing? Stop fighting. Don't fight anymore. Two other young women stepped in to separate them. Both were badly battered. Lu Qian looked a little better, with her hair slightly messy, but her clothes were neat, apart from some dust on her. Lin Qingmang looked worse. Her hair was torn, her face was swollen and bruised, and her clothes were covered with footprints from Lu Qian kicking her. Wang Gang came in from outside the yard, his tone very unfriendly. What's going on? Why are you fighting? Lu Yanqian took the lead and explained everything she saw earlier. I asked her to clean up the kitchen, but she pretended to be asleep. I was the only one who cooked breakfast this morning, to save time for everyone to start working. So what? Do I have to cook lunch alone too? Don't think I'm easy to bully. If she doesn't want to have a tough time, I'll give her one. You're talking nonsense. I am sick. Even the barefoot doctor said I need to rest properly. We are all educated youth. Can't you understand that? Lin Qingmang was so angry her teeth itched. She had already made breakfast. What's wrong with making another meal? She wasn't counting on having lunch made for her. She had already eaten earlier. Enough, Lin Ziking. This is your fault to begin with. The team leader and Uncle Wu, the barefoot doctor, already told me you're fine. You still need to work this afternoon. Isn't this just pretending to be sick? I've seen many people like you. Lu Yanqian didn't hold back and criticized her, making Lin Qingmang very angry. Who are you calling a faker? Anyone I answer is who I mean. Seeing them about to argue again, Wang Gang quickly stepped in to stop them. All right, stop fighting. Lin Ziking, today you and Liashking were supposed to cook together, but today Liashking finished the breakfast alone. So, you will do the lunch. Liashking, even though you made breakfast this morning, you missed out on Lin Ziking's part, so you still have to work at noon. Just be responsible for lighting the fire. Okay, Wang Gang, I'll do it. Lu Yanqian agreed, without hesitation. Lighting a fire was simple enough. But Lin Qingmang refused to accept. She was sick. Why should she work? I don't agree. Wang Gang, this isn't fair. I am sick. I need to rest properly. Lin Qingmang was determined not to do more work. Working was already tiring, and she had fainted. Why did these people show no sympathy? However, I want to clarify that everything in the kitchen was bought by us, the old, educated youth. Even the large iron pot was purchased by us. If you want to use the large iron pot, you can, but you need to buy your own oil, salt, and seasonings. You cannot use ours. Also, every time you cook, you have to wait until we finish using the kitchen first. Why do I have to wait until you finish before I can use it? Lin Qingmang was very upset. It's because the stove was repaired by us, and the large iron pot was bought by us. We are willing to let you use them, mainly because we are all old, educated youth. Otherwise, you can build your own stove and buy your own iron pot. At this point, Wang Gang was also completely angry. He had never seen such shamelessness before. Lin Qingmang was still scared, so she immediately stopped speaking. The water tank is also ours. If you want water, go fetch it from the village. The firewood in the kitchen was also cut from the mountain by us. If you want to use firewood, go cut it yourself. The vegetables from our private garden are also grown by us. If you want to cook alone, I will divide your private garden, and from now on, you can take care of it yourself. When Lin Qingmang heard this, she hesitated. She would have to do so much more work if she cooked alone. Wang Gang was not forcing her to cook alone, and if word got out, it would harm the reputation of the youth station, making people think they were treating everyone unfairly. Anyway, I've said what I need to say. If you still want to eat with us, follow my instructions. After speaking, he turned and went back to his room to rest. Lin Qingmang thought for a long time, but still went to the kitchen to tidy up. Before long, lunch was ready. Ruolin had already prepared lunch and came out early. After Zhang Xiaomei and Zhou Xiangyang finished eating, she went back to her room for a nap, closed the door, and went straight to her space. Her first task was to check on the crops she planted yesterday in the outside land. When she looked, she was stunned. The wheat and rice she planted last night had already grown to her calves. The vegetables in the garden had also sprouted, with leaves about the size of a child's palm, ready to be picked and eaten. The fruits and other produce were also growing very quickly. If this continues, she could harvest the vegetables and fruits as early as tomorrow. The rice and wheat would be ready for harvest in about a week. This space is truly incredible. Whatever is planted inside grows so fast. Ruolin poured a little spiritual spring water on the vegetables and fruits, then returned to the big bed in her space to sleep. From her observations yesterday night, she found that time flows very slowly inside this space. She might need to sleep 8 hours outside, but only 4 hours inside. This way, she can save a lot of time for other activities. After sleeping for about 10 or 20 minutes, Ruolin felt very refreshed. After drinking some spiritual spring water, she felt even more energetic and ready to do anything. When she left the space, everyone was still taking a nap. The village was very quiet, with few people outside. Ruolin carried a basket she bought from Li Lianzi's house. She wrapped strips of cloth around the straps, so it didn't feel heavy on her back. Carrying the basket, Ruolin headed straight up the mountain. In her past life, she often went up the mountain, so she was very familiar with the path. Soon, she disappeared into the dense forest. She stopped and walked around, then found a large patch of wild shepherd's purse. She squatted down and picked many, putting them into her basket. These are delicious for making shepherd's purse dumplings. She went deeper into the forest. The wild vegetables there increased, but Ruolin wasn't interested in them. Eventually, she reached a wild date tree grove. All the trees were wild date trees, but unfortunately, the dates weren't fully ripe yet. She picked one and tasted it, but it wasn't very good. She marked a spot there, planning to come back when the dates ripened. Seeing that it was getting late, Ruolin pulled a dead branch and headed down the mountain. The villagers gradually woke up. Seeing a seemingly delicate young girl pulling such a large dead branch down the mountain, everyone was very surprised. Ruolin ignored their surprised looks and simply carried the dead branch back home. Zhang Xiaomei had just woken up and was washing up in the yard. When she saw Su Ruolin return, she hurried over to help carry her basket. "Bolin, you went up the mountain? Why didn't you call me? I could have kept you company. They say there are wild animals on the mountain." "It's okay. I didn't go very deep. I just wandered around. If you want to go, I can take you with me another day when I don't have to work." The sound of the copper gong signaling the start of work rang out again. Two people tidied up and prepared to go to work. Zhou Xiangyang waited at the door and was stunned when he saw the withered tree in the yard, not knowing what to say. "Su Jiqing, did you bring back this withered tree?" Before Su Ruolin could speak, Zhang Xiaomei excitedly said to Zhou Xiangyang, "Xiangyang, you don't know. Ruolin is amazing. Not only did she pick a lot of wild vegetables on the mountain, but she also brought back such a big withered tree. Su Jiqing, I said I was going to chop firewood. It's okay, it's all easy to do. Don't touch that withered tree. When I finish work later, I'll split the firewood. It'll be more convenient to use then. I've heard from the old knowledgeable people that winters here are very cold. You two women living alone should prepare more firewood." Su Ruolin had no objections. She enjoyed getting along with them. There was nothing to be unhappy about, and she didn't try to take advantage or argue over small things. She was willing to do a little more within her ability. In the afternoon, the task was still to pick peanuts. Su Ruolin was very skilled now. Yang Qing also worked faster because she had the gloves Su Ruolin gave her. Halfway through, they could take a break, rest a bit, and have some food and water. The team leader here saw how efficiently they worked and didn't say anything about taking breaks, as long as everyone did their own work. "Su Jiqing, this is for you." Yang Qing took a twisted bread from her small backpack and handed it to Su Ruolin. Su Ruolin didn't hesitate. She happily accepted the bread Yang Qing gave her. She also took a piece of egg cake from her bag, and the two of them ate together. Not far away, Lin Qingmang watched this with fiery eyes. Why was Su Ruolin living so well? She was willing to share a rental with Zhang Xiaomei, but refused to take her in. She was willing to give others egg cake, but wouldn't let her have a meal. If Su Ruolin had agreed to share breakfast with her this morning, she wouldn't have fainted from hunger or been isolated by the knowledgeable youth group. It was all Su Ruolin's fault. She was clearly so wealthy, sold her work earnings, which still added up to over 1,000 yuan, yet she refused to help her even a little. After Su Ruolin finished her tasks, she still asked the scorer to record her work points, then took her small bag and went to Zhang Xiaomei's field. At this moment, Zhang Xiaomei was still trying to pull out peanuts, but it was clear she was exhausted. Her speed was slower than in the morning. "Xiaomei, take a break and have a piece of egg cake." Su Ruolin handed her the bag, and Zhang Xiaomei didn't refuse. She dusted off her hands, stood up, took a sip of water, and accepted the egg cake from Su Ruolin. "Ruolin, I thought working in the countryside would be very hard, but I actually got used to it on the first day. Still, it's really tiring." In her previous life, Zhang Xiaomei's first day working in the fields was much harder. Su Ruolin knew that this was entirely thanks to the spiritual spring water. Take a few sips of water and rest if you're tired. Don't push yourself too hard. The person working with Zhang Xiaomei was Lin Qingmang. Su Ruolin thought she was okay, sharp-tongued but kind-hearted. She also called Lin Qingmang over to share the egg cake. "Lu Jiqing, come and eat something and rest a bit." Lin Qingmang shook her head. The egg cake was precious, and if she ate Su Ruolin's egg cake today, she might not be able to repay her tomorrow. "No need, Jiqing. You too can eat. I need to finish my work quickly and go home to cook." Speaking of which, Zhang Xiaomei happily told Su Ruolin what she had heard about Lin Qingmang complaining during their break. "I didn't expect Lin Jiqing to be like that. Luckily, she didn't share a house with us, or there would be more trouble." Su Ruolin just smiled without commenting but was quite pleased inside. Her goal was to make Lin Qingmang's life difficult, so she couldn't live well or die easily. After helping Zhang Xiaomei pull peanuts for a while, only a little was left. When Zhou Xiangyang also came to help, Su Ruolin packed her things and went home to cook dinner. Back home, she saw that half the water in the water jar was gone. She filled it up with spiritual spring water. Since everyone was new to farm work, there were many things they weren't used to. Drinking more spring water was the best way to keep their strength. Ruolin quickly washed her face and hands, dusted off her clothes, put on an apron, and started preparing dinner. Yesterday, I finished eating all the meat I bought. Today, I didn't have any meat, so I took out some cured meat from my space. In the evening, I made a simple cured meat rice dish. I measured out half of the rice and half of the brown rice, estimated enough for 3 people, washed them clean, then put the rice into a pot with the right amount of water. Next, I sliced the cured meat and sausage and put them into a clay pot. I soaked dried mushrooms until soft and chopped them into small pieces. I also diced a carrot. Then, I added oil, salt, and seasonings to the pot and stir-fried until fragrant. After that, I placed the ingredients on top of the nearly steamed rice, covered the pot, and waited about 10 minutes. The delicious cured meat and sausage rice was ready. Ruolin also blanched a few pieces of greens and put them in a bowl. When Zhang Xiaomei and Zhou Xiangyang returned, they could eat right away. While they were still not back, Ruolin went into her room, took a shower and washed her hair in her space, then threw her clothes into the washing machine before coming out. At this moment, Zhang Xiaomei also returned. Before entering the yard, she exclaimed loudly, "Wow, Ruolin, what did you make? It smells so good. You're just in time. Hurry up and wash your hands so we can eat." Ruolin served herself some rice, stirred the pot, and the aroma became even stronger. There was a layer of golden crispy rice at the bottom, which looked very tempting. "Cured meat rice, Ruolin. Is this your cured meat?" This. Zhang Xiaomei felt a bit embarrassed. She could happily eat the leftovers from yesterday's braised pork, since they bought the meat together and she paid for it. But today's cured meat rice. It's nothing. You're my friend. It's just a simple meal of cured meat rice. Besides, since I agreed to cook with you guys, I plan to share the food. Ruolin didn't mind sharing her food. After all, in her past life, Zhang Xiaomei and Zhou Xiangyang, this couple, were truly kind and honest. They often stood up for her, and after her death, Siyuan was called back by the army. The twins were supposed to be cared for by Siyuan's mother, but she went up the mountain to pick wild vegetables and accidentally fell off a cliff during a conflict with the main family. Siyuan's sister, was quickly married off by her uncle's family for 300 yuan in bride price to a man in his 40s, a lonely old bachelor. Siyu wanted to take the twins with her, but the old bachelor was unwilling. The twins had a hard time eating and sleeping at their uncle's house and often faced scolding and punishment. They were taken in by Zhang Xiaomei and Zhou Xiangyang until their stepsister Jingwan came to pick them up. Thinking of this, Ruolin's eyes welled up with tears. That man, at this moment, should also be on his way back. "Ruolin, this is my treasured item. Today, we are all very tired. We should eat well and drink well too." Zhang Xiaomei went back to her room and took out a bottle of soda from her luggage. Zhou Xiangyang brought out 3 cups from the kitchen, just enough for everyone, about half a cup each. Although each person received only a little soda, they all drank happily. After finishing her meal, Ruolin went back to her room to rest. It was still early, so Zhou Xiangyang was outside in the yard chopping firewood that Ruolin had brought back at noon. He borrowed an axe from Auntie Lee's house and started chopping wood. Ruolin sat by the window, listening to Zhou Xiangyang chopping wood outside and the cheerful laughter of Zhang Xiaomei. At that moment, she felt especially peaceful. The next morning, their main task was still to harvest peanuts. As soon as they woke up, they went straight to work in the fields. When collecting farming tools, Shen truly kept her promise and apologized publicly.
"Yimsari, Suzhing.
I misunderstood you yesterday. I promise I won't treat the villagers and the educated youth differently anymore. My father scolded me yesterday. Now that you've moved to Hongqi Brigade, your household registration has also been transferred here. From now on, you are part of our Hongqi Brigade." Ruolin smiled and accepted Shinjinjin's apology. After all, she was young and still had a chance to correct her mistakes. While Ruolin was working well, a lecherous-looking man suddenly appeared beside her. "Su Jiqing, farming is really tiring. Let me help you." Ruolin looked at him coldly. He was known as Wang Motzi, one of the village's biggest troublemakers. Because he had a pockmarked face, Everyone called him Wang Matsi. Wang Matsi flashed what he thought was his most handsome smile and winked at Su Ruolin. In her past life, Su Ruolin knew Wang Matsi was not a good person. He had once flirted with her and teased her for a while. Later, after meeting Siyuan, he stopped bothering her. She had thought it was Lin Qingmang who helped her then. Because back then, Lin Qingmang once told herself that she would carefully talk to Wang Matsi and ask him to stay away from her. Now that I think about it, I was really foolish back then. I believed everything Lin Qingmang said. I don't need your help. Please leave. Su Ruolin looked at this person, and her face immediately fell. If she let this person stay and work here, even the villagers would say she was in the wrong. Oh, Su Jiqing, I'm just trying to help you. Look at your delicate hands and face, so fair and clean. If you get tanned, it won't look good. Su Ruolin clenched her fists. If this person didn't leave soon, she would have to take action. Even if it meant showing her fiery side, she wouldn't let this troublemaker bother her. I think you're just a frog trying to eat a swan, shameless thing. With someone like you, you're still dreaming about a girl like Su Jiqing? You should look at yourself first. I spit on you. You're so shameless. Before Su Ruolin could act, the woman in front of her stepped in front and protected her. Comrade, don't be afraid. If he tries to bother you today, he'll have to get past me first. Su Ruolin was stunned. This was her mother-in-law from her previous life, Lu Yuzhen, who was also Shen Siyuan's mother. Hey, you old hag. Why are you meddling? If you're smart, get out of the way. I'm talking to Su Jiqing, and she has no problem with it. You're the one with the problem. Get lost. Lu Yuzhen frowned deeply. She had a daughter herself and couldn't stand bullies who liked to tease women. She knew Su Jiqing was shy and wouldn't fight back, so she came to provoke. If any rumors spread in the village, it could force the girl to leave her home. Comrade, please don't believe what they say. If he was a good person and truly wanted to marry someone, he would come openly and propose. He wouldn't use such dirty tricks to pressure her. Lu Yuzhen was worried that Su Ruolin, being young, might be tricked. She kindly advised her. Big Annie, I understand. Thank you for your warning. I already scolded him before you came. But he still refuses to leave and is blocking my work, so I'm going to find the team leader to complain. Hearing that he needed to find the squad leader, Wang Matsi looked a little scared. If the squad leader found out, it would be bad. The squad leader has the power to deduct work points. Without work points, at the end of the year, there would be no grain. Without grain, they couldn't fill their stomachs, let alone get married. Humph, you're quite something, you old busybody. Just wait and see. It seemed Wang Matsi already hated Lu Yuzhen. Su Ruolin didn't want her own problems to trouble Lu Yuzhen. Auntie, I can handle it myself. That person must be angry with you. Be careful in the future. It's fine. Lu Yuzhen patted Su Ruolin's hand to comfort her. My son will come back this afternoon. Do I look afraid of him? Never mind. Let's get back to work. Lu Yuzhen liked this girl very much. She worked quickly, and Lu Yuzhen had noticed that yesterday. Is Shen Siyuan coming back today? Su Ruolin only heard this one sentence. The person she longed to see was finally coming back. Should she go see him? Her heart had already flown away. Yang Qing called her for a long time, but she didn't respond. Su Jiqing, Su Jiqing. It was Yang Qing who came over and patted her shoulder, bringing Su Ruolin back to her senses. Huh? Yang Jiqing, do you need something? Su Jiqing, I called you for a long time. Are you so scared you forgot? I saw Wang Matsi come over, and I was scared too. Luckily, Aunt Lu helped you. You don't look well. Do you want to take a break? Yes, yes. Su Ruolin responded randomly. Seeing that she was okay, Yang Qing went back to his work. Not far away, Lin Qingmang stomped her foot in anger. Yes, Wang Matsi was brought over by Lin Qingmang. Yesterday, she deliberately cursed Su Ruolin from a corner where Wang Matsi passed. She said that before going to the countryside, Su Ruolin sold her work and earned over 1,000 yuan, and she had her own house. She ate well every day and didn't want to help her fellow worker. Wang Matsi heard that Su Ruolin had money. Today, he looked from afar and saw she was pretty. He had bad intentions. As long as he came every day to help Ruolin with work, rumors would spread in the village, forcing the girl to the limit. Then he would propose to marry her, and he believed it would work. The plan was very careful, but unfortunately, she didn't expect the busybody woman in the village. Ruolin is really lucky. She has people helping her everywhere. After pulling out all the peanuts in her assigned area, she still had plenty of time. Ruolin decided to ask the team leader for a day off today, saying she needed to go to the town to pick up a package. She had been working efficiently these days, so the team leader should approve her leave. She was really eager to meet that man. Sure enough, when the team leader heard Ruolin wanted a day off, he immediately approved it. He didn't expect much from this young girl. As long as she could support herself, that was enough. All right, you don't need to work today. Just pick up your package and rest well. Thank you, team leader. After changing her farming tools, Ruolin went back to prepare breakfast. Maybe she was thinking about something, so she made a simple lunch today. She cooked a pot of sweet potato porridge, made a few pancakes, and stir-fried some spicy and sour potato strips, which made the meal tasty and appetizing. Ruolin tidied up, carried a basket for convenience, and set out. It wasn't until she was walking on the search for husband road that she slowly realized she had only listened to Lu Yuzhen's partial words. She didn't know if Siyuan would come back today. Why was she so anxious? She knew she shouldn't be too proactive. In her previous life, Siyuan was the one who pursued her first. At that time, she even planned to refuse him because Lin Qingmang told her that Siyuan's mother was a notorious shrew in the village and a widow. Once she married in, she would definitely be tormented by her mother-in-law and sister-in-law. Siyuan was in the army and spent little time at home, so he couldn't always protect her. In the end, she even went to tell Siyuan she didn't like him. Coincidentally, she was seen by the villagers, who thought they were secretly meeting. Unable to bear the gossip, she married Siyuan. As she walked, her mind drifted far away. Suddenly, she didn't notice a bicycle approaching in front of her. She bumped into it at the corner and fell into a pothole. The cyclist also fell along with her. Ruolin's heart pounded. When she looked at the man so close in front of her, she forgot about the pain on her back and stared blankly. Siyuan was so shocked by this sudden scene that he didn't know what to say. He just looked at the bright young woman in front of him and was stunned for a while. The two of them stayed like that for a long time. It was only when the sharp pain in Ruolin's back made her grunt that Siyuan's mind snapped back. Ow, my back, it hurts so much. Sorry, comrade.
I'm really sorry.
I didn't see you walking ahead. Siyuan kept apologizing, unable to stop. His silly, dazed look almost made Ruolin laugh. Get up quickly, Ruolin shouted angrily. Only then did Siyuan realize what was happening. He hurriedly got off Ruolin, and the two of them stumbled out of the hole. Should I take you to the hospital? Don't worry, I will take responsibility. Yes, how will you take responsibility? Thinking about what just happened, Siyuan's ears turned red. He stammered. I don't have a partner or get married. If you want, I would be willing to marry you. Just take me to the hospital first. My back still hurts. Siyuan quickly picked up his bicycle, checked if he could still ride, and then took Ruolin to the hospital. On the way, Siyuan prepared himself mentally and then introduced himself to Ruolin. Comrade, I haven't told you my name yet. My name is Siyuan. I am from the Red Flag Brigade. I am currently a platoon leader in the army. I came back to visit my family. My mother is Lu Yuzhen. I also have a sister named Siyu. Ruolin already knew all this, and in fact, she knew even more details. Besides his mother and sister, Siyuan has a biased grandmother, a very macho uncle, and an aunt who likes to take advantage. Siyuan felt that Ruolin didn't seem interested in talking about these topics. He pedaled harder on his bicycle. Finally, after 10 minutes, they arrived at the hospital. Ruolin went into the consultation room. The doctor prescribed some medicine for her, had the nurse apply it, and gave her some instructions before she left. Are you okay? Siyuan asked nervously. Ruolin immediately showed a very painful expression. The doctor said it's serious. I need to rest properly. I can only sleep on my stomach. I'm sorry, but I've already paid for the medical expenses. And I should go buy some nutritious food. Where do you live? I can take you home. I am a young person sent to the countryside by the Red Flag Brigade. If you want to buy things, just send me to the post office. I need to pick up a package. Oh, you are from the Red Flag Brigade. Siyuan was very happy. He didn't expect they were from the same place. I'll go with you to pick up the package. Since you're injured, I can help carry things. No, thank you. Ruolin didn't dare to let him come along. The package was just a cover. She wanted to take everything out of the space. Seeing Ruolin's firm attitude, Siyuan didn't insist. He took Ruolin to the post office and went to the supply store himself. Ruolin found a quiet spot, took out the things she had prepared, 2 big parcels, and placed them on the open ground outside the post office, waiting for Siyuan. Siyuan arrived quickly. His bicycle handlebar was full of mesh bags, all bought for Ruolin. He tied her parcels onto the bike, helped her onto the back seat, and then pushed off easily, riding smoothly. The bike was packed front and back, but Siyuan didn't seem tired at all. He looked very relaxed. This made Ruolin feel very safe. When they reached the village entrance, Siyuan didn't stop. He directly took Ruolin home. Take care of yourself. I'll carry the things inside. Ruolin obediently sat on a chair in the yard, watching Siyuan busying himself. He put the parcels into Ruolin's room and placed the 2 mesh bags on the table in the yard. This is some nutritious food I bought for you: malted milk, white rabbit candies, and some fruit. I don't know what you like, so you can eat these first. When you're done, I'll go buy more.
Ruolin nodded.
Siyuan then took out a large amount of money and some tickets from his pocket. Messy and mixed, she couldn't tell how much money there was. Siyuan hurriedly handed money to Ruolin, feeling a bit embarrassed. He said, I'm really sorry today. I caused her injury. This is compensation for you. Please accept it. Later, I will ask the team leader for leave to help you. From now on, I will earn your work points. Consider this as apology. Actually, Ruolin's background wasn't that serious, but she just wanted to see how nervous this fool could get. Seeing Ruolin silent for a while, Siyuan's face turned redder and redder. Just as he was about to burst with embarrassment, Ruolin finally spoke.
I'm hungry.
I haven't eaten yet. Siyuan patted his head. It was almost noon. He didn't even realize he should invite her to a meal at the state-run restaurant before returning. He felt guilty. Wait for me. I'll go get you something to eat right now. He then quickly rode his bicycle away. Siyuan rode his bike home. Lu Yuzhen had just come back from the fields and was about to prepare lunch when she saw her son returning. Before she could be surprised, Siyuan pushed her into the kitchen. Mom, hurry up. Help me make something to eat. Lu Yuzhen thought her son was hungry, so she didn't ask much and started cooking lunch. Knowing her son would come back today, Lu Yuzhen had already prepared the dough. Now she could roll out noodles to eat. All the ingredients were ready, and a bowl of noodles was quickly cooked. Before Lu Yuzhen could say anything, Siyuan packed the noodles into a lunchbox and rode off again. Mom, I'll explain everything when I come back later. When he arrived at Ruolin's house, she had just finished tidying up her room. The bed was made with a quilt, and other thick blankets were neatly placed at the head of the bed. There were also some of Ruolin's small items on the bed: an alarm clock, a mirror, a comb, a porcelain cup for drinking water, and some face cream. At the door, there was a shelf holding a wash basin, a towel, a toothbrush cup, and toothpaste. On the ground, there were 2 hot water bottles. In his hurry, Siyuan ran in a bit chaotically and just happened to bump into Ruolin, who was finishing applying medicine to him. He immediately turned around and looked away, blushing intensely.
I'm sorry.
I didn't realize you were here.
Sigh.
I came to bring you lunch. Is it okay if I leave it at the door? It didn't seem wise to leave the bowl at the door, so I hurriedly explained. I'll put it in the kitchen. Siyuan had never been this nervous, even when facing dangerous enemies. But when he saw the girl he liked, he was so nervous he couldn't speak properly. It's okay, you can come in. After getting permission, Siyuan slowly walked inside, but He still didn't dare to look directly at Ruolin. Instead, he secretly stole glances. Seeing Ruolin smiling at him, Siyuan became even more nervous and started to stutter. Are you eating now? My mom made some noodles. Put it on the table. Why are you so nervous?
I won't eat you.
Ruolin's voice was soft and gentle, very pleasant to hear. Plus, the faint smell in the room made Siyuan feel more relaxed. He placed the noodles on the Kong table and handed Ruolin the chopsticks. Eat quickly, or the noodles will get hard later. This big bowl, I can't finish it. Go to the kitchen and bring a set of bowls and chopsticks. Let's eat together. Lu Yuzhen cooked the noodles according to Siyuan's appetite. Seeing how hurried he was, she made more than usual, full and overflowing in a big bowl. Ruolin really couldn't finish so much. Okay, got it. In front of Ruolin, Siyuan seemed to have no opinion of his own. Whatever she said, he just followed. They finished the noodles together, and Siyuan automatically washed and put away the bowls and chopsticks. The thing I told you today, I don't know what you think. As long as you're willing, I will take responsibility. Are you only thinking of marrying me because you want to be responsible? Siyuan was caught off guard by Ruolin's question and froze there.
You need to think about it.
I do too. Tomorrow morning, let's give each other an answer.
How about that?
Siyuan also thought Ruolin needed time to consider carefully, since this was a lifelong decision. Okay.
What do you want to eat tonight?
I'll bring it to you. Ruolin didn't want Siyuan to act on impulse, so the best way was for both of them to think it through. No need. My roommate will cook when she comes back tonight. All right, I will bring you breakfast tomorrow morning. This time, Ruolin did not refuse. She watched Siyuan leave the room. Zhang Xiaomei and Zhou Xiangyang returned home and bumped into Siyuan at the door. Siyuan only nodded slightly and then rode away on his bicycle. Zhang Xiaomei hurried into the house, knocked on Ruolin's door, and curiously asked about Siyuan. Ruolin certainly didn't hide anything from Zhang Xiaomei and told her everything that had happened that morning. Ruolin, do you mean he's not only an officer but also willing to take responsibility?
Ruolin nodded.
Ruolin, I just saw that officer. He's a good person. You really should try to get along with him. If you can follow him into the army someday, you won't have to work in the fields anymore. Someone who truly cares for you always hopes you live well. Ruolin was very happy to have Zhang Xiaomei as her good friend. I'm injured now, so I probably can't cook. I'll have to trouble you. No problem. Don't worry. Neither I nor Xiangyang are good at cooking, but as long as you don't mind, it's fine. Ruolin pointed to the basket in the corner, which she had chosen from her space. Inside are things I bought from the supply and marketing cooperative today, along with a package I sent myself. You can look after the cooking. I've already eaten lunch, so just make dinner for me. Zhang Xiaomei looked at the contents of the basket, a large piece of meat, preserved meat and sausages, a dozen eggs, plenty of vegetables and dried black fungus, and kelp underneath. That's a lot of stuff. Yes, many of these I sent from home myself because they don't have them here. Good, then rest assured and focus on healing. Tell me what you want to eat, and if you need any help, don't be shy. When Siyuan got home, Lu Yuzhen looked at him with a half-smile, making him feel a bit uncomfortable. Where did the noodles go? Mom, I traveled all day and just want to rest. All right, go rest then. Although she didn't know what had happened when her son returned this time, from her expression, it seemed he had a girl he liked. Sure enough, during dinner that evening, Siyuan came out of his room and solemnly announced to Lu Yuzhen that he wanted to get married. Mom, I want to marry Su Jiqing. Lu Yuzhen was surprised but understood that her son had a girl he liked. However, she didn't expect it to be a young worker from the countryside, and since her son just returned today and the girl only arrived 2 days ago, how did they already know each other? Son, marriage is a serious matter. Are you really sure you want to marry Su Jiqing? Yes, Mom. I've thought about it all afternoon. I want to become a revolutionary partner with Su Jiqing. Then, Siyuan told Lu Yuzhen again about what happened this morning. As long as you've made up your mind and Su Jiqing is willing, I have no objections. But since you accidentally bumped into her today, I think I should visit her family so we show good manners. She then went to the kitchen, took the last dozen eggs at home, and put them in a basket. These eggs are saved from my recent efforts. I will take them to Su Jiqing. We still have some tickets, and if you two want eggs, I will buy more at the supply store tomorrow. Mom, isn't that inappropriate? You might scare Su Jiqing. Lu Yuzhen thought for a moment and agreed. Maybe I should wait for your younger sister to come back. Let her go instead. They are all women, so it should be easier to talk. Shen Siyuan's younger sister, Shen Siyu, is 14 years old and in her second year of middle school. She studies at the local school and comes home every day. It wasn't long before Shen Siyu returned. She saw Shen Siyuan and was very happy. Big brother, I heard Mom say you're coming back soon. Is it really true? Did you bring me anything tasty? Seeing Shen Siyuan, Shen Siyu crossed her arms and refused to let go, begging him for something delicious. Shen Siyuan touched his nose, feeling a bit embarrassed. He had forgotten to buy candy for his sister. Besides 2 sets of clean clothes, his bag was empty. I'll buy you candy at the supply store tomorrow. But now, you need to help your brother with something. Big brother, just tell me what to do. If I can do it, I will definitely help you. Shen Siyuan told Shen Siyu again about what happened this morning. After he finished, Lu Yuzhen handed the basket to Shen Siyu. Take this and go see your future sister-in-law. Shen Siyu was so excited she couldn't contain herself. Hearing she had a sister-in-law made her even more excited than seeing Shen Siyuan earlier. Really? I am going to have a sister-in-law. That's wonderful. That's wonderful. After taking the basket from Lu Yuzhen, I quickly ran out and arrived at Su Ruolin's courtyard gate. Shen Siyu calmed her excited feelings and knocked on the door. At this moment, in the yard, Su Ruolin was sitting nearby drinking tea, Zhang Xiaomei was preparing dinner in the kitchen, and Zhou Xiangyang was chopping wood in the corner. When she heard someone knocking, Su Ruolin stood up to open the gate. Seeing the familiar yet somewhat strange girl, Su Ruolin was momentarily stunned, and Shen Siyu also stared at her blankly. This sister-in-law looks really beautiful. Hello, my name is Shen Siyu. My mother asked me to bring you a small gift. When Shen Siyu came to her senses, she immediately handed the basket to Su Ruolin. When Su Ruolin opened it, she saw eggs, so many eggs. The villagers probably haven't stored this many for a long time. No, your brother already bought me some health supplements and even paid for them. I can't accept this. You're still young, and it's the right time to strengthen your body. Keep these eggs for yourself and Auntie. Shen Siyu didn't argue and simply placed the basket on the ground before leaving quickly. Su Jiqing, keep it. It's our family's good wishes. Su Ruolin had no choice but to pick up the basket from the ground. Later, she could slowly repay this family. The next morning, Su Ruolin slept in lazily, which was rare. Yesterday, Shen Siyuan had already explained the situation to the team leader, who granted her a week of sick leave. Meanwhile, Shen Siyuan had woken up early and couldn't sleep at all. Carrying a lunchbox, he went to Su Ruolin's house. The courtyard gate was not locked. Shen Siyuan called out twice at the door before going in. He laid out breakfast on the Kong table, thick millet porridge and 2 poached eggs. The eggs were exchanged last night by Lu Yuzhen from another villager. There were also a few golden scallion pancakes. Have you eaten? Shen Siyuan shook his head. He specially brought breakfast for 2, wanting to eat with Su Ruolin. They sat facing each other, silently. After finishing all the breakfast, Shen Siyuan took a deep breath and finally shared everything that was on his mind. Su Jiqing, I truly want to become your revolutionary partner. Even without what happened yesterday, I believe I would have fallen in love with you at first sight. Please believe me, I don't want to marry you just to be responsible. I want to marry you because I truly want to. Su Ruolin knew that Shen Siyuan was telling the truth. After all, in her previous life, she and Shen Siyuan had no such story. It was that one meeting where Shen Siyuan was moved by her, which led to a series of events later on. Although she was indifferent to him, Shen Siyuan still treated her with all his heart, including his mother and sister. So, are you willing to be with me? Shen Siyuan asked carefully, afraid that the girl who had just started to feel something might not accept him. Yes, Su Ruolin answered softly, but Shen Siyuan heard her clearly. He immediately stood up excitedly and walked around the room. I'm so happy. Lin, can I call you that now? Seeing her nod, Shen Siyuan became even more excited. Lin, I will ask my mother to find a matchmaker right away. I want to propose to you, so we can be together openly. Ruolin took sick leave, which made Wang Matzi temporarily unable to find a way to approach her. He secretly contacted Lin Qingmang. You said you wanted me to ruin her reputation so that we could share her money equally. Now, I can't even find her. How am I supposed to get close to her? Wang Matzi suddenly came to the fields looking for her, which made Lin Qingmang very scared, worried about being seen. What are you doing here? Let's talk later.
Later?
You were the one who came to me first, and now you want to distance yourself? No way. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation, I'll go find Su Jiying and tell her everything. Lin Qingmang clenched her fists in anger, but forced a small smile as she explained. I'm working right now. How about this? After I finish work, I'll go to the back mountain and find you. You wait there, and we can discuss a plan again. How does that sound? Wang Matzi looked at Lin Qingmang with suspicion. All right, you better not lie to me. You know my methods. Seeing Wang Matzi walk away, Lin Qingmang looked around. No one was paying attention here, so she finally relaxed. He is truly one of the village's biggest troublemakers. Getting involved with him is really dangerous. But thinking that if Ruolin married such a troublemaker, she felt quite pleased. She wondered if Ruolin would still act so proud in front of her, as if everything she did was to show off. Ruolin was lying on the bed with nothing to do. She used her mind to plant seeds in this space, then poured spiritual spring water on them. When the crops matured, she collected them with her thoughts. Once the courtyard pavilion was full, she stopped. She thought about the endless harvest of crops coming in the future. Now, she needed to find a place to store everything. In the end, Ruolin spent a whole day chopping trees and sawing wood in the mountain inside the space. She built a simple wooden house to serve as a storage. Although the space was warm all year round, she didn't feel safe leaving the food out in the open. She was always worried about losing it. Today, she used a lot of energy. If she hadn't been drinking spiritual spring water, she wouldn't have been able to hold on. After work, Lin Qingmang quickly went back to the youth station for dinner, then headed to the place she had agreed with Wang Matzi earlier. Tell me, what are your plans? If you can't give me a satisfying answer, I think you're not bad either. Although you're not as rich as that youth from Su, at least you look good and have a nice figure. Wang Matzi, seeing no one around, had bad thoughts in his mind. His hand unconsciously reached toward Lin Qingmang's face. She hurriedly dodged, afraid he would get angry and be aggressive. She forced a small smile. Oh, Brother Wang, just wait and see. I've already thought of a plan. If you can make her fall for you, then you can do whatever you want. You've seen her, right? Ruolin is much prettier than me, and she has a good figure. The most important thing is, she has money. Wang Matzi thought for a moment and realized her point. The two of them started discussing quietly, not noticing anyone behind them. After a long while, Wang Matzi finally showed a satisfied smile. Haha, I knew that clever city girl would come up with such a good plan. All right, I'll wait at home tonight. After finishing their conversation, both of them went home. The figure behind them only stepped out after they left. Siyuan frowned, surprised that his young wife could still be so easily tricked by others. Wang Matzi and Lin Qingmang, you two are quite close. Today, he planned to take a walk in the mountains and look for some wild game. However, on the way down, he encountered two sneaky people. He wasn't in the mood to investigate other secrets, but since he had sharp ears, he overheard the words, Su Jiqing, and decided to hide in a quiet corner to listen for a while. He never expected it to be a big secret targeting his wife. Siyuan felt furious, itching to teach those people a lesson. If they wanted to scheme against his wife, they would taste the consequences themselves. As soon as Siyuan returned home, a crowd had gathered in his yard. His mother, Lu Yuzhen, was loudly arguing. Get out of here. I've been polite, but if you don't listen and refuse to reason, I won't bother being polite anymore. Humph, sister-in-law, just agree already. You won't accept such a good marriage? Do you want your son to marry a city girl? Although my niece is from the countryside, she's beautiful and hardworking. When she marries into your family, you, as the mother-in-law, can just enjoy the good life. Big Auntie, You think this woman is good, so why don't you want your son to marry her? Shen Siyu, also angry, glared and retorted. Hey, little girl, elders are talking and you have no right to interrupt. Honestly, sister-in-law, girls shouldn't read too many books. Look at her now, daring to talk back to elders. In our countryside, how many girls read so much? Finishing elementary school is already good enough. Why are you still sending her to middle school? What's the use of reading so much? Our family's affairs don't need your concern. Shen Siyuan's deep and powerful voice made it hard to ignore. The people around automatically made way.
Siyuan, you're back. We were just talking about you.
You're not young anymore. Annie has been thinking about your marriage. Look, I've picked out a good girl for you. She tried to pull Shen Siyuan closer to the girl. But Shen Siyuan, who had trained for years, was no match for Auntie Lee. She used all her strength, but Shen Siyuan stood firm like a mountain, unmoving. He didn't even look at the girl with his eyes. I already have someone, and tomorrow my mother will ask a matchmaker to arrange a marriage. Do you think this girl is good? Why not let your wife marry him and become her daughter-in-law? Shen Siyuan saw through his aunt's plan right away. She just wanted to see their family doing well, relying on his success. Now that he was promoted to platoon leader, his allowance was higher than before. Plus, the rewards he earned from missions made his life better than most families in the village. She just wanted her niece to marry him, to get some benefits for her own family. His father died early, so what? Even if his mother didn't work, he could support the family and take care of his mother and sister himself. Why don't you understand? Do you think the girl you like is really good? Just listen to your aunt. Shen Siyuan grabbed her by the collar and pushed her out of the yard. But she kept talking nonstop, even daring to curse his future wife. He leaned close to her ear and threatened, if you don't want your son to lose a leg, just keep causing trouble. I told you I already have someone and we're about to get engaged. Aunt, please don't worry about me. His aunt was stunned on the spot. She didn't dare ignore his threat. Before he joined the army, he had already beaten her precious son until he cried. Now Shen Siyuan was taller, stronger, and more muscular. She had no choice but to sheepishly take her niece home. Aunt, didn't you say I could marry Brother Siyuan to become an officer's wife? He's really good. Can you help me talk to him? The girl blushed. When Shen Siyuan entered earlier, she had been watching him. He was indeed a good man, handsome and fit. She had seen Shen Siyuan before at her aunt's house, but back then, he still looked a bit childish. She remembered he didn't talk much or smile much. Seeing her niece like this, her aunt felt helpless. Shen Siyuan had come back from the army, and it was even harder to control him now. Aunt will find someone better for you.
Don't even think about him.
Look at him. He looks like he's ready to eat someone. The girl immediately looked disappointed. In her heart, she thought she had her eyes on this man. When Zhang Xiaomei returned from work, she told Ruolin about what had just happened at Shen Siyuan's house. Ruolin, you don't know. Today someone went to Aunt Lu's house to set up a marriage for Comrade Shen. Ruolin was a bit surprised. Shen Siyu is still in school, so who would go to matchmake for a student who is still studying? Oh, it was that officer Shen. Zhang Xiaomei was actually quite worried inside. Such a good man. What if someone else took him away? I believe in him. When she heard it was Shen Siyuan, Ruolin felt reassured. Although this didn't happen in her past life, maybe she just didn't know about it. Still, she trusted Shen Siyuan. Wow, you really have confidence in him. If your man really ran off with someone else, you'd be crying before you knew it. Humph, my man can't be stolen. If he really was taken, then he didn't truly like me. I wouldn't want a man like that anyway. The two giggled for a while, then Zhang Xiaomei went to prepare dinner. Just as she was about to fetch water, Shen Siyuan came in. This water jar has been used for a long time, right? Since I'm here today, why not wash it? Zhang Xiaomei was a bit confused. Why wash the water jar all of a sudden? And it hadn't been used that long anyway. Ruolin sensed the meaning behind Shen Siyuan's words. He must have had a reason for doing this. Xiaomei, why don't you go wash up first? Since Comrade Shen wants to wash the water jar, let him do it. Although Zhang Xiaomei didn't quite understand what was happening, she listened to the advice. She had Zhou Xiangyang fetch water from the well again. After boiling the water, she went to wash up. Call me when the water jar is clean, and I'll prepare dinner. Siyuan and Zhou Xiangyang worked together to carry the water jar to the edge of the courtyard wall. They poured out all the water inside, then took 2 cloths and washed the jar inside and out. Finally, they boiled water and poured it inside to sterilize it. After refilling the water jar, Zhang Xiaomei just finished washing up and was about to prepare dinner. Did you notice anything? Ruolin casually asked Shen Siyuan, who was also impressed by her sharp observation skills. Today, I saw a woman sneaking outside your yard. There's nowhere inside the yard to hide or do anything, except for the water jar. Shen Siyuan said this half seriously, half joking. Actually, he heard from Wang Matzi and Lin Qingmang earlier in the evening. Wang Matzi planned to give Lin Qingmang some sleeping medicine and have her put it into the water jar. After they took the medicine, Lin Qingmang would quietly go inside and carry Ruolin to Wang Matzi's house. Ruolin knew Shen Siyuan hadn't told her everything, but she didn't ask. Everyone has secrets, just like her own space. She wouldn't tell anyone unless it was absolutely necessary, not even Shen Siyuan. After dinner, everyone went to bed early. Even Zhou Xiangyang, who wanted to stay and chop more firewood, was sent back to the youth camp to sleep. Don't chop firewood today. Go back early and rest. Chopping firewood every day is tiring. Your body isn't tired, but the axe is. Zhou Xiangyang didn't understand these things, but seeing Shen Siyuan's serious look, he thought it made sense. He said goodbye to Zhang Xiaomei and went back to the youth camp to sleep. Later that night, when it was very quiet, someone sneaky came outside the wall and threw 2 stones into the yard. There was no movement inside. Just as Lin Qingmang was about to climb over the wall to get inside, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her neck and fainted immediately. They took her to Wang Matzi's house, where Wang Matzi was already waiting. When he heard the noise, he smiled in a very sinister way. I didn't expect you to really succeed. You're quite capable. But he hadn't been happy for long. When he saw the person in front of him, Wang Matzi's legs went weak, and he fell to his knees. Brother Yuan, why are you back?
You.
Shen Siyuan threw Lin Qingmang onto the ground. She let out a muffled sound but didn't wake up. She's been brought here for you. If you're thinking about messing with Su Jiqing, you better stop. Su Jiqing is my person. Yes. Brother Yuan is right. I've never had any thoughts about my sister-in-law. Don't worry. Shen Siyuan was the person Wang Matzi feared most. When Shen Siyuan spoke, he had to listen. Shen Siyuan then took 10 yuan out of his pocket and handed it to Wang Matzi. From now on, she's your wife. Today, she came to your house on her own. Do you understand what I mean? Wang Matzi immediately realized that Lin Qingmang, although not as beautiful as Ruolin and not as wealthy, was still a city girl and much better than someone from the countryside. Shen Siyuan also gave him 10 yuan today, so Wang Matzi felt he had made a big profit. I understand. This Lin Jiqing has liked me for a long time. Yesterday, she couldn't hold back and came to my house wanting to be my wife. We will have a wedding tomorrow, and I'll invite Brother Yuan to join us for the celebration. Shen Siyuan nodded happily and then went home. As for what happened afterward, he didn't need to get involved. The next morning, Lin Qingmang woke up feeling groggy, touching her neck and feeling pain all over her body, especially at the back of her neck. When she opened her eyes, she saw unfamiliar surroundings, and her mind quickly became alert. Last night, wasn't she planning to carry Ruolin out to give to Wang Matzi? Now, where was she? A bad feeling grew in her heart. Lin Qingmang slowly turned her head and saw Wang Matzi, shirtless, lying beside her. She screamed loudly, waking Wang Matzi from his sleep. Early in the morning, can't you let people sleep? What are you shouting about? Why are you here? Get out now. Wang Matzi sat up straight, sneering at Lin Qingmang. This is my house. Why am I here? Isn't it funny? Didn't you come to my house last night and say you wanted to be my wife? When did I say that? I'm going to report you to the police and have them take you away. You're acting like a troublemaker. I'll definitely send you in. With a loud slap, Wang Matzi slapped Lin Qingming's face, making her ears ring and disoriented for a while before she regained her senses. It was clear how heavy that slap was. You trash. If anyone's acting like a troublemaker, it's you. You stay up late, come to a man's house, and then try to blame me. If you dare report me to the police, you won't get a good outcome either. I'll make sure you eat iron flower seeds. Lin Qingmang was now scared, worried she might end up in jail and be forced to eat iron flower seeds, just as Wang Matzi said. I'm not that irresponsible. Since I've taken a liking to you, I will marry you. Later, you just bring your things over, and I'll find the team leader to hold a simple ceremony for us. Lin Qingmang hugged her quilt tightly and started crying softly. She didn't understand how things had turned out this way. Originally, it should have been Ruolin who was with Wang Matzi. She remembered last night when her neck suddenly hurt and she fainted. It must have been Ruolin who did something to her. Wang Matzi indeed went straight to find the team leader. The neighbors around had also heard about it and were all talking about it with surprise. This Lin Jiqing really was hungry. But then again, among the new young workers, only Lin Jiqing couldn't handle hardships or farm work. If she wanted a better life, she just wanted to get married, right? However, the man she chose was also very particular. The team leader was initially shocked when Wang Matzi told him. But after Wang Matzi repeatedly said that Lin Qingmang was the one who approached him, he stopped doubting. Wang Matzi was an orphan, so the team leader naturally arranged a wedding for him. Still, the team leader was a bit worried, so he asked his wife to find out more. Sure enough, the neighbors around Wang Matzi said the same thing. They quickly prepared the food. By noon, 6 tables of banquets were set up in Wang Matzi's yard. Although there were only 3 dishes on each table, it was enough to hold a wedding. Ruolin also heard about Lin Qingmang and finally understood what was wrong with Siyuan last night. Lin Qingmang was really persistent, never willing to give up on herself, whether in this life or the last. This was her own fault for getting into trouble. Meanwhile, Jingwan was still thinking about how she didn't have a job when she suddenly received a notice to go to the countryside. Comrade, are you mistaken? I didn't sign up to go to the countryside. The staff member was unhappy with her doubt. I'm sure you're mistaken. You're Jingwan, right? Did you just graduate from high school this year? Still unemployed. The staff member's words were true.
Jingwan nodded instinctively. Exactly.
According to national policies, your situation qualifies you for going to the countryside. Your ideological awareness is high. I heard your sister also went to support rural development willingly, even worried about missing the train, and stayed at the train station's guest house a day early. But Jingwan wanted to explain, but the staff from a youth office didn't give her a chance and directly announced that she was about to be sent to the countryside. That's enough. Don't say more. Tomorrow at 9 in the morning, go buy your train ticket to the northwest. Keep it safe. If you don't arrive at the station on time, we will have to take legal action and send those unwilling to go to the farm for reform. Hearing this, Jingwan was shocked to learn she was being sent to the northwest. She almost fainted from the shock. A few days ago, her younger brother mentioned sending her to the northwest, so she thought it was definitely Su Yiba who signed her up for the countryside. It's just that she owed him 200 yuan. As his older sister, how could he do such a thing? As the youth office staff left, Wenyuan and Huang Suifan came home from work. Seeing their daughter standing at the door looking lost, and recalling the people from the youth office they met downstairs earlier, Huang Suifan felt worried. Jingwan, why are you standing at the door? What's wrong? Did something happen? Seeing Huang Suifan return, Jingwan couldn't hold back anymore. She collapsed into Huang Suifan's arms and cried loudly. Mom, I don't want to live anymore. Sniffle, sniffle, Su Yiba really signed me up for the countryside, and it's in the northwest. Sniffle, sniffle. Mom, what should I do? I don't want to go. Going to the countryside is just too hard. Huang Suifan quickly covered Jingwan's mouth and took her inside, closing the door before carefully asking what had happened. Jingwan hiccuped and told her everything the youth office staff had said earlier. Huang Suifan looked at her daughter with concern, feeling heartbroken but unsure how to comfort her. Jingwan, it can't be Yiba's doing, right? He's usually a bit mischievous, but he wouldn't do something like this. Your siblings. Sniff, sniff, who else could it be? That day, he said I owed him money, and now he's signing me up for the countryside, in the most difficult northwest. While Huang Suifan was trying to comfort Su Jingwan, Su Wenyuan was also thinking of ways to help his daughter. At that moment, Su Yiba returned home. When he saw the people in the living room, he instinctively tried to hide what he was holding behind his back. Su Jingwan kept her eyes on Su Yiba, so she immediately noticed his small movement. What are you hiding behind your back? Su Yiba felt guilty and naturally didn't want to show what he was hiding. He could only make up a random excuse. Nothing. You say nothing, but I saw it all. Jingwan Su was holding back her anger. She was so upset that she grabbed the household registration book from behind Su Yiba. It's definitely you. Why are you so mean? Jingwan Su angrily threw the household registration book at Su Yiba. At first, she wasn't sure, but now she saw Su Yiba taking out the household registration book, and there was no doubt. It must be Su Yiba, who signed her up for the countryside program. Oh no, Yiba. How could you sign your sister up for going to the countryside? To such a tough place in the far northwest? You really are. You are siblings after all. Huang Suifan also looked upset, hitting her thigh with a face full of disappointment and frustration. Signing up for the countryside? Su Yiba was confused. What was happening? Why was Jingwan Su going to the countryside? What does that have to do with him? He thought everyone in the family was acting strange. He even wondered if they found out he borrowed money with the household registration book. What do you mean signing up for the countryside? I don't understand what you're talking about. Seeing that Su Yiba still wouldn't admit it, Jingwan Su's patience was about to break. You say you didn't do it? Then tell me, what are you doing sneaking around with the household registration book? Su Yiba wouldn't tell the truth, but he also couldn't admit to this. It wasn't him. Why are you asking what I'm doing with the household registration book? Anyway, I didn't sign you up for the countryside. Isn't it because I didn't pay you back? You're just too mean. Su Yiba was so flustered he couldn't explain himself clearly and kept denying it.
I was just angry last time.
Anyway, I didn't do this. After saying that, he went straight back to his room, ignoring Jingwan Su's loud protests outside. Wenyuan Su was annoyed by the noise. He decided to go out and ask around to see if he could remove his name from the list. If not, he could change to another countryside place. At worst, he could be sent to his parents' village or nearby villages. Jingwan Su had no other choice but to place her hope in Wenyuan Su. She waited until it was dark before returning home feeling very sad. The plan for her to go to the countryside couldn't be changed anymore. She even asked her boss for help, but many didn't give her respect. Those who tried to help were helpless. Dad, I don't want to go to the countryside. I really don't want to go.
Boo-hoo.
Even if I go, I could stay with Grandpa and Grandma. The Northwest is so far away, and Su Jingwan didn't know how many times she had cried. Her eyes were swollen, and she was almost out of tears. Old Su, is there really no way? Su Wenyuan shook his head. Prepare more things for her. The train leaves tomorrow morning. When I go to work in the morning, I will ask the finance department to give me an advance on my salary. Jingwan, go over there first. Dad will watch out for your work. Even if it means selling everything, I will find you a job and bring you back early. Seeing that even Su Wenyuan couldn't help, Su Jingwan covered her face and ran back to her room. Huang Suifan felt sad, but had to serve dinner first. Then she went to the kitchen to make pancakes. The pancakes were packed as dry food for Su Jingwan to eat on the train. They didn't use oil or water, so they could last longer and be eaten when she arrived. Su Jingwan cried all night. The next day, Huang Suifan specially took half a day off to see her off at the train station. Mom, Dad, you must come to pick me up early. Don't forget. Su Jingwan carried a bag with food and water Huang Suifan prepared, including 10 boiled eggs. She also held a large woven bag with her clothes, shoes, and a quilt. In her pocket, she had 50 yuan that Su Wenyuan gave her in the morning. Besides the money from Su Wenyuan, she didn't have anything else that Su Ruolin didn't have when she went to the countryside. Don't worry, Jingwan. If your dad can't find you a job, Mom will give you a job. Within a month, you'll definitely come back. Take good care of yourself there. Hearing Huang Suifan's promise, Su Jingwan felt a little more at ease. Even if she couldn't find a job, she still had Huang Suifan's work. She was sure she would come back. When she did, she wouldn't let Su Yiba get away. Su Ruolin never expected that no one in her big family would suspect she was the one who signed Su Jingwan up for the countryside assignment. Instead, it was Shen Yibo who took the blame for her. Shen Siyuan was given a task by Liu Yuzhen. She immediately asked the team leader for 2 days off to prepare for the marriage proposal. Shen Siyuan was already 24 years old this year. The team leader liked him very much and, knowing he was about to get married, quickly approved Liu Yuzhen's leave. Shen Siyuan went early to the town's post office to apply for a marriage report from the military. The approval process takes some time. Although they weren't in a rush to get married, they still needed to prepare early. Liu Yuzhen brought a bag of brown sugar and went to the village chief's house. Since Su Ruolin was a young person sent to the countryside and had no elders around, the girl's family usually stayed in their room on the day of the proposal. So, they had to ask 2 village elders to handle it. This small matter doesn't need anything special. Just let us know, the village chief's wife said with a big smile. They were all relatives, part of the same family, and a little chat was enough to help. This is a happy occasion. Everyone should share in the joy. Once my son's marriage is settled, I'll only worry about my daughter, she added. Liu Yuzhen placed the brown sugar on the table at the village chief's house. They chatted casually, mainly about what to bring for the proposal. No matter when the 2 kids get married, it's fine. But the engagement should happen soon. Good girls are hard to find, she said. Su Ruolin didn't know it herself, but her reputation was well known in the village. She was beautiful from the city and good at farm work. People in the village who heard about the 2's relationship were furious. They wondered why they hadn't acted sooner. Such a good girl was taken by Shen Siyuan before they could get her. At Wang Mazi's house, Lin Qingmang curled up in a corner, feeling very angry. She didn't understand how things had turned out like this. If she hadn't approached Wang Mazi and had kept trying to win over Su Ruolin, maybe everything would have been different. Liu Yuzhen secretly found a good day for the wedding. She prepared gifts early and, with Shen Siyuan and Shen Siyu, went to Su Ruolin's house, led by the village chief's wife and the matchmaker. Today, Zhang Xiaomei and Zhou Xiangyang also took leave and were at home to entertain guests. Everyone in the village was paying close attention to the marriage proposal, eager to see what the Shen family would offer. Su Ruolin had prepared many ingredients, and the village chief's wife personally cooked a big meal. Come over and sit down. This tea leaves were dried by Su Jiqing herself. I think it tastes good, so everyone should try it. Liu Yuzhen placed all the gifts she brought on the table, spreading them out in a scattered display. There was tobacco from the front gate, Shifeng wine, several types of candies, fruit candies, milk candies, peanut brittle, and some pastries wrapped in oil paper like peach cookies and rice strips, all bought from the local supply store. The most eye-catching item was a large piece of bright red fabric, which is hard to find even for the wealthy. Such small-town fabrics often run out of stock, and only insiders can buy them. The Shen family probably got it through connections or by chance in the black market. Finally, there were 2 big strings of 5-spice pork tied with hemp rope. When they ate noodles last time, Shen Siyuan noticed that Su Ruolin didn't like large pieces of fatty meat, so this time she brought beautifully prepared 5-spice pork. The village chief's wife poured everyone a cup of tea and invited them to sit and chat. Look at this yard. It's so grand. After the busy farming season, if we fix up the outhouse and build a couple of shower rooms, it would be perfect. Liu Yuzhen was visiting for the first time and looked around the yard, clearly seeing that both the young people were good at managing their lives. Yes, Su Jiqing and Zhang Jiqing are both good comrades. They went to the countryside, relying on their own hard work. We must not learn from those who try to take shortcuts. The village head's wife subtly hinted at something. Everyone knew about Lin Qingmang's disgraceful actions. If Wang Mazi hadn't just been single, and if it weren't for his troublemaker reputation, he would have been sent to the farm for reform, possibly even eating iron peanuts. Haha, today is a good day. Let's not talk about those unlucky things. The village chief's wife laughed and changed the subject. Although it's better if the girl doesn't come out during the engagement, Su Jiqing is in a special situation. Major life events like this should be approved by her. Let's have her come out and see if the bride price is appropriate. Since the matchmaker said so, Lu Yuzhen and the others had no objections. Zhang Xiaomei then called Su Ruolin out. The Shen family was very sincere about this marriage proposal. Although Su Ruolin was an orphan with no parents, they still gave a bride price of 188 yuan. This was considered a high bride price in the countryside, unlike those who sell daughters. They also prepared the best gifts: a Phoenix brand bicycle, a Peony brand sewing machine, a Shanghai brand watch, and none of these made Su Ruolin feel wronged. Additionally, they arranged 36 legs for the new house. Lu Yuzhen had already hired a carpenter to make them. Although they mostly sleep on Kong beds here, a bed still needed to be prepared. There was a table for chairs and a wardrobe, all for the newlyweds' room. When these items were listed, the villagers outside the yard discussed loudly. Shen family really is generous. All these things, just the 3 special gifts, cost 5 or 600 yuan, not including the tickets. Yes. Lu Yuzhen even bought a wooden bed. We sleep on Kong beds here, so there's no need for a bed. Isn't that a waste of money? I heard Su Jiqing's family lives far away. They don't sleep on Kong beds, but on regular beds. Wow, in winter, it must be very cold. The chatter outside grew louder until the village head's wife stepped out to remind everyone, and then it quieted down. Su Jijian, do you have any other conditions? Lu Yuzhen was a bit worried about the city wife, fearing she might look down on them as country folks. Plus, her son had accidentally taken advantage of the girl, so they felt they owed Su Ruolin. The matchmaker also smiled to lighten the mood. Yes, Su Jijian, we're just discussing this marriage. If you have any conditions or requests, please feel free to say, so we can discuss. Annie, I have no objections to what you've said. Just go along with what you suggested. Hearing Su Ruolin's words, everyone present was very happy. It was also time for a meal. The village head and the village chief came over to join the engagement feast. Suddenly, the yard was filled with laughter and joy. In the past 2 days, Su Wenyuan and Huang Suifan had been busy looking for work and had no time to care for Su Yiba. After Su Yiba borrowed some money with their household register, he went with a classmate to a casino. At first, Su Yiba was winning money. The 2,000 yuan he borrowed quickly doubled to 5,000 yuan. This made Su Yiba get very excited, and he bet all his savings. But gradually he started losing, until finally he lost all 5,000 yuan and owed more than 4,000 yuan. One more game. I don't believe I can't win today. The people at the table looked at each other and said, "Little brother, you should pay back what you owe first before playing again." But Su Yiba didn't care about that. Can I pay back such a small amount? If I want to play, let's go, no more delays. They knew Su Yiba's situation well. If the amount had been higher, things might have gotten worse. Playing small is okay, but big gambling can hurt you. Let's stop here for today. The 4,000 yuan plus what you owed last time is almost 5,000 yuan. When you pay this back, get some more money, and we can play again next time. After saying this, the others left without waiting for Su Yiba to respond. Only then did he realize what had happened. Where could he get 5,000 yuan? He had borrowed 2,000 outside, so together, he owed over 7,000 yuan. Su Yiba finally started to feel scared. He packed his things overnight and went home. Even his friend had no energy to care. They didn't need him to care. They were dividing the money in another room. Not bad, kid. The person you brought this time is really capable. The person praising was Su Yiba's friend, who was holding the share of the winnings and smiling happily. Yeah. Their family is a dual-income household. His dad's ex-wife sacrificed herself for the textile factory, so compensation is definitely coming. Plus, he has 2 older sisters. If things get tough, selling his sisters for bride price could also bring in a lot. Haha, not bad. It would be great if more people like this came around. Su Wenyuan couldn't find a job anywhere. He thought his daughter wouldn't be able to wait long in the Northwest. Finally, Huang Suifan decided to transfer her own job to Su Jingwan. As for her son, he was still young. she decided to wait a couple of years. Besides, Su Wenyuan still had a job, so her son would be taken care of. Before this matter was settled, the disciplinary committee people came directly to their door and stopped the two of them on their way to work. Is this the home of Su Wenyuan and Huang Suifan? Su Wenyuan held onto the door frame, trembling with nervousness. Yes, I am Su Wenyuan. May I ask, is there something the leaders want? We received a report that Su Wenyuan and Huang Suifan are involved in inappropriate relationships. Please come with us. The neighbors around were watching closely, not daring to make a sound. These days, if the disciplinary committee people take someone away for questioning, they usually come back worse off or worse. Comrades, I think there's a mistake. Huang Suifan and I are married. There's no such thing as inappropriate relationships. Someone reported that Huang Suifan's young daughter, Su Jingwan, is your biological daughter, not adopted. She's only half a year older than your biological daughter, Su Ruolin, and your ex-wife was still alive at that time. The deepest secret was exposed publicly. Huang Suifan's legs went weak, and she collapsed to the ground. Su Wenyuan stayed calm and had the energy to explain to the committee. Comrade, you must be mistaken. Someone is deliberately framing us. My little girl is just my adopted daughter. She came into our family through marriage. Please don't believe the rumors. Let's go back with us to explain everything, the leader ordered. The others then took Su Wenyuan and Huang Suifan away. The hallway immediately erupted in chatter.
What?
Su Jingwan is actually their biological daughter? And Ruolin is only half a year older, and they're in the same class at school. Oh my goodness, Qin Ling is such a kind person, always helping the elders. Now she's gone, and she's suffered so much. Did you know? Ruolin didn't have to go to the countryside. The textile factory offered her a job. It was Su Jingwan who wanted to take her sister's job and secretly sign her up to go to the countryside. Wow, I didn't expect that. Su Jingwan is quite the character. Su Wenyuan and Huang Suifan stayed at the disciplinary committee for 3 days and nights. In the end, Huang Suifan, unable to bear the pressure, confessed everything. Finally, because a long time had passed and they were now married, they were not sent to the farm for re-education. Instead, their house and jobs were taken back, and the whole family was sent back to their rural hometown. Even this small punishment made things worse for them. Their home had already been looted, and now they had lost their jobs and their house. Su Jingwan was still waiting for help in the northwest. For a while, the Su family was very lively, and Huang Suifan fainted several times. However, the Revolutionary Committee members did not feel sorry for them. They simply watched them closely, packed their last belongings, and returned to Su Wenyuan's parents' countryside home. Su Yiba also went back, but he still didn't dare tell his family that he owed nearly 7,000 yuan. Su Wenyuan's parents were still alive, and he had an older brother, sister-in-law, and a big family. Wenyuan used to work as a regular employee at a factory, earning over 60 yuan a month, and he would send money home every year to honor his parents. They naturally regarded Su Wenyuan as a kind of hero, but now, since he lost his job and was fighting with them over the house, his older brother and sister-in-law's family couldn't be happy about it. Second brother, it's not that we don't want to take you in, but as you can see, we only have a few rooms in the house, and there's simply no extra space, said Su Wenyuan's older brother. Su Wenyuan and Huang Suifan carried their bags, looking very tired and disheveled. His older brother's words were like a cold shower. Big brother, I am also your parents' son. This family should have a place for me, right? I don't want anything else, just one room. Isn't that okay? His sister-in-law's eyes rolled as she whispered something to her husband. After thinking for a moment, her brother-in-law finally agreed to let Su Wenyuan stay. Second brother, I'll be honest with you. I can only free up one room. And when Su Yao gets married in the future, that room will have to be given to us, said his brother. Su Wenyuan didn't care about all that now. As long as he had a place to stay, everything else could wait.
Fine.
Do you think I'd refuse? He said, then went inside to pack his things. Once Huang Suifan made the bed, Su Wenyuan immediately lay down on it, not wanting to move at all. Brothers and sisters, it's mealtime now. There's not much to offer here, in the countryside. Since you came from the city, you must have brought some good things, right? Sister-in-law Su rubbed her hands, hinting that Huang Suifan should bring out some food, preferably meat, as their family hadn't had a proper meal in a long time. Big sister-in-law, we came in such a hurry today, I haven't bought anything yet. How about you just prepare a simple meal tonight? I'll go shopping next time I have free time. Sister-in-law Su didn't get her way and simply snorted, then walked out. Uft, she's not really from the city. She's so stingy. When Qingmang came, she brought big bags of things every time. This new sister-in-law isn't as good as the last one. Sister-in-law Su didn't lower her voice, so everyone in the house clearly heard her. Huang Suifan looked grim, but didn't dare to argue. After all, she was staying as a guest. If she caused trouble, she might lose her place to stay. Wenyuan was a member of the Su family and naturally tried to find a way. But she was different. There was only one room with just one bed, so Wenyuan's beloved son, Su Iba, could only sleep on the floor. That evening, at dinner, sister-in-law Su placed a large basin on the table, filled with a thin porridge made of coarse rice and sweet potatoes, along with a plate of pickles. That was their dinner. Huang Suifan couldn't get used to this kind of food. Not only Huang Suifan, but even Su Wenyuan and Su Iba frowned at the meal. Big sister-in-law, this is our first day back. You can't just serve us fish and meat, but at least make a decent dinner, right? Su Wenyuan couldn't hold back and said this. Hearing this, sister-in-law Su immediately looked unhappy. What's wrong with this food? Aren't all country folks used to eating like this? Since you're back in the countryside, you should adapt to local customs. It's good enough that you have something to eat. Don't pick at everything. Su Wenyuan couldn't argue with her and turned her gaze to her parents. Dad, Mom, I've been sending you 10 yuan every month for many years. 10 yuan is enough for a good life in the countryside. Today is only our first day back and we can't even have a proper meal. Fine, since the family welcomes us, we'll move out tomorrow. Renting a small place costs just a few yuan, which is better than squeezing into one room with the three of us. I'd rather live in my own home than have to watch others' faces. Huang Suifan looked at Su Wenyuan with confusion. Neither of them had any money now, so how could they afford to rent a house? If they had money, they wouldn't have come back to this countryside. Su Wenyuan gently squeezed Huang Suifan's hand, signaling her not to ask more. Huang Suifan was very clever. Just this small gesture made her understand what Su Wenyuan meant. Yes, today my older sister-in-law said there wouldn't be many dishes tonight and asked me to bring some. But we've been traveling all day, and now we have to tidy up. There's no time to buy nutritious food. If it weren't for wanting to see our parents sooner, we should have stayed at the town's guest house tonight and bought good things at the supply and marketing cooperative tomorrow before coming back. Old Mrs. Su finally spoke. Although her youngest son had lost his job and returned to the countryside, he still had some savings from many years. Not to mention Su Wenyuan, who was a deputy director before and had sacrificed for the factory. Naturally, his pension wouldn't be small. Oldest son, you're really not acting right. The second son has finally come back and the whole family is gathering. And you only prepare 2 dishes? That's so stingy. Hurry up and cut some cured meat hanging under the beam to fry. Old Mrs. Su ordered, and Su's eldest sister-in-law could only obey. She quickly got up and went to the kitchen to work. Second brother, what are your plans for the future? Old Mr. Su was most concerned about this. After all, Su Wenyuan and Huang Suifan both had steady jobs in the city, which made him proud in the countryside. Everyone outside would look up to him. The eldest son was filial nearby, and the youngest son worked in a factory far away. He was practically a winner in life. If people outside knew that his youngest son no longer worked in the factory, it would be a big shame. Well, for now, we want to rest at home for a while. We've worked so many years and never really had a proper rest. After some time, I'll look for a new job. Su Wenyuan didn't have a clear plan himself, but he knew he couldn't show weakness in front of his family. Otherwise, his older brother's family would surely take advantage of him. Second brother, you speak nicely, but finding a job isn't that easy. If it were so simple, why are so many young people still going to the countryside? I have worked in a textile factory for many years. My experience is much greater than that of young people just out of school. Also, I have made many friends over the years, and any one of them could help me find a job. Brother Su looked skeptical, but Old Man Su and Grandma Su believed him. They had great confidence in their youngest son. After chatting for a while, sister-in-law Su's cured ham was served, and the family finally started eating. However, everyone kept their own thoughts to themselves. After Su Ruolin and Shen Siyuan got engaged, they became closer. They no longer acted shy around each other. Sometimes, when they took walks in quiet places, they would hold hands. Lin, your back injury should be almost healed. Should I take you to the hospital tomorrow?
We could also go shopping then.
When she heard this, Su Ruolin felt a little guilty. Her back wound had already healed. It wasn't serious, just a small scrape. With the nourishing spring water, her back was smooth and delicate, with no scars left. There's no need to go to the hospital.
I'm almost fine.
I have medicine at home, and I've been using it. Su Ruolin was firm, so Shen Siyuan didn't insist. Let's go shopping tomorrow. I'll buy you 2 new outfits. Next week, I'll have to return to the team, and I want to take a few photos with you. When I miss you, I can look at them. Su Ruolin blushed and said nothing, just nodded. Dating really feels different. Once our marriage approval comes through, I'll take leave to marry you. Okay, I'll wait for you. It was getting late. Shen Siyuan saw Su Ruolin home, watched her go inside, then turned and left. The next morning, Shen Siyuan woke early. He tidied his messy hair, secretly applied some of Shen Siyu's snow cream on his face, and put on his neatest military uniform. Then he rode his bike and left. Su Ruolin wasn't doing much better. Last night, after returning home, she took a nice bath, applied a face mask, took care of her hair, and did a light makeup this morning. When she stepped outside, she saw Shen Siyuan already waiting in the yard. Oh dear, what's going on today? Everyone is dressed so nicely. Su Ruolin initially felt a bit shy, but then she remembered they were already engaged, so she thought, why be shy? She openly admitted it. We're going on a date today. You can eat by yourselves at noon, no need to wait for me. There's nothing to show off. After the busy farming season ends, I plan to ask the team leader for a few days off to go to town and have some fun with brother Xiangyang. Zhang Xiaomei and Zhou Xiangyang were already engaged. However, Zhang Xiaomei was the first to be approached by the youth office and was asked to go to the countryside. Zhou Xiangyang, thinking he had no job, figured he might also be forced to go to the countryside someday, so he volunteered himself. His proactive attitude made it easy for the staff to assign both of them to the same countryside location. Both sets of parents had no objections. Everything was based on the children's wishes. As long as they were happy, it was fine. Since going to the countryside, Zhang Xiaomei and Zhou Xiangyang received monthly subsidies from their parents. Zhang Xiaomei got 10 yuan and Zhou Xiangyang received 20 yuan, since he was a boy and sometimes needed to buy things for his fiancée. Su Ruolin sat on the back of the bicycle, while Shen Siyuan easily rode the bike. Having a bicycle was much faster than walking. Su Ruolin thought that after Shen Siyuan returned to the team, she would also take out her bicycle from the storage. They quickly arrived in town. First, they went to a photo studio to take pictures. As soon as they entered, they attracted everyone's attention. There were 2 couples inside, apparently newlyweds, smiling happily. The women wore beautiful red dresses, and the men wore zhongshan suits. Su Ruolin and Shen Siyuan arrived a bit late, so they found a chair nearby to rest. After about half an hour, only they and the photographer remained in the studio. Dear couple, what kind of photos would you like to take? We have black and white and color photos. Black and white cost 5 mao each and color photos are 2 yuan. Please take a look and tell us what you'd like. Comrade, we want color photos, 2 single shots each and 3 couple shots. Without waiting for Su Ruolin to speak, Shen Siyuan took the lead and explained that one person could hold a single photo, while for a double photo, Shen Siyuan wanted 2 copies, one to carry with him and one to hide under his pillow for easy viewing. Okay, she replied. The photographer was surprised by their generous spending, but after noticing Shen Siyuan's military uniform, he understood. After taking the photos, Shen Siyuan asked the photographer to rush the development and gave an extra 2 yuan. In total, They spent 12 yuan, which was quite expensive, enough to cover half a factory worker's monthly salary in this era. Once the photos were ready, Siyuan took Ruolin to the cinema. Honestly, Ruolin had never watched a movie in her life, which made her very excited. When they arrived, the nearest movie was about to start in 5 minutes. Siyuan checked and saw it was The Red Detachment of Women. After asking Ruolin for her opinion, they decided to watch this film. Later, they planned to visit a department store to look at clothes, so they didn't want to waste time waiting for the movie. The film mainly told the story of the Red Detachment of women in Hainan, focusing on their struggles and achievements. It was an inspiring movie about women's awakening. See, I told you. Women can hold up half the sky, and female comrades can also have their own value, Siyuan said sincerely as they left the cinema. Ruolin felt very happy. Siyuan's understanding of women's struggles and importance was something to be glad about. He was worried she might be a chauvinist who believed men should do everything outside the home and women inside, which would make life difficult. Then, Siyuan rode his bicycle with Ruolin to a department store. It was quite far, and it took him a full hour to ride there.
How are you?
Are you tired? Or should I ride back later? I'm not tired. What's tired about this? During training, we were much more exhausted. Sometimes, on missions, we had to stay hidden in the forest all day and night. Riding a bike isn't tiring. Plus, with you sitting behind me, I feel motivated. Just love to talk back, Siyuan teased. Ruolin scolded playfully and strode confidently toward the department store. Siyuan quickly parked his bike, locked it, and happily followed behind her. The supply and marketing cooperative is really nothing compared to the department store. The items inside are colorful and numerous, making Ruolin almost dizzy from looking. The fabrics there are of a higher quality than those at the cooperative, with cotton, rayon, corduroy, and khaki available. The department store even has ready-made clothes like zhongshan suits, military uniforms, shirts, and work pants. The cooperative only sells fabric, so people have to buy cloth and make their own clothes. In this era, having a sewing machine was something everyone admired. They also sell wool sweaters, wool pants, various shoes like liberation shoes, cloth shoes, layered-soled shoes, and even luxurious Reebok sneakers and small leather shoes. The department store is very spacious, and it might take half an hour to see all the goods. This time, they came specifically to buy clothes. Siyuan took Ruolin straight to the women's clothing section. Siyuan looked at the 2 pieces of fabric hanging in the ready-made clothes section and frowned. The styles were very limited. He had traveled far to the department store but still found the selection not suitable for Ruolin. The clothes here are still too few. I don't have much time. If I had more time, I would take you to the department store in the city. Maybe it's better to buy fabric and make clothes ourselves. That way, we can choose any style we want. Siyuan had no other options. The fabric styles here were indeed many, with lots of patterns. Ruolin chose a deep blue rayon shirt fabric, plain cotton for pants, and another solid-colored fabric. She wanted to make a vest for Siyuan to give him when he returned to the team. Is that all you're choosing? Not looking around more? I think this corduroy fabric would suit you well. You could make a jacket and you'd look good wearing it. No need. This is enough. I'll buy more another time. Ruolin knew Siyuan would pay. She didn't want to buy too much, even though they were engaged. That was a different matter. After buying clothes, Ruolin went to look at other things. She bought 2 boxes of snow cream and floral water and 2 aluminum lunchboxes for the home. She also bought 3 pretty cloth dolls to take back. Ruolin insisted on paying for everything herself, including the tickets. Seeing her firm attitude, Siyuan just went along with her. After shopping, Siyuan took Ruolin to a state-run restaurant for lunch. It was already afternoon, and if they had come a little later, there might not have been anything left to eat. In the end, they didn't get to enjoy the delicious dishes, not even the red braised pork that Ruolin was looking forward to. Not being able to eat the red braised pork made Ruolin very sad, but Siyuan kept this in mind. They ate a little and then went back home. Siyuan was very happy that day, and Ruolin also felt good. However, as soon as they returned to the village, they heard shocking news. Wang Matsi had died. It all started that morning. Lin Qingmang got up early to wash clothes by the river. From afar, she saw Siyuan riding his bike, taking Ruolin out of the village. Lin Qingmang felt very jealous. Why was she living such a life, while Ruolin could be engaged to an officer? Feeling upset, Lin Qingmang washed her clothes carelessly, leaving many parts unclean. Wang Matsi had a little drink that morning and, upset by this, scolded Lin Qingmang harshly and even hit her a few times. Lin Qingmang was already angry, and Wang Matsi's actions pushed her over the edge. They immediately started fighting. Wang Matsi, drunk and dizzy, hit Lin Qingmang so hard that her head bled and she almost fainted. She instinctively pushed him back. Off balance, Wang Matsi stumbled and fell, hitting his head on a nearby wooden board, and died instantly. Neighbors heard the noise and came to check. They saw one person dead and another injured. Wang Matsi was completely dead, while Lin Qingmang was still breathing a little. The village chief quickly called the barefoot doctor from the team, who bandaged Lin Qingmang briefly. They wrapped Wang Matsi's body in a straw mat and placed it in the main hall. Ruolin was very moved after hearing this. She had thought Lin Qingmang would be forever lost in Wang Matsi's world, but surprisingly, she managed to pull herself out of the mud. She always felt Lin Qingmang was a dangerous person, and Ruolin had to be cautious around her. Siyuan took Ruolin home and then went back himself. He had woken up early that day and really wanted to take a good nap in the afternoon. "Ruolin, did you hear about Lin Jiqing?" Zhang Xiaomei saw Ruolin return and eagerly asked her. "Yes, I heard at the village entrance just now." Sigh, it's really been a series of setbacks. If Lin Jiqing had worked hard in the fields and not taken shortcuts, this wouldn't have happened. "Should we go see her?" Ruolin thought for a moment and said, "Let's go see her, but not now. Wait until she wakes up." "Okay, I'll go with you when the time comes." Ruolin nodded and took out a jar of snow cream and a cloth doll from her bag. "Here, I bought this especially for you." Wow, what a beautiful cloth doll. Zhang Xiaomei was immediately attracted to the doll and didn't have time to notice the snow cream Ruolin bought. "There's also snow cream." Zhang Xiaomei excitedly hugged Ruolin, her voice full of happiness. "Ruolin, you're so kind to me." "Thank you." "How much did these things cost?" "I'll go get the money." She was about to go to her room to get the money. "No need. I bought these just to give to you. You've been taking care of me these past few days." During the days Ruolin pretended to be sick, Zhang Xiaomei cooked, cleaned, and prepared bathwater. She poured the water into the tub and adjusted the temperature before calling Ruolin to bathe. Every time, Ruolin felt a bit embarrassed because she was pretending to be sick, hoping Siyuan would show her some kindness. But unexpectedly, this made the girl quite nervous. No, this is too expensive. I'm already grateful that you helped me. I can't just take your things for nothing." Zhang Xiaomei shook her head, unwilling to accept. "All right, just keep it. I have only one request." Ruolin said this, and Zhang Xiaomei listened carefully, thinking Ruolin was about to give her a big task. But what she said next made Zhang Xiaomei feel upset. "Next time, add a little less salt to the vegetable soup." "Oh, Ruolin, you're so mean." "I won't talk to you anymore." Zhang Xiaomei said this, hugging the snow cream and doll, covering her face as she ran back to her room. Ruolin stood there, smiling so hard she couldn't close her mouth. After 2 more days, Ruolin felt she really couldn't pretend to be sick any longer. She was feeling uneasy about taking sick leave, so she told the team leader she would go to work on time the next day. The team leader didn't have high hopes for the young people working on farms, but he still liked Ruolin's strong spirit. She wasn't delicate or weak, worked quickly, and was eager to learn and endure hardships. "All right, but is Su the young worker's injury fully healed? Don't push yourself too hard. If the wound gets infected, it will be even more painful." Ruolin's face turned red with embarrassment. She had no choice but to nod firmly, showing that her injury was really fine. Only then did the team leader agree that she could start working tomorrow. Ruolin planned to start work tomorrow. Lu Yuzhen thought about her son returning to the army soon and decided to invite Su Ruolin over for a meal while Shen Siyuan was at home. Lin Qingmang lay in a dim room, while her aunt next door occasionally came to check on her, offering water and wiping her hands and face. Wang Matzi had been lying in the house for a day and was then taken up the mountain by villagers. The funeral was very simple. During her days in a coma, Lin Qingmang had a long dream. She dreamed that she had a good relationship with Su Ruolin, who was generous and had some money. In her dream, she pushed Su Ruolin into the river and accidentally found a jade pendant she wore around her neck. After touching her blood on it, she gained a portable space that could hold supplies. Later, she used this space to trade goods in places like Yangcheng and Gangcheng, making a lot of money. But in this life, why did things turn out like this? Wang Matzi didn't go to insult Su Ruolin, did he? Later, he was saved by a soldier and married him. But now, how did they end up engaged with everyone's blessing? Lin Qingmeng couldn't figure out many things. Fortunately, Wang Matzi was dead now, so she didn't have to share a room with the young workers. Wang Matzi's work points for this year belonged to her, so she thought she could get through this winter. In the future, she would think about everything after healing her injury. But before that, she must get Su Ruolin's jade pendant. In the evening, Su Ruolin took the prepared gifts and went to Shen Siyuan's house. Lu Yuzhen and Shen Siyu were busy in the kitchen. Shen Siyu had taken the afternoon off specifically to help Lu Yuzhen entertain Su Ruolin at home. Su the young worker is here. Mom, Su the young worker is here. While Shen Siyu was out pouring water, she saw Su Ruolin arrive at the door. She quickly called Lu Yuzhen outside.
So seeking, welcome. Come in and sit down.
It's just a simple meal, so no need to bring anything next time. Su Ruolin was warmly greeted by Lu Yuzhen and went inside, completely forgetting Shen Siyuan. Su Jiqing, have some water. Come over and sit, rest a bit. Su Ruolin looked at her future sister-in-law, her face still full of lively smiles, unlike her tired, dull-eyed look in the past. She had some small scars on her arms, which were caused by that old troublemaker. Lu Yuzhen was also full of energy. This time, she had returned and wouldn't let her sister-in-law, Shen Siyu, marry an abusive man, nor would she let her mother-in-law, Lu Yuzhen, be pushed off a cliff while gathering wild vegetables. If her mother-in-law hadn't died, her twin children wouldn't have been taken away and starved by Su Jingwan. She wouldn't forgive anyone who caused her family to fall apart in her past life. But she also felt responsible. So, this life was about redeeming herself and saving those she owed in her previous life.
Thank you, Siyu.
Thank you. Su Ruolin sincerely expressed her gratitude, even with tears in her eyes. Suddenly, she remembered something. She took out a cloth doll from her pocket, bought at a department store, and gave it to Shen Siyu.
Siyu, this is for you.
I don't know if you'll like it. Wow, sister-in-law. Is this a cloth doll? I love it. Thank you so much. Shen Siyu was so excited she called her sister-in-law without noticing. Only Su Ruolin blushed shyly. Auntie, I bought this snow cream for you. Please take it and use it.
Don't be stingy.
When it's finished, I'll buy you more. That's too precious. Keep it for yourself. I'm already quite old. I don't need it. You young ones can use it. Lu Yuzhen tried to put the snow cream back into Su Ruolin's hands, but was gently pushed away. Auntie, I want to keep this for myself. This is a gift just for you.
Please accept it.
It's my heartfelt wish. Since Su Ruolin insisted, Lu Yuzhen accepted it. Before the dishes in the kitchen finished cooking, she carefully placed the snow cream on the bed in the room. Although Shen Siyuan sends some allowance home every month and their family is relatively comfortable, his two children are still unmarried and his younger daughter is still in school. They try to save money whenever they can. Only in winter, when the weather is dry, does she buy a box of clam oil to use, and she only takes a little at a time. She really likes her future daughter-in-law because she is so thoughtful. Su Ruolin wanted to help in the kitchen but was strongly refused by Lu Yuzhen and Shen Siyu. In the end, Shen Siyuan stayed outside in the yard chatting with her. The mother and daughter quickly finished preparing tonight's meal. Just as they were inviting Su Ruolin to come in and eat, A discordant voice interrupted them. I wondered why my sister-in-law wouldn't marry my niece into your family. Turns out she's hooked up with someone from the city. But don't be fooled by the city folks' fancy appearances. When the educated youth return to the city, you'll be crying. Aunt Shen from the Shen family swaggered into the yard, acting rude and saying unpleasant things without any manners. Why are you here? We have important guests today, so you're not welcome. You should go back now. Aunt Shen ignored Lu Yuzhen's influence and kept talking. She had just managed to send her niece back yesterday, but at her own home, her brother and sister-in-law scolded her harshly. She felt bad, and Lu Yuzhen wouldn't feel better either. Today, she was determined to ruin this meal, hoping to make the educated youth break off the engagement with Siyuan, her rebellious son. Oh, I can't speak the truth? Sister-in-law, don't be so aggressive. People from the city aren't good. They're delicate and spoiled, unable to do farm work. You've married a real spoiled brat. Ruolin said nothing, and simply moved to the side of the yard where firewood was being chopped. She swung her axe fiercely, chopping one piece of firewood after another. Even the thick roots of trees were split apart with a single strike. Everyone in the yard naturally noticed her actions. Aunt Shen was surprised and opened her mouth wide. Just moments ago, she said city girls were delicate and weak and couldn't do farm work. Now, seeing how easily Ruolin chopped firewood, she was quickly proven wrong. My future daughter-in-law is capable. You don't need to worry about it. You should focus on your own son instead. Siyuan came behind Ruolin, gently took the axe and set it aside, then blew on his red hands from holding the axe. All right, let's not argue with those ignorant village women anymore. Let's go eat. Today, my mother cooked your favorite braised pork. It's her special dish. You're in for a treat. Ruolin let Siyuan pull her towards the house, but Grandma Shen hobbled out with her cane. If you marry this woman, I absolutely won't agree. Your aunt has chosen a good girl for you, hardworking and capable, but you insist on finding such a pretty face. What's the use of looking good? She looks like a sly fox, not someone suitable for daily life. Siyuan felt a cold chill run through him after hearing this. His chest heaved violently, as if he was about to swallow Grandma Shen alive. Enough, Grandma. We've already been driven out by you. Do you still want to interfere in our family affairs? Since that girl is so good, why not let her marry your iron egg? It would be good for you to have a great-grandchild sooner. Lu Yuzhen wouldn't tolerate her. When her husband died, she was kicked out by this mother-in-law. At that time, Shensiyu was just over 2 years old and couldn't walk steadily. Luckily, Siyuan was sensible and obedient, and with help from villagers, they didn't starve. Now that her son is successful, she wants to get involved again? No way. There's not even a door or window left. How dare you talk to me like that? I am your mother-in-law. This is outrageous. Today, I will teach you a lesson. Grandma Shen said this as she wobbled and raised her cane, rushing toward Lu Yuzhen. Siyuan's heart tightened, worried his mother might get hurt. Only Siyu, looking used to this, leaned against the doorframe to watch the scene. In the next moment, Lu Yuzhen snatched Grandma Shen's cane and broke it in half with a sharp snap. She then threw the broken cane into the firewood pile. She quickly grabbed Grandma Shen's hand and pressed her onto a chair, moving smoothly and confidently, shocking Siyuan on the spot. Grandma, don't wander around if you're not feeling well. Be careful not to fall. Thank you for bringing me firewood. Sit here and rest for a while. Later, go back to your own home. I don't have time to take care of you. Grandma Su almost fainted with anger. Seeing this, Lu Yuzhen calmly pressed on Grandma Su's pressure point. Old lady. Grandma Su had no more tricks left and could only call for her eldest daughter-in-law. Auntie Shen quickly came over to pull Lu Yuzhen away, saving Grandma Su. The two mother-in-law and daughter-in-law stared fiercely at Lu Yuzhen but dared not make any further moves, as they had suffered too many losses at her hands over the past 2 years. Still not leaving? We didn't leave food for you. Just you wait. Auntie Shen sniffed the smell of braised pork in the air, looked unwilling, and helped Grandma Shen to leave. Lu Yuzhen caught a glimpse of Ruolin and suddenly realized there was a guest at home. If Su Ruolin saw her fierce side and decided not to marry her son, what would happen? Haha, Su Jiqing, I'm not usually like this. It's mainly because Grandma Siyuan and Auntie Shen went too far, and since I lost my husband early, I have to be tough or I'd be bullied by those mean people. Yes, Su Jiqing, my mother is usually very gentle. Don't be afraid. Shen Siyu also spoke up for Lu Yuzhen because she genuinely liked her sister-in-law. Auntie, you don't need to explain all that to me. Sometimes I get so angry I scare myself. My half-sister secretly signed me up to go to the countryside for work. When I found out, I also registered her with my household registration, and it's to the most difficult place in the Northwest. Su Ruolin spoke lightly, but everyone present understood her helplessness. Shen Siyuan hadn't heard about Su Ruolin's family situation before. He only mentioned once whether they should tell Su Ruolin's parents about the engagement. Su Ruolin simply replied, "My mother is no longer here," and didn't say more. Shen Siyuan isn't the type to ask too many questions, so he didn't pursue her family matters further. Today was the first time he heard Su Ruolin mention her family, and it only made him feel more pity for her. Your half-sister is really too much. She even wants to use such dirty tricks to get a job and avoid going to the countryside. Yes, my dad didn't blame her. Instead, he asked me to transfer the job to her. I was so angry that I signed her up to go to the countryside. Su Ruolin spoke half of her words and kept the rest to herself. She would never tell anyone about her rebirth. It was her secret, a secret she would take to her grave. Moreover, Su Ruolin's thoughts were similar to Lu Yuzhen's. She hoped the Shen family wouldn't find out how ruthless she was, how she didn't care about her relatives. If they knew, how could she stay alert against them in the future? Alright, let's not talk about unhappy things. Today, Auntie made braised pork. Siyuan said you love it, so come and try my cooking. Last time at the state-run restaurant, she was disappointed she didn't get to eat the braised pork, and surprisingly, Shen Siyuan noticed her mood. He was really a thoughtful man. Su Ruolin felt happy inside, but still pretended to be modest. Auntie's cooking must be good. Just smelling the aroma tells me so. Although the meal started off a bit unpleasant, the overall experience was good. After eating, Shen Siyuan personally took her home. Just as she arrived at the door, she encountered an unexpected person. Lin Qingmang looked at Su Ruolin's back, full of frustration. She was confused. Was what she saw now real? Or was it just a dream? But just as Su Ruolin was about to go inside, she called out to her. Ruolin. Hearing her call, Su Ruolin instinctively turned around. It was Lin Qingmang. She looked completely different from the wealthy, gold-adorned Lin Qingmang of the past. Lin Qingmang's face was pale and sallow, a sign of long-term malnutrition. Her clothes were tattered, and although her hair was combed up, it was dry, frizzy, and dusty, showing she was not doing well. Lin Jiqing, are you feeling better? Xiao Mei and I plan to visit you. Su Ruolin's reaction was normal. When she just woke up, she remembered her attitude toward Lin Qingmang and thought she might have had the same dream as herself. But now, it was clear she hadn't. In her dream, she was the one who caused Lin Qingmang's death, who would smile at someone who had harmed them. Yes, I feel a little better. I just wanted to go out for a walk. Staying inside all day is uncomfortable, that's right. Lin Jiqing, go for a walk. I just got back and need to wash up, so I can't go with you. Lin Qingmang wanted to stop Su Ruolin, but before she could speak, Su Ruolin had already hurried back to her room.
Just joking.
If I stay with her for one more second, her smile might disappear. I'd better stay away from her. I can forget what happened that night, but if you do anything to hurt Lin again, I will not forgive you. Shen Siyuan lowered his voice and spoke harshly to Lin Qingmang, then walked away confidently. Lin Qingmang was stunned on the spot. She thought it was just her imagination last time, or maybe Su Ruolin was plotting against her. But she never expected it was him. Lin Qingmang broke out in cold sweat from her back. Shen Siyuan's pressure was too strong. By the time she reacted, Shen Siyuan had already gone far away. It seemed she must separate these two. In her past life, because she caused trouble between them, Su Ruolin obediently kept her distance from Shen Siyuan and never revealed her feelings. Later, Shen Siyuan wanted to take Su Ruolin away. That's when she decided to kill. If Su Ruolin left and married a military officer, she would be left alone to suffer in the countryside. She absolutely would not allow that. The next morning, Su Ruolin woke up early. After washing up, she went straight to the kitchen to help. Zhang Xiaomei had been helping her cook for a few days, and she wanted to return the favor. She made scallion pancakes, only 2 because she also wanted to make another dish, hand-pulled flatbread. She wasn't sure if Zhang Xiaomei and the others liked it, so she made one for each. She also cooked a pot of century egg and lean pork congee and a pot of millet porridge in small clay pots, each enough for 1 bowl. Zhang Xiaomei got up to wash up and was thinking about what to make for breakfast when she smelled the delicious aroma drifting from the kitchen. "Lin, you made breakfast today? It smells so good." Zhang Xiaomei hadn't even washed her face and hurried into the kitchen to look. "Wow, scallion pancakes. Lin, you're so amazing." "Oh, what's this? I don't think I've seen it before. It looks a bit like a meat-filled bun." Zhang Xiaomei pointed at the freshly cooked hand-pulled flatbread, curious. "This is called hand-pulled flatbread. You eat it with your hands, just wrap it in oil paper. It's fresh out of the pan. Go wash up quickly." Zhang Xiaomei nodded happily and continued to wash up. Zhou Xiangyang entered the room and immediately smelled a different aroma. Looking toward the kitchen, he confirmed his guess. "Today, Su Jiqing is cooking. The smell is really special. I've been craving this for a while." "What do you mean? Do you think my cooking is bad?" Suddenly, Zhang Xiaomei appeared out of nowhere, startling Zhou Xiangyang. He quickly put on a friendly smile and defended himself. "Xiaomei, why did you get up so early today? I was just praising you and Su Jiqing for your good cooking. You must have heard wrong. How could I dislike your food?" No need to explain. I know my cooking isn't as good as Ruolin's. You don't have to pretend. But I will work hard to learn from Ruolin and hope to cook as well as her someday. Yes, Xiaomei is the best learner. Your future dishes will definitely taste as good as Su Jiqing's. Hearing these compliments, Ruolin felt a little embarrassed. If it weren't for the space's help, she wouldn't be able to make such delicious food. She had already confirmed that everything in the space, vegetables and fruits, was much tastier than outside. Now she was thinking about whether she could set aside a small area in the yard to raise some chickens and ducks. The ones raised inside the space should taste better than those outside. When the century egg and lean pork congee and the hand-pulled pancake were served, Zhang Xiaomei was instantly won over by the delicious taste. "Delicious. Ruolin, your hand-pulled pancake is amazing. And this century egg and lean pork congee, I've made it at home before, but yours tastes much better. If you like it, eat more. I'll make it again tomorrow morning." "Okay, I'll get up a bit earlier tomorrow." "Ruolin, can you teach me? I want to learn so I won't be disliked for my cooking." When Zhang Xiaomei said this, she also gave Zhou Xiangyang a sidelong glance. Zhou Xiangyang hung his head, too afraid to look at Zhang Xiaomei. "Of course. When I cook tomorrow, I'll call you over to learn." After finishing breakfast, the 3 of them prepared to go to work. The busy farming season was almost over. Their main task now was to dry the harvested grains, weigh and pack them into bags, and store them in the granary. When the official grain distribution time came, they would just take it out. Today, Su Ruolin and Zhang Xiaomei's task was to dry the grains. This job was quite easy. They just needed to take the grains out of the storage in the morning, spread them on the ground, and then turn them over every hour. The only thing to watch out for was the weather. If it looked like rain, they had to bring the grains back before it started raining. Fortunately, today was sunny, with clear skies. If nothing unexpected happened, it wouldn't rain. After spreading out all the grains, Su Ruolin and Zhang Xiaomei sat in the shade to rest. Su Ruolin took out a bag of roasted chestnuts from her small cloth bag. "Ruolin, where did you get these chestnuts?" I bought them last time at the supply store. I happened to see them and bought a few." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaomei understood that the chestnuts probably came from the black market or were sold by villagers they met on the road. "Sai, we've been working for so long and I don't know when we can take a break. I haven't been to the supply store in a long time. It should be soon. In a few days, you can ask the team leader for a day off. Maybe he'll approve it since he's not busy right now." As they talked, Lin Qingmang approached them. Zhang Xiaomei didn't know much about her, but seeing her fellow worker in such a state made her feel a little sad. She quickly stepped forward and helped Lin Qingmang sit on a chair. Lin Jiqing, are you feeling better now? I was planning to go with Ruolin to see you, but I didn't expect you to come out yourself. Yeah, I'm much better now, Lin Qingmang replied, but her eyes kept staring intently at Su Ruolin. Su Ruolin also noticed Lin Qingmang's gaze. She turned her head and looked directly at her, asking, Lin Ziqing, why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? Lin Qingmang smiled and asked directly what was on her mind. I saw you wearing a pendant on the train last time. Why isn't it there now? You mean that pendant?
I haven't worn it for a long time.
I put it away a while ago. Lin Qingmang looked sad, then Zhang Xiaomei started chattering, changing the subject from the pendant. Su Ruolin didn't really listen to what Zhang Xiaomei was saying. Her mind was a mess. Why did Lin Qingmang wake up and immediately look for her pendant? She was sure she didn't wear a pendant on the train. But in her past life, she did wear a jade pendant around her neck when she was on the train. Could it be that Lin Qingmang, like herself, has also been reborn? Su Ruolin was dazed. She only snapped out of her thoughts when it was time for lunch. The older woman came to change shifts, and only then did Su Ruolin pull herself back to reality. Ruolin, what's wrong? Why do you look so distracted? Oh, I went to bed late last night and woke up early today. I'm a bit sleepy. Luckily, Su Ruolin had her eyes closed while thinking, so Lin Qingmang didn't notice anything unusual. Then go home and rest well this noon. I'll make lunch. I'll call you when it's ready. Okay, thank you. Su Ruolin really needed some quiet time to think about what to do next. Since Lin Qingmang asked about the jade pendant, it meant she knew about this space. But in her past life, after she died, she didn't find any spiritual spring space on Lin Qingmang. Lin Qingmang only used the space as a tool for buying and selling. Could it be that this jade pendant was left to her by her mother, and no one else can take it away? It must be. So next, she needs to take out the jade pendant again. Without it, Lin Qingmang might suspect her. She couldn't give Lin Qingmang her original jade pendant, as it was left by her mother. She could only think of ways to get a fake that looked just like her own. Meanwhile, Wenyuan was having a hard time. Every day, he went out looking for a job. But his former friends, knowing he was in trouble, all avoided him, afraid of being involved. He couldn't find work elsewhere either. Relying on his height, he found a job moving bricks at a construction site. But after just one day, he was so exhausted he couldn't straighten up. He couldn't get out of bed the next morning, and that day was wasted. The boss refused to pay Su Wenyuan after just one day of work and scolded him harshly. Second brother, you said you're looking for a job, but why haven't you found one yet? I saw you going out a lot these past few days, so I thought you had already found work. Faced with his older brother's teasing, Su Wenyuan had nothing to say in reply. But he couldn't let himself be beaten in confidence, so he puffed out his chest and said dismissively, there are 2 factories that want me to work there, but I looked at them, and they're all on the production line, completely different from what I used to do. He added, work isn't urgent. Anyway, I still have some things left from Qinling. Even if I don't make money for the next 2 years, I won't go hungry. Hearing this, his older brother was a bit skeptical. But a few days ago, Su Wenyuan had indeed brought home some pork and a bag of rice twice. It's hard to say if Su Wenyuan really had money. If he offended someone badly, he might not get any help at all. Actually, those things were bought with money from selling his watch. Luckily, he always kept his watch on him, so the thief didn't steal it. Huang Xuefan's life was much harder than Su Wenyuan's. After coming to the countryside, her sister-in-law had to work, and all the household chores fell on her alone. Su Wenyuan never cared about his own well-being. Every day, before dawn, she had to go to the kitchen to prepare breakfast for the family. After eating, she washed dishes, swept the floor, fed the chickens, did laundry, watered the vegetable garden, and pulled weeds. After finishing all that, it was already noon, and she had to cook lunch. After lunch, she washed dishes and tidied up the kitchen. It was hard to even take a short nap at noon, but then Grandma Su would wake her up to go to the mountain to pick wild vegetables and gather firewood. In the afternoon, she went back to cook dinner. wash dishes, boil water for bathing, and only after everyone finished bathing could it be her turn. In the beginning, she would fall asleep as soon as her head hit the pillow at night. Wenyuan didn't even have the energy to exercise. Listening to her husband boast in front of the family, Huang Suifan's eyes lost their shine. She was only worried about her daughter, whether she was doing well in the northwest, if she was eating enough, and if she was suffering. Su Iba had long stopped going to school because he couldn't afford the tuition. These days, he was nowhere to be found, probably wandering around. Su Wenyuan and Huang Suifan had no energy to worry about him. After all, he was outside, and nothing bad was likely to happen. But you think nothing will go wrong, yet problems always happen unexpectedly. That afternoon, Su Wenyuan just came back from outside. As expected, he didn't find a job, but he still had to pretend to be relaxed and happy despite feeling exhausted inside. This time, he bought a box of peach cookies for his parents. Since he didn't have a ticket, he bought them at a high price from the black market. He felt very sorry for spending so much. "Mom, Dad, I bought you some peach cookies.
Try them.
If you like them, I'll buy more next time I visit." Huang Suifan stared tightly at the peach cookies in Su Wenyuan's hand, watching him place them in old Su's hands. She was so angry she felt like she was about to explode. What kind of life is she living now? Every morning, she wakes up to endless chores. She wants her sister-in-law to help share the work, but her sister-in-law always says she's busy working outside and can't help. So she has to do everything alone. The only money they have is being spent on Su Wenyuan, who always pretends to be rich outside. She just can't take it anymore. Is this the home of Su Iba? Suddenly, a loud voice came from outside. Everyone looked toward the sound. It was a group of young men who looked like troublemakers. The leader had a rough look with a mischievous grin and was chewing on a piece of grass, looking very funny. "Su Iba is my son. Do you have something to say?" When they heard they were at the right place, the men pushed open the gate and swaggered inside. They found some chairs in the yard, sat down, and started eating the peach cookies casually. "Iba owes us money. We can't find him, so we came to his family." "What are you talking about?" "My son owes you money? How could he borrow money outside? We give him pocket money every day. Not 400 or 500, but maybe 100 or 2 saved up." The leader sneered and mocked his companions. "It's not about hundreds or thousands. Iba borrowed 2,000 yuan from us. The IOU is right here, written clearly in black and white. He can't deny it. Iba even used his household registration book to borrow the money, his father Su Wenyuan and mother Huang Suifan, right? 2,000. Everyone in the yard stared in disbelief. Their faces showed shock. Could this be true? How could Iba borrow so much money? "Why, you must be mistaken, right? How could my son borrow so much money? He's just a student. What does he need all that money for?" "I don't know. The IOU is right here." Su Iba borrowed 2,000 yuan and promised to pay it back in a month, with 500 yuan interest. So, the total is 2,500 yuan. Huang Suifan looked at the IOU, signed by Su Iba with a fingerprint, and suddenly fainted from shock. The Su family's yard suddenly became chaotic. A few young people didn't want to make things worse. One calmer person went over and pinched Huang Suifan's neck, waking her up. "I tell you, don't try to deny it. It's all written here in black and white." Old Mr. Su frowned, looking unhappy. He said that having a third party is no good, and the children they raise are also so unruly. "Second son, don't you still have some money? Hurry up and give it to them so they can leave. If the villagers find out later, it will be embarrassing."
So Wenyuan felt helpless.
Where would he get that much money? He had pretended to be rich before, just to save face in front of his father and older brother.
"Dad, I don't have 2,000 yuan.
"That's too much. You can just give us the interest first, 500 yuan. We'll give you half a month to gather the principal." This way, they seemed very understanding about the debt. "You can't even come up with 500 yuan? Didn't Qin Ling lose something? The factory paid compensation, right? Hurry up and pay us back first." Huang Suifan sat on the ground, wiping tears. Su Wenyuan also lowered his head and said nothing. They really couldn't come up with the money. Maybe 50 yuan, but 500. What do you mean? Are you sizing us up, thinking we're easy to talk to? If you can't pay the 500 yuan today, we'll go inside and start moving things. The two brothers immediately stood up, ready to go inside and search. Sister-in-law Su slapped her thigh and shouted loudly, "Don't go in. This is my house. You're not allowed to search. This is my home, not Su Wenyuan's. They're not involved with us. If you want money, go find them. Don't take my things." This left her two helpers a bit confused. Is this really Su Yiba's house? Are they going to take it or not? The man in front angrily kicked the table aside with a loud bang. Old Mr. Su cursed silently in his heart at Su Desa, calling her a fool. This noise was so loud that the neighbors next door would definitely hear. Sure enough, the two neighboring households came out to see what was happening. Oh my, old Su's family. What's going on here?
Who are these people?
Old Mr. Su didn't know where to put his face. It was old Madame Su who stepped forward, trying to calm everyone down. She smiled and said, "It's nothing. It's just my grandson's friends visiting today. Nothing serious. Everyone go back to your work." The villagers weren't fools. It was obvious something was wrong, and it was a big matter. His grandson seemed only about 14 or 15 years old. Where did he get such big friends? If there's a problem, just say it. We're neighbors, and if anyone needs help, we can think of a solution together. It's really nothing, no need to help. Please go back. They borrowed 2,000 yuan from us. Now they're hiding and refusing to pay it back. We came here to ask for the debt. Have any of you seen Su Yiba? The man leading the group smiled warmly as he approached the gate. Old Mr. Su saw that things didn't look good, so he turned and went back inside. He couldn't afford to offend this person. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. How much money? 2,000 yuan. They worked hard in the fields, earning less than that in a lifetime. What was Su's grandson doing to borrow so much money? You all, stop talking. Su Yiba is the one who borrowed the money. If you want your money back, go find Su Yiba. I don't have any to help him. Su Wenyuan's face was torn apart. He had always been proud in the village. He had gotten into a famous high school in the city, found a job there, and married a city girl. But now he had nothing left. His last bit of dignity was thrown away by his only son. All his emotions burst out. Huang Suifan heard this. Was he giving up on her son? He was their only son. Could it be that Su Wenyuan had found another son outside? Su Wenyuan, you beast. That's your own son. Don't you care? I do care. How could I not? That's not just 250 yuan, it's 2,500. If you want the money, go get it from Su Wenyuan. You are unkind and untrustworthy. You dare to borrow money outside. If you have any ability, don't come back in this life. I won't recognize this son anymore. Since Su Wenyuan said that, Huang Suifan became more sure that Su Wenyuan had a new lover outside and had a son with her. Otherwise, why would his only son so quickly abandon him? You're not human. That's your own son. You say you don't care? I think you found someone else outside. Tell me, which shameless person is she? Did she give you a son? That's why you're so quick to give up on my son. Su Wenyuan was stunned by Huang Suifan's words.
What is she talking about?
How does she not know he has another son outside? What are you talking about? Are you crazy? I think you're guilty. You guessed right, didn't you? Haha, I really deserve it. I followed you for a little bit of profit, hid in a small rented house to give birth to a daughter, finally got a little better, and now someone is exposing the past mess. Why is my life so hard? Everyone. Huang Suifan gave Su Wenyuan a loud slap. After a moment of shock, she started fighting with him. She was really tired of this life. Now her daughter has gone to the northwest and probably won't come back. Her son owes so much money and is hiding outside. She wakes up early and sleeps late, works harder than a donkey. Huang Suifan decided she wouldn't serve anymore. I married you, and I've been cursed for 8 generations. I've never enjoyed a good day. The little savings I saved by being frugal were stolen by thieves. I think it wasn't a thief but you who gave it to some fox spirit outside. And you blame the thief. You really have some skill. Huang Suifan thought she was right. She couldn't understand before. Her daughter wasn't the careless type. How could she forget to lock the door when she went out? It turns out her partner was stealing from her all along. She had borne children for Su Wenyuan, managed the household, and even cared for the money left by his ex-wife. In the end, it was all for nothing. You're talking nonsense. Although Su Wenyuan was physically stronger than Huang Suifan, he couldn't let his actions of hitting a woman be known, especially with so many people watching. He tried his best to control Huang Suifan's hands and feet to prevent her from hurting herself. Even so, Huang Suifan managed to scratch several bloody marks on Su Wenyuan's face. Seeing her son in trouble, old Madame Su quickly stepped forward to help, and eventually, she and Huang Suifan ended up fighting and scratching each other. You're such a shrew.
Get out.
Hurry up and leave my house. Su Wenyuan was so angry he started speaking without thinking. Fine, I'll leave. I don't care to stay here. You people in the Su family are always busy with chores. Did you all lose your hands and feet? When I was away, did you all just drink the northwest wind? And you, Su Wenyuan, don't pretend to be so proud. The wages from the textile factory you borrowed against, you haven't paid them back yet, have you? And you still have the nerve to act like a rich man, using the money from selling watches to buy peach pastries and meat. Let's see how long you can keep pretending. After saying this, Huang Suifan angrily went back to her room, packed a few clothes, and left the Su family's house directly. Everyone there was stunned. The amount of information just now was too much for them to process all at once. The young debt collectors were quick-witted. While the others were still stunned, they barged in, looking around to see if there was anything valuable they could take. By the time the Su family reacted, they had already taken the large iron pot from the kitchen, Sister Su's sewing machine, Old Man Su's radio, and the soap that old Madame Su hadn't had time to open. Don't take that. The sewing machine is my dowry. Put it down. Sister Su's eyes widened in anger, and she clung tightly to the sewing machine, refusing to let go. Get out of here. The man carrying the sewing machine kicked Sister Su aside, and they quickly moved outside the yard. These few items aren't worth much, maybe 50 yuan. I'll give you 3 days. If you can't gather the remaining 2,450 yuan, I'll show you how tough I am. The leader of the group waved his hand, and they all left in a big group, leaving behind a yard full of people with grim faces.
Su Wenyuan.
Look at the trouble you've caused. You all better get out of here and stop bothering our family. When the debt collectors come, don't drag us down with you. Brother Su was very angry. He didn't expect his second brother to do such a thing. Hiding it from their parents was bad enough, but now he's in debt and wants the main family to help pay it off. That's impossible. Old Madame Su and sister-in-law Su were crying on the ground. Old Madame Su no longer cared about her son. She thought he was doing well and returning in glory, but it turned out to be this situation. Still, she liked her eldest son more because he had always been caring for her, and their bond was special. Now that the second son caused trouble again, trying to get benefits from him was hopeless. It was better to cut ties, so the debt collectors wouldn't come after her. She was too old to handle such trouble. This is still my family. When did it become just yours? Besides, even though I haven't been with the elders often these years, I've given the most money. I even paid for this brick house, didn't I? Hearing this, Brother Su felt a bit guilty. The brick house was indeed built with money sent back by the second brother. But so what? He had been taking care of their parents all these years, so he deserved it. I won't say much more. Just pack your things and leave. If the debt collectors keep coming, our parents won't rest well. Just think of it as caring for their health. When he couldn't be tough anymore, Brother Su used filial piety to pressure him. Maybe that would work? You don't want our parents to live in constant noise every day, do you? They're old now, and it's time for them to enjoy their retirement. But Su Wenyuan didn't listen. He went straight to his room and locked the door. If your family doesn't give a clear answer, I won't give up. Sister-in-law Su finished speaking, packed 2 clothes, and went back to her parents' house. The sewing machine she brought as her dowry was being taken away. If the Su family didn't give her a reason, she wouldn't come back. The Su family's reputation in the village was completely ruined. Old Mr. Su, who was proud of his second son, now dared not go outside for fear of being laughed at. On Su Ruolin's first day at work, Siyuan kept coming to check on her many times throughout the morning. Su Ruolin didn't want Siyuan to help, so he just sat quietly nearby, sometimes bringing her a glass of sweet water or a clean towel to wipe her sweat. Siyuan, why don't you go rest? You're about to return to the army the day after tomorrow. When that happens, you'll be busy with training and won't have time to rest. I'm not tired. Siyuan smiled simply. Just watching Su Ruolin made him happy. As Su Ruolin said, after he returns to the team, he won't be able to see her anymore. Thinking that he was still a young platoon leader and not yet allowed to have family members accompany him, he decided to take on more tasks when he returned home. He hoped his wife could come with him soon so she wouldn't have to do farm work in the countryside anymore. After Su Ruolin took her noon rest and went outside, she saw Siyuan working in the fields too. I told you not to help. It's not good if others see. Su Ruolin whispered her complaint. Siyuan knew she would say that, so he quickly explained. I got a task from the squad leader. If I finish this part, I can earn work points too. Su Ruolin couldn't argue with that. She shot him a sidelong glance and went back to work on her own. They worked and laughed together in the field. Siyuan also occasionally handed her water or a towel, which made Lin Qingmang on the opposite side feel jealous enough to go crazy. While Siyuan was working at the far end, Lin Qingmang stepped over to Su Ruolin. Ruolin, your boyfriend is really good to you. Su Ruolin just smiled without replying. However, I heard his mother is quite fierce. She's known as a quarrelsome woman in the village. If you really marry Siyuan, I'm afraid his mother will bully you. Su Ruolin felt very calm inside because she had heard this kind of talk before in her past life. When Siyuan was pursuing her in her previous life, Lin Qingmang told her the same thing. She said Siyuan's family was complicated, his mother was fierce, his younger sister was stubborn, and the Shen family was looked down upon. But last night I went to their house and Aunt Lu and Siyu were very nice. Lin Qingmang felt a little worried and raised her voice slightly. Oh, Ruolin, we went to the countryside together. I wouldn't hurt you. You're not married into their family yet, so they should be nice to you. But that's just surface kindness. All pretend. What pretend? Lin Qingmang did notice that Siyuan was already walking toward them. By the time she realized, Siyuan was standing right in front of her. Siyuan, it's nothing. It's just that Lin Jiqing is afraid that when I marry into your family, Aunt Lu might be harsh to me. Aunt Lu is known as a loud and fiery woman in the village, but I think she's very kind. Yesterday, she even made me my favorite braised pork. Lin Jiqing said that Aunt Lu was just pretending yesterday. Oh, that's not Lin Jiqing's fault. She probably doesn't understand Aunt Lu's temper, so she's just talking nonsense. Lin Qingming's face turned pale. She didn't expect Su Ruolin to betray her right in front of everyone. She lowered her head, too scared to look up at Siyuan, who was furious. Lin Jiqing, my mother doesn't seem to have done anything wrong to you. How can you slander her like that? If the other person weren't a woman, Siyuan might have already punched her. I worry that Ruolin might suffer in the future. I was just trying to warn her kindly, nothing else. Lin Qingmang hurriedly explained and then ran away quickly. Siyuan was too intimidating. Su Ruolin was annoyed that she had told others what she said. Aunt Lu is so fierce. She'll have a tough time in the future. Ruolin, stay away from Lin Jiqing in the future. She's not a good person. When Su Ruolin heard Siyuan say this seriously, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ruolin, I'm not joking. I know. I knew from the start. I will pay attention to her from now on. Su Ruolin felt very at ease. In her previous life, she had missed too many things. This time, she would definitely not leave any regrets. Siyuan still didn't feel at ease. After work, before dinner, he rode his bike to the police station. Why are you coming to see me today? No need for the bike. Upon arriving at the police station entrance, Siyuan waited for a while before meeting his former comrade, Jiang Qingshan. Qingshan, I'll be rejoining the team the day after tomorrow. I might need to borrow my bike for a couple more days. Jiang Qingshan had just finished work, so the two of them started walking and talking. You probably haven't had dinner yet. Come on, my treat, brother. Siyuan took Jiang Qingshan toward the state-run restaurant. You can use the bike freely. The police station is very close to my home. If anything comes up, there are also bikes at the station you can ride. I know, I won't be polite about that. But today, I also want to ask you for a favor. We're close friends. Just tell me what you need. Jiang Qingshan is a retired soldier. He used to be in the same team as Siyuan. During a mission, Jiang Qingshan injured his left hand and couldn't keep up with the tough training anymore. He then transferred to this police station and became a squad leader. I'll be rejoining the team the day after tomorrow. I'd like you to look after my partner. You don't have to do anything special, but if something happens to our red flag squad, I'd appreciate it if you could keep an eye out or give me a call to let me know. You have a partner. Jiang Qingshan looked at Siyuan in disbelief. His loud voice drew the attention of everyone in the restaurant, who turned to look. Realizing he had raised his voice, Jiang Qingshan quickly smiled at those around him and then lowered his voice. When did you start dating? I had no idea. And with your aloof attitude, how did a girl get your attention? Back in the army, whenever performers from the arts troupe came to perform, Siyuan was always surrounded by various women trying to get his attention. But Siyuan paid no attention at all. Even if a woman accidentally fell in front of him, he would simply walk past without a glance. Someone like him is now dating someone? It seems he cares a lot about her. Yeah, I started dating her during this trip. Her name is Ruolin. She's a young woman from our squad this year. The next day, Siyuan went to work as usual, but today he was noticeably more clingy. Sometimes he wouldn't even work, just staying close to Ruolin and joking with her to make her happy. The squad leader in charge kept glancing in their direction, hesitant to say anything, but in the end, he just walked away. Ruolin used her lunch break to prepare some dried meat for Siyuan. It was seasoned with cumin and chili, making it easy to carry on missions. She also filled a water bottle with spiritual spring water and packed everything carefully. In the afternoon, Ruolin left work early to go home. Since Siyuan had to rejoin his team early the next morning, they decided to have dinner together tonight as a farewell. Siyuan finished packing his things at home and came over to help prepare dinner. They worked quickly. Before long, Zhang Xiaomei and Zhou Xiangyang had not yet finished work, but dinner was already served. I could smell the delicious aroma before even entering the yard. Zhang Xiaomei called out cheerfully. We're just waiting for you too. Hurry up and wash your hands to eat, Ruolin said as she set the chopsticks and invited Zhang Xiaomei. Okay, they replied. Each of the four sat neatly at a table, raising their teacups to clink them together. After eating and drinking enough, Zhang Xiaomei and Zhou Xiangyang felt very satisfied. After a short rest, they quickly got up to clear the dishes. Siyuan took Ruolin by the hand, and they headed outside. As they walked, they reached the foot of a mountain. There was a large rock in front of them, and they sat close together on it. Lin, I'll get up very early tomorrow. You don't need to see me off. Sleep a little longer, Siyuan said. Okay. Ruolin agreed happily, planning to surprise him in the morning. Hearing her agree so quickly, Siyuan felt a little uncomfortable. You can focus on training outside and complete each task well. I will take care of Auntie and see you, he said. He also mentioned, at the police station, Captain Jiang Qingshan is an old comrade of mine. I've told him about you. If you encounter any problems, just go to him for help. Siyuan had friends in the police station, which didn't surprise Ruolin. After all, he was a soldier, and many of his brothers and comrades had retired or transferred. Got it, I'll remember, she replied. After talking about important matters, the atmosphere became quiet. Both of them felt a little shy. Ruolin's face turned red, but it was dark, so he didn't notice. It's late. I'll take you home, Siyuan said. On the way back, the sky had completely darkened. Siyuan's courage grew, and he gently held Ruolin's hand, slowly interlocking their fingers. They moved very slowly, taking 2 steps at a time, but still reached the door quickly. Go back soon. You need to get up early tomorrow morning, he said. Okay, you should also go to bed early. Take good care of yourself. Sometimes, remember to write me a letter, she replied.
I already know, he said.
They parted reluctantly. Ruolin returned to her room and went straight into her space. Inside, time moved more slowly than outside, so she could do many things. Yesterday, she made dried meat for Siyuan. Tonight, she prepared some food for the train ride tomorrow. After thinking, Ruolin decided to make meat sandwiches because they are easy to carry and store. First, she cooked the marinated meat in a pot. Then, she fried some green peppers, vegetables, and sausage. The flatbreads were already in the fridge. She just needed to heat them. She chopped all the meat and vegetables, put them inside the heated flatbreads, and wrapped each with oil paper. One meat sandwich was ready. She made a total of 15 sandwiches. She ate one herself, kept 3 for breakfast tomorrow, and gave the remaining 11 to Siyuan. She checked the hot sauce in the fridge and took out a bottle from this era. She packed it for Siyuan, as it's good for both rice and bread. This hot sauce was introduced in 1984 and started mass production in 1996, so it wasn't available for sale at this time. It has a moderate spiciness, which Siyuan would probably like. After finishing, Ruolin washed up and went to bed. Sleeping in her space was very comfortable. It was quiet, and she had plenty of time. When she naturally woke up, it was only 4:30 a.m. The weather was getting colder. In the morning, there was a chill outside. Ruolin put on a coat, which made her feel warmer. She packed everything up and headed out toward Siyuan's house. The wind was cold, but Ruolin's heart was excited. She had promised Siyuan not to see him off yesterday, just to surprise him today. The yard was already lit with lights, and smoke was rising from the kitchen. Ruolin knocked on the door, and someone quickly came to open it.
Lin.
Didn't I tell you yesterday not to come and see me off? The weather is very cold now. Come inside quickly. Siyuan hurriedly took Ruolin into the kitchen, where Lu Yuzhen was preparing breakfast. The fire was burning, making it warmer. Su Jiqing is here. Come sit here, it's warm. Annie, I made some food yesterday and asked Siyuan to bring it to him. I'll give it to him today. Good. I made quite a few dumplings. Su Jiqing, you should also have a little. Ruolin nodded without refusing. She took out everything from her bag. The smell of 11 meat-filled buns wrapped in paper immediately filled the air, very strong and tempting. This is called rujiamo. You can eat it on the go. The dried meat I baked is very dry. If you go on missions, you can take some. Whether you eat it directly or cook it in a pot, it tastes good. This is chili sauce. Ruolin kept talking, but Siyuan didn't listen much. His eyes were fixed on her. The water in this kettle is very important. You must listen carefully. Just in case you feel unwell or get hurt, you can use this water. It's my most precious item, bought from a traveling doctor after a lot of effort and money. Hearing how valuable it was, Siyuan immediately pushed it into Ruolin's hand without hesitation. Keep it for yourself. I'm healthy and don't need these. Ruolin put the kettle into her backpack and held Siyuan's hand. I'll keep it myself, but you must take good care of this thing. It's best not to let others know about it. I promised that traveling doctor I wouldn't tell anyone. If he finds out I spread the word about this, he won't sell it to me anymore. Lin, don't worry. I promise I won't tell anyone else about this medicine. Siyuan's eyes were very firm, making Ruolin smile.
You can eat now.
Come quickly. Lu Yuzhen placed 4 bowls of water dumplings on the table and called the 2 to come and eat breakfast. Siyu also got up, wanting to see her brother off. She thought that next time they meet, it would be after Siyuan's marriage report was approved. Let's take out a few of these meat sandwiches to eat. I can't eat so much on the way, she said. Siyuan took 4 meat sandwiches from his backpack, 1 for each of them, and they ate happily with the dumpling soup. Su Jiqing, did you make these? They are so delicious. Even my mom's cooking isn't as good as yours, Siyuan said.
Su Ruolin smails chaili.
You're saying my cooking is better than yours? Su Jiqing, your skills are really good. I've also benefited from my son today. After breakfast, Siyuan checked his luggage one last time, put on his backpack, and prepared to leave on his bicycle. Ruolin offered to see him off to the village entrance.
The two walked side by side.
Although they were walking slowly, they reached the village entrance quickly.
Ruolin, you must take good care of yourself.
Do farm work if you can, rest if you can't. The autumn harvest will end in a few days. The team leader won't force anyone to work. Just tell him, and he will give you a day off, Siyuan said. Ruolin deliberately wanted to tease him and asked, if I don't work, I won't get any work points, and I probably won't get my grain share at the end of the year. Siyuan quickly took an envelope from his pocket and handed it to her, his words becoming a little hesitant. Ruolin, this is for you. I am your boyfriend, so I would never let you go hungry. Here, take it. My marriage report has been approved, and I will come back soon. When I do, I will marry you. Ruolin wanted to refuse. She said she didn't mean for money, but looking at the envelope, it was clear Siyuan had prepared it in advance. Just take it. I send my monthly allowance to my mother. She's alone, and Siyu is still studying. But I've saved all my remaining bonuses and kept them in the army. I haven't taken them back. When I return, I will give them to you for safekeeping.
You must wait for me to come back, he said.
Okay, I'll wait for you. Siyuan felt that those words were the sweetest he had ever heard. He immediately excitedly hugged Ruolin. She, having experienced the prosperity of later generations, was not offended by this. Instead, she happily hugged him back. Finally, due to time constraints, Siyuan was reluctant to let go of Ruolin. He rode his bicycle away from the Hongqi team. The bicycle belonged to Jiang Qingshan. After returning the bike to Jiang Qingshan, Siyuan took the bus alone to the train station. As soon as Siyuan left, Ruolin felt an empty feeling in her heart. She quietly went home alone, feeling sad. It was already bright outside. Zhang Xiaomei was still in bed, refusing to get up. With nothing else to do, Ruolin went to the kitchen and cooked a pot of millet and yam porridge. As the weather was getting colder, she thought a warm bowl of porridge would help her feel better. When the porridge was ready, Ruolin turned off the stove and covered the pot, keeping the porridge warm inside. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Ruolin went over and opened the door. It was Lin Qingmang standing outside. Lin Jiqing, do you need something? Ruolin asked. Lin Qingmang held up a large sweet potato and showed it to Ruolin. Ruolin, this is a sweet potato from my family's vegetable garden. I dug some up last night, and I brought one for you today. Although the sweet potato was quite big, people usually carried such gifts in baskets. Lin Qingmang was just holding it in her hand, worried that others might think she didn't bring anything special.
Ah, thank you.
You thought of me even when you dug up sweet potatoes. This should be the sweet potato Wang Matzi used to grow. I didn't expect Wang Matzi's farming skills to be so good. If he hadn't had that accident, your life now would be even better. Lin Qingmang's smile was a bit stiff. She forced a laugh and explained, he doesn't grow sweet potatoes. I planted this one. Ruolin, may I come in and sit for a while? Since she brought something and asked to come in, Ruolin didn't refuse. She let Lin Qingmang into the house. This was the first time Lin Qingmang entered the yard after it was repaired. The yard was neat and tidy. There was a water well, and nearby was a cultivated vegetable garden with lush green plants, full of life. Lin Qingmang looked at it with envy. Compared to this, Wang Matzi's yard was full of broken things, weeds, dead branches, mud, and dirt. It was completely different from here. But Lin Qingmang was also a lazy and untidy person. She could have cleaned her yard herself, but she didn't want to do it.
Ruolin, your yard is really nice.
It can't compare to mine. Your yard is quite spacious too. If you tidy it up a bit, it will be even better than here. Lin Qingmang didn't speak anymore. She didn't like doing much work, especially not tidying the yard. Thinking about her purpose for coming, Lin Qingmang looked at Ruolin's neck. Ruolin, I remember you used to wear a pendant. Why aren't you wearing it now? This was the second time Lin Qingmang asked about it. Knowing that Lin Qingmang might have been reborn, Ruolin's words and actions had become more careful. She couldn't reveal her rebirth yet, so as to keep her enemies in the dark and make things easier. Isn't it farm work now? I took it off and left it in the room. Does Lin Qingmang want something? Why do you keep asking about my pendant? Nothing, I was just asking casually. Lin Qingmang felt guilty and didn't dare look at Su Ruolin. At this moment, Zhang Xiaomei also got up. Seeing Lin Qingmang in the yard, she was a little surprised but still greeted her. Seeing Zhang Xiaomei get up, Su Ruolin went to the kitchen to bring breakfast to the dining table. As the weather got colder, they moved the table back inside the kitchen, where it was warmer to eat. The smell of millet and yam porridge spread out, along with the aroma of meat-filled buns. Lin Qingmang swallowed her saliva unconsciously. Jiqing, it's time for breakfast. After eating, you need to go to work. You should hurry and eat too. Lin Qingmang hesitated for a moment but finally decided to be rational. She smiled and said to Su Ruolin in a friendly way, I was digging sweet potatoes early this morning. I haven't made breakfast yet. Can I? Oh, I saw you chatting with me just now, and I thought you had already prepared breakfast at home. Hurry up and go make it. Lin Qingmang almost openly said she wanted to eat breakfast here, but Su Ruolin didn't respond. Zhou Xiangyang had already arrived in the yard. Feeling embarrassed to insist on staying for breakfast, Lin Qingmang had no choice but to leave. As she stepped out of the yard and looked behind, she saw Su Ruolin carrying a large plate from the pot, with 3 meat-filled buns on it. The meat was greasy and tempting. Lin Qingmang's heart felt even more frustrated. She must get Su Ruolin's jade badge as soon as possible. With her space, everything would become much easier in the future. 3 people are sitting around the table having breakfast. They sip sweet millet and yam porridge and bite into meat-filled buns, their eyes squinting with satisfaction. Ruolin, did Comrade Shen leave today? Yes, he left early this morning. I just saw him off at the village entrance and then came back. On my way, I ran into Lin Jiqing. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaomei thought of something and quickly reminded Su Ruolin. Ruolin, I always feel that Lin Jiqing is a bit strange. I saw her looking at you with a sneaky look several times just now. It seems like she wants to do something bad. Su Ruolin didn't need to look at Lin Qingmang's eyes to know she was scheming. Maybe she was eyeing her jade pendant, but luckily, she had already made an identical jade pendant and kept it in her room. The real jade, though no longer lively, was a keepsake from her mother, and she wouldn't let Lin Qingmang take it. Yes, I understand. You all might be next. Zhang Xiaomei and Zhou Xiangyang nodded seriously, showing they understood. Things aren't so busy now. Later, when we go to work, I'll talk to the team leader about building a toilet and shower in our yard. We'll see how he can help us arrange it. All right. Just tell me how much money we need, Ruolin, and I'll get it for you right away. After breakfast, they went to work. Actually, there wasn't much to do now. Today, the women's task was to cut cabbage, and the men were to count and weigh the grain. The day after tomorrow, they would deliver the grain to the commune, so they had to prepare everything well. Su Ruolin and Zhang Xiaomei worked together cutting cabbage, while a man came to push the cabbage to the designated spot with a cart. This year's cabbage harvest is really good. When we deliver the grain, we'll get a good share too. Hearing this, the neighbor lady said it, and Su Ruolin thought of all the ways to eat cabbage. The people here make kimchi from cabbage. Su Ruolin thought of spicy kimchi, and really wanted to have a hot pot meal with the troops. At noon, during a break, Su Ruolin brought a small bag of brown sugar and went to the team leader's house. Su Jiqing, the team leader, is in the house. I'll go call him. Just at the door, Su Ruolin met the wife of the team leader. She is a very gentle person. Last time, it was also the team leader's wife who took the lead in visiting Su Ruolin's home, and they agreed on the engagement. Thank you, ma'am. Sorry to trouble you. The team leader's wife arranged for Su Ruolin to sit in the main hall and brought a cup of hot water. At this moment, the team leader also came out. Previously, Siyuan had come to see him, saying that Su Ruolin had asked for leave and hoped he could help. So, the team leader thought Su Ruolin was here to ask for leave. Su Jiqing, is there something you need to talk about this time? Team leader, I told the village head earlier that I want to build a toilet and 2 showers in my small yard. The village head said to wait until after the busy farming season and then come directly to you. The team leader remembered that the village head had indeed mentioned this to him. If Ruolin hadn't brought it up, he might have forgotten.
Oh, I see.
That's no problem. I'll choose a few people tomorrow to help build it. The pay is 50 cents a day, which is the usual rate here, and they will also get a meal at noon. Ruolin thought about it. Since she would be cooking for them at noon, it might be troublesome, so she asked the team leader. Team leader, since we are all in the same team, I won't provide lunch. How about paying 80 cents a day? That works too. The team leader understood. The house only has 2 young girls living in it. Suddenly having many men in the yard and coming inside for meals is inconvenient. It's better to pay a bit more so the workers can go home for lunch. Then I'll call a few people this afternoon. Every household has some bricks and thatch. I'll go to the village to collect some in the afternoon, and we can start tomorrow. After thanking the team leader, she placed some brown sugar on the table. The team leader refused at first, but after some back and forth, he finally accepted. In the afternoon, Ruolin and Zhang Xiaomei stopped working and went to Aunt Lu's house to borrow a cart. They went door to door, exchanging for soil bricks. Aunt Lu had thatch at her house, so they didn't need to go elsewhere. They made 2 trips before bringing all the bricks back. These should be enough. If not, we can exchange more later. Ruolin brushed the dust off her hands and washed her face. Zhang Xiaomei did the same. Seeing that it was still early, Ruolin remembered the jujube trees she had found last time she went into the mountains. She whispered mysteriously into Zhang Xiaomei's ear. Xiaomei, do you want to go into the mountains to pick jujubes? Zhang Xiaomei suddenly turned her head and looked at Ruolin. Jujubes? I want to go. Ruolin, can you take me? Zhang Xiaomei's eyes sparkled. She had wanted to go up the mountain to see for a long time, but she had been busy working. Whenever she had a little free time, she just wanted to lie in bed and sleep. Yes, let's go. Pack your basket, bring your knife, and also some water and food. I'll take you into the mountains. Zhang Xiaomei happily grabbed her basket and quickly went back to pack her things. Soon, she was ready and came out carrying her basket. The 2 quickly reached the foot of the mountain, where an ant was digging wild vegetables and collecting mushrooms. Hey, Su Jiqing is also here. There are wild vegetables here. Come, let's dig together. Ruolin was now quite well known as a young person in the village. Most villagers knew her. After all, Siyuan was considered a talented young man in the village. He hadn't been home for 2 years, and when he returned, he got engaged to Su Jiqing. She was pretty, from a good family, and educated in the city. News about their relationship spread, and many families with sons and daughters were excited and proud. Auntie, I'm just wandering around. I want to gather some firewood to take home. I won't be digging wild vegetables today. The aunt greeted her warmly, and Ruolin smiled politely in return. But her goal today was not wild vegetables. All right, girls, don't go deep into the mountains. There are fierce animals inside, very dangerous. Just gather firewood nearby, okay, Auntie? I understand. Ruolin led Zhang Xiaomei into the woods. At first, Zhang Xiaomei was very excited, eager to see and touch everything new and rare she saw. But as they went further, the weeds grew thicker and the path became harder to walk. Her excitement faded, and now she only wanted to pick jujubes. Ruolin, how much longer? Ruolin was even more tired than Zhang Xiaomei. She hadn't been here in a long time, and the weeds had taken over everything. She had to clear the way as they went. Looking at this, it seems no one has found that jujube grove, or there wouldn't be so many weeds growing there. Sure enough, after walking for about 10 more minutes, Ruolin found the mark she had left earlier and exclaimed in surprise. We've arrived. Zhang Xiaomei looked up and saw the dense, bright red fruit ahead, and immediately covered her mouth happily. Wow, so many jujubes. Xiaomei, put the things aside. I'll shake the tree, and you can pick the fruit on the ground. The 2 worked together. Ruolin found a long bamboo stick and shook the jujubes off the tree. The bright red fruit fell to the ground with a rustling sound. Xiaomei squatted down happily, collecting them. Before long, her basket was full. Xiaomei, I have another sack in my backpack. Use that to carry the fruit. Xiaomei stood up and took out the sack to continue packing. After Ruolin shook the jujubes from the 3 nearby trees evenly, they started collecting the fruit together. Xiaomei, there are so many jujube trees here. When we go back, I want to find the team leader and ask him to organize the members to come and pick the fruit. Yes, there are so many here. We can't finish it alone. It's better to call everyone to help. They filled both baskets completely, and Ruolin was still dragging a sack. Only then did they happily leave the mountain. The way back was much easier. Both felt excited, and they moved faster than when they came. Ruolin secretly replaced Xiaomei's water with pure spiritual spring water, and Xiaomei felt as strong as an ox. Ruolin, if the team leader organizes a fruit-picking activity, I want to come again and pick some for my elders. Ruolin thought of Zhaoya. The city is missing these things, and she could send some to them. Sure, I also want to send some to my classmates. We can do it together next time. On the way down the mountain, Ruolin deliberately took a different route, heading straight to their backyard. They checked around and saw no one, then quickly carried the things back home. Zhou Xiangyang was in the kitchen preparing dinner. Not knowing where the two had gone, he came out to ask Zhang Xiaomei. Xiaomei, where did you two go? Why are you so dirty? And why are your pants torn? Zhang Xiaomei felt a bit guilty. She had only thought about going up the mountain to play and didn't invite Zhou Xiangyang to come along. If they had gone together, they could have brought back more things. Xiangyang, come take a look. Zhang Xiaomei only felt guilty for a moment before pulling Zhou Xiangyang over to the basket and opening the cover to reveal wild vegetables. Are these jujubes? Where did you get so many? It was Ruolin who found them. There's a big jujube forest nearby. Ruolin said she'll ask the team leader tomorrow to organize the villagers to go up the mountain and pick some. Then we can go pick some too. When we have free time, we can go to the post office and send some to my parents and uncles. We'll keep these for winter. Okay, let's go together tomorrow. I'll bring 2 more cloth bags. Dinner was already prepared. Ruolin ate a little and then hurried back to her room to wash up. After running around the mountain, her face and neck itched, and she felt uncomfortable all over. She took off her clothes and threw them into a basin to soak. The clothes were dirty, so she decided to wash them by hand before putting them in the washing machine. After washing her hair and soaking herself in water, Ruolin finally relaxed. Meanwhile, far in the northwest, Jingwan was living a hellish life. After a tiring day, Jingwan just returned to her dorm to rest. The dorms here are like long rows of shared beds, with all the female educated youth sleeping together. The boys' and girls' dorms are separated by just a wall, and the soundproofing isn't good. Jingwan's appearance, once neat and clean, had become messy. She didn't even wash up before going to bed, and her quilt was all crumpled. She hadn't brought much luggage to the countryside, just a little money on her and some stolen on the train. She tried to contact her parents, but received no response. It wasn't until today that she got a call from Huang Suifan. Huang Suifan told her about what had happened at home recently. Jingwan felt like the sky was falling. Her parents had been reported, and her brother owed debts outside. What could she do? Could she even go back? Huang Suifan tried to comfort her daughter, telling her to stay calm and that she would find a way to help her get out. Jingwan lay on her bed, furious at Ruolin. If only Ruolin hadn't sold her job, her stupid brother wouldn't have signed up for the countryside work. If she had stayed at home, waiting for the committee members to come, it would be best if she simply refused to admit she was the biological child of her father. Would her parents then not lose their jobs? It seems that ever since she signed up for rural work with Ruolin, everything has become uncontrollable. While Jingwan was crying, she heard voices outside. Hey, the squad leader is calling you. The woman speaking had a harsh tone. Jingwan was used to this atmosphere. They were all jealous because she was prettier than them and liked by the squad leader at the youth station. The squad leader could make her work with the most diligent and easiest to boss around, so she could relax. Jingwan got out of bed, put on her shoes, and left the room. The squad leader was waiting at the door. When she saw Jingwan come out, she took her hand and led her to a quiet part of the woods. Jingwan, about what I told you, have you thought about it? Since we can't go back to the city now, why not come with me? We can have a good life here. Although Jingwan's beauty was not as striking as Ruolin's, she still stood out in the northwest. On her first day here, many people had already noticed her. Su Jingwan enjoyed being admired, especially by the squad leader. He often brought her many benefits. But the squad leader was very unattractive, only about 5 centimeters taller than her, which was quite short. I haven't decided about marriage yet. Besides, I need to discuss this with my family. Today, my mom called me. She said my dad has been busy lately and is about to run for director. My mom can't leave either. Su Jingwan's family was well off. The squad leader knew this, which was why he pursued her so aggressively. She was indeed beautiful, and he hoped to use her family connections to return to the city. Su Jingwan lied to the squad leader about what Huang Suifan had told her on the phone today. It's okay. The journey is long, and I told my parents about us. They're happy and said we can just hold a simple ceremony here. We'll make up for everything when we go back to the city later. Su Jingwan was a bit tempted because her future in Beijing meant being close to the imperial city. Jiaming, can I think about it some more? Okay, but you need to decide quickly. I can't wait too long. Jiaming's eyes show a hint of a mischievous smile. He's from Beijing, but not in the city center. His neighboring village is in a different province. They are lucky. Even this remote mountain village benefits from the city's light. Su Jingwan returns to her dormitory, feeling worried. She really doesn't know what to do now. Jiaming isn't her type, but if she refuses, he might retaliate. Is she really going to marry him without understanding why? The next morning, Ruolin goes to the village chief's house. She explains about the date palm grove she found yesterday. Are you saying there's a large date palm grove there? Yes, village chief. It looks overgrown with weeds, so probably no one else knows about it.
The dates are ripe now.
If we gather the villagers to pick them soon, we might miss out if other teams find it later. Then we won't get many dates. Ruolin takes a bag of dates from her pocket and puts it on the table. The village chief's wife tastes one and says it's very good. Su Jiqing, thank you so much for your generosity. You could have kept all the dates for yourself, but you thought of everyone in the village. That's very kind. I'll go to the village meeting now and announce it over the loudspeaker. All the villagers should gather at the sun-drying yard. Ruolin goes home early, calls Zhang Xiaomei and Zhou Shengyang to pack their things, then visits Lu Yuzhen and invites her to go up the mountain. Xiaomei, you still remember the way from yesterday, right? Take your aunt up the mountain first. I need to wait here for the villagers. When you arrive, find 2 good spots to pick the dates. I remember the way. Don't worry, I'll secure 2 good spots first. At this moment, the sun-drying yard is crowded with people. The village chief holds a loudspeaker, clears his throat, and calls for silence. Good morning, everyone. I've called you all here early because I have something important to tell you. This morning, Su Jijing came to see me. She found a date grove on the mountain yesterday. She didn't claim the land for herself but came to me, wanting to gather all the villagers and students to go up the mountain and pick the dates. Today, except for the guards who need to watch the grain on the drying ground, everyone else who wants to pick dates should go back to get their tools and come with me to the mountain. As soon as the team leader finished speaking, there were surprised shouts from below. Even in these times, when people are often hungry and cold, there are no snacks. If we can pick some dates and bring them back, the elderly and children at home will have treats. When guests come during the new year, we will also have something to offer. Everyone quickly ran home to pack their baskets and take cloth sacks. Then, they set out together in a big group. At the foot of the mountain, the team leader's house and the village chief's house were talking to Su Ruolin. When they saw someone coming, they went straight up the mountain. Those who hadn't caught up yet would follow, behind the last person. Su Jiqing, how did you find that date forest? The village chief asked curiously. He had lived in the village most of his life, but had never seen it before. Su Jiqing was the first to discover it. I came up the mountain yesterday with Xiao Mei to gather firewood. We wanted to see if there were any dead trees we could bring back. We wandered farther and farther and accidentally found it, she explained. Su Jiqing, the mountains are dangerous. You 2 women shouldn't do this again, the team leader said sternly. There are wild boars, big cats, and black bears up there. If either of the women encounters any of these animals, it could be deadly. If something happened to Su Ruolin, How could he explain it to Siyuan? I understand, team leader. I will be careful next time, she replied. She knew the team leader would say this. She could only admit her mistake for now. Whether she would do it again in the future was certain she probably would. After walking for nearly half an hour, they finally reached the date forest. By then, Zhang Xiaomei and Lu Yuzhen were already frantically collecting dates on the ground. Zhou Xiangyang was hitting the trees with the bamboo pole that Su Ruolin had used yesterday. The villagers saw this and rushed over. Each family quickly took a tree, competing to pick dates like Zhou Xiangyang was doing. Everyone, don't fight over the dates. If anyone starts arguing or fighting over them, those two families will have to leave the mountain and won't be allowed to pick anymore, the team leader warned. His words had authority. Everyone quietly picked their own dates and avoided conflicts with others. Lin Qingmang saw that the villagers had gone up the mountain, and since Su Ruolin's house was empty, she knew her chance had come. Today, she was determined to find the jade pendant. With no one around, Lin Qingmang directly climbed over the wall into Su Ruolin's yard. The main door was locked, so she looked around for a way inside, but couldn't find any. Suddenly, she had an idea. She looked around the gate and found a key hidden under a stone. A smile of hope appeared on her face as she picked up the key and unlocked the door. With a click, Lin Qingmang quickly entered the room, closed the door carefully, and looked around. The bed was neatly made, with soft cotton inside the comfortable quilt. The pillows looked very cozy. There were daily items on the bedside table, like cream, ointments, a beautiful mirror, a comb, and a cute cloth doll. Lin Qingmang looked at everything with envy. If only these belonged to her, how wonderful that would be. Thinking about her main goal, she focused and examined the room carefully, searching for any hiding spots. Fortunately, Su Ruolin kept her important things in a special space, and the items outside were just for disguise. Finally, she found the jade pendant under Su Ruolin's pillow, just like in her dream. It seemed that everything she experienced wasn't just a dream but real. Otherwise, how could she know about the jade pendant if she had never seen it before? Although the current situation was different from her dream, she believed the jade pendant still existed in this space. Lin Qingmang put the jade pendant into her pocket, then quietly left the room, locked the door again, and put the key back in its place. She climbed over the wall and left the yard. Back home, Lin Qingmang couldn't wait. She took a knife, cut a small wound on her finger, and let her blood touch the jade pendant, hoping for a miracle. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The jade pendant showed no change. Lin Qingmang frowned, wondering if her blood was too little, which was why the pendant didn't react. The events in her dream were fuzzy, and she couldn't remember exactly how much blood had touched the pendant before it changed. She made a firm decision, took a bowl from the kitchen, and cut her hand even more deeply. She squeezed her fingers hard, and finally some blood dripped into the bowl. She placed the jade pendant into the bowl, but there was no reaction. Lin Qingmang started to feel worried. If she couldn't awaken the space inside the jade pendant, how could she enjoy a good life in the future? The villagers on the mountain were still busy picking dates. Su Ruolin looked around and saw that all the young people from a youth training camp had arrived, except for Lin Qingmang. She thought that Lin Qingmang was still thinking about the jade pendant and was probably trying to steal it now. Let her try. She could steal as much as she wanted, but Lin Qingmang wouldn't be able to wake the jade pendant with her own blood. After Su Ruolin and the others filled their baskets and sacks, they prepared to go down the mountain. Su Ruolin carried her basket on her back and dragged 2 sacks, looking very strong and capable, even leading the way. Suddenly, there was a shout behind them, as if a wild boar was nearby. Maybe the noise they made attracted the wild boars from the mountain. Help! Help! A wild boar is coming. Everyone run. The wild boar is here. The scene quickly became chaotic. Fortunately, the team leader stayed calm, telling the elderly, women, and children to scatter and run. The strong young men grabbed their weapons to protect the villagers behind. Su Ruolin put the dates on the ground and took out a large knife from her basket. Today, she wanted to test her skills, see if she was stronger or different from before. Su Jiqing, what are you doing? We should leave quickly, because of the wild boar. Lu Yuzhen nervously held Su Ruolin's hand, worried and looking at her. Auntie, it's okay. I can still fight. I'll go help the team leader. She then looked at Zhou Xiangyang. You and Xiao Mei must help me ensure Auntie's safety as we go down the mountain. Zhang Xiaomei and Zhou Xiangyang also looked worried. Su Jiqing, it's too dangerous over there. How can you go? I'll go instead. I'm a man, and I shouldn't let you take such risks. You need to take care of Xiaomei. Zhou Xiangyang reached to take the large knife from Su Ruolin, but she stopped him. All right, everyone stop arguing. I have a way to deal with the wild boar. Don't waste time. Hurry down the mountain while the boar is still ahead. You can still take Zhaozi with you. After speaking, Su Ruolin turned and headed toward the team leader. Zhou Xiangyang wanted to step forward but was stopped by Zhang Xiaomei. I believe her. Let's listen to Ruolin. Sending Auntie back safely is the most important. The situation ahead was quite serious. Although there was only one wild boar, it was very large, and several villagers had already been injured. Those who couldn't move were arranged by the team leader to be escorted down the mountain. The team leader's wife was leading women and children quietly down from the back. Only some strong young villagers and the team leader remained here to manage the situation. Su Jiqing, aren't you already down the mountain? Why are you back? It's not safe here. Leave quickly. Seeing Su Ruolin return, the team leader's eyes widened in surprise. This young girl, if something happened to her, Shen Siyuan would come back and cause a big fuss at his house. Remember to add this book to your bookshelf so you won't have trouble finding it next time. Team leader, I came back to help you. Oh my goodness, hurry back. It's dangerous here, and you don't need to help. The team leader's voice started to tremble, but Su Ruolin didn't wait for him to say more. She directly put her finger in her mouth and took a big gulp of spiritual spring water, instantly feeling energized. The team leader saw Su Ruolin jump high into the air and land directly on the wild boar's back. She spun her machete once and stabbed it into the boar's throat. The wild boar hadn't even reacted to the sudden human on its back before it died. Not only was the boar caught off guard, but everyone present was also stunned. Su Ruolin's face and clothes were stained with the boar's blood. A foul smell filled her mind, making her feel like vomiting. The wild boar fell to the ground. Su Ruolin quickly took out a handkerchief and wiped the blood from her face. After a while, the team leader was the first to react. He rushed over to Su Ruolin. Su Jiqing, are you okay? Did I just see things? Team leader, you didn't see things. We all saw it. Su Jiqing killed the boar. The crowd cheered. Everyone was in disbelief, but the facts were right in front of them, making them have to believe. They tied up the dead wild boar with a rope, and a few people carried it down the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, a group of people gathered. The men, sons, or fathers who had been hunting the boar on the mountain were among them. Seeing everyone return safely, everyone relaxed. When they saw the wild boar being carried behind, their mood suddenly brightened. There were no casualties, only a few villagers slightly injured. Now they had meat to eat. There was no better news. First, I want to say that none of you would have guessed who killed this wild boar.
It was our Su Jiqing.
If it weren't for her, we might all have been lost on the mountain. Now, everyone is going to help with drying the grain at the sun-drying yard. We'll kill the pig and enjoy the meat. Clearly, everyone didn't believe the village chief's words. With Su Jiqing's delicate appearance, could she really have killed the wild boar? The people carrying the boar also told the villagers how Su Ruolin had jumped onto the boar and how she had used her knife to cut its neck, describing it vividly. Everyone looked unconvinced. Some believed it, but others didn't. Especially the people from the Shen family's main house. They already didn't like Su Ruolin, and now they looked down on her even more. It was as if Su Ruolin was someone unworthy, and their big family could look down on the second house. A girl like her, hunting a wild boar? They're just talking big, and might end up embarrassing themselves. The aunt scolded but quickly grabbed her tools and went to help at the grain-drying yard. Their family hadn't eaten meat all year, so she wanted to go early. When Su Ruolin returned home, she found her hiding place for the key had been disturbed. Sure enough, when she opened the door and looked inside, The jade pendant under her pillow was gone. Ruolin was certain. Lin Qingmang must have taken it at this time. The villagers weren't around, so she wouldn't be noticed. She couldn't come back for a while. She decided to wait and see how Lin Qingmang would dig her own grave. Ruolin wasn't interested in the wild boar meat at the drying yard. It didn't look tasty. But the village chief, seeing she hadn't come, personally brought her some pork. Su Jiqing, today I really appreciate your help. I left the best pork for you, 5-flower pork. You must take it. The people who carried the wild boar down the mountain have no objections. Since they came personally, Ruolin didn't refuse and accepted the wild boar meat. It's what I should do. As a member of the red flag team, we should help each other. The team leader didn't expect Ruolin to have such good skills. He rubbed his looking hesitant to speak. Su Jiqing, I want to discuss something with you. Ruolin looked at the team leader and told him to speak directly. After we pay the public grain, there will be a hunting trip into the mountains. I want to invite you to go with us. Originally, Ruolin had no reason to refuse this. It would also help her stock up more meat. Although she couldn't finish all the meat in her space, she didn't want to rely on it forever. Okay, team leader. Just let me know in advance. Seeing Ruolin agree, the team leader was very happy. With her as an expert, the hunting trip would be safer. Zhang Xiaomei knew Ruolin was back, so she hurried home and looked her over from top to bottom. Her worried expression showed she cared sincerely. Ruolin, I'm so glad you're okay. As she spoke, Zhang Xiaomei started to cry. Luckily, Ruolin went straight to her space to wash up after returning. Otherwise, seeing her covered in blood might have truly scared her.
I'm fine.
Don't cry. I've trained myself, so I had the confidence to go help with the wild boar. That's good. Ruolin, please don't take such risks again. I was really worried. Well, you might have to worry again. Zhang Xiaomei looked at Ruolin with confusion. What did she mean? Did she have to worry again? Ruolin told Zhang Xiaomei about what the team leader had said earlier. Zhang Xiaomei grabbed her sleeve tightly. Ruolin, that's too dangerous.
Come with me.
If you refuse the team leader, he won't say anything because you're just a girl. No need, Xiaomei. I volunteered and I really have the skills. I've been strong since I was young. I even killed that wild boar at the grain drying yard by myself. When Zhang Xiaomei returned, she heard everyone talking. They said that Su Jiqing was the only one who killed the wild boar. Although Zhang Xiaomei believed that Ruolin had the ability, she didn't fully trust her. She thought Ruolin might have helped that group of people to catch the boar. Ruolin, do you have more surprises I don't know about? Ruolin was amused by Zhang Xiaomei's words. That's enough. I don't have anything else to do. You should go to the grain drying field quickly. Everyone is waiting to share the pork. Over at the grain drying field, the team leader had already arranged for people to set up a big iron pot. They were cooking a large pot of rice, and each family brought some vegetables and vermicelli. The wild boar was big, but after removing the fur and internal organs, there wasn't much meat left. Plus, there were so many people from the Red Flag Brigade. If they divided the meat directly, there wouldn't be much to share. It was better for everyone to eat together, making it more lively. Everyone was busy. Lin Qingmang knew there would be meat to eat, so she put her jade token aside and waited to share the meat. Some of the young workers were happy, but others felt uncomfortable. One of the young women at the work camp felt uneasy. This Su Jiqing is part of our work camp. When there was an issue with the jujube forest, she didn't notify us first. Instead, she went to find the team leader. Wang Gang, I think Su Jiqing doesn't take you, the squad leader, seriously. If they had gone to the jujube forest earlier, she could have picked more jujubes. Huang Jiqing, what are you saying? When we distributed tools before, Shen Jinjin was treating us unfairly. You were very upset then. Now that our young workers and the villagers have finally come together, you're stirring up trouble? Don't involve me. I may be the squad leader at the work camp, but we all belong to the Red Flag Brigade, under the management of the brigade leader. Huang Yingying pouted in dissatisfaction. After Wang Gang spoke, she mumbled to herself. If you're not happy, you don't have to eat the wild boar cooked by Su Jiqing, but that wasn't possible. After all, they were about to have a meal with meat. How could Huang Yingying refuse to eat? Su Jiqing, do you really think she killed that wild boar? Maybe she used some trick to let that wild man take the credit, making everyone believe she was the one who killed the boar. Huang Yingying, are you never going to stop? What did Su Jiqing do to offend you, and why are you spreading false rumors about her? Lu Qian disliked people like this the most. She couldn't do certain things herself, but she believed others couldn't do them either. Last time at work, Ruolin had kindly invited her to eat egg cakes. She couldn't believe that Ruolin was the kind of person who would do such things. Spreading rumors is serious. If you say that Su Jiqing is like that, you need to provide proof. Otherwise, if Su Jiqing finds out someone is talking about her like this, she might report you to the police and you'll regret it, Yang Qing added, and the others either looked at Huang Yingying with disdain or just watched the scene unfold. No one came to defend her. Huang Yingying stomped her foot. I didn't say anything. If she finds out, it will definitely be because of you. None of you can escape blame. Huang Yingying was still a little scared, worried they might tell Ruolin. She was nervous all afternoon, feeling anxious until dinner was over and she returned to the youth commune. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief when she didn't see Ruolin. In the afternoon, Ruolin sorted all the jujubes. They ended up filling 7 sacks. She picked the best one to set aside, planning to mail it to Zhaoya. Thinking about the beautiful, delicate little box she bought at Aunt Lee's house, she decided to buy another one there to send to Zhaoya as well. She brushed off the dirt from her clothes and left the courtyard, heading toward Aunt Lee's house. When she arrived at the gate, she saw visitors inside. Ruolin wanted to leave and come back later in the evening, but Aunt Lee noticed her and quickly called out to stop her. Su Jiqing, come in and sit. Is there something you need? Oh, Aunt Lee, you have guests. I'll come back later. The people inside put down their teacups, dusted themselves off, and smiled at Aunt Lee. All right, girl, I've said everything I needed to. You should think carefully. That girl is really quite good. I'll be going now, so I won't delay you. It turned out the visitor was a matchmaker. Ruolin remembered what happened in her previous life. The matchmaker had already come to the door. She couldn't delay any longer. She needed to tell Aunt Lee about this matter. Ruolin took the lead to get to the main point. Aunt Lee was in a good mood and happy to talk more with Ruolin. Yes, our commune is famous for matchmaking. My son has reached marriageable age, and he needs to marry soon. Otherwise, good girls will be taken by others. I asked this matchmaker to find a good girl for my son Jiqiang. We just talked about it a few days ago, and she found someone already. Ruolin pretended to be innocent and asked Aunt Lee more questions. Oh, which family is the girl from? She's from the next village. She's pretty and hardworking. Her parents are at home, and she has an older brother who has been spoiled since childhood. She can do all kinds of chores at home and outside. It seemed Aunt Lee was very happy with this marriage proposal. Probably, since the matchmaker was visiting for the first time, she didn't agree immediately to show politeness. Ruolin knew about that girl. Her family was indeed well off, but the girl was pregnant with someone else's child, which was why she was eager to get married. In the past, that girl was attracted to Li Jiqiang because he was honest, so she looked for the Li family. The two met twice before the wedding. On the wedding day, the bride fainted in front of everyone. A barefoot doctor diagnosed her with a happy pregnancy, causing a big fuss among the crowd. After she woke up, she insisted the child was Li Jiqiang's, claiming he had tried to charming her before their marriage. But Li Jiqiang firmly said he hadn't touched her. Clearly, no one believed him, and they dared him to admit the truth. Aunt Lee was so angry she fainted. Li Ke, leaning on his crutch, said their family was unlucky. Finally, the village had stepped in and ended the drama. He said the young couple was already married, and whether the baby came early or late didn't matter. Li Jiqiang told others, but no one believed him. He had to accept the situation silently. However, just 3 months after the wedding, the bride ran away with her lover and took all the Li family's money. The Li family was left with nothing. Aunt Lee went to the neighboring village to seek justice, but that family also couldn't do anything. The girl had stolen all their money and couldn't be compensated. Li Jiqiang finally cleared his name, but he had exhausted all the family savings. Li K had to work as a carpenter day and night, and eventually, he fell ill. The family of Aunt Lee are all good people. Ruolin didn't want such things to happen again, so she subtly reminded Aunt Lee, Aunt Lee, what others say may not be true. We should find out the real situation ourselves. Hearing this, Aunt Lee suddenly came to her senses. She hadn't thought about investigating the girl's background herself. She usually just asked relatives and friends to inquire around the neighbors. Aunt Lee thought for a moment. Her family's conditions weren't very good. Her husband only knew some carpentry work, enough to support the family. She had seen the girl once. She was very pretty and lively. Moreover, the girl didn't ask for a bride price. Such a good thing wouldn't happen to their family, right? Su Jiqing, you're right. We must be careful about this girl's future. I will go to their team and ask around. No girl has gotten married without asking for a bride price. Seeing Aunt Lee take this matter seriously, Ruolin bought a small box and went home. The next morning, Aunt Lee also went to the neighboring team. On the way, she happened to meet the girl. The girl was walking quickly, slightly holding her belly. Something seemed off. Fortunately, the girl didn't recognize Aunt Lee and thought she was just a passerby. She hurriedly left, thinking about her own matters. This place was very close to the town. In less than 20 minutes, Aunt Lee arrived at the town and followed the girl to the hospital. She saw the girl go into the obstetrics and gynecology department alone. Her suspicions were confirmed. No wonder she didn't ask for a bride price. She was pregnant with someone else's child. If her family found out, it would be very embarrassing. Raising someone else's child? That was not acceptable. Aunt Lee waited for the girl to come out, then quickly went inside to ask the doctor. Luckily, Aunt Lee was clever and didn't ask directly. Instead, she asked in a roundabout way. Doctor, my daughter-in-law asked me to come in and ask how many months she is pregnant. The doctor looked confused. Didn't he just say it was a month and a half? Why was the family member asking again? I just said it, your daughter-in-law has been pregnant for a month and a half. She needs to rest more. The doctor looked impatient. He was very busy and so many people kept coming to ask the same questions. Aunt Lee forced a smile and laughed as she left the consultation room. As soon as she stepped out, her face quickly fell. She hurried home and told her family about what had happened. Xiangzi, do you remember the matchmaker who introduced you to your fiancé? When mentioning this, Li Jiqiang blushed. The girl was very pretty, and thinking she might become his wife made him feel happy. Seeing her son like this, Aunt Lee felt very angry. She directly gave Li Jiqiang a light tap on the back of his head. Still smiling foolishly? Listen, you are not allowed to have any contact with that girl. When the matchmaker comes later, I will refuse this marriage. Why, Mom? Aunt Lee then explained what she had discovered that morning. Both father and son were startled and scared. I tell you, you should stay at home and not go anywhere. Don't let her get close to you. Okay, I understand, Mom. The three of them discussed and decided not to tell anyone about this for now. They planned to find another excuse to refuse the matchmaker later. Sure enough, after they finished talking in the room, the matchmaker's voice came from outside. Aunt Lee, despite feeling angry, forced a smile. Mrs. Wang, you came so early today. Of course. I am very dedicated. About what I mentioned yesterday, have you thought about it? Mrs. Wang believed she would succeed this time, but she was surprised that Aunt Lee actually refused. Sorry, Mrs. Wang. Jiqiang has been a bit slow since he was young. He feels he doesn't match well with the girl. He prefers someone more ordinary, and the girl is too outstanding. Nowadays, are people still picky about how others look? Does this family have some problem? Big sisterly, are you saying you want someone ordinary? Not someone beautiful? Aunt Lee nodded. Big sisterly, are you out of your mind? You wouldn't even agree to a good daughter-in-law like that. Sorry to trouble you, Mrs. Wang. Just find someone with average looks and who works efficiently for our family, Jiqiang. We can pay $30 in bride price and give a new set of clothes. Although Mrs. Wang couldn't quite understand, she still agreed to Aunt Lee's request. All right, I'll help you look around again. As for this good girl, I will introduce her to someone else. Many people are waiting in line for her. Aunt Lee forced a smile as she saw off matchmaker Wang, then turned back to her room to remind Li Jiqiang to be careful. She told him not to meet the girl alone before they got married. Thanks to Ruolin's reminder, Aunt Lee searched through the storage room and found a large wooden table. She asked Li Jiqiang to move it out and tie it to a cart to deliver to Ruolin. Old lady, whose house did this wooden table come from? I didn't know anyone ordered it. No one ordered it. I was planning to give it to Su Jiqing. Seeing the father and son both look confused, Aunt Lee felt both annoyed and amused. If it weren't for Su Jiqing's reminder, I wouldn't have known about that girl. If she got involved with our family, could we still manage? Shouldn't we thank her? Yes, we should thank her. Go quickly. The big wooden table was very large, perfect for gatherings. One person could sit at each end, and 8 people could sit on the sides. When they moved the big table to Ruolin's yard, she was quite surprised. Annie, what are you doing? I don't think I bought such a big table. Aunt Lee pulled Ruolin aside and quietly told her what she had discovered that morning. Su Jiqing, I really appreciate what you did today. If it weren't for your reminder, our family wouldn't know what kind of trouble we might have fallen into. This table isn't worth much, but it's our way of showing thanks. Please accept it. Annie, I was just seeing a lot of this kind of marriage scam back where I come from, so I wanted to warn you. I'm glad you believe me and are willing to look into it. There's no need to send such a big table. Aunt Lee directly asked Li Jiqiang to move the table into the kitchen. I've already moved it here, just take it. Since the table was so big, it was hard to send it back to Aunt Lee's house. Ruolin had no choice but to accept Aunt Lee's gift. Thank you very much, Auntie Lee. Yesterday, everyone enjoyed wild boar meat. Some families took some home, adding a little vegetable leaves so they could have 2 more meals. Aunt Shen's niece heard about the pig meat distribution by the Red Flag team. The next morning, she carried 2 large cabbages from the field and came to Shen's old house. Auntie, when Aunt Shen saw her niece, she was naturally happy. Since there was good food today, she said she would keep her niece for a meal before she left. Wu Xiaomei was just coming over to eat for free today and happily agreed. I don't know how Su the young worker got so lucky. Others can't hunt wild boars, but she managed to kill one. Old Mrs. Shen sat under the eaves and told Aunt Shen this. Aunt Shen looked at her with a dismissive expression. I don't believe she killed the wild boar. It's a miracle if the boar didn't run her into a tree.
I think she just got lucky by chance.
Grandma Shen, Auntie, what are you talking about? Why mention Su the young worker? Is she the girl that Siyuan likes? Who else could it be? She doesn't act like a proper girl at all. She's always running around, sometimes in the date orchard, sometimes hunting wild boars. She really doesn't stay still. When they mentioned the date orchard, Aunt Shen took out some dates from inside the house and handed a handful to Wu Xiaomei. Xiaomei, these are dates we found in the mountains. Here, have some. While eating the dates, Wu Xiaomei felt they were delicious. She thought of the tall, strong Siyuan. She heard he was still in the army. If she married Siyuan, wouldn't she be able to follow the army? Then she wouldn't have to work in the fields for points, and her man would give her money. Plus, he was handsome and charming. Auntie, where is Siyuan? Is he still at home? I want to take him some dates. Wu Xiaomei was about to get up when old Mrs. Shen stopped her. That little wolf cub went back a few days ago. He said he had to submit some marriage report. When he comes back, he'll marry that young worker. Are they getting married so soon? Wu Xiaomei couldn't believe it. Her little flame of love had just started burning, and now it was about to go out? Xiaomei, do you really like that rascal Siyuan? That person is not good. He is very cruel. Last time, he even said he wanted to break your cousin's leg. If you marry him in the future, he will probably abuse you. When you go to the military family housing, your Annie will want to help you, but can't do much. She is looking for someone better. Don't think about him anymore. Yes, that bad-tempered guy is not suitable for marriage. Grandma Shen and Aunt Shen both advise Wu Xiaomei, but she doesn't listen much now. Aunt Shen only has one son and no daughter, so she cares a lot about her niece. Wu Xiaomei has always been sweet-tongued since she was young, and she can make Grandma Shen smile every time she visits. Because of this, Grandma Shen favors her niece more than her own granddaughter, Shen Siyu. Wenyuan stayed in the countryside but packed his things and left that very night. Debt collectors come to bother them every day, banging on the door and shouting. They are even more aggressive because they have many people working in shifts to disturb their rest. He hasn't slept well for 2 days. Sometimes his parents and older brother come to scold him harshly. Knowing that Wenyuan has no money left, his parents have lost patience and even secretly resent him. He is useless, and now they can't even live peacefully at their age. At this moment, Wenyuan remembered his eldest daughter. He wanted to call her, but didn't know her phone number. He wanted to write her a letter, but didn't know her address. He was really anxious, like an ant on a hot pan. He had to go to the youth office to ask his father and mother for help to find out his daughter Ruolin's rural address. But the place was too far, and he couldn't even afford a train ticket. So he wrote her a letter first. Ruolin packed all the dates she wanted to send to Zhaoya. Early that morning, she and Zhang Xiaomei carried a big basket and went to the town's post office. The effect of Lingquan water is really good. In the past, Zhang Xiaomei had to rest halfway when walking to the town, and even when she arrived, she was exhausted. Now, carrying so many dates, she can walk steadily and reach the post office in one go. They sent the packages out. Zhang Xiaomei wanted to visit the supply and marketing cooperative, but Ruolin wanted to check out the black market. So, they parted ways. The black market is not easy to find. Ruolin looked around at several places, observing people's clothing and expressions, before finally finding the entrance. Are you buying or selling? Ruolin carried a basket on her back, wearing a headscarf, with her face painted dark. The person guarding the entrance immediately recognized her purpose. I'm selling. To sell, you need to pay 50 cents. This was probably the protection fee for the black market. Ruolin took 50 cents from her pocket and handed it to the guard. He waved his hand, allowing her to enter. Inside, there was a narrow alley with no doors or windows on either side, making it seem very hidden. People nearby were selling things, squatting by the roadside with their baskets in front of them, showing passers-by what they had for sale. If someone liked an item, they would squat down and quietly discuss the price with the seller. Ruolin mimicked them, finding a corner and placing a handkerchief on the ground. She sat down by the roadside, with small cloth bags containing rice and wheat, making it easy for buyers to see. Some people were attracted by the good quality of the rice, but after asking the price, they left disappointed. Ruolin believed that rice grown in her space was different from outside, so she set a higher price. Outside, the supply and marketing cooperative sold rice for 15 cents per jin, half a kilogram, but with a ration coupon. The black market rice was usually 50 cents per jin, but its quality wasn't as good. She was already selling at 90 cents per jin, which was quite cheap. Many people came to inquire, but few bought. Only those who seemed well off bought 4 or 5 jin because they appreciated the quality. Seeing that it was getting late, Ruolin decided to pack up and go home, worried that Zhang Xiaomei at the city entrance might be waiting anxiously. Just as she finished packing, a tall man stopped her. Comrade, how much for the rice? 90 cents, no coupons. Ruolin thought he was like others. After hearing the price, he would turn and leave or try to bargain for a lower price. But surprisingly, he said something completely different. How much do you have? I want to buy it all. Can you give me a discount? How much do you want to buy? This person can speak so confidently. Inside her space, the rice and wheat are almost piled up too high. She can harvest a crop in just a week. She can plant seeds using her mind, and the spiritual spring water flows into the fields through the water channels she digs. She doesn't need to spend much effort at all. Are you saying that I can have as much as I want? The other person is very happy. Right now, he needs a lot of food, especially fine grains. That's not exactly it. Tell me how much you want, and I'll try to get it for you. I want 5,000 jin of rice and wheat. But you have to give me a good price, and you must ensure all the goods are of this quality. Ruolin thought for a moment. Selling so much at once means she can't sell it for 9 mao anymore, but it will save her a lot of trouble. Okay, since you want so much, I'll sell it to you for 7 mao 5. Less than that, and I can't do it. After they agreed on the price and the meeting place, Ruolin carried her empty basket back home because all the rice and wheat inside had been bought by the other person. On her way back, She took out some meat and vegetables from her space, pretending she bought them from the supply store. She also took some sugar, planning to give the villagers some sweet water when they come tomorrow to fix the toilet and shower room. Sure enough, at the crossroads, Zhang Xiaomei had been waiting for a long time. She was sitting on a tree stump, looking drowsy. Sorry, Xiaomei, something came up. Let's go. Xiaomei almost fell asleep. When she heard Ruolin's voice, she was startled and woke up. Okay, let's go. Ruolin, I was just sitting here thinking about what to cook tonight. I fell asleep while thinking, what are we going to eat tonight? Hee, you'll find out then. As soon as they got home, they saw a young girl standing at their door from afar. She and Zhou Xiangyang were talking for a while, then handed over an envelope and left without noticing Ruolin and the others. Xiaomei felt a little uncomfortable. She ignored Zhou Xiangyang, who was coming to take the things, and went straight into the kitchen. Zhou Xiangyang was a bit confused. He thought Xiaomei was upset outside. He wanted to ask Ruolin first, but then he heard Ruolin asking him a question. Who was that young girl just now? I saw her give you a letter. Zhou Xiangyang suddenly realized that Xiaomei might have misunderstood something. That was Shen from the squad leader's family, asking me to deliver a message to Qiao Jiqing. Qiao Jiqing? Now, not only Ruolin was confused, but Zhang Xiaomei also looked curious, waiting for Zhou Xiangyang to explain. I don't know either. Recently, they have been exchanging things a lot. I was just passing messages between them. Ruolin understood now. She thought Shen and Qiao Jiqing might have taken a liking to each other. She didn't remember much about Qiao Jiqing from either her past or current life, like a transparent person. But in her past life, Qiao Jiqing wasn't with Shen, right? In this life, what made them come together? It seems that her rebirth changed some events, but the general direction stayed the same. Zhang Xiaomei was still thinking about what to cook when she realized Zhou Xiangyang had already finished. Xiaomei, I made chive and egg pancakes. Try it and see how it tastes. Zhang Xiaomei felt a bit shy. Just moments ago, she was feeling jealous for no reason. Now she knew it was all a misunderstanding. She didn't dare to look up at Zhou Xiangyang anymore. It's very tasty. Zhang Xiaomei's face turned red, as if it might bleed. Zhou Xiangyang chuckled and looked at her a bit longer, then went to the kitchen to prepare porridge. He couldn't tease the girl anymore. If he kept doing so, she might get annoyed with him. Seeing their interaction, Ruolin shivered at the goosebumps on her skin. She decided she didn't need to eat the pancakes. She was already full of dog food, but she didn't need to envy them. When Siyuan returns, she could also give them some dog food. Right now, Siyuan was leading his comrades through the dense forest. If they could take down the enemy's hideout today, they would make a big contribution. Maybe he would get the position of deputy platoon leader this time. Just one step away from becoming a platoon leader, then he could apply for his family to move with him. Then he could bring his wife along, and every morning he would wake up and see his beloved wife. That would be so happy. The next morning, Ruolin did not sleep inside the space last night. She slept on the outside heated bed. When the workers arrived early, she was still asleep. Fortunately, Zhou Xiangyang knew that villagers would come to repair the toilet and shower room this morning. He arrived early to greet them and helped carry water and bricks nearby. After a simple wash, Ruolin boiled a large basin of hot water, added some sugar, and placed it on the table in the yard. Dear uncles, I specially made sweet water for you. Come rest a bit, have some sweet water, and relax. When everyone heard there was sweet water, they put down their tools, washed their hands, and each took their water bottles to pour drinks at the table. The sweet water was a little hot, but it didn't stop a group of grown men from sipping it slowly. Wow, Su Jiqing, you're so thoughtful. How much sugar did you put in? It's so sweet. The son of the team leader was the first to exclaim. He was the leader among them, and the team leader had specifically told him to help Su Jiqing work well. We all do physical work, and I couldn't prepare meals for you. The sweet water is enough for you. Ruolin smiled, thinking that a little sugar was nothing if it helped them work hard. Su Jiqing, don't worry. I will work hard and won't be careless. Thanks to the sweet water in the morning, everyone worked quickly. They took a 2-minute break in the middle but then continued working without stopping until lunchtime, when they finished and went back to eat. Su Jiqing, that's all for today morning. We'll come back at 2 in the afternoon. Usually work starts at 2 in the afternoon, with a lunch break. Ruolin thought it was fine and agreed, then went to the kitchen to busy herself. Zhang Xiaomei, who was about to fetch water and wash vegetables, heard the noise outside. Curious, she looked around but couldn't tell what was happening, so she went out of the yard and asked a woman nearby. "Ma'am, where are you all going? Is something happening?" The woman was also going to see the commotion and was happy to share some gossip with Zhang Xiaomei. "Oh, you don't know. The people from the neighboring team came to trouble Li the Lame's family. They say Zhejiang hid their daughter. I won't say more. I need to go see what's really happening. Zhejiang is a honest and good boy. Don't let outsiders bully him." After telling Zhang Xiaomei, the aunt hurriedly left. Zhang Xiaomei quickly went back to her room and told Ruolin what she just heard. Ruolin felt something was wrong. She put down her things and decided to go to Aunt Lee's house to check. "Xiaomei, I need to go see. Aunt Lee is usually kind to us. We can't let outsiders from another village bully her this time. I'll go with you." The two of them hurried to Aunt Lee's house. At this moment, the yard and outside were crowded with people. They whispered and discussed quietly, but the noise inside the yard was very clear. "If you don't hand over my daughter today, I will hang myself at your door." This was Fong Lanlan's mother speaking. A few days ago, Fong's mother asked a matchmaker to find a husband for Fong Lanlan. She had no special requirements, just that he be hardworking and honest. The matchmaker immediately thought of Li Zhejiang. Li's family wasn't the best in the village, but they were honest and capable. Plus, Fong Lanlan was pretty. The marriage was sure to go through. But then Aunt Lee heard that Fong Lanlan was pregnant and quickly refused the matchmaker. Fong's mother was disappointed that such a good marriage fell through, but she didn't give up. Her daughter was so beautiful, it wouldn't be hard to find a more honest family. She asked the matchmaker to find another. But just 2 days later, Fong Lanlan ran away. No one knew where she went. In her panic, Fong's mother went to Aunt Lee's house, accusing her of kidnapping her daughter. "If you want to marry my daughter, come openly and propose. Now my daughter is missing, and I believe you've hidden her. If you keep talking nonsense here, I'll break your mouth." Aunt Lee was furious. She stood in front, pointed at Fong's mother's nose, and started scolding. She specifically told Li Zhejiang to stay inside and not come out. Li the Lame sat on a chair under the eaves, watching his wife closely. If anyone tried tricks, he would be ready to warn her. "We haven't even met face to face. Only Wang the matchmaker mentioned a few words. The marriage didn't happen, and now your daughter ran away and dares to cause trouble here. I give you one last chance. If you don't leave, I will reveal everything. Let's see if your family still has the face to stay in this community." Mother Fong felt a bit guilty after hearing Aunt Lee's words. She didn't know how much Aunt Lee knew and didn't dare to gamble. Just as she was about to suggest they leave and go home, her younger brother-in-law refused to back down. No one in this community had ever threatened him like this before. "I'm staying here today. If you don't give us a clear answer and hand over my niece, I won't leave today." Mother Fong was startled. Only she and her daughter knew about Fong Lanfan's pregnancy. She was afraid that if Aunt Lee got angry and revealed the secret, Fong Lanfan's life would be over. She quickly pulled her younger brother-in-law away and whispered a few words in his ear. His face showed fear, and he hurriedly ran away. "It was all a misunderstanding. Maybe my daughter went somewhere else. She hasn't met your son, so she definitely isn't at your house, really not." As she spoke, Mother Fong pushed through the crowd and ran away. The others looked confused, but since the area was full of Red Flag Brigade members, they had no choice but to leave. "Big sisterly, what exactly is going on? What did their family do wrong? As soon as you mention it, they run away." "Yes, sisterly, what's their deal? Do they think our Red Flag Brigade is easy to bully? Come and go as they please." Aunt Lee wasn't someone who liked to get involved in others' affairs. As long as they didn't bother her, she wouldn't talk about their family matters. She believed in not offending others and avoiding trouble, especially since it could harm the girl's reputation. Less trouble was better. Nothing serious. Everyone disperse now, disperse. Aunt Lee didn't want to say more. The people who wanted to gossip had no choice but to leave reluctantly. Big Sister Lee, it seems they want to blame Comrade Lee Ji-chung. In the future, be careful about what you do when you go out. After everyone left, Ruolin approached Aunt Lee to speak. Aunt Lee understood that Ruolin meant well and nodded in agreement. I know, Su Ji-chung. Luckily, you reminded me last time. Recently, I haven't let Ji-chung go out. He's just staying at home and helping his father with chores. It's good that you know, Auntie. We get along well, and I don't want you to be troubled by such family issues. Ruolin and Zhang Xiaomei just returned home. At the door, a mail carrier was waiting, seemingly for someone. Seeing them approach, the mail carrier asked quickly, Excuse me, are you Comrade Ruolin? I am. Comrade, is there something you need? The mail carrier looked at Ruolin, then took a letter from his mailbox and handed it to her. This is your letter. Please keep it safe. Ruolin didn't recognize who had written her the letter, but she quickly took it. She knew the mail carrier might have been waiting outside for a long time. She invited him inside for some water before he left. No, I need to deliver other letters too. I have to go now. Thank you, comrade. They exchanged thanks. Zhang Xiaomei, knowing Ruolin was busy, took over the cooking. Ruolin, you go ahead and handle your business. I'll cook. Thank you, Xiaomei. I want to see who wrote me this letter first. Back in her room, she saw the letter was sent from her home. Besides Zhaoya, she couldn't think of anyone else who would write to her. When she opened it, she was surprised to see it was from Wenyuan. Ruolin opened the envelope and read the letter. She was surprised to find an extra piece of good news. She had thought Wenyuan and Huang Suifan would just live a hard life farming back home. But unexpectedly, Su Yiba had played a big game. After the debt collectors came last time, more people from a casino showed up. They said Su Yiba lost money playing cards and couldn't be found, so they came to his family instead. Su Yiba was really impressive. He owed over 7,000 yuan, which was more than enough to sell the entire family of 4 to pay off the debt. After fleeing from their hometown, Wenyuan had almost no money left from selling his watch. He rented a small room in a new place. Now, he was writing to ask Ruolin to send him the 30 yuan she had given him before, and also some food. Ruolin is needed. She took out a lighter from her space and burned the letter completely. Now, when she is poor and struggling, she finally remembers her daughter. Unfortunately, she came too late. In her past life, Wenyuan knew that Jingwan mistreated her 2 children, but he never asked about them or even looked at them once. Wenyuan was a completely cold-hearted person, only caring about his own interests and not allowing anyone to oppose him. Zhang Xiaomei brought food and called Ruolin. Ruolin casually threw the burnt letter into her space and put on a smile as she opened the door. I'm here. Let's see what we're having today. Some people might have added too much salt again while cooking. You're teasing me again, hum. Lin Qingmang sat pale and weak on the bed, her lips without any hint of redness. Her hands were covered in scars, some wrapped in gauze, others exposed. But to Lin Qingmang, these injuries were not serious, as if the wounds weren't on her hands at all. Right now, Lin Qingmang's eyes were dull, staring at the jade pendant in the blood-filled bowl, unable to focus. Why was that? In her past life, just touching the jade with a little blood made her instantly enter the space. But this time, why didn't it work even after soaking it in her blood? As she thought, Lin Qingming's vision went black, and she fainted with a thud. After ensuring there was no movement inside the room, Ruolin came in from outside. She looked around casually, then went to the table and poured the blood from Lin Qingming's bowl onto her face. She threw the jade pendant onto the ground, smashing it into pieces. Then, Ruolin lit some incense to ensure Lin Qingmang wouldn't wake up and used the broken jade to cut a line across her face. When Lin Qingmang, unconscious, felt the pain, she twitched slightly, but still did not wake up. After finishing everything, Ruolin turned and left. Su Jingwan never imagined that such an important event like her wedding would end so hastily. On the wedding night, Jia Ming sat beside Su Jingwan with a forced smile, constantly explaining, "It's all that wicked woman's fault. If she hadn't been thinking about me and drugged me, I would have married you in a grand way, not in such a rush with everything still unprepared." Su Jingwan's tears were almost all gone. She was resting peacefully inside the house today, while the girl cooking with her was in the kitchen preparing dinner. The other young workers were still working outside and hadn't come back yet. Coincidentally, Jia Ming, with a flushed face, ran into the girls' dormitory and, in broad daylight, forced himself onto her bed. At first, she struggled desperately, hoping the girl outside cooking would come to help her. But when the girl arrived, she simply closed the door tightly and didn't come in. Su Jingwan's eyes filled with sad tears. Once everything calmed down, the workers in the fields returned home. Everyone knew what had just happened, but because of Jia Ming, no one openly spoke about it. However, after Jia Ming left, the gossipers became more lively, especially the two young women who liked Jia Ming. They looked at her with disdain and suspicion. Fortunately, the next day, Jia Ming came to propose marriage. That night, they held a wedding ceremony, and the storage room next to the young workers' area was cleaned up and turned into their new home. "Jingwan, please don't be angry. When we return to Beijing, I promise to hold a grand wedding for you." Su Jingwan could do nothing but accept. She was now at this point, hoping Jia Ming's family would take him back to the city and she could go with him. But what Su Jingwan didn't know was that Jia Ming was thinking the same way. When Lin Qingmang got up from the ground, her head was still dizzy. She felt a burning pain on her face. When she saw the broken jade pendant nearby, she immediately became alert.
"Ah,
My jade pendant. How did it break? Who did this?" As she spoke, her mouth opened, pulling at the muscles on her face, which made the pain worse. Lin Qingmang realized belatedly that she might have caused all this herself. She quickly picked up the broken jade pendant, covered her face, and started crying loudly. She touched the blood on her face and felt a bad omen in her heart. She hurried to the water barrel to wash her face, then dipped her hand in cold water to treat her wound, which made the pain even sharper. At this moment, the neighbor woman passing by saw the scene and exclaimed in shock, "Oh my, Ma Zi's wife, what happened to your face? Have you been disfigured?" The auntie looked regretful and said, "This young worker girl, although she is still young and has become a widow, still looks more lively than the village girls, and she can read and write." She was thinking of introducing another girl to Lin Qingmang. But when she saw Lin Qingmang's disfigured face, she immediately lost her interest. Lin Qingmang felt very anxious. She quickly covered her face and ran outside. She went to the barefoot doctor's side, but since she had no money, she could only apply some herbal medicine. Walking on the road, Lin Qingmang felt like crying but had no tears. If only heaven had let her start over again. Why did it end like this? Why couldn't she be reborn on the train when she was sent to the countryside? Why was heaven playing such tricks on her? She wondered if she died again, maybe heaven would give her another chance. But she simply couldn't bring herself to hurt herself. With no other options, she decided to find some food first. The rest could wait for later. The next morning, news of Lin Qingming's disfigurement spread quickly. She was so scared, she didn't dare to go outside. When Ruolin heard the news, she just smiled.
This was only a small early gain.
She would wait and see what happened next. The toilet was built very quickly. In just 4 days, it was fully finished, 1 toilet and 2 shower rooms. Inside the shower rooms, Ruolin even used smooth stones to fill the floor, so even if it was wet, it wouldn't be muddy. The toilet was built a bit far from the yard because of the smell, at the corner of the vegetable garden wall. The shower rooms were next to the kitchen, making it easy to fetch water. The bath buckets and towels were neatly placed inside, and after drying for 2 days, they could be used. A few people worked hard for several days. Ruolin and Zhang Xiaomei discussed and decided to invite everyone for a meal, including the team leader and the village chief. "Ruolin, you know my cooking isn't very good. How about I help out? I'll pay for the groceries and you just focus on cooking. Zhang Xiaomei had been learning cooking from Su Ruolin for a long time but still couldn't match her. Even Zhou Xiangyang, when he had free time, would learn from Su Ruolin. But cooking skills depend on personal effort, and with Su Ruolin's space and cheat device, the two of them could never surpass her. That's not fair. We agreed that we'd split everything equally. Plus, helping out isn't easier than cooking. Through Su Ruolin's training, Zhang Xiaomei's ability to wash and prepare vegetables is now unquestionable. The shredded potatoes she cuts are evenly sized and shaped. All right then. We'll go shopping early tomorrow morning to buy fresh ingredients. Su Ruolin didn't plan to buy groceries herself because she wanted to take ready-made supplies from her space. She started explaining her plan. Tomorrow, you and Zhou Xiangyang should go ask the team leader and the village head for help. I'll handle the shopping. Zhang Xiaomei didn't ask many questions, trusting that Su Ruolin had her reasons and agreed. Early the next morning, Su Ruolin arrived at the roadside to wait for the ox cart heading into town. Today, she needed to deliver goods to a black market contact, so she couldn't take Zhang Xiaomei along. In town, Su Ruolin first entered her space to tidy up, then rode her bicycle inside the space to the delivery spot. The bicycle was bought when she was at home. There were still 2 hours before the scheduled exchange, so she left the goods there, waiting for the other person to come and check. At the abandoned, dilapidated temple, she looked around inside. There weren't many people, but one room was empty. Unfortunately, the roof had many holes, so it couldn't store food for long. Rain would ruin everything. Su Ruolin took all the prepared food out of her space. She stacked it high in the middle of the room, creating a striking sight. About 20 minutes before the scheduled time, footsteps and voices came from outside. Can she really bring so much grain? Or is she lying to you? Brother Xiong, I don't think she's lying. Besides, with just the two of us, there's probably no one alive who can fight us both at once. The man called Brother Xiong had a bulging pocket, holding most of his belongings. He had been fooled by Xiao Qi's sweet talk. When he heard about the grain, he didn't even think about whether it was real and agreed to the deal. Xiao Qi hummed a tune as he walked. He thought about how excited the boss would be when he saw all the high-quality rice and flour. He would surely be very impressed with him. He didn't want to keep showing that deadpan expression all the time. It was annoying. Entering the temple, Xiao Qi shouted loudly, "Comrade, comrade, have you arrived?" "We are here." Su Ruolin had already heard their voices and was waiting for them to speak first. She then revealed herself. As she had said before, during the deal, at most 3 people would come, with support if needed. She felt confident they could handle 3. Unexpectedly, the other side kept their promise, and only 2 people came. "Did you bring the goods?" Su Ruolin wore a scarf over her face and glasses, so her appearance was hard to see, but she could tell right away that she was a young woman. "Yes, everything is here." "Where are the goods?" Xiao Qi was confident in his boss's ability to handle things. He believed she wouldn't do anything careless. "The goods are inside, not running away. But I need to check your goods." Xiong saw this young girl and relaxed a bit. She confidently took out a cloth bag hidden inside her clothes and opened it for Su Ruolin to see. A quick look confirmed it was all cash. Su Ruolin then took the 2 of them to check the storage area for food. "Wow, young comrade, did you carry all this alone? You probably have accomplices, right? Otherwise, with just you, a little girl, how could you move so much?" Su Ruolin didn't hide her strength. She easily picked up a bag of rice from the top and handed it to Xiao Qi. "Take a look at the goods yourself. Feel the weight and see if it's right." Xiao Qi was not suspicious and smiled politely as he took the rice bag from Su Ruolin. Suddenly, Xiao Qi and the rice bag fell to the ground with a thud, kicking up dust that made Xiao Qi cough uncontrollably. Xiong looked at Xiao Qi lying on the ground with disdain, muttered something about being embarrassing, then turned to talk with Su Ruolin. "I heard you say the price you agreed on is 75 cents. Huh? Is 75 cents still too expensive? Do they want to negotiate further?" "Yes, 75 cents. When I sell outside or in small quantities, the price is usually 90 cents or 85 cents. If you weren't buying so much, I wouldn't want to sell at that price." Xiong knew Su Ruolin misunderstood, but she didn't explain further. She handed the bag in her hand to Su Ruolin.
5,000 jin of rice and wheat each. This costs 7,500 yuan.
Count it to make sure there are no mistakes. Ruolin finally realized she had misunderstood the other person. She took the cloth bag and squatted down to count. Xiaoqi got up from the ground, knowing he had lost someone, and silently stayed nearby, trying to reduce his presence. After checking the quantity and quality, she randomly opened 2 grain bags to look inside. The contents were indeed similar to what she bought last time. Xiangbing went outside to observe the situation, worried that someone might come and they wouldn't notice. Ruolin counted all the money twice to be sure it was correct. Once confirmed, she put the large bag of money into her backpack, covering it with a piece of clothing. However, these were just cover-ups. In reality, she had already stored the money in her space, which was the safest place she knew. If there are no problems, I will leave now. At this moment, Xiangbing came in and introduced himself seriously. My name is Xiangbing. I manage the black market here. If you need help in the future, you can come to me there. He was sincere, so she couldn't ignore his offer. My name is Ruolin. Ruolin, she revealed her name and identity, but the young girl only mentioned her nickname, not her surname. She was very cautious. Hee, just call me Xiaoqi if you go to the black market. Mention my name, and I'll look out for you. Xiaoqi wanted to recover some of his dignity after the earlier embarrassment. Ruolin smiled and nodded before leaving. If there are more good things like this, be sure to tell me first. Ruolin was about to ride her bike away when Xiaoqi called out to her one last time. She didn't turn back but raised her hand in an okay gesture and left confidently. Ruolin quickly pedaled her bike back home. Fortunately, while waiting, she had already gathered all the ingredients in one place. She also planned to register her bike. Going to the supply and marketing cooperative on foot or waiting for a cart was slow and wasted time. News of Ruolin's bike spread quickly through the entire production team.
She was the first in their team to buy a bike.
Didn't they say that Shen's family gave a bride price that included a bicycle? Did you just take it out and ride it? Oh, come on, Su Jiqing is too impatient. Can't you keep the bicycle for the wedding? Riding it now is just wasting it. What are you rambling about? My family's Siyuan still has the bicycle ticket in his pocket. That bicycle was bought by Su Jiqing himself. What does it have to do with you busybodies? And even if I did ride the bride price, I'd be happy. It was meant for my future daughter-in-law. Lu Yuzhen's reputation was well known in the area. Most people didn't dare to argue with her. Lu Yuzhen used to be fearless, so what could she be afraid of now?
At worst, it was just her life.
But now Lu Yuzhen's son was successful, and she could afford to pay for any damages. Haha, we're just joking. Don't take it seriously, Sister Lu. A few people quickly ran away, feeling embarrassed for insulting their future mother-in-law in front of her daughter-in-law. They knew they had made a mistake and hurried to leave. It's time for lunch. Hurry back and cook. Yes, my husband wants some cured meat today. I need to cut some. Ruolin rode her bicycle straight into the yard. She didn't want to bother with the gossipers in the village. Let them talk. She didn't care. They had no reason to criticize her, and if they wanted to complain, let them. Wow, Ruolin, is that the bicycle you just bought? Zhang Xiaomei saw the brand new bicycle, and her eyes lit up. It looked much better than her own. Ruolin's bicycle was a Phoenix brand 26, suitable for women. It was light and elegant. The frame was black, and the color looked very classy. Yes, I just happen to have a bicycle ticket. Buying a bicycle is more convenient. Zhang Xiaomei suddenly remembered something and exclaimed, Ruolin, isn't there also a bicycle in the bride price from Shen's family? Doesn't that mean you have 2 bicycles now? Ruolin smiled but didn't deny it. Next time we go to the supply and marketing cooperative, it will be easier. Xiaomei, if you need anything, just ride my bicycle. But you're not allowed to lend it to others. The last sentence was just a joke. She knows Zhang Xiaomei isn't that kind of person. Don't worry, you can rest assured. I won't even let Zhou Xiangyang touch her. Ruolin put the ingredients back in the kitchen, washed her hands and face briefly. Zhang Xiaomei rode her new bicycle around the yard twice before carefully placing it under the eaves outside Ruolin's room. Ruolin brought back quite a few ingredients this time. She had 10 ribs in her basket, along with vegetables like green beans, potatoes, and corn. Today, there were more people, so Ruolin planned to make a hot pot stew. She also bought a big bag of dried noodles, which she kept in the kitchen for whenever she wanted to cook. Xiao Mei, tonight we're having rib hot pot stew. I saw this dish at the state-run restaurant. I heard it's a local specialty. Hot pot stew? Yes, soak the noodles in hot water and soak them longer. We'll eat this at lunch too. Cut the green beans into small finger-length pieces, the potatoes into chunks, and the corn into small sections. I'll handle the rest. Zhang Xiaomei worked quickly. She immediately fetched a bucket of water from the well because the water in the tank was too cold for washing vegetables. The water from the well was a bit warmer. Ruolin took out many seasonings from her space: soy sauce, dark soy sauce, oyster sauce, and more. There was also rice wine, soybean paste, MSG, and sugar, ingredients she would need later. Besides the ribs and vegetables, green onions, ginger, and garlic were essential. Zhang Xiaomei washed all these ingredients thoroughly and placed them on a prepared plate. Since the team leader and others were coming for dinner, after preparing the vegetables, Ruolin started preparing lunch. Seeing the dried noodles, Ruolin suddenly craved spicy and sour noodles. She took out some roasted peanuts, which are the soul of the dish. She made a big bowl of them. When the team leader and others came to eat, it would also be a good snack with drinks. She took 3 large bowls and added chopped green onions, minced garlic, small chili peppers, chili powder, white sesame seeds, and Siyuan pepper powder. She poured hot oil over them to release the aroma, then added soy sauce, vinegar, salt, and MSG, mixing everything well. By this time, the noodles were cooked. She drained them and put them into the bowls, then added 2 spoonfuls of the noodle cooking broth. On top, she placed cilantro, pickled vegetables, and peanuts. The spicy and sour noodles were ready. Zhang Xiaomei was cooking fire on one side while eagerly watching, constantly swallowing her saliva. As soon as Ruolin gave the command, she immediately carried her bowl to the table. Today, it was Zhou Xiangyang's turn to fetch water at the youth station. Although Zhou Xiangyang didn't eat there and didn't need to chop firewood, he washed up there, so every few days he had to fetch water. The hot and sour noodles just finished cooking. Zhou Xiangyang, smelling the aroma like a dog's nose, came to the kitchen door. "What's for dinner today? It smells so good." Just now, Ruolin used hot oil to release the fragrance, and now the kitchen was filled with that smell. "Come and try this hot and sour noodles." Ruolin made it. "We're lucky to have this today." In the middle of the table, there were specially packed peanuts. Zhang Xiaomei ate them crunchy, then took another bite of noodles. Life was perfect. "Ruolin, these hot and sour noodles are so delicious. I just learned how to make them. I'll do it tomorrow morning." "Okay, then I'll just wait to eat it tomorrow." All the seasonings were ready, and Zhang Xiaomei followed her steps to make it again. It wasn't difficult. Now, we don't have to go to work every day. Tomorrow, I'll chop firewood, aiming to gather enough for the whole winter before the heavy snow falls. Zhou Xiangyang hadn't chopped firewood in a long time. Luckily, they didn't need to heat the Kong now, or the small amount of firewood in the kitchen wouldn't last 2 days. I heard the team leader say that the grain collection is the day after tomorrow morning. Do you want to go see? Zhang Xiaomei had never seen such a scene, so she was quite curious and wanted to take a look. "You have to get up at 3 in the morning. Can you do that?" Ruolin straightforwardly hit Zhang Xiaomei's sore spot. Waking up early was the hardest thing in the world. Zhang Xiaomei would rather do more farm work than get up at 3. Then forget it. Thinking about that feeling, and with the weather getting colder, Zhang Xiaomei shivered and quickly took another bite of noodles to calm herself. After lunch, she rested for a while. Only then did Ruolin start preparing dinner. Since it got dark early, dinner had to be prepared early so they wouldn't be eating in the dark and find it hard to go back. After cutting the pork ribs into sections, she put them into a pot, added scallions, ginger, cooking wine, blanched them, then took them out and set aside. I mixed some flour and cornmeal to make a batter, then sealed it to ferment. Later, I will stick it to the edge of the pan to make corn pancakes. I heated some oil in a pot and stir-fried all the vegetables, then set them aside. Next, I added more oil and started cooking the pork ribs. By this time, the kitchen was filled with a delicious aroma. Nearby neighbors could smell it and were excited. Whose stew is this? It smells so good. Could it be from the homes of Su Jiqing and Zhang Jiqing? A few days ago, they asked the team leader to help fix the toilets and shower. I saw Zhou Jiqing and Zhang Jiqing heading toward the team leader's house this morning. These young people are living so well. Their cooking skills are great. Our family stew during the New Year doesn't smell this good. A man sitting under the eaves sighed softly. A woman busy nearby immediately went over and kicked him. Oh, so you think my cooking isn't good enough? If you don't like it, you can cook yourself. Hey, I didn't mean that. Ruolin didn't know about other families' affairs. Her pork ribs were already simmering gently in the pot. After a while, the team leader and the village chief came over. Su Jiqing and Zhang Jiqing, you're too polite. It's just a small favor. You even called us over for a meal. The team leader carried a basket with a few eggs and 2 bottles of pickled vegetables. This is from a few of us. Consider it an extra dish. You're too kind. We've only been helping for a few days, and I haven't even prepared a proper meal.
Sorry about that.
That's why I called you all to eat together. Come, sit down first. The food will be ready soon. Zhou Shengyang handed each of them a cigarette, which Su Ruolin had brought from home, probably bought by Su Wenyuan. The corn pancakes quickly cooked and were ready. Su Ruolin placed some in a separate bowl and served the rest on the table. She also prepared dishes like 3 delicacies, a stir-fry with 3 ingredients, spicy century eggs, cold cucumber salad, and roasted peanuts from noon. Zhou Shengyang sat outside in the yard chatting and drinking with a few others, while Su Ruolin and Zhang Xiaomei took the remaining dishes into the room to eat. After all, these were all big men. The 2 young women decided not to squeeze in with them. The team leader was the first to taste the ribs. The ribs were already cooked until tender and flavorful, easily falling off the bone. As soon as he put a piece in his mouth, his eyes lit up. Wow, these ribs are really tasty. Did Su Jiqing make them? Yes, all these are made by Su Jiqing. Xiao Mei and I just helped out a little. Everyone eagerly picked up ribs to taste, praising them non-stop. They said these were even better than dishes made by professional chefs. The team leader had once eaten at a state-run restaurant, but the food there was nowhere near as delicious as what Su Ruolin made. Who would have thought that young Su Jiqing has such great cooking skills? Suddenly, everyone stopped talking. Only the sounds of chewing and swallowing could be heard, as everyone was afraid to say too much and miss out on more food.
Su Ruolin smiled slightly.
It's no wonder the food was so good. She even grew the peanuts in her space land. After harvesting several crops of grains and vegetables, Su Ruolin started planting potatoes, peanuts, and sweet potatoes. After everyone finished eating and drinking, not a single drop of soup was left in the pot. They used cornmeal cakes to scoop up the remaining food and finished everything. The team leader rubbed his stomach, burping contentedly, feeling very satisfied. When they heard the sounds of cleanup outside, Su Ruolin and Zhang Xiaomei came out of the house. Zhang Xiaomei was still holding the bowls and chopsticks they had finished using. Zhou Xiangyang was tidying up the dishes on the table. Seeing this, he quickly stepped forward to take the bowls and chopsticks from Zhang Xiaomei. Su Jiqing, I didn't expect your cooking skills to be so good. I've lived most of my life, but I've never tasted such delicious food. Yes, I'm already half buried in the earth, but tasting this kind of delicious meal makes my life complete. The team leader and the village chief both sighed in admiration. They were thinking that if anyone held a banquet, they would strongly recommend Su Ruolin as the chef, so they could enjoy a good meal again. Team leader, village chief, you're being too kind. It's already very nice that you treated us well. As long as you like the food, that's enough. The team leader looked a bit regretful. Such a good girl. Why is his son so unmotivated? It's still Shen Siyuan who's impressive. As soon as he returned, he took away the most outstanding young woman from the youth station. Since sending a letter to Su Ruolin last time, Su Wenyuan waited for several days. Even when the landlord came to remind about the rent, he still hadn't received a reply from Su Ruolin. Su Wenyuan was filled with anger. He only wanted to get back the 30 yuan. He didn't even ask the girl for the money she earned from her work. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became. He went directly to visit a close friend and, with persistence, borrowed 30 yuan. He bought a train ticket and arrived at Hongqi Brigade. As soon as Su Wenyuan got off the train, he was shivering from the cold wind. He was trembling and had to ask for directions. After finally riding in a cart to Hongqi Brigade, he felt a bit relieved. At the village entrance, a kind lady saw Su Wenyuan and quickly came over to ask warmly, "Sir, who are you looking for? I've never seen you here before." Su Wenyuan's beard hadn't been shaved in a long time, and his hair was unkempt. After 2 days on the train and no shower, his clothes were dirty. He looked over 40, but appeared as old as 70. "I'm looking for Su Ruolin. She's a young person sent to the countryside from the city." Everyone looked at each other in confusion. They had never heard of Su Ruolin having any relatives. Last time, during her engagement, no family members came. Only the village chief's wife helped out. "Who are you to Su Ruolin? Her grandfather or her great-grandfather?" one lady asked loudly, which made Su Wenyuan feel so angry he almost wanted to vomit blood. "I'm her father. Can't you tell?" The lady was a bit embarrassed after being yelled at and quickly stepped back, trying to stay out of sight. "Su Ruolin lives over there. I'll take you to her." A kind lady was about to lead Su Wenyuan there, but Huang Yingying stopped her. "Ma'am, I need to find Su Ruolin for something. Let me take this uncle over." Huang Yingying had been watching the situation. When she heard that the man was Su Ruolin's real father, she immediately felt happy. Su Ruolin was living comfortably in the village, enjoying good food and care, while her own biological father was struggling to meet basic needs. It was truly unfilial. Also, it seemed that Su Wenyuan wasn't here just to visit his daughter. Huang Yingying didn't want to cause trouble for Su Ruolin, but she also didn't want her to get too proud. "Uncle, this is your first time here, right? Are you here specifically to see Su Ruolin?" Su Wenyuan finally wasn't called grandpa anymore. His impression of the young girl improved a little, and he started speaking more politely. "Well, Ruolin has been working in the countryside for so long, but I still feel a bit worried, so I came to see her. However, there are so many bad people on the train. Some even stole the new cotton coat I just bought and took all my money." Su Wenyuan wouldn't admit that he had no money. Instead, he used the story to explain why he was now dressed so poorly. "Wow, there are really many thieves outside now. But it's okay. Life as a young worker is quite good." Last night, she even invited the team leader and the village head to her rented house for dinner. The ribs she cooked smelled so good that the whole village could smell it. "Uncle, you must be proud of your daughter for having such great cooking skills." Su Wenyuan thought to himself that the direction didn't seem right. Usually, the young workers' station is on the outskirts of the village. The path they were taking clearly led toward the village center. "Ruolin is still renting a house here." "Yes, uncle." "Don't you know?" On her first day as a young worker, she said the station was too crowded and inconvenient, so she rented a house in the village from the team leader. It costs 1 yuan and 80 cents a month, and she paid a full year's rent up front. But she's about to get married. I wonder if she can get a refund for the remaining rent. She's getting married? To whom? Su Wenyuan's mind was overwhelmed. How could Ruolin change so much in just 2 months? She even secretly married a man without telling him? Su Wenyuan stopped listening to Huang Yingying and quickly stepped forward, urging her to lead the way. Huang Yingying smiled triumphantly, lowered her head, and walked ahead. Soon, they arrived at Ruolin's house. "Young worker Ruolin, are you home? Your father is here to see you." Ruolin was still in bed, resting. When she heard the shouting outside, she shivered and sat up suddenly, waking up completely. Her father was here? Su Wenyuan? She quickly dressed and packed everything inside her room into her space before stepping outside. "Dad, you're finally here." "Boo-hoo, are you here to take me back?" When Ruolin opened the door, she immediately rushed towards Su Wenyuan. But after seeing how dirty he looked, she hesitated and stopped, just grabbing his sleeve. "Su Wenyuan." I saw Huang Yingying out of the corner of my eye. I don't have a strong impression of Su Ruolin, but seeing her unkind look, I knew she was not a good person. "Su Jiqing, your father was robbed on the train. All his money was stolen. Why are you only thinking of yourself? Don't you care about your own father?" Huang Yingying saw Lu Yuzhen walking over nearby and raised her voice, speaking harshly. Su Jiqing, you're enjoying life in the countryside, but you ignore your own father. That's not right. If your in-laws find out you're so unfilial, it could hurt your reputation. What seemed like caring advice was actually provoking trouble. As a man, Wenyuan couldn't see the hidden meaning in her words, but Lu Yuzhen immediately understood that this girl was not a good person. Dear family has arrived. Sorry for not greeting you properly. This girl, I don't know what grudge you hold against Su Zhihong, but you're here slandering his name, without knowing anything. If I don't know anything, can I also say whatever I want about you? Lu Yuzhen greeted Wenyuan, and then started attacking Huang Yingying. This girl was full of bad intentions, and Lu Yuzhen was suspicious of her motives. Dad, did you get robbed? Why didn't you write me a letter or call? There are so many thieves on trains these days. When I came, I lost all my money to a thief. Luckily, Xiaomei helped me, or I would have starved here. As she spoke, Ruolin even shed 2 tears. Dad, you and Auntie work at the textile factory. Did you find me a job there and come to pick me up? Wenyuan wanted to ask many questions. Why didn't he get any letters? Why didn't he send money? Why did she get engaged in the countryside without telling him? Yet, when he heard her question, he couldn't say anything. Did you receive the letters I wrote you? Wenyuan asked suspiciously, staring at Ruolin, hoping to see a hint of panic on her face. But Ruolin played her part so well that she only looked confused and curious, asking Wenyuan back. Dad, did you write me a letter? I don't remember receiving one. Did you receive the letter I sent you? Ruolin naturally wouldn't admit it and shook her head in confusion. The group had been standing outside for a long time. Lu Yuzhen suggested that they go inside and talk later if there was something important. Wenyuan was already shivering from the cold, so he went straight into the yard. Ruolin followed closely behind. Huang Yingying still wanted to come in but was stopped by Lu Yuzhen. This young girl Huang Jiqing, the family of Su Jiqing is here. Our family is gathering. If you have something to say, wait until later. Without waiting for Huang Yingying to reply, she closed the yard door. Zhang Xiaomei had also heard the noise outside and was now standing in the yard waiting. Dad, let me introduce you. This is my roommate. Didn't all my money get stolen? Now I'm eating food borrowed from her. Zhang Xiaomei almost didn't react, but she had heard about Ruolin's family situation. She understood that Ruolin's father coming here probably wasn't for good reasons, so she nodded quickly and greeted him. Hello, uncle. My name is Zhang Xiaomei. I'll go back to my room to rest now. Remember to call me when breakfast is ready. Also, my clothes. Since you came, you must be here for a family gathering. It's okay to wash them a couple of days later. Ruolin almost couldn't hold back her laughter. This little girl was quite clever at key moments. She had only given her a small hint, and she was already acting so naturally. Okay. I'll wash them tonight. I won't delay your plans. Wenyuan stood nearby, listening to their conversation. He didn't expect his daughter to be living such a hard life, working for others to earn her food. His anger from earlier immediately cooled down a lot. Ruolin took Wenyuan to the room. Lu Yuzhen also followed in. She looked around and saw the room was empty and sparse. The quilt on the bed was thin and worn out. It was clean but tattered. With such cold weather, she was worried she might catch a cold at night. How come I heard that your fellow Jiqing is getting married? I didn't know anything about it. You didn't even call me? Ruolin pretended to be innocent and said, I called the textile factory, but when I mentioned I was looking for comrades Wenyuan, they hung up on me. I don't have any money, so I could only afford to make that one call. Dear in-laws, we are truly sorry to Ruolin. It's all my fault, my irresponsible son. He was in such a hurry to return to the army that I had to hurriedly arrange their engagement. Lu Yuzhen helped explain from the side. Although this father was unreasonable, he was still Ruolin's biological father. Your son is still in the army. Wenyuan was somewhat satisfied with this. At least he wasn't a farmer who spent all day working the land. And the bride price. Lu Yuzhen was about to speak when Ruolin quickly interrupted. Dad, they gave 188 in bride price. Our family isn't one that sells daughters. Dad, you'll prepare my dowry, right? I know our family was robbed before, but you and Auntie are both workers. I come from a dual-income family. You definitely won't be like those villagers, just packing a bed and letting me marry. After a while of Ruolin's flattery, and with her mother-in-law nearby, Wenyuan found himself unable to speak. He couldn't admit that he had been reported for inappropriate behavior, lost his job, and that his son owed a lot of money. What face did he have left? Yes, we'll talk about that later. You should go and make breakfast now. Don't keep them waiting. Wenyuan was already very hungry but felt too embarrassed to say so. Oh, right, Dad. You rest here first. I'll go make breakfast. He then took Lu Yuzhen's hand and left the room. Su Jiqing, your dad. It's okay. In a few days, I'll send him away. His son owes 7,000 yuan in gambling debts. He probably wants to ask me for money. As long as he knows I have no money, he'll leave. Gambling debts. Lu Yuzhen quickly covered her mouth, looking at Ruolin in disbelief. That he really dares to do that. 7,000 yuan, our whole family couldn't even cover that. So, Auntie, I need you to not be overly friendly to me these next couple of days. I'm worried he'll find out that Siyuan is an officer and try to borrow money from you. Alright, I got it. I'll go back now. Be careful yourself. After seeing Lu Yuzhen off, Ruolin went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. No way was she going to let that old man eat too well. I made a thick century egg and lean pork porridge for Zhang Xiaomei and Zhou Xiangyang, and fried 2 chive and egg pancakes. She and Su Wenyuan each cooked a bowl of wild vegetable porridge to finish. When breakfast was served, Su Wenyuan didn't expect to pick up the plate with the chive and egg pancakes, but Su Ruolin quickly pulled him back. Dad, that's their breakfast. Don't touch it. This is ours. Su Wenyuan looked at the hearty breakfast on the left, and then at the unknown porridge on the right. His eyebrows furrowed tightly. You said they borrowed food from you. Why are you eating this? Even if they borrowed food, it's not rice or flour. I'm happy to eat a little. I've been eating this for months, since I went to the countryside. Today, Dad, you came, so I made it thicker. If I were alone, I wouldn't even put so much coarse rice in. Does your in-law family not take care of you? Su Ruolin pretended to be sad as she explained, My future mother-in-law, don't be fooled by her smiling face. She's actually known as a troublemaker in the village. I don't dare. Thinking of Su Ruolin's personality at home before, Su Wenyuan was speechless for a moment. Dad, when you go back this time, can you send me some living expenses? I'm really worried I won't make it through this winter. As soon as money was mentioned, Su Wenyuan fell silent. He took the bowl of wild vegetable porridge and went to eat alone. Let's talk about that later. After finishing breakfast, Su Wenyuan asked Su Ruolin to boil some water for washing up, then had her build a fire in the Kong bed. He took a good nap. It had been a long time since he'd slept so peacefully. Except for the bed being a bit hard, everything else was fine. Dad, you can stay in my room these 2 days. I'll just sleep on a mat in Xiaomei's room. Su Wenyuan naturally wouldn't refuse. He didn't say anything, but his silence was a sign of agreement. Lunch was still wild vegetable porridge, and in the evening, he simply didn't eat. Going to bed early made him not feel hungry. Zhang Xiaomei felt sorry for Su Ruolin. She hadn't eaten well all day and hadn't had dinner yet. When the two sisters returned to the room, Zhang Xiaomei took out all the snacks from her room. Peach cookies, egg cakes, rice flour strips, these filling foods, and generously gave Su Ruolin a bottle of soda. Since you look so pitiful, I will generously give you a bottle of soda today. Actually, Su Ruolin wasn't hungry. Every time she went to the kitchen or the backyard to fetch firewood, she would secretly take a little food from her space to eat. During her recent washing, she even went directly into her space and ate 2 sandwiches and a bottle of milk. She didn't dare eat anything with a strong taste, afraid that Su Wenyuan, who has a keen sense of smell, would notice. But when she saw Zhang Xiaomei, Su Ruolin felt genuinely happy. She was really glad to have become good friends with Zhang Xiaomei in this life. Then I won't be polite anymore. This soda was a special collection of Zhang Xiaomei's. Usually, she wouldn't dare to drink it. The last time she brought some from home and finished it. These bottles were all bought from the city supply store by Zhou Xiangyang and her. Zhang Xiaomei loved this kind of soda. Zhou Xiangyang carried a big bag and brought back 20 bottles intact. While they enjoyed their food happily, Wenyuan in the main house was desperately drinking water because he was starving. He thought he could have a good few days with his daughter here, but it turned out to be even harder than at home. He couldn't even get enough to eat. Although he still had over 10 yuan in his pocket, there was nowhere in the countryside to buy things. Moreover, he had told Ruolin that his money was stolen by a thief. If he still had money to buy things, it would reveal the truth. He drank a lot of water and needed to go to the bathroom. Wenyuan ran back and forth several times, giving Ruolin a chance. She had thought all day yesterday and finally came up with a perfect plan. Not only could she make Wenyuan leave quickly, but she could also find out the real story about her mother's death. She took out some sleeping pills from her space, but this time only a little, enough to make Zhang Xiaomei sleep like a lazy pig tonight. She found a set of clothes in her space that Qingling used to love to wear. With her hair loose, Ruolin followed Wenyuan into the room. Wenyuan sensed someone behind him. When he turned around and saw it was Ruolin, he thought she was just as hungry as he was, looking for water to drink. "Ruolin, are you hungry too? The kettle is on the table, Wenyuan." Ruolin deliberately lowered her voice, kept her eyes closed, and spoke softly and melodiously, making Wenyuan immediately get goosebumps. "Ruolin, what are you saying? Wenyuan, why did you hurt me?" Ruolin didn't know how to act, so she simply sat on the chair, lowered her head, and remained still except for her mouth, which was speaking. Wenyuan was instantly frightened and weak, collapsing to the ground. "Who are you?" Ruolin didn't answer Wenyuan's question. She kept talking about why she was hurt. Wenyuan was overwhelmed and started crying loudly, sitting on the ground. "It's not me, I didn't hurt you. It's not me, it's you. You blocked my way. It's you, not me." Ruolin clenched her fists tightly, holding back the urge to hit him. "You still want to disturb Lin's life? You're not human. I didn't mean to. I will leave tomorrow. I will leave right away. I won't bother her anymore. Please let me go. Let's forget about the past. When I go back, I will burn some paper for you. Rest in peace." Ruolin had a strong suspicion that her mother's death was connected to Wenyuan. She thought she needed to investigate herself for the details. She kept her eyes closed, head bowed, and walked toward the door. Soon, she returned to Zhang Xiaomei's room. Wenyuan was already terrified. Seeing no movement, he quickly closed the door and hurried into the bed, wrapping himself tightly. From outside, it was clear that Wenyuan was trembling all over. He only fell asleep after feeling very sleepy, but even then, he slept restlessly. In his dreams, Qingling came to him and asked why he treated her and their only daughter so badly. It wasn't until dawn, when voices came from the yard, that Wenyuan finally woke up. He walked out of the room with dark circles under his eyes and immediately saw Ruolin. Today, she was dressed similarly to Qingling, with a thick braid draped over her chest, ending with a small yellow flower, Qingling's favorite color. Wenyuan thought he saw Qingling's ghost again and screamed loudly, nearly fainting. It was Ruolin's voice that woke Wenyuan. He initially wanted to get angry and blame Ruolin for how she was dressed, but suddenly he remembered the scene from his dream last night. "If you don't treat Lin well again, I will pull you down to stay with me." Wenyuan shivered instantly and suppressed his anger. "Dad, are you okay?" I'm fine. Wenyuan had already decided to leave this place today and never come back. He quickly washed up, finished breakfast, and then told Ruolin about his plans. "Ruolin, I still have work at the factory, so I won't stay here long. I'll buy a train ticket to go back today. Please prepare some dry food for me." The excitement from last night was quite strong, and he wanted to leave early in the morning. Naturally, Ruolin wanted to persuade him to stay a bit longer. "Dad, you just came yesterday. Why do you want to leave today? Stay a couple more days. If you leave now, I don't know when I'll see you again." Wenyuan looked at Ruolin and felt more and more that she looked like Qingling. His heart was uncomfortable, filled with worry. "I won't stay longer. I just want you to be happy here. There are many things at home, and I need to go back quickly. Please prepare more dry food for me to eat on the train." Knowing that Ruolin had no money, He decided to bring more food so he could save some money during the train ride. Alright then, Ruolin was just being polite. Since Wenyuan insisted on leaving, she decided to send him off quickly. She prepared about 10 steamed buns, packed them in a bag, and handed it to Wenyuan before seeing him out of the village. At this time, the people who went to the commune to exchange grain in the morning had also returned. The team leader approached to greet them. Are you Su Zhijing's father? Where are you headed? Would you like the village's ox cart to take you part of the way? Before Ruolin could refuse, Lu Yuzhen quickly stepped forward to speak. Team leader, my in-law is just going back. My in-law is a formal worker in the city, so there's no way he would ride in an ox cart. Let's forget it. The oxen are tired from working all morning. It's better to pull them back for a rest. My family, Ruolin, has asked you to take care of her. There are many things at the factory, so she can't stay here long. She'll go back first. Waving goodbye to Ruolin, Wenyuan started his journey home. Su Zhiqing, I didn't expect your father to still be a factory worker. His monthly salary is quite high, isn't it? No. My dad only earns about 60 yuan a month. It's not very high, but my stepmother also works at the factory, so our family is doing okay. Ruolin deliberately exaggerated Wenyuan's family situation to make herself look better in the future, so no one would say she was unfilial. Oh wow, that's impressive. Su Zhiqing's family earns over 100 yuan a month. No wonder you didn't work much when you went to the countryside. Turns out your family isn't short of money. Yeah, unlike us common folks, if we don't work, we go hungry. Li Yuzhen couldn't let these gossipers talk about her future daughter-in-law like that. She quickly stopped them. You guys better have proof. When did Su Zhiqing stop working? She was injured before, and the team leader approved her leave. She even came to work early. Don't forget, who ate the pork last time? That was all thanks to Su Zhiqing. As soon as she said this, everyone fell silent and quickly left, feeling guilty. Huang Yingying was so excited at the youth station. Yesterday, she found out what kind of person Ruolin was. She stayed up all night, full of energy, eager to tell everyone at the youth station what she knew. She wanted everyone in the team to see what kind of person Ruolin really was and how she would show off in the team. After breakfast, the youth station members, with nothing to do, sat in the yard basking in the sun. Huang Yingying smiled deliberately and shifted the conversation to Ruolin. Did you know? Yesterday, Su Zhiqing's father came. Some people who didn't know the full story gathered around to listen to Huang Yingying. Now that there was no work, life was a bit boring, and any small change could attract attention. Su Zhiqing is really lucky. She just came to the countryside and already found a soldier as her partner. Now her family even came to visit her. This made many youth who had been in the countryside for years feel envious. Their own families, let alone visit or send letters, hadn't even asked about them. Occasionally, I receive a letter asking for food and supplies. What do you know? You don't understand how carefree life is for the young people from Su here. They not only rent houses but also eat meat every day. You haven't seen her father yesterday. He was dressed in torn clothes, clearly hungry and cold. When Su's father saw her, the first thing she said was to ask him to take her back to the city. Some people sigh with emotion, but others don't believe it. Su looks like the kind of person who wouldn't do that. Do you understand the saying, know a person's face but not their heart? She's here enjoying good food and drinks, but her own father can't even get enough to eat or stay warm. Who knows how she manages to eat all those good things? Huang Yingying said this with a smug smile, eager to see Ruolin criticized and scolded by others in the village for being unfilial and unkind. Yellow, what are you talking about here? A deep voice interrupted. It was Wang Gang and some other young workers returning. Today, they went to the commune to exchange grain, and Wang Gang heard what happened at the village entrance. He was angry when he saw Huang Yingying gossiping. As fellow young workers living away from home in another village, they should help each other. How can they turn against their friends? Squad leader, I hope we don't gossip behind each other's backs at our youth station. We should help each other, because we are all young workers. We should get along well. Huang Yingying felt embarrassed and a little resentful. She was just stating the facts. Why did Wang Gang have to speak to her like that? This Su Ruolin really is a sly fox. Why does everyone keep defending her? Squad leader, I didn't lie. Everything I said is true. Su is living well in the countryside, but she ignores her own father. She even wants her father to find her a job in the city. That kind of thinking is wrong. You shouldn't blame me. You should educate her. Originally, Wang Gang just wanted to give Huang Yingying some advice and did not want to publicly accuse her by name. He wanted to save face for her. Unexpectedly, Huang Yingying suddenly spoke up herself. Do you have any proof that Su Jiqing doesn't support his parents? Did his father tell you that directly? Huang Yingying felt a bit guilty, but from Su Wenyuan's behavior yesterday, she could tell he was not doing well. I saw it with my own eyes. Seeing that Huang Yingying still refused to listen, Wang Gang decided to be clear and straightforward, so others wouldn't see that there was conflict inside their youth group. We just came back from the commune and met Su Jiqing's father at the village entrance. He was about to leave. Su Jiqing's father and stepmother are factory workers, earning about 100 yuan a month. Also, they are not at the age where children need to support them. Huang Yingying, you need to have proof when you speak. Huang Yingying frowned in confusion. Su Ruolin's father was going home now? That didn't seem possible. Yesterday, she saw Su Ruolin's father dressed in rags, looking like he hadn't eaten for 3 days. How could Su Ruolin's family still be a dual-income household? That can't be. I saw Su Ruolin's father myself yesterday, and he didn't look like a city person. How could he still be a worker? Huang Yingying felt Wang Gang was just lying to her, trying to defend Su Ruolin. Maybe Wang Gang was also enchanted by Su Ruolin's cunning look? I know about that. It seems Su Jiqing's father was robbed on the train. His coat and money were stolen, so he looked a bit distressed. Yes, I just heard Su Jiqing's father say that he was going to send Su Jiqing some living expenses when he got back. If only Wang Gang said this, Huang Yingying would think he was lying and trying to deceive her. But now everyone was saying the same thing, so she couldn't argue back. The youth in the yard looked at her with disdain and coldness, making Huang Yingying feel more anxious. She hurried back to her dorm. After seeing off Su Wenyuan, Su Ruolin's mood cleared up. After yesterday's fuss, she guessed Su Wenyuan probably didn't want to see her again. Since being deceived by Fong Lanlin's family, Aunt Lee had become more cautious about choosing a daughter-in-law. She didn't care if the daughter-in-law was pretty, hardworking, or sensible. As long as she had good character and could tell right from wrong, that was enough. Li Jiqiang has been restrained for so long and finally dares to go out for a walk. If he doesn't take a few turns now, he will be even less active when winter comes. Before it snows, Li Jiqiang plans to gather more firewood from the mountain. He woke up early today, took his axe and rope, and headed up the mountain. Just as he reached the foot of the mountain, a woman suddenly rushed out and tightly hugged him. Li Jiqiang was so startled he shivered, almost dropping his axe on his foot. He quickly broke free from her embrace and hid in fear. "Who are you?" "Brother Jiqiang, it's me. Don't you remember me?" Li Jiqiang didn't recognize the woman in front of him. He looked at her cautiously, afraid she might do something crazy again. "I don't know you. Please leave." Fong Lanlan looked like a sad woman betrayed by her loved one, tears welling up in her eyes. "Brother Jiqiang, it's me, Lanlan. We were supposed to get married before. Have you forgotten so soon?" Hearing her name, Li Jiqiang instinctively took a few steps back, feeling like she was something dirty. But Fong Lanlan stepped forward sadly and said, "Brother Jiqiang, I regret it. Let's be together again. I promise I will treat you well." It turned out that Fong Lanlan ran away with her lover, but then realized he was not a good person. He liked drinking and would get violent when drunk. The child she was carrying was lost because of him. Tired of the suffering, Fong Lanlan couldn't take it anymore. One dark night, she hit her drunken lover with a stool until he died. She dragged his body to a quiet path, threw it into a ditch, and placed a sharp stone with some blood under his head. This way, no one would suspect she was the murderer. The police would think he fell into the ditch and died by accident. Fong Lanlan returned home, but was harshly scolded by her parents. Her brother and sister-in-law also refused to accept her. Her mother suggested she find Li Jiqiang, a simple and honest man, and start over. And so, the scene just described happened. This woman we haven't even met in person, and we were only arranged to marry. My mother has already refused, so how can we talk about getting back together? We didn't have anything before. You're pretty and have good qualities, so you should look for someone else. Li Jiqiang doesn't speak harsh words, and he definitely wouldn't hurt a woman like this, which keeps her dignity intact. But to Fang Lanlan, it seems like Li Jiqiang has feelings for her, just because he's too shy or feels he's not good enough for her. It's okay, I don't mind, Fang Lanlan shyly said, making Li Jiqiang confused. No, that's not what he meant. Comrade, I think you misunderstood. You deserve someone better. I need to go now. Li Jiqiang felt like he was running away, which made Fang Lanlan more sure that he liked her, but he felt he wasn't good enough for her because she was too outstanding. When Li Jiqiang got home, he felt like he was facing a big problem. He told Aunt Lee about what happened with Fang Lanlan. This shameless woman. She dares to come find you. Does she really think we are easy to bully? Li Jiqiang, stay away from lonely places these days. Be careful when eating or drinking outside. Don't fall into any traps. He had seen many tricks like this before, spiking drinks, pretending to jump into a river to save someone. These are good ways to manipulate others. Li Jiqiang usually doesn't have his own opinions. When big things happen, he mostly follows what his mother says. Okay, Mom. Please help me. I don't want to marry someone like that. Li Jiqiang looked like he was about to cry, just like a little wife who had been bullied outside. All right. I understand. Go back to rest. If you go chopping wood, call Guodong to go with you. Shen Guodong is the son of the village chief, about the same age as Li Jiqiang. Li Jiqiang nodded and went back to rest. Lin Qingmang hadn't caused trouble for a long time. Ruolin still felt a bit uncomfortable, worried she might suddenly cause a big fuss, so she stayed alert and kept watching Lin Qingmang. As expected, Lin Qingmang left the village early that morning without telling anyone where she was going. After 2 hours, a group of workers wearing red armbands arrived and went straight to Ruolin's house. They knocked loudly on the door. Zhang Xiaomei opened the gate and was startled to see the visitors. Who are you looking for? Who is Ruolin? We received a report claiming she is living extravagantly, with luxurious decorations and eating meat every meal. Please let us into search. Zhang Xiaomei was shocked. Who could want to harm them? This can't be true. Who reported this? I want to confront her. This is an anonymous tip. Please cooperate. Hearing the commotion outside, Ruolin knew something was wrong. She quickly slipped into the kitchen and hid anything that shouldn't be seen. Zhang Xiaomei didn't dare argue with these people. She had to let them in and then quietly told Ruolin what was happening. Ruolin gave Zhang Xiaomei a calming look. No matter how they searched, she was safe. Since Wenyuan left a few days ago, she had been sleeping in her space and hadn't used her bed. Her room still had a rough, old quilt on it. Comrades, there must be a mistake. How could I live such a luxurious life? I was kicked out by my stepmother. I'm so poor I can't even afford proper clothes. How could I indulge in such pleasures? We'll see if that's true once we search. The group didn't listen to her explanation and barged into Ruolin's room as if they had been told in advance. It was obvious which room was hers. However, the officers searching her room came out looking disappointed. Captain, there's nothing here. Nothing? That didn't seem right. The female officer had confidently claimed the house was as luxurious as a wealthy lady's. The captain didn't believe it. He thought his team hadn't done a thorough job, so he went in himself. When he entered, he was stunned. The room was completely empty except for a tattered quilt and a torn, useless towel. There was nothing else, and the wardrobe only contained a patched-up set of clothes. The team leader didn't believe it and went to the kitchen again. There was only a little brown rice and some wild vegetables on the ground. There was nothing else, no meat, not even oil. Leader, there must be a mistake. Maybe someone else named Ruolin. Why don't you ask the person who reported it? A group of people came in angrily and left in frustration. When the villagers heard the commotion and came over, the group had already gone far away. Su Jiqing, are you all right? I heard people with red armbands came. Everyone was scared. Come and see what's going on. Lu Yuzhen nervously looked Su Ruolin over from head to toe, worried she might have lost a hair.
Auntie, I'm fine.
It was just a misunderstanding. Now that it's cleared up, they all went back. I'm glad it's just a misunderstanding. If something serious had happened, I would have to call Siyuan right away. Since Su Ruolin was fine and there was no excitement, the villagers all left. In the corner, Lin Qingmang heard this and frowned. She was upset that Su Ruolin had escaped again, but she forced a small smile and stepped forward to show concern. Ruolin, I'm glad you're okay. You really scared me just now. Lin Qingmang, I'm fine. I don't know who is meddling and reporting on me. People like that really deserve bad luck. By the way, Lin Qingmang, I saw you leave this morning. What were you doing? Did you see who reported me in town? Lin Qingmang immediately felt guilty and avoided eye contact with Su Ruolin, glancing to the side. I went out to buy some things today. There was an urgent need at home, so I didn't go to the committee, only to the supply and marketing cooperative. Su Ruolin immediately saw through her poor acting but didn't expose her directly. Oh, I see. That's a shame. If I find out who reported me, I will definitely get back at her twice as hard. Lin Qingmang felt like Su Ruolin had figured out it was her and didn't dare stay any longer. She quickly made an excuse and ran back home. Recently, Shen and Xiao Zhijing had been meeting more and more often. Even the team leader noticed something was wrong. One day, Shen happily returned from outside and saw her parents' serious expressions, which made her feel guilty instantly. 3 people returned to the house. The team leader and his wife sat on chairs, while Shen stood in front of them, looking like a child who had done something wrong. Tell me, what have you been doing these past few days? I haven't seen you around. Shen dared not speak. She and Xiao Zhiqing hadn't officially confirmed their relationship yet. I not willing to say? If you don't tell, you won't be allowed to go out from today. Shen was frightened by the team leader. She quickly blurted everything out. The team leader knew Xiao Zhiqing. He was a good person, hardworking in farming, and usually quiet. He looked gentle and refined. But now that he had quickly caught his daughter's heart, he felt a bit uncomfortable inside. With his weak nature, he still thinks about marrying my daughter. Dream on. Shen was a little worried and hurriedly spoke up for Xiao Zhiqing. Dad, don't say that about him. Actually, he works pretty fast and his cooking is good. Last time, he even took me to the mountain to roast wild chicken. Shen quickly covered her mouth, realizing she had spoken too soon and revealed too much. Sure enough, the team leader got even angrier. He slammed the table hard and scolded, "How could you go up the mountain alone with him? If he tries to do something to you, only you will suffer." Shen was really scared now. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she didn't dare to argue with what her father said. All right. Isn't there nothing else? Jingwan, in the future, don't go to remote places with boys. It's not safe. Her mother was always the best. Sometimes her father was not so good, too strict. I understand, Mom. I will be careful from now on. The team leader and his wife didn't say anything more. After all, Xiao Zhiqing was actually quite good. But they still needed to understand his family background. Shen hadn't asked Xiao Zhiqing about this yet, so she didn't know. The team leader's wife suggested Shen subtly inquire about his family situation. After all, life now wasn't just about 2 people, but the whole family. Few families would split up immediately after marriage. Wenyuan got off the train and surprisingly found he had nowhere to go. He decided to return to his parents' countryside home. After all, he was their biological son, and he didn't believe they would ignore him. Unexpectedly, Wenyuan couldn't even get through the door. His older brother stood at the entrance, glaring at him as if he wanted to swallow him whole. Didn't you leave? Why are you back? You left without saying a word, and now our parents are so upset they might get sick. It's all because of that shameless bunch of animals. That's 7,000 yuan. You really are something, raising such a son who causes trouble for the whole family. Get out. We don't want you here. Wenyuan listened to his brother's loud scolding, but no one inside made a sound. He leaned against the wall and called out a few times, but no one came out. Instead, His sister-in-law poured a basin of soapy water on him, almost soaking him through. With nowhere else to go, Wenyuan had no choice but to go to the village committee. He asked the leader to find him a place to stay since his household registration had been moved back to the countryside, and he should have a homestead. The village leader had nothing much to say. There were no empty houses in the village, but at the foot of the mountain, there was a thatched hut. Wenyuan was told to make do there. Huang Suifan's life was also hard. She searched for a long time before finally finding Su Yiba. Huang Suifan loved her son deeply. It had only been a short while, but Su Yiba looked much thinner, lacking energy, with messy hair. Huang Suifan used her last money to buy 2 mixed grain buns for him. Su Yiba ate them greedily. Huang Suifan looked at her son with concern and asked what was on her mind. "It's definitely my classmate's fault. He was the one who took me to the casino, and he encouraged me to gamble. Last time, he also took me to borrow money. Mom, it's him who caused all this. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have done such things." Huang Suifan still remembered this person. He looked so honest, but inside, he was so malicious, capable of doing such terrible things.
Fine.
I can't believe I used to let him eat at our house.
Now he repays us like this.
I'll go find their family and ask them how they're raising their children. Su Yiba didn't stop her. Letting Huang Suifan go and cause a fuss might be a good idea. Based on the address provided by Su Yiba, Huang Suifan accurately found their home. Instead of going inside, she started crying and making a scene downstairs. "Everyone come see. There's no justice anymore. Jiang Yi, this young boy, is so young but already encouraging classmates to gamble. Someone so evil lives in your family compound. Aren't you worried your children might also be led astray?" Huang Suifan's loud complaints quickly attracted the attention of the elderly neighbors chatting downstairs. They all came over to listen to her gossip. "Ma'am, are you talking about Jiang Yi from the Jiang family? Jiang Yi gambling with classmates? That can't be true. Jiang Yi is usually very well behaved." Everyone didn't believe Huang Suifan's words, which made her anxious. She explained to each person one by one. "I'm telling the truth. My son was influenced by him and went to a gambling den, losing all our family savings. Today, the Jiang family must give me an explanation." But everyone still didn't believe Jiang Yi was responsible because he had always been very sensible at the family compound. He would greet neighbors warmly and help out when needed. Although his grades at school weren't great, he was diligent at home, helping with chores. The neighbors admired Jiang Suifan for having such a sensible son. Jiang Yi was also very smart. He wouldn't choose to gamble in their own family compound but would go as far away as possible. Just as Huang Suifan wanted to explain further, a woman holding a spatula rushed down from upstairs. It was Jiang Ye's mother. Earlier, a neighbor had gone to her house, saying someone was falsely accusing her son of gambling downstairs.
How could she tolerate that?
Gambling was illegal. Did they want her son to go to jail? Crazy woman.
What are you talking about?
Get out of here. If you don't leave, I'll have to do something. Who are you? You're Jiang Ye's mother, right? Your son isn't a good kid. I think you're not a good person either. Your family must compensate us today, or I'm not leaving this place. Jiang Ye's mother was furious. Someone from outside dared to bully her on her own turf. She immediately threw the spatula aside and grabbed Huang Suifan's hair, starting a fight. 2 people were fighting so fiercely that no one could separate them. Someone reported the fight to the local authorities, and officers from the neighborhood committee came to break up the fight. Both were badly hurt, but Huang Suifan hadn't eaten well for several days and was weaker than Zhang's mother, suffering the worst injuries. Your family is unreasonable. I will report to the police and have your son arrested. I can't believe this world has lost all justice. Zhang's mother was not afraid at all. Her son was innocent, so she wasn't worried about the police being involved. Go ahead if you want. I'm not afraid of you. My son didn't do anything wrong. As for your son, gambling is a fact. Reporting to the police is just asking for trouble. Zhang's mother said this, and Huang Suifan was genuinely scared. She only suspected Jiang Yi, but her son's gambling was a confirmed fact. Let's go report to the police. Today, anyone who doesn't go is a coward. Zhang's mother stood up and pulled Huang Suifan toward the police station. At that moment, Zhang Yi also came back from outside. Seeing Huang Suifan, his heart sank, and he quickly asked Zhang's mother what had happened. After hearing the story, Zhang Yi immediately looked very sad. Auntie, I know the incident with Su Yiba has hit you hard, but I really didn't do it. I usually have a good relationship with Su Yiba, but you can't accuse me like this. Haha, look at your fake face. Stop pretending. My son told me everything. It was you who took him to the casino and arranged for him to borrow money. It was you. Just as Zhang's mother was calming down, seeing Zhang Yi made her feel the same old hatred boil up again. Huang Suifan cried and laughed at the same time. Everyone thought she was truly crazy. The neighborhood committee staff then took her away. They didn't know where Huang Suifan lived, so they just let her sit in the office lobby. Gradually calming down, Huang Suifan staggered back to her rented house, where she saw her son with a look of guilt. Iba, it's Mom's fault. I didn't make that person pay the price. But don't worry, I will never let him go. Huang Suifan's eyes looked as if they were filled with poison. Her son was her life. If someone harmed her son, she would never forgive them. This morning, Ruolin received a letter from Siyuan. It was the first letter he sent after rejoining the team. She quickly went back to her room to open the envelope and read it. The letter was 3 pages long, full of his feelings and longing for her. He also mentioned that he had done very well on his recent mission and had been promoted from platoon leader to deputy company commander. Most importantly, his marriage report had been approved. He would be on leave next week to come back and marry her. Ruolin felt very excited because she would see Siyuan again soon. Meanwhile, Lin Qingmang's first plan failed, so she came up with another one. She could put aside other things for now, but she was determined to separate Ruolin and Siyuan. If she didn't, Siyuan would soon be eligible to have his family with him. When that happened, Ruolin would leave, and she would be left alone in the countryside. She was afraid she would never escape her rural identity. Thinking this way, Lin Qingmang took the last 10 yuan from her hidden money stash. This time, she was sure she would succeed. She took the money and went to the town, heading straight to the black market to find someone to help with her plan. She needed a telegram from outside, with just 5 words. Shen Siyuan critically ill. Originally, 10 yuan wasn't enough. The man saw that Lin Qingmang was young and offered that if she spent a night with him, she wouldn't have to pay anything. Lin Qingmang thought, since she had already been with Wang Matzi before, one more time didn't matter. She hesitated but agreed. The next day, Lin Qingmang got the telegram and hurried back to the village, pretending to be very worried. She started shouting at the village entrance. Oh no, something terrible has happened. After the busy farming season ended and the grain was divided, the women could stay at home to do chores. The older women in particular had nothing to do and sat under the big tree at the village entrance, chatting. When they heard Lin Qingmang shout, they all came over to see what was going on. Hey, isn't that Ma Zi's wife? What's the matter? Lin Qingmang heard their words and felt a bit annoyed. Wang Matzi was already dead, so why were they still talking about her? But that's rural life. Once you marry Wang Matzi, you're called his wife. If you have a son, your title changes from so-and-so's wife to so-and-so's mother. Yes, there was an incident at Aunt Lu's house. Which Aunt Lu? There are many people with the surname Lu in this village. Some are called Aunt Lu even if they are men, and some men with the surname Lu are also called Aunt Lu by others. It's the Aunt Lu whose son is in the army. Today, I went to the supply store to buy some things. When I passed by the post office, I heard someone say there was a telegram for Aunt Lu, and she looked very worried. I thought since we are all from the same village, I could help bring it back. But what was written on that telegram? Lin Qingmang paused, wanting the older women to ask her first. Oh, Ma Zi's wife. Hurry up and tell us. What's written on it? Yes, tell us quickly. We're all so anxious. Seeing the atmosphere was tense, Lin Qingmang looked at the telegram in her hand and finally spoke. It says that Shen Siyuan is critically ill. Lu Yuzhen was right behind this group. When she heard this, she rolled her eyes and fainted. Luckily, Two women nearby caught her in time, so she didn't fall to the ground. Everyone hurriedly helped Lu Yuzhen home and called the barefoot doctor from the brigade to check on her. Fortunately, she was just shocked and soon woke up. Ruolin had gone up the mountain early in the morning to look for good things, so she didn't know what had happened in the village. After school, Shen heard about what happened today at the village entrance and immediately rushed home. Mom, what's wrong? They all say my brother has died. Is it true? Siyu, don't cry. Wait until your sister-in-law comes back, and we can talk then. Your sister-in-law is from the city, so she probably knows more than us. Siyu seemed to find some comfort and immediately remembered Ruolin's face.
I will go find my sister-in-law now.
I'm going right away. The mother and daughter suddenly felt lost and only wanted to find Ruolin to get a solution. When they arrived at Ruolin's house, the door and windows were shut, clearly indicating no one was home. Siyu sat at the door, crying and waiting. After a while, Zhang Xiaomei and Zhou Xiangyang returned. Siyu, why are you sitting here? Did something happen? Zhang Xiaomei and Zhou Xiangyang had just come back from the mountain, where they had been gathering firewood on the outskirts. Zhang Jiqing, Su Jiqing, where are you? I need to find her for something. Shen Siyu's eyes were red and swollen from crying. Zhang Xiaomei quickly helped the young girl to stand up. Ruolin went up the mountain today. She might not come back until very late. Did something happen? Can you tell me about it? Shen Siyu knew that Zhang Xiaomei was Ruolin's best friend, and this wasn't a secret anymore. So she told Zhang Xiaomei everything that happened today. Ruolin went to the mountain. She might not come back until very late. Is Aunt Lu okay now? Maybe we should go check on her first. Zhang Xiaomei didn't have a clear idea, but since Aunt Lu was sick, the most important thing was to take good care of her. Is this news true? Who said that Comrade Shen was in trouble? Walking along the road, Zhang Xiaomei asked confused. Usually, if something like this happened, it wouldn't be notified by the army, but they would call the commune or the brigade office. Yes, someone sent a telegram. Lin Qingmang helped bring it back. I still have that telegram at home. Zhang Xiaomei felt something was wrong, but after looking at the telegram, it didn't seem fake. She was suddenly in a difficult spot. Let's wait until Ruolin comes back. You haven't eaten yet, have you? I'll make some food for you. Lu Yuzhen and Shen Siyu had no mood to eat. Just thinking about Shen Siyuan being in trouble, they felt heartbroken and worried he might never come back. But under Zhang Xiaomei's comfort, they ate a little porridge. When it was almost dinner time, Ruolin came down from the mountain carrying a basket. She had a good harvest today, caught 2 wild rabbits, 3 wild chickens, and found some wild vegetables and matsutake mushrooms. Later, she planned to make a cold salad with the vegetables, cook one of the chickens with the mushrooms, and it would be very fresh and tasty. Just after coming down the mountain, she met Lin Qingmang, who seemed to be waiting for her on purpose. Ruolin, you're finally back. Something big has happened in the village. Ruolin didn't think Lin Qingmang was kind enough to come gossip with her. Their relationship wasn't that close. Lin Jiqing, do you have something to say? If not, I need to go back and cook. Ruolin didn't want to get too involved with the other person. She just wanted to watch Lin Qingmang look like a ghost, unable to eat enough or die from hunger. What are you still cooking for? Lin Qingmang grabbed Ruolin firmly, stopping her from moving forward. Your fiancé is about to die, and you still have time to cook. Ruolin's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Lin Qingmang, not trusting her words. What are you talking about? He's just on a mission, not dead or anything. The telegram has been sent back, so it can't be fake. Everyone in the team knows now. Aunt Lu is so sick she can't get out of bed. Ruolin didn't believe it, but seeing Lin Qingmang's expression, she didn't seem to be lying. Her heart sank deeper. A few days ago, she had received a letter from Shen Siyuan, so this couldn't be true. She forcefully shook off Lin Qingmang's hand and ran toward Lu Yuzhen's house. On the way, she passed some villagers talking about Shen Siyuan's critical condition, which made her even more anxious. When she reached outside Lu Yuzhen's yard, Shen Siyu saw Ruolin arrive and suddenly lost her composure. She ran to Ruolin crying loudly, sniffling as she spoke. Sister-in-law, my brother is gone. This can't be true. Tell me it's not true, right? The atmosphere in the yard instantly became tense. The team leader also came over. Seeing such a young girl crying so hard, he felt uncomfortable. He had personally watched Siyuan grow from a boy into a strong man. He was about to marry and start a family, but now such a tragedy had happened. Ruolin gently patted Siyu's back, silently comforting her. Only after Siyu's mood calmed down a bit did she ask, "Where did you hear this news?" Zhang Xiaomei handed her the telegram to look at. "It's this one. It says so on the telegram. Did the postman deliver it to your house?" Siyu shook her head and explained. Lin Qingmang helped bring it back from the post office. Hearing this, Ruolin immediately felt something was wrong. Why would the postman, in good health, ask Lin Qingmang to help bring it back? There must be something strange. "Captain, I think something is strange. Maybe someone in Siyuan's unit is playing a prank or spreading false rumors." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Qingmang also entered the yard quickly and said, "How could that be wrong? This telegram is real. How could it be fake?" Ruolin ignored Lin Qingmang. She just wanted to contact Shen Siyuan or someone from his unit immediately. There are many strange things about this matter. Just 5 simple words on a telegram can't tell us much. If something really happened, Siyuan, as a platoon leader, would definitely call or send an official letter with the unit seal. They wouldn't just send a short telegram with 5 words. Lin Qingmang became anxious. If Ruolin didn't believe her, how could she proceed? Maybe Siyuan's comrades want his family to know sooner, so they sent a telegram first. Ruolin looked at Lin Qingmang with a serious gaze, making her feel nervous. "Lin Qingmang, it seems you really want Siyuan to be in trouble. If something really happened to Siyuan, would that benefit you?" This question made everyone look at Lin Qingmang with suspicion. Lu Yuzhen, who was lying in bed, had already cried herself to exhaustion and was asleep, but she was restless even in her dreams, having nightmares. She dreamed of Shen Siyuan covered in blood, kneeling in front of her, talking about being unfilial and coming back in the next life to serve her parents, which broke Lu Yuzhen's heart. No, I didn't mean that. I'm just worried." "That's good to hear. It was already late today. If they wanted to find out news from the town, they would have to wait until tomorrow morning." Ruolin made a pot of chicken soup, adding freshly picked matsutake mushrooms from the mountain. She watched Shen Siyu drink a big bowl and then told her to go to sleep. "Siyu, don't think too much. Your brother will be fine. He even wrote me a letter a few days ago, saying he would be back soon." Worried that Shen Siyu wouldn't believe her, she took out the letter to show her. Although the letter was full of sweet words, she still showed it to Shen Siyu, so she could rest assured. "Sister-in-law, is my brother really still alive?" "Don't worry, your brother is definitely still alive. I will go to town tomorrow to find out the news." Shen Siyu felt a bit more at ease and lay down to sleep. Lu Yuzhen was still not awake. Ruolin touched her forehead and saw she wasn't feverish. She then used a spoon to feed Lu Yuzhen some warm water, adjusted the blanket, and prepared to go home. As soon as she left the hospital, she saw Lin Qingmang still waiting at the door. Ruolin wanted to go around her, but Lin Qingmang blocked her. "Ruolin, I have something to tell you." "What is it?" Lin Qingmang pulled Ruolin aside, looking earnest. "Ruolin, I only tell you this because I consider you a true friend. Your fiancé hasn't come back yet. From what I see, you should consider breaking off the engagement. Look at their family, mother is sick, and there's a younger sister still in school. If you cut ties now, you might find someone better in the future." After speaking, Lin Qingmang looked at Ruolin eagerly, hoping she would agree immediately and go tell Lu Yuzhen about breaking off the engagement. "I can't break off the engagement with him. Besides, nothing is decided yet." "How do you know Siyuan definitely won't come back?" Lin Qingmang immediately put on a disappointed look, patting Ruolin's shoulder. "Oh, I'm telling you. Why don't you listen? Do you think I would harm you? Because nothing is certain yet. If you break off now, you can still keep your reputation. If you're just stopping me to talk about this, then there's no need. I won't break off the engagement." With that, Ruolin bypassed Lin Qingmang and went straight home. Lin Qingmang glared venomously at her back, teeth clenched with a grinding sound. She stomped her foot in anger and left. The next morning, the rumor that Ruolin was cursed and unlucky spread throughout the production team. Zhang Xiaomei got up early today. After going for a walk and hearing these rumors, she returned angrily. What's wrong, Xiaomei? Who made you upset? It's those gossiping women in the village. Ruolin, you don't know what they're saying about you. It seems to be related to herself. She just got up today and made a big pot of nutritious meat porridge in the kitchen. She plans to give some to Lu Yuzhen and Shen Siyu after breakfast. Are you talking about me? What is there to say? They even said you are unlucky with men. Comrade Shen has been in the army for many years without any problem. But as soon as you got engaged to him, this happened. There are many harsh words. I listened for a while and argued with them. Then I came back. I didn't expect such rumors to spread so quickly in the village. They say I am unlucky with men. Can people still believe in such old-fashioned superstitions? I'm not even angry. Why are you upset? If you're angry, it means you're falling for others' words. Come quickly and eat breakfast. I made chive and egg pancakes today. When she heard there was something tasty, Zhang Xiaomei immediately stopped being angry and came to help serve the bowls and chopsticks with Su Ruolin. After breakfast, they packed some for Lu Yuzhen and her family and went to Lu Yuzhen's house together. As they reached the gate, they saw Shen Siyu rushing out in a hurry. When she saw Su Ruolin, she immediately ran over. Big sister-in-law, Mom has a fever. Su Ruolin was worried all night, afraid that Lu Yuzhen might get a fever after being frightened. She didn't expect it to happen. Xiaomei, ride your bike and help me go to the health clinic to call the doctor over. Zhang Xiaomei immediately went back to ride her bike. Su Ruolin went to Lu Yuzhen's room to check on her. Lu Yuzhen was still with her eyes closed, not awake, but she was sleeping restlessly, murmuring something softly. Ugh, sister-in-law, what should I do now? Shen Siyu had been cared for by Lu Yuzhen and Shen Siyuan since she was young. The recent events were the biggest upheaval she had ever experienced in her life. Siyu, don't cry. Auntie will be fine. You haven't eaten breakfast yet, right? I brought some meat porridge and chive and egg pancakes. Go and eat first. Siyu was worried about Lu Yuzhen and had no appetite, but Su Ruolin insisted she go eat. If she didn't send Siyu away, how could she secretly feed Lu Yuzhen spiritual spring water? She took a small cup from her space, filled with undiluted spiritual spring water, and slowly fed it to Lu Yuzhen. Fortunately, Lu Yuzhen still had the ability to swallow. Soon, a glass of spiritual spring water was all fed into her stomach. At this moment, the doctor arrived. He prescribed medicine to reduce her fever, checked her condition, and then gave her a calming incense. After taking the fever medicine, it will take about half an hour to work. Before bed tonight, you can light this incense to help you sleep peacefully. If anything happens, come to the health clinic to see me. After giving these instructions, the doctor left. Just after Lu Yuzhen was given the medicine, loud noises came from outside. To avoid disturbing her rest, everyone left the room and closed the door to block out the noise. Is Su Jiqing here? Come out quickly. It was Uncle Shen's wife speaking. Today, they had heard the rumors in the village, saying that Su Ruolin was unlucky and cursed her husband. Because of this, Shen Siyuan was seriously injured and close to death. Now Lu Yuzhen was also bedridden, and they were sure it was Shen Siyu next. Their family had lost 2 members, and now it was the turn of the main family. Her precious son hadn't even married yet, and they couldn't let such a troublemaker ruin him. What do you want? Seeing Su Ruolin come out, Uncle Shen's wife became even more arrogant. She pointed at Su Ruolin's nose and started scolding. Su Jiqing, be sensible and voluntarily withdraw your engagement. Our Shen family won't let you. A bad omen. Marian.
How dare you talk like that?
I'll tell the team leader if you keep talking. Hearing someone insulting Su Ruolin, Zhang Xiaomei couldn't sit still. She thought the cruelest way was to ask the team leader to decide for them. Even if the team leader comes, he can't interfere in our family's affairs. And you, Zhang Jiqing, don't meddle in things that aren't your business. Causing trouble isn't a good thing. As soon as she finished speaking, Uncle Shen's wife suddenly felt a sharp pain on her face. It was Su Ruolin who had come over and slapped her hard. You little brat, how dare you hit me? I'm your elder. Elder? Your Shen family doesn't even acknowledge me. You want me to withdraw from the engagement? So what kind of elder are you? Ruolin wouldn't tolerate her. She was already angry inside and had no place to vent. Uncle Shen's wife came just in time to receive a sharp slap. You haven't broken off the engagement yet. You are still our Shen family's future daughter-in-law. How dare you hit your elders? That makes you unfilial. You shouldn't have let Shen Siyuan propose to you. You haven't even entered the house yet, and you're already bringing misfortune. Now, even the future mother-in-law is bedridden because of you. You're a bad omen, a disaster star. Ruolin smirked slightly. These two harsh words didn't bother her much. She didn't take them to heart. Everyone heard that, right? She said, I bring bad luck to my husband and mother-in-law, calling me a bad omen and disaster star. Aunt Shen was very proud. This was the first time she had scolded someone so happily in this yard. Lu Yuzhen, that old troublemaker, better stay in bed for the rest of her life. Okay, Xiaomei, go ride my bicycle and go to the committee to report that someone is practicing superstitions here. Aunt Shen was stunned. What was Ruolin doing? Normally, she should be crying and explaining herself. Why was she going to report to the committee? No, I don't practice superstitions. I didn't. Aunt Shen tried to pull Zhang Xiaomei back, but Zhang Xiaomei quickly slipped out of the yard. Uncle Shen looked on coldly. This was the first time he seriously observed Shen Siyuan's fiancée. She didn't seem like someone easy to mess with. Su Jiqing, my wife was just confused and said foolish things. How could she talk about superstitions? Don't believe this crazy woman's words. Head of the household, I'm not crazy. Shut up. It seemed Aunt Shen was only fierce on the surface. Uncle Shen, however, was secretly plotting. He had to be careful. His meaning was clear. When the committee people arrived later, he would just say Aunt Shen was mentally unwell. No one would argue with the madwoman. Aunt Shen also realized she had spoken out of turn. She stood behind Uncle Shen, afraid to speak further, but her eyes still looked sharply at Ruolin. Today, this engagement must be called off. Whether or not it has to be. I am Shen Siyuan's biological grandmother. He is not here now, and his biological mother is bedridden and unable to handle family affairs. I will make the decisions. Grandma Shen looked very proud. Over the years, Shen Siyuan had sent back many things. Now that Shen Siyuan was gone, and Lu Yuzhen was almost to her limit, once she took over the family, she would marry Shen Siyu off with a high bride price. Then, all the property of the second family would belong to her.
Bah!
You old woman, still thinking about our family's things?
Dream on.
Even if I and Siyuan are gone, everything in our family belongs to Siyu. It has nothing to do with you. It turned out Lu Yuzhen had woken up. The spiritual spring water that Ruolin fed her was very effective. Plus, she had taken the fever medicine prescribed by the doctor. Now, aside from being a little weak, she was basically fine. Mom, you're finally awake. Tears welled up again in Shen Siyu's eyes. If her mother didn't wake up soon, she felt she wouldn't be able to hold on. Lu Yuzhen patted Shen Siyu's back and comforted her. All right, don't cry. Mom is fine. Your brother will be fine too. Our family will be okay. She then turned to look at Ruolin with a gentle smile. She knew that these past 2 days, she owed a lot to her future daughter-in-law. Ruolin, thank you for your hard work these days. Andy, I'm not tired. As long as you're better, that's enough. Old Lady Shen didn't expect Lu Yuzhen to wake up at this moment. Didn't everyone say Lu Yuzhen was too sick to get out of bed? What's going on now? If she had known Lu Yuzhen could get up, she definitely wouldn't have dared to cause trouble. The incident where her second son died and she drove his family out had caused a big fuss in the village. She knew she was in the wrong and wouldn't get any benefits from her second son's family. Aren't you sick? How come you're up? Since you're up, you'd better cancel the marriage. People like you shouldn't ruin our family. Grandma, who do you want to cancel the marriage with? A strong voice came from outside the courtyard. The villagers gathered around, watching the scene. Was that a person or a ghost? But now, superstitions were not popular, and no one dared to speak their true thoughts aloud. Only old Lady Shen, looking at the speaker, blurted out, "A ghost." She fainted immediately. Old Uncle Shen was standing nearby and didn't even try to help his wife. How come you're back? Didn't you say you were dead? Grandma seems to really want me dead. Siyuan's voice was very commanding. Even old Uncle Shen involuntarily took a few steps back. When he realized this, he put his hands behind his back and assumed the posture of an elder. Is this how you talk to your elders? Truly uneducated and uncultured, Siyuan was very angry and directly punched Uncle Shen in the face, giving him a black eye. You have a mother and a father, and they raised you. How could you turn out like this? You're always causing trouble. I haven't even died yet, and you're already thinking about our family's things. Everyone was shocked by Siyuan's actions. Uncle Shen was his elder, yet he was hit without hesitation. He really was a reckless person. Why? Seeing Siyuan's fierce look, as if he wanted to hurt someone, Uncle Shen didn't dare to speak anymore. Mom, Lin, Siyu, I'm back. It turned out that just now, Zhang Xiaomei was riding her bike to the town when she met Siyuan, who had just returned home. She briefly told him what had happened over the past 2 days, then handed him her bike to ride back, while she walked home. Since Siyuan was back, there was no need to go to the committee to find the person with the red armband. Siyuan would definitely stand up for them. Aren't you coming back next week? Ruolin looked at the person in front of her with some disbelief. Although she knew that the telegram was fake, she was still worried. Now that she saw Siyuan safe and sound, her heart finally relaxed. I was supposed to take the train yesterday, just to surprise you. That's why I said next week. Luckily, I came back early, or I wouldn't know how badly you all would have been bullied by those animals. Siyuan then looked at Uncle Shen and the others. 2 of them, still awake, were hiding to the side like quails, silent. They were all frightened by Siyuan's brutal display just now. Today, the village chief went to his mother-in-law's house, and the team leader went to the commune for some business, which is why Uncle Shen was so arrogant today, showing off in front of Lu Yuzhen. Still not leaving, Siyuan's simple 3 words instantly made Uncle Shen and Grandma Shen so scared they almost fell over. They hurriedly pulled away Uncle Shen's mother, who had fainted on the ground, and left. Siyuan, it's really good that you're back safe. You don't know how scared we were when we heard you were critically ill. Luckily, you're back now. No one can bully your mother and sister anymore. Other villagers still felt some relief. At first, they didn't know Siyuan was alive. Now that they knew, they definitely wouldn't offend him, the soldier. After all, they might need his help in the future. Thank you all, my fellow villagers. I just got back, and I have many things to do, so I won't host everyone today. In a few days, I will get married, and I will invite you all to celebrate with us. Everyone was happy to hear that Siyuan was coming back to get married. They all congratulated Siyuan and Ruolin. Lu Yuzhen had been crying uncontrollably for a long time. Seeing her son return safe and sound, she was overwhelmed with emotion. Mom, are you okay? Siyuan went over to support Lu Yuzhen. She suddenly looked very weak, leaning on his shoulder and crying tears of relief. Brother, you're really okay. When we received your urgent message, I fainted right away. We were all so worried. Thank goodness for sister-in-law. Thank you, Lin. Ruolin shook her head. This was what she was supposed to do. After calming Lu Yuzhen's emotions, everyone went back inside to sit down. Where is the telegram you mentioned earlier? Let me see it. Siyu quickly ran back to her room and brought out the telegram. Siyuan looked at it for a long time with a very cold voice. This telegram is fake. Did the postman deliver it?
Who received it?
Do you remember what the postman looked like? Everyone was upset when they heard it was fake. Zhang Xiaomei and Ruolin had seen the telegram, and it didn't seem fake to them. No, it wasn't the postman. It was Lin Qingmang who came back from the town and helped bring it from the post office. Siyu hurried to explain. But when Siyuan heard Lin Qingmang's name, he remembered. She was the one who, along with Wang Motzi, planned to scheme against his wife. She was really a cunning person. This matter must be reported to the police. If this telegram was brought back by Lin Qingmang, then there's a traitor inside the post office. If not, I might suspect Lin Qingmang is an enemy agent trying to stir trouble between the soldiers and their families. Last night, Lin Qingmang came to me and told me to quickly withdraw my engagement, or it would cause trouble for me. But I refused. This morning, I heard rumors that I was a widow. Siyuan said nothing, his face cold. But under the table, his hand gently stroked Ruolin's hand, giving her a sense of security. Lin Qingmang is really too wicked. Yesterday, she pretended to care about us, but secretly she was plotting behind our backs. Zhang Xiaomei was very angry. She thought Lin Qingmang was a good person. Siyuan took care of Lu Yuzhen and Siyu, then sent Ruolin home. After that, he rode his bike to the town police station and explained the situation to Jiang Qingshan.
What?
There are still such people among your youth volunteers? What is she trying to do? Just to split you and your sister-in-law apart. Siyuan understood the mindset of such people. One person was working hard, living a simple life from sunrise to sunset, while the other was being bothered by troublemakers. Life was very hard for him. These people don't want much, only to make your life difficult. Maybe you never offended them, but they just refuse to leave you alone. Although Siyuan had been promoted to deputy squad leader, he was not yet qualified to follow the army. After marrying Ruolin, he could only stay in the Hongqi Brigade. He couldn't allow such troublemakers to stay there. Yes, if we investigate this matter, it's quite serious. I must find out the truth. If it turns out that Lin Qingmang is responsible, I definitely won't let her stay in the commune. Jiang Qingshan agreed. He immediately called 2 police officers to go with him. First, they checked the post office to see if the telegram really came from there. The postal workers saw the police and knew something serious had happened that they couldn't handle alone. They quickly called their leaders. Jiang Qingshan explained the situation to the postal leaders and showed them the telegram. The leader broke out in cold sweat. "Comrade police, we are innocent. I've worked at the post office for most of my life. I can tell right away that this telegram is fake. Also, we haven't received any telegrams in the past 3 days. Sending messages by telegram was fast, but very expensive. Ordinary people rarely wrote letters, unless it was urgent. Sending a telegram cost Wenyuan per word, so most people couldn't afford it." Knowing the postal leader was honest, Jiang Qingshan still checked carefully. After confirming everything was correct, he said, "Please send someone with authority from your post office to go with us." The postal leader understood how important this was. He quickly called the deputy director of the post office. They rode bikes with Siyuan and the police to the Hongqi Brigade. When 5 bicycles appeared at the village entrance at the same time, it caused quite a stir, especially since 3 of the people were dressed in police uniforms. Some curious but timid villagers didn't dare to get too close. The 5 bicycles went straight to Lin Qingmang's house. At this moment, Lin Qingmang was hiding inside, afraid to come out. If she had known Siyuan was coming today, she would never have done such a thing. She secretly blamed Ruolin. Siyuan was coming back, but no one told her. She felt like the conversation she had with Ruolin last night made her look like a fool. While thinking about this, Lin Qingmang didn't notice that a crowd had gathered outside her yard. She only realized something was wrong when she heard the village chief shouting outside. When she opened the door, she was so scared that her legs went weak and she fell to the ground. Jiang Qingshan understood everything without needing to ask. The truth was obvious. Still, he asked the usual questions. A curious woman nearby followed the village chief's instructions, helped Lin Qingmang up, and Jiang Qingshan stepped forward to question her. "Hello, did you pick up that telegram from the post office yesterday?" Lin Qingmang bit her lip and nodded. The deputy director of the post office couldn't hold back and stepped forward to confront her. "Our post office hasn't received any telegrams from outside in the past 3 days. Where did you get that telegram? And what does the person who delivered it look like?" The deputy director's commanding presence made Lin Qingmang tremble and step back several paces. I forgot, but I really did get the telegram from the delivery person." That's impossible. Postmen only deliver letters and packages. Telegrams are handled by staff inside the post office. The deputy director was very angry. He didn't expect this young woman to lie so easily. Lin Qingmang didn't know these details. She had just been making things up. After hearing the deputy director, she quickly changed her story. "I was mistaken. The staff at the post office gave me the telegram. I forgot what they looked like, but I remember it was a man. The telegram was received by 2 female staff members. "You are full of lies and even want to falsely accuse our postal workers. Comrade police officer, I think this person has serious issues. Please take her back to the police station for a proper investigation." Everyone present understood the meaning behind the words and pointed fingers at Lin Qingmang. Lin Qingmang vigorously shook her head, refusing to admit she was responsible for what happened, but her trembling legs betrayed her. As a result, the police officer took Lin Qingmang away directly. This caused a big stir in the team, and almost everyone was talking about her case. Ruolin didn't expect Lin Qingmang to do such a thing. However, her goal was the same as in her previous life, to prevent herself from ending up with Shen Siyuan.
Su Ruolin es nered inwardly.
Even if she couldn't be with Shen Siyuan this time, she wouldn't let Lin Qingmang get even a little advantage over her. The day after Lin Qingmang was taken away, Shen Siyuan returned from the town with news. Lin Qingmang was brought into the interrogation room, and within an hour, she confessed everything. She had asked someone to forge a telegram and also revealed how she sought help to do her deeds. This was a big problem. Not only was she accused of defrauding military family members, but now she also faced charges of hooliganism. In a few days, Lin Qingmang would be sent to a farm for reform. Ruolin felt relieved when she learned about Lin Qingmang's fate. Having such a troublemaker around all the time made her feel like she was constantly on guard, which was very exhausting. Now Shen Siyuan's heart also relaxed. In the future, when he was no longer with Ruolin, he wouldn't have to worry about anyone harming her. The next step was to carefully prepare for their wedding. Strangely, Lu Yuzhen was really too sick to get out of bed at that time. But as soon as Shen Siyuan returned, Lu Yuzhen immediately became energetic. She even felt physically lighter than before. Everyone thought Shen Siyuan's return was the reason. Only Ruolin knew it was the power of the spiritual spring water. Early that morning, Shen Siyuan got up and prepared breakfast in the kitchen. Lu Yuzhen heard the noise and got up. Seeing her son busy in the kitchen, she felt very content. Her son was grown up and about to get married. She considered this a major achievement in her life. Lu Yuzhen didn't think it was bad for a man to cook in the kitchen. Those old sayings about gentlemen not entering the kitchen were just nonsense. Now, even the head chefs in state-run restaurants are men. Where is the saying that men don't go into the kitchen? On the contrary, cooking can be very tiring. Men are stronger and more suitable for these tasks. Mom, you're up? Are you feeling better? The hot water is ready in the pot. Hurry up and wash up so you can have breakfast. Lu Yuzhen snapped out of her thoughts, responded with a sound, and went to fetch water and wash up. The water in the basin was still warm, so she quickly went to her room and called Shen Siyu to wake up and wash. Although the weather is quite cold now, school hasn't let out yet, so Shen Siyu still has to go to school. After washing her face, Shen Siyu felt more awake. Looking at the breakfast on the table, she felt a little excited. It had been a long time since she last ate her brother's cooking. When she was young, Lu Yuzhen had to go out to farm, and Shen Siyuan stayed at home to take care of the young Shen Siyu. He not only cooked 3 meals a day, but also managed the small farm and did laundry. So, Shen Siyu did eat Shen Siyuan's cooking when she was little. But as she grew up and no longer needed Shen Siyuan's care, he went on to do other things. He learned some hunting skills from the hunters in the team. When he had free time, he would go hunting in the mountains. Small game was kept at home to eat, while larger animals were quietly taken to the black market to sell. Over time, Shen Siyuan became more skilled. The old hunters suggested he join the army. At that time, recruitment was happening, so Shen Siyuan joined the military. He was gone for 2 years. When he missed his mother and sister, he came back to visit. Luckily, he returned, or he might never have met such a good wife like Ruolin. Brother, your cooking is still so delicious. Shen Siyu couldn't help but praise Shen Siyuan. Shen Siyuan smiled. He only shows this kind, friendly smile when he's with family. If it's good, eat more. I've been cooking for you a lot these days. Thanks, brother. Shen Siyu quickly finished her breakfast and then carried her school bag to go to school. Shen Siyuan tidied up the kitchen, packed the breakfast for Ruolin into a lunchbox, greeted Lu Yuzhen, and then left the house. When he arrived at Su Ruolin's home, she and Zhang Xiaomei had just woken up and were washing up in the yard. Seeing Shen Siyuan, they went over and opened the yard gate. "Why so early?" "Yes, I promised to go to the provincial city today to look around, so I need to get up early." Shen Siyuan placed the breakfast he brought from home on the kitchen table. It included scallion pancakes he made early in the morning. Knowing that Zhang Xiaomei and Zhou Xiangyang would also come to eat, he made a big bowl. The pancakes, about the size of a palm, numbered nearly 20. Zhang Xiaomei thoughtfully went to the kitchen, boiled water, and made a thick noodle soup. Soon, breakfast was ready. The four of them finished eating and set out together for the town. There was only one bicycle, so four people couldn't all sit on it. Since it was still early, they decided to walk to the town to catch a bus. Last night, they had already agreed that as young couples engaged to be married, they wanted some time just for themselves. They would take the bus together there and back, and once in the provincial city, they would each do their own thing. The bus was bumpy, and it took 3 hours to reach the provincial city. When they arrived, the two couples went their separate ways to have fun. Zhang Xiaomei and Zhou Xiangyang went straight to the cinema, while Su Ruolin, not interested in movies, headed directly to the department store. Both of them had plenty of money today, enough for Su Ruolin to enjoy shopping happily. They went straight to the watch counter on the second floor. Su Ruolin was already wearing a watch, but Shen Siyuan still wanted to buy her one. Whether she wore it or kept it as a keepsake, it would suit her. Su Ruolin's watch was a small, delicate steel band style. Shen Siyuan chose another watch with a leather strap and put it on her other wrist. Su Ruolin's small, fair hands looked even more radiant with the watch. "Looks good, Lin. Let's buy this one, what do you think?" Su Ruolin liked it very much and nodded in agreement. Shen Siyuan happily handed the money and the receipt to the clerk. The clerk's envy was barely hidden. This man was really good to his partner, buying her a watch when she already had one. She was also of marriageable age, and her family was pressing her hard to marry. She wondered if she could find someone as good as this man. As for the other three major items, Shen Siyuan and Su Ruolin had discussed and decided not to buy them for now. Both of them knew clearly that Su Ruolin's enlistment was certain. It was just a matter of time. On the wedding day, in front of the whole village, it would be best to give the three major items and money directly to Su Ruolin. Su Ruolin also needed to buy her dowry, and after moving to her new home, she would buy gifts for her mother-in-law and sister-in-law. She had already decided what to buy. For Shen Siyu, she chose a pen, specifically a Yongxing brand pen, which Shen Siyu, now in middle school, could definitely use. Moreover, with the college entrance exam coming back, she planned for Shen Siyu to continue studying. After finishing middle school, Shen Siyu would go on to high school, and both she and Shen Siyuan were willing to pay for it. For Lu Yuzhen, she bought a pair of leather shoes, which were quite valuable. There were only 10 pairs of shoes in the entire department store that fit Lu Yuzhen's size. She also bought 4 new quilts, along with 3 sets of quilt covers. One was for the wedding day, and the other 2 were for winter and summer use. Su Ruolin wasn't sure how long she would stay here. In her previous life, Shen Siyuan took 3 years to become a company commander, but at that time, he was only a platoon leader, not the current deputy company commander. She felt that her rebirth had already changed many things, but luckily, the general direction hadn't gone off course. She also bought a flashlight, as the countryside still didn't have electricity. It was inconvenient at night. When she lived alone before, she could enter her space anytime, but now it wouldn't be as easy. She bought some candies, including red shrimp crisps, sorghum candies, and white rabbit milk candies, which weren't available at the supply store. Finally, she bought clothes. Shen Siyuan could wear his military uniform, and Su Ruolin chose a new white shirt for him. Shen Siyuan bought her a new silk blouse and a pair of corduroy pants. She initially wanted to buy her a skirt, but the winter skirts here weren't attractive, so she didn't pick any. When they were about to leave, Su Ruolin saw a red wool coat hanging nearby. Although she only looked at it for a second, Shen Siyuan quickly noticed. "Lilin, this coat looks pretty good, and it's red. Why not try it on?" The shop assistant saw their big bags and knew they weren't short of money, so she quickly took down the coat hanging on the rack. Comrade, why not try it with a male partner? It's free to give it a shot. Ruolin felt a bit excited. Siyuan took the items from Ruolin's hands and encouraged her to try. Once the clothes were on, Siyuan's eyes were almost glued to Ruolin. The outfit seemed tailor-made for her, making her skin look bright and clear. Her slim waistline was visible, and she moved a few steps like a movie star. Comrade, this outfit really suits you. Look at your aura. Top stars can't compare. The sales clerk was very sweet-talking. The dress had been hanging here for a week, and many people had shown interest, but either they couldn't afford it or it didn't look good on them. Today, the clerk was determined to sell this dress. Is it beautiful? Siyuan didn't read many books and knew his compliments were limited, but he nodded to show he thought it looked good. Lin, let's get this one. It's perfect for our wedding. The clerk quickly chimed in, praising, "Oh, so you two are shopping for wedding items. This dress really suits her. The bright red color is festive. Weddings are such an important event. You should buy a good one." Worried Ruolin might hesitate to buy, the clerk kept persuading her. Ruolin liked it a lot and didn't even ask about the price. She simply asked the clerk to wrap it up. The clerk was very happy. Although they had a fixed monthly salary, selling more expensive items earned her a commission. She immediately packed the wool coat for Ruolin, and Siyuan took the items from her. Lin, do you need to buy anything else? Siyuan softly asked Ruolin. She thought for a moment and said, "No more. We've bought a lot today. The rest can be bought at the town supply store. It's easier than carrying too many things on the bus." Siyuan listened to his wife. If she said no, then he wouldn't insist. After packing everything, they went to the watch counter. They bought a handful of white rabbit candies for the clerk to watch their things while they went out for a walk. When she saw the white rabbit milk candies, the sales clerk immediately agreed, without hesitation. Her counter was usually very quiet, just checking luggage, so it wasn't tiring. Okay, leave it to me. Our department store has security staff, so we won't lose your things." Ruolin said thank you, and then left the department store with Siyuan, heading to the biggest state-run restaurant nearby. They looked at the menu, which had many more dishes than their small local place. No wonder it was a first-tier city. "I want to eat braised pork." This was Ruolin's favorite dish. In her previous life, Siyuan had taken her to the supply and marketing cooperative, but they only went shopping. She didn't want to spend too much time alone with Siyuan. Siyuan also felt a bit uncomfortable and hadn't mentioned eating a meal together. This was the first time they were eating out together in both their past and present lives. "Okay, let's order braised pork, pickled fish, and 30 dumplings. What else would you like?" Siyuan ordered all these dishes at once. They were his favorites, but Ruolin seemed to only know she liked braised pork and didn't mention anything else. "Add a dish of 3 fresh vegetables. I'll have plain rice." Siyuan looked at the staff, calculated the bill, and paid easily. They chose a seat near the window. Since it wasn't mealtime yet, the restaurant was still quiet. Siyuan reached into his pocket and soon took out a wooden hairpin, handing it to Ruolin.
"This is handmade by me."
"I want to give it to you." His voice was soft and a little nervous. It wasn't worth much, so he wasn't sure if Ruolin would like it. Ruolin happily took the hairpin. It had 2 lotus flowers, one large, one small, neither fully bloomed. The craftsmanship wasn't perfect, but it was polished smoothly and carefully. "You made this? It's beautiful. I didn't expect you to have such skills." Hearing her praise, Siyuan's heart felt a little relieved. "I'm glad you like it." He made the hairpin on a whim while doing a task. He found a piece of wood with a nice grain and color and decided to craft a hairpin for Ruolin. "I saw that Ruolin's handkerchief was embroidered with a lotus flower, so I thought she liked lotus flowers. But lotus flowers are very difficult to make, and she can't carve them, so she only embroidered 2 flower buds." "Thank you." After Ruolin thanked him, she took apart her braided hair and used a hairpin to make a bun. "Does it look nice?" Ruolin tidied her hair and tilted her head slightly to show Siyuan. Just then, the sun broke through the clouds, shining a beam of light on her, making her look even more charming. Siyuan was momentarily stunned. His wife was really beautiful. "Yes, it looks nice." Siyuan gave a modest smile, making Ruolin giggle happily. At that moment, their food was ready. Siyuan didn't have time to ask what Ruolin was smiling about, so he went to the window to pick up their dishes. Siyuan finished his 30 dumplings quickly, then added a little more rice. He ate it with pickled fish, while Ruolin only ate half of her small bowl of rice. Siyuan finished all his food. Just as he put down his chopsticks, Ruolin looked at him in surprise. "Are you full?" Siyuan felt a bit embarrassed. He wished he had controlled his portion earlier. He probably scared his wife. "Yes, I am full. I didn't eat much this morning, so I was a little hungry and ate a lot." Ruolin knew that Siyuan trained hard and was very tired every day, so having a bigger appetite was normal. In her previous life, whether Siyuan was at home or not, she always prepared the meals and ate in her room, so she never knew how much he ate. "Since you work so hard every day, you should eat more." Seeing that Ruolin didn't dislike him, Siyuan finally relaxed. After finishing their meal, they held hands and went for a walk in the nearby park. Then they went to the department store to pick up some things. "I wonder if Mei and the others are done shopping. Let's go to the station and wait for them." As soon as Ruolin finished speaking, two people appeared around another corner of the department store, Zhang Xiaomei and Zhou Xiangyang. "Ruolin." Zhang Xiaomei waved her hand and hurried over to Ruolin. "We were just about to look for you. I didn't expect us to meet by chance. Xiaomei, we were just talking about where you are now. If we can't find you, we'll wait for you at the station." Zhou Xiangyang carried a big bag and a smaller one, with a bag on his back containing soda that Xiaomei likes. However, to Ruolin, these things seemed insignificant compared to what she had. "Wow, you bought so many things," Xiaomei exclaimed, casually taking 2 bags from Ruolin's hands. Yes, these are for the wedding. There are still many things to buy, and we plan to get them at the local supply store." The 4 of them walked and talked, soon arriving at the station. Luckily, a vehicle was just about to start. After several hours of bumpy ride, they finally reached the town. Since they had many things, Siyuan decided to rent a cart to bring everything back to the team and went straight to the supply store to buy all the needed items. The shopping list here was longer and more varied. First, Ruolin needed to buy her dowry: porcelain basins, cups, toothbrushes, towels, and thermos bottles, all in pairs. She also bought soap and scented soap, along with lots of candies and rice snacks to sweeten the guests' mouths. Siyuan also bought many things. Lu Yuzhen had told him about them at home, and he remembered most of it. He bought dried fruits like peanuts, sunflower seeds, longans, and red dates, which symbolize good luck and a prosperous marriage. He also bought fabric. During the 2 years he was away, Lu Yuzhen had been saving money, but was careful with spending. Her clothes were patched repeatedly. The nicest one had only 2 patches. Shenxi's clothes were slightly better, with 2 unpatched outfits, but they were still old and worn out. On his wedding day, he wanted to wear something better. He chose pink cotton fabric for Shenxiu to make her inner clothes and a red floral cotton coat. For Lu Yuzhen, he picked dark red fabric, and for pants, dark blue. They also bought cotton to make their own coats. They bought a lot this time, and if they run out of time, they might ask a village aunt to help make the clothes. There are also essential candies. Siyuan carefully bought 10 jin of each, filling a big bag. Before leaving, he also gave the sales clerks at the supply and marketing cooperative a small handful of fruit candies. The clerks were very happy and kept thanking him happily. After placing the items on the ox cart, it was fully loaded, with only 2 seats left on the side. "Lin, is there anything else you want to buy?" Ruolin thought for a moment but couldn't think of anything else to buy. Her dowry was quite decent, whether in the city or the countryside. "No, if I think of anything later, I'll come back to buy it." The ox cart started moving, swaying as it went. Ruolin and Zhang Xiaomei sat on the cart, while Siyuan and Zhou Xiangyang walked beside their respective partners. When they reached the brigade, it was getting dark. Siyuan bought some candies from the old man driving the cart and then saw him off. The old man smiled happily. Although they had a lot of things and it was late, the candies were rare. The day before, his little grandson had been crying because he was tempted by the candies from the neighbor's child. Today, he finally could give his grandson some candies. Candies were very precious in this era. Many families only bought a few candies for their children during the new year to make them happy. Most families never tasted candies in their lives. At the end of the year, when they were struggling to have enough food, they wouldn't think of buying candies. When they arrived home, it was already late. They put everything in Ruolin's house because Siyuan's house still needed repairs, and it was inconvenient to leave things there. We're back. You probably haven't eaten yet, right? Annie has prepared some food. Come and eat a little. Lin Zhou Jiqing Zhang Jiqing, it's so late. Why don't you come to my house to eat? My mother has already prepared everything. Yes, I've kept the food warm in the pot. As soon as you come back, you can eat. Lu Yuzhen also agreed happily, warmly inviting them. Ruolin and the others looked at each other. It was indeed very late. If they cooked and ate now, then washed up, they wouldn't finish until very late. Then, thank you, Auntie. No trouble at all. The food is just kept warm in the pot. You can eat and then wash up to rest. We've been running around all day, and everyone is tired. A few people went to Lu Yuzhen's house again, had dinner, and then returned. Although Zhang Xiaomei accompanied them, Shen Siyuan and Zhou Xiangyang still saw the two women home before leaving. According to local customs, the bride and groom-to-be are not allowed to see each other before the wedding. Although the reason is not clear, Ruolin accepted this calmly. It was good because it allowed Shen Siyuan to miss her more and helped him understand that rushing into marriage is not wise. One cannot rush love. Ruolin didn't need to buy anything else. The clothes for the wedding day were already prepared. She wore a wine-red sweater and black corduroy pants. Over that, she put on a red wool coat that Shen Siyuan bought at a department store in the provincial city. Her shoes were small black leather shoes. The weather here has become very cold, and snow might fall soon. Her shoes are lined with fleece, so she doesn't need to worry about the cold. Time passed quickly, and the day before the wedding arrived. Since Ruolin has no family in her hometown, besides Zhang Xiaomei, she also called two other young women from the youth commune, Yang Qing and Lu Qian. Yang Qing was the girl who helped Ruolin pick peanuts before. Ruolin found her easy to get along with. She doesn't talk much, but cares about every new girl at the youth commune and acts like a caring older sister. Lu Qian has a fiery temper, but she has no bad intentions. She speaks directly, openly, and cheerfully. The four girls spent the whole day in the yard. They cut red paper into various sized characters for happiness and pasted them on Ruolin's window, door, and cabinets. They also used red cloth strips to tie up the cotton quilts Ruolin bought, tying pretty bows that looked very nice. Su Zhigong, I really envy you for finding such a good partner so quickly. Lu Qian looked at her with full admiration. Her in-laws are kind. They don't nag her. Her sister-in-law is sensible and obedient, and her fiancé is a soldier. Your happiness is coming too. When the right time comes, nothing can stop it. Lu Qian still felt a bit lonely inside. She had been sent to the countryside for several years and wondered if she would ever return to the city. That night, Ruolin went straight into her space. She took a relaxing bath in the villa's bathtub, washing from head to toe until she was completely clean. There was a faint, pleasant fragrance on her body. She also applied face masks, hand masks, and foot masks, trimmed her eyebrows and nails, and even whitened her teeth with a whitening strip. She was truly well-groomed from inside out, from top to bottom. Finally, she carefully took care of her face. Usually, Ruolin wouldn't do these things, but tomorrow was a special day. Lying on the bed, she relaxed her mind and felt a bit unreal. Tomorrow, she would marry Shen Siyuan. As she thought about the future, she felt a little nervous. Lost in her thoughts, she fell asleep unknowingly. At 4 a.m. the next day, there was a knock on Ruolin's yard right on time. Su Jiqing, Zhang Jiqing, are you awake? The door was knocked loudly. Ruolin struggled to get up, put on her clothes, and went to open the door. The village chief's wife saw that Ruolin finally came out and let out a sigh of relief. Oh, my little sister-in-law, you finally got up. Hurry up and get ready. If the groom's side comes knocking and you're still in bed, it won't look good. She stepped outside and felt the cold wind, which made her more alert. She then welcomed the village chief's wife inside. "Auntie, I'm glad you came to call me. Otherwise, I might have overslept. Last night, Ruolin didn't sleep in the space, so she still hadn't rested well." All right, wash up quickly. What do you want to eat for breakfast?" "I'll go make it." Hearing the noise, Zhang Xiaomei also got up, came out of her room, and greeted the village chief's wife. "Auntie, there's no need to trouble you. I'll make breakfast. You might have other things to do later." Yes, later, many young women and girls from the village would come to join the fun, seeing the bride and the children. This was the happiest time. As long as she was sweet-tongued and said some lucky words, there would be plenty of candies and snacks. Zhang Xiaomei boiled a big pot of water for washing. She also heated water on the small coal stove, adding ginger and brown sugar to entertain the guests later. Ruolin placed the sunflower seeds, peanuts, candies, eggs, cakes, and peach pastries she bought earlier on the table. With Zhang Xiaomei outside, Ruolin sat peacefully inside, tidying herself up. The skincare and makeup products in the room were all complete, with everything available. However, Ruolin was worried about revealing too much, so she only applied a layer of sunscreen and light foundation, lightly drew her eyebrows, and planned to put on lipstick after breakfast. She changed into new clothes, tied her hair back, and added a red flower as a traditional accessory. Her overall look completely changed. Indeed, clothes can make a person look different. Although Ruolin is naturally very beautiful, she often feels lazy about dressing up. In this era, being poor is considered honorable, so people rarely bother to spend time on their appearance. If someone with bad intentions reported her, her life could be ruined. After preparing breakfast, Zhang Xiaomei came in calling Ruolin. Standing at the door, she saw her inside and couldn't help but walk in. Hearing the noise, Ruolin turned around and saw Zhang Xiaomei's silly, dreamy expression. "How do I look, Xiaomei? Is this good?" "Very beautiful. You look amazing today, Ruolin." Zhang Xiaomei snapped out of her daze and stepped closer, inspecting her from head to toe, making Ruolin a little shy. "Ruolin, you look really good today. Later, you'll definitely make Comrade Shen fall for you." The two giggled happily in the room. The village chief's wife, seeing they hadn't come out yet, grew a bit anxious. "Are you done yet? Hurry up and come eat breakfast." It was already past 5 o'clock. After breakfast, Ruolin would sit in her room and wait for Siyuan and the others to come for the wedding. Hearing the village chief's wife call, she quickly left the room. "Oh my, you look so fresh and lively." As expected, girls from the city are different. The village chief's wife had met many girls before, including many young women who came to the countryside, but none looked as bright and charming as Ruolin. All right, hurry and eat breakfast. Soon, some children from the village will come to watch the fun. The three quickly finished breakfast in the kitchen. Ruolin then went back to her room to tidy up, applied lipstick, and looked even more radiant. Meanwhile, Siyuan's heart was pounding. He put on his military uniform and stood in front of a small mirror in Siyu's room, constantly checking himself and occasionally asking Lu Yuzhen questions. "Mom, do I look proper? Is there anything wrong?" Lu Yuzhen was still very happy inside. She had been worried about her son's marriage for a long time. In the past, their family didn't have much money, so it was hard to find a good wife. Later, Siyuan joined the army, and the family became richer. But Siyuan didn't come home for a visit. However, fate is strange. Just when Siyuan was late in coming back, after Ruolin moved to the countryside, he finally took leave to visit home. "You're fine. Nothing looks wrong. You look full of spirit." Today, Lu Yuzhen also dressed very festively. A few days ago, Siyuan bought some fabric, and she called 2 of her old friends to help make new clothes overnight. Even though Lu Yuzhen said this, Siyuan still felt nervous. He was worried about leaving a bad impression on Ruolin. Later, someone outside urged him, and he straightened his shoulders and walked out confidently. Before, Lu Yuzhen's house was a simple mud brick house. At that time, Siyu was still young, so the 3 of them slept in one room. Later, When Shen Siyuan became an officer and received a higher allowance, he sent more money home. Lu Yuzhen then rebuilt the house, but not entirely with bricks and tiles. Instead, she built a 1-meter-high brick wall on the foundation, with the upper part still made of mud bricks. The house had only 3 rooms, a main hall in the middle, Shen Siyuan's room on the left, which they kept for him over the past 2 years, and Lu Yuzhen and Shen Siyu's room on the right. When Shen Siyu was old enough to get married, they planned to add another room on the side. Now, Shen Siyuan's room was fully decorated, with big red characters for happiness pasted inside. Not only his room, but all the other rooms also had the happiness characters pasted, and all the furniture was arranged properly, with 36 legs, none missing. Many people were helping in the yard. Yesterday, Shen Siyuan brought back a cartload of ingredients. There was a half-sliced pig on the cart, which made everyone in the village stare in amazement. There were also 5 roosters, 6 wild rabbits caught in the mountains, and 4 or 5 big, fresh fish. As for vegetables, they were exchanged from villagers' homes, and they also traded for many eggs. Now, above Shen Siyuan's house, the yard is already filled with cooking smoke, and everyone is looking forward to the happy celebration. Jiang Qingshan watched Shen Siyuan come out looking lively and energetic, then stepped forward and patted his shoulder.
Good boy.
In the past, you would hide when you saw women, but now you're getting married right after coming home. Your speed is faster than mine. Jiang Qingshan came specifically to join the celebration and also to help Shen Siyuan. Shen Siyuan had borrowed 3 bicycles from Jiang Qingshan, which he had polished until they shone brightly. The handlebars were decorated with red cloth strips, making them look very festive. That's because I have a special connection with Lin. Don't worry, you'll find your true love someday. Seeing Shen Siyuan act so proud, Jiang Qingshan felt annoyed and was determined to get this young man drunk tonight. Shen Siyuan, Jiang Qingshan, and Shen Guodong, the son of the team leader, each rode a bicycle towards Su Ruolin's house. The women and girls nearby looked on with envy. In this era, it was rare for families to use bicycles to pick up the bride. Most used ox carts or hand-pulled carts. Some less particular families simply packed a small bundle for the girl, and she would go to her new home on her own. Su Jiqing is really lucky. She married a military officer. Yes, they are a perfect match. Some people sincerely wished them well, but others felt jealous. What's so proud about? That Su Jiqing is just a city girl who doesn't know how to do anything. Once married, she'll just be a figure to be served. What's the use? Our rural girls are better. They can farm and handle everything at home. Aunt Lee, standing nearby, was annoyed when she heard this and started criticizing the woman. Su Jiqing doesn't look like a city girl at all. Have you forgotten how well she works in the fields for extra points? Even the daughter of the team leader is impressed. And last time, Su Jiqing shot a wild boar. Maybe she fed it to the dogs. Aunt Lee's words made everyone realize. It had been a long time since Su Ruolin had worked in the fields, and everyone almost forgot how she felt about it. Could a city girl who finished her work early on her first day really be someone who doesn't work? The woman who had spoken earlier knew she was in the wrong and hurriedly pushed her way out of the crowd. The bicycle was ridden very slowly, mainly because besides the 3 of them, there were also matchmakers and others walking behind. When they reached Su Ruolin's house entrance, the morning sun had just come out to join the fun, adding a bit of warmth to the cold day. At this moment, many people had gathered in Su Ruolin's yard. Most of the educated youth had come, and as a member of the educated youth, Su Ruolin's friends naturally came to support her. Wang Gang led the youth to block the door of Su Ruolin's house. Today, everyone didn't have to work, so people who had been resting for a few days came out to stretch their muscles. Deputy Squad Leader, Shen wants to marry our educated youth, but it's not so easy. You have to show us your sincerity. The news that Shen Siyuan was promoted to Deputy Squad Leader had already spread throughout the production team, and everyone at the youth point knew about it. Today, I am here to marry Su Ruolin, and I will succeed. Wang Youth, bring it on. Wang Gang immediately started testing Shen Siyuan. After you get married, who will do the laundry? I will do it. Who will cook? I will do it. Who will do the housework? I will do it. Who will manage the money? Lin will manage the money. Wow, he didn't get caught up in any tricks, Wang Gang thought to himself, and everyone in the yard burst into laughter. Next was Lu Qian. Comrade Shen, if your mother and Ruolin both fell into the water at the same time, who would you choose to save? Siyuan didn't hesitate and blurted out, I would save Lin because my mother can swim. This caused another round of hearty laughter. Then came Zhang Xiaomei, Su Ruolin's best friend. She definitely wouldn't let Siyuan marry Su Ruolin so easily. Zhang Xiaomei directly carried a basin from the kitchen, filled with the bowls and chopsticks used for breakfast, about 5 or 6 in total, of different sizes. Since Comrade Shen says he will handle all the housework in the future, why don't we see how it's done today? Siyuan rolled up his sleeves, took a cloth from the basin, and quickly started washing the dishes. Because Zhang Xiaomei had deliberately used warm water, the dishes were cleaned easily. Siyuan then poured out the dirty water, skillfully moved to the water jar, scooped some clean water, and rinsed the dishes again. Finally, he placed everything back in its proper spot. Use a cloth to wipe up the water on the table and hang the cloth to dry. Zhang Xiaomei nodded happily. She had only asked Siyuan to wash the dishes, but unexpectedly, he also took care of all the other invisible chores. It seemed her sister's married life would be very happy. After finishing everything, applause came from the yard. Everyone was smiling and giving blessings to the newlyweds. Only the educated youth who were standing nearby looked on with displeasure, glaring at everything. Clever Jiang Qingshan took 2 handfuls of candies and peanuts from his pocket and threw them into the air. Eat the wedding candies. Everyone crouched down to pick up candies and peanuts. Siyuan quickly went to Su Ruolin's door, pushed open the slightly open door. Hearing the noise, Su Ruolin looked toward the door. Their eyes met, full of love that couldn't be ignored. Lin, I've come to marry you. Su Ruolin shyly lowered her head, her face turning red. Without any blush or makeup, her skin looked naturally rosy. Siyuan stepped close to Su Ruolin's heart, couldn't help but hold her hand, and they looked into each other's eyes. Oh, what a perfect match. Talented man and beautiful woman. Sister Lu is really lucky to have such a handsome son and daughter-in-law. The wife of the team leader's wife cheered happily and clapped. People around also sent their blessings. Siyuan took a small bag from an empty bag and opened it in front of everyone, taking out things one by one. Lin, here are receipts for the sewing machine, bicycle, and radio. Keep them safe. You can buy anything anytime. Also, this is my belongings over the years. Now they all belong to you. Siyuan handed the receipts and the passbook to Su Ruolin, drawing envy from the crowd. This educated youth was really lucky, handsome, generous, and even before moving in, he already gave his belongings to his bride to keep. Okay, from now on, I'll take care of everything. Siyuan, for the rest of my life, I look forward to your guidance. Su Ruolin didn't hesitate. She took the items and placed them into her bridal chest that she had prepared herself. Siyuan gently carried Su Ruolin in a princess-style hold and walked straight outside. The people around cheered, clapped, and joked happily. Su Ruolin softly patted Siyuan's chest, feeling a bit shy because of all the people. Fortunately, when they reached the door, Siyuan set Su Ruolin on the back of the bicycle and stepped onto the pedal himself. Everyone, come to our house for a lively celebration. Everyone followed Siyuan out. Wang Gang, Lu Qian, and Yang Qing from the youth team carried out Su Ruolin's dowry, some in their hands and others tied to the back seats of 2 bicycles. Zhang Xiaomei and Zhou Xiangyang also held things in their hands. They were the last to leave, locked the courtyard gate, and then went to Siyuan's house. Things were lively at Siyuan's place. Most of the villagers came over. Everyone knew that Siyuan's feast was rich, with several kinds of meat dishes. They were eager to eat their fill later. The newlyweds arrived at the main hall, bowed to the elders, and then Su Ruolin was taken to the bedroom. They sat on the bed and drank a toast in front of everyone. The crowd, watching the fun, was finally asked to leave by the matchmaker. All of Su Ruolin's dowry was placed inside this room. Lin, we are finally married. I am so happy. When no one was around, Siyuan excitedly hugged Su Ruolin's waist, feeling as happy as a child. I am also very happy. Tears shimmered in Su Ruolin's eyes. Her feelings were mixed. This beginning was beautiful, and she hoped their future together would be just as lovely. But before they could say much, Siyuan's sister knocked on the door. Brother, Mom is calling you to go toast first. It was noisy outside in the yard, so Siyuan almost shouted to be heard. Hearing the voices outside, Siyuan went over and opened the door. I understand. You go prepare some food for my sister-in-law and put it in the room. After a busy morning, he was worried his young wife might be hungry while they toasted later. Siyuan agreed quickly and ran off to the kitchen. The banquet was held outside in the yard, but there was also plenty of food inside the kitchen, with even better dishes. Siyuan came back inside, and at this moment, Su Ruolin also stood up. Are you going outside to toast? Yes, but don't be afraid. Just follow me later. I'll tell you what to do, and you do exactly that. Su Ruolin nodded, looked in the mirror, tidied up her appearance, and then left the yard with Siyuan. There were only 6 tables in the yard. Since there were too many people, they couldn't all eat together, so they took turns. Although it wasn't noon yet, some people were already eating. Siyuan first went to the table of the team leader. There was no need for introductions. Besides the team leader's family, the village chief's family was also there. Lin, this is someone you know. The team leader and his wife. Call her Auntie. This is Shen Jingwan and this is Shen Guodong. Apart from Shen Guodong, Su Ruolin had interacted with the other 3. She greeted each of them. Team leader, Auntie Jingwan, brother Guodong. Today we must eat well and enjoy ourselves. The team leader smiled so broadly his eyes nearly closed. He chuckled. Yes. You two should have a good life from now on. Next was the village chief's family. The village chief had only one son, who was already married and had an 8-year-old grandson. The whole family was very kind. Siyuan's family had no close relatives, only Uncle Shen and Aunt Shen. However, their relationships weren't very good. Originally, Siyuan didn't want to call these 2 family members, but Lu Yuzhen wanted to show that their life was getting better and better. She called them over to see their good days. If they felt uncomfortable, she would feel better. This is Grandma, this is Uncle Shen, this is Aunt Shen, and this is Taidan. Grandma Shen's face was pulled downward, and Aunt Shen also looked stern. If Siyuan's family hadn't had good food today, they really wouldn't want to stay here. Su Ruolin also called out each person one by one. Aunt Shen, relying on her status as an elder, looked at Su Ruolin's innocent smile and wanted to act superior. Is it, Su Ruolin? Once you enter our Shen family's home, you need to understand some rules, respect the elders, and care for your younger siblings. These are things you should do. Siyuan's quick temper flared instantly. He was about to step forward and throw Aunt Shen out, but Su Ruolin stopped him. Su Ruolin gave Siyuan a calming look and smiled at Aunt Shen, saying, Aunt Shen is right. I've taken note of everything. As the daughter-in-law, I will serve tea to Aunt Shen. After saying this, she respectfully poured a cup of tea and handed it to Aunt Shen. Aunt Shen thought she had caught Su Ruolin, who was shy and timid, and took the teacup, drinking it all in one gulp. Su Ruolin then reached out her hand in front of Aunt Shen's eyes. Aunt Shen looked at her in confusion. A woman standing nearby, with a half-smile, looked at Aunt Shen and said, Old Shen, your niece-in-law is offering you tea. Why are your hands empty? Don't you want to show some respect? Even if it's just a small gesture, it's important. After all, we're all family. Yeah. Last year, when my niece-in-law came in, my husband and I gave her 10 yuan as a token of respect. Since your niece-in-law is from the city, she shouldn't be worse than us country folks, right? Everyone around was watching Aunt Shen, but secretly they enjoyed the show. They all knew the 2 families didn't get along, but Shen Lao Da's family always caused trouble. In the past, Shen Lao Er's family, who were orphaned and widowed, were pitiful, so they were driven out without hesitation. Now that Shen Lao Er's family was successful, they wanted a share of the benefits. They wanted to get something for nothing.
Shen the bull's face darkened.
He cursed Aunt Shen 100 times in his mind. She was an ignorant village woman who caused trouble and made him lose face. Head of the household, I don't have any money on me. The surrounding people's whispers grew louder. Even if Shen Debo was angry, Aunt Shen was still family. If she was embarrassed, he would be embarrassed too. So he took a large note from his pocket and handed it to Su Ruolin. This is a small token from Uncle and Aunt Shen. Please accept it. Shen Debo was worried Su Ruolin might come back later asking for more, so he simply said this to show that this was the bride price from their big family. Su Ruolin happily accepted the gift. Seeing Uncle Shen's face turn red and pale, she couldn't help but laugh. Thank you, Uncle. You're so generous. Su Ruolin smiled happily. 10 yuan wasn't much, but seeing the Shen family looking so worried made her feel pleased. She then looked at Grandma Shen. She had wanted to give her a warning, but Grandma Shen quickly gave up that idea. I'm too old to handle things now. Just focus on having a good life with Siyuan. This meant she was too old to manage affairs and didn't have money herself, so she told others not to ask her for money or red envelopes.
Su Ruolin pouted.
She thought the other person was capable, but it was just this. She turned to another woman, who was Shen Siyuan's aunt. She looked about the same age as Lu Yuzhen but had sharp features and was hard to get along with. Siyuan's wife is from the city. She's different from us rural folks. She talks in a fancy way. Su Ruolin wanted to make these rural women dislike her, but she wouldn't let that happen. Aunt, you're joking. I am proud to be a young person from the countryside. Since I came to Hongqi Brigade, I am part of it. Well said. Although Su is young, she has high ideals and is worth learning from. The brigade leader led the applause. He didn't like how the Shen family behaved, but as an outsider, he couldn't say much. Long ago, Lu Yuzhen had taken her young children and left suddenly. The villagers discussed it for a long time, criticizing the Shen family, but they were thick-skinned and unaffected. Even Shen's young aunt mocked Lu Yuzhen and her children when she visited her family. Siyuan remembered that a year before he learned to hunt, Lu Yuzhen had fallen seriously ill with a high fever. He went out to find a doctor, but the doctor said there was nothing he could do. They had to take her to the town hospital, but they had no money. On the way, they met Shen's young aunt returning home. She carried many bags of things. Siyuan cried, asking her to lend some money, promising to pay it back when he grew up. What did Shen's young aunt say back then? Your father is a short-lived man, and your mother is the same. Do you think I will lend you money for your sickbed? Don't let my money go to waste without making any sound. I think if your mother can endure, she should keep going. If she can't, she can roll up a straw mat and go up the mountain. Then, you can sell your sister's price and keep some money for yourself. I'm your real sister-in-law and giving you this advice. If it were someone else, I wouldn't bother to say anything. Shen Siyuan's eyes were red, and he stared so fiercely that Shen Xiaogu felt chills all over her body. She shivered and, with a shake, turned around and walked away, shaking her big hips. Shen Siyuan remembers this very clearly. His eldest uncle, sister-in-law, and other relatives stabbed them with the harshest words and actions. Later, the team leader and the village had pooled their money together, which saved Lu Yuzhen's life. If Lu Yuzhen hadn't wanted these people to see their good days, he definitely wouldn't have let them come. After finishing her work, Lu Yuzhen hurried to the front yard. She saw Shen Siyuan and Su Ruolin standing in front of Shen Xiaogu. Her heart tightened. She hoped her obedient daughter-in-law wouldn't be bullied by this wicked woman. She quickly approached and saw Shen Xiaogu's colorful face. Then she felt relieved. Xiaogu, I really didn't expect you to come. How is it? The daughter-in-law I found for Siyuan is pretty good, right? Although she's already gone to the countryside, after so long, she's still so lively. In the future, my little grandson and granddaughter will definitely be good-looking. Shen Xiaogu has a son and a daughter, but for some reason, her grandchildren and great-grandchildren all look quite odd. Her beloved grandson, just like his mother, is dark-skinned, with single eyelids and a big face. Her little grandson is the same. 3 of them look exactly alike, all ugly as can be. At that time, Shen Xiaogu only cared that her daughter-in-law was capable, handling everything at home and outside, earning work points like a man and earning 10 points every day. Shen Xiaogu's face was dark as coal, and she still spoke harshly. Looking good doesn't mean much. In the countryside, what really matters is being able to do farm work and household chores. Li Yuzhen seemed to know Shen Xiaogu would say this, and she lifted her chin even higher. Xiaogu, you probably don't know? Ruolin is amazing. On her first day in the countryside, she finished her tasks early and earned full work points. She even killed a wild boar in the mountains. In a few days, she'll go hunting with the team up the mountain again. Shen Xiaogu had nothing more to say. The people around were all watching, and Lu Yuzhen couldn't lie. Seeing Uncle Shen and Xiaogu both lose face, Lu Yuzhen was very happy. She quickly pulled Su Ruolin back to her room, telling her to rest there. Shen Siyu had already placed the food on the table inside the room. Shen Siyuan went outside to entertain the guests. Su Ruolin sat inside the room to have lunch. After Zhang Xiaomei finished her quick meal outside, she hurried to Su Ruolin's room to talk. Ruolin, how do you feel? I think Aunt Lu and the others are very kind to you. You'll be well taken care of in the future. Don't mention me. How about you and Zhou Xiangyang? Since you're engaged and you don't know how long you'll stay in the countryside, have you thought about getting married here? The two got along very well. When Su Ruolin mentioned this, Zhang Xiaomei no longer blushed easily like before. I don't know either. It depends on what Xiangyang plans, she replied. That's true. Such things usually need the man to take the initiative. But now that I'm married and living alone in that yard, I really worry about you. Su Ruolin looked at the corner of her clothes outside the door, speaking a little louder on purpose. Sure enough, Zhou Xiangyang, who was standing at the door to bring water, heard her words and looked thoughtful. After everyone finished eating, some people gradually went home, leaving the women helpers to clean up. In the end, they divided the remaining meat and vegetables among the helpers. Shen Siyuan had been busy outside for a long time before he finally took a break and visited his beloved wife in the room. Wife, what do you want to eat tonight? I'll cook for you, he asked. I'm fine with anything. I don't have a preference, she replied with a gentle smile and poured him a cup of spiritual spring water. You must be exhausted. Drink some water and rest, he said happily, feeling that his wife was caring for him. I'm not tired. After I return the borrowed tables, chairs, and dishes, I'll come to keep you company, she said. In the village, whenever there was a celebration, people borrowed tables, chairs, and dishes from nearby households. It was all about helping each other among neighbors. Zhang Xiaomei talked with Su Ruolin for a while, and then went home with Zhou Xiangyang. Along the way, Zhou Xiangyang kept hesitating and almost speaking. After spending so much time together, Zhang Xiaomei immediately sensed that something was wrong with Zhou Xiangyang. Xiangyang, what's wrong? Xiaomei, Zhou Xiangyang wanted to say something but couldn't get the words out. Zhang Xiaomei asked several times, but Zhou Xiangyang refused to speak. Frustrated, Zhang Xiaomei pulled him into the yard, locked the door, and looked at him angrily. Zhou Xiangyang, if you have something to say, just say it. Why are you stalling? Be honest with me. Did you do something wrong to me? No, I absolutely didn't, Xiaomei. I swear, Zhou Xiangyang, would never do anything to hurt you in my life. He even tried to swear an oath, but Zhang Xiaomei stopped him. Then what do you really want to say? Zhou Xiangyang hesitated for a long time, clenched his teeth, closed his eyes, and shouted bravely, as if facing death. Xiaomei, let's get married. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. Zhang Xiaomei's mind exploded like a bomb, and she froze in place, unsure of what to do. The two of them had been childhood sweethearts, growing up together, and naturally, they had become a couple. However, she was suddenly forced to go to the countryside by the youth work program, which caught both families off guard. They hurriedly held a betrothal banquet. At that time, Zhang Xiaomei felt confused and helpless. Zhou Xiangyang found her and said he was willing to go to the countryside with her, facing difficulties together. She had thought about having a wedding after returning to the city, but she didn't expect Zhou Xiangyang to suddenly bring up this proposal today. Zhang Xiaomei didn't reply for a long time. Zhou Xiangyang thought she didn't want to get married now. It was understandable. Living in the countryside was simple, with nothing much and no family nearby. He was impulsive. Xiaomei, I was just speaking casually. Don't take it to heart. When we go back to the city, we can get married then. Anyway, I've only ever loved you in this life. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaomei tightly hugged Zhou Xiangyang, her voice trembling with emotion. I want to. Zhou Xiangyang was very excited. He instinctively hugged her back and gently stroked her fluffy hair. Tomorrow, I will call my parents and uncle and aunt in town to discuss our wedding. Don't worry, Xiaomei. Even here in the countryside, I won't let you be unhappy. Ruolin didn't expect that just 2 words from her today would make this young couple get together early. In her previous life, Zhou Xiangyang and Zhang Xiaomei only returned to the city after the college entrance exam was restored. Although they got married immediately after returning, they still missed out on many things. Seeing that her family was busy, Ruolin stood up with a broom, ready to sweep the rooms. Hey, sister-in-law, put down the broom and don't move. Shen hurried over and took the broom from Ruolin. Sister-in-law, mother said you don't need to work these days. Let me do it. Siyu, I just want to sweep the floor a bit. It's not tiring, but Shen was firm and refused to let Ruolin do the cleaning. Sister-in-law, if you really have nothing to do, you can sit inside and rest or take a nap. Although Ruolin woke up early this morning, she didn't feel sleepy now. Since she couldn't work, she returned to her room and looked at the things Siyuan gave her this morning. 3 receipts had been put aside by Ruolin, along with her previous belongings. She opened her passbook and was surprised to find 2,000 yuan inside. Siyuan had just been promoted to deputy company commander and still sent money home regularly. How long would it take to save this much? She put the passbook back into her space and tidied up her wedding jewelry in the room a little. At this moment, Siyuan also returned to the room. Wife, how about we eat noodles tonight? It was already past 4 o'clock. Finishing dinner early meant going to bed early, especially since it was getting dark earlier now. Okay, let's have noodles. Is there anything I can do to help? Ruolin responded, but Siyuan wouldn't let her work. He quickly said there was no need for her to help. Siyuan, I really have nothing to do. Let me help you. Maybe I can start the fire. Seeing that Ruolin looked genuinely eager to help, Siyuan nodded in agreement. After all, lighting the fire wasn't tiring, and she could sit and keep warm. Lu Yuzhen was kneading dough in the kitchen. When she saw Ruolin come in, she wanted to call her back to rest. Mother, Ruolin came here specifically to help. Let her light the fire. Siyuan spoke first, so Ruolin stayed behind. Yes, mother, I will just light a fire. It won't be tiring. Hearing Ruolin call her mother, Lu Yuzhen smiled happily. Her daughter-in-law's words are always sweet. All right, you just sit there and light the fire. Don't move anything else. Lu Yuzhen was quick and efficient. In a short time, she cooked a big pot of noodles, scooped out the cooked noodles, and placed them into 4 well-seasoned bowls. Finally, she poured a spoon of meat sauce and sprinkled chopped green onions on top, ready to eat. Siyuan carried 2 bowls of noodles, one for Ruolin and one for himself. Lin, come over and eat first. Ruolin followed Siyuan to the dining table and sat down. This is my mother's pickled sour radish. It's delicious and good with rice. Try some. Okay, thank you. Dinner was finished quickly. Siyuan first prepared warm water for Ruolin to take a bath, then went to wash the dishes. As long as Siyuan was at home, he would do the chores. Lu Yuzhen had worked hard for many years, and now it was time for her to rest. They knew Ruolin liked taking baths, so they built an extra bathroom next to their house, with her bath bucket inside. It was moved in yesterday. From the main hall into the room, walk straight ahead and open the door on the opposite side. That's the bathroom. Their new house even has a built-in bathroom. Ruolin thought this design was very good. If it weren't for the strong smell from the toilet, she would even consider building the toilet nearby. After a tiring day, Ruolin soaked herself in warm water. Next to her was a small bucket filled with hot water Siyuan had brought over. If the bath water cooled, she could just add more from the bucket. Ruolin was so comfortable in the bath that she almost fell asleep. Siyuan, worried about his wife, knocked on the door. Lin, are you done? The steam is heavy inside. Don't stay in too long. Hearing Shen Siyuan's call, Ruolin responded and planned to come out. She dressed quickly, opened the door, and Shen Siyuan was still standing there. At this moment, Ruolin's face was red, and her hair was still dripping water. Shen Siyuan watched her, his throat moving as he swallowed hard. He couldn't help but swallow again, unsure of what to say. Siyuan. Shen Siyuan finally snapped out of his daze, shifted his gaze to the side, and dared not look at Ruolin anymore. I've finished. You can go in and wash now. There's still a bucket of water inside that hasn't been used. Just add some cold water and mix it in. Okay. Shen Siyuan took his change of clothes and went to the bathroom. The edge of the bathtub was wet, and a clean towel was neatly placed on a shelf nearby. The soap quietly rested inside its box. Suddenly, a figure appeared in Shen Siyuan's mind. She was sitting in the bathtub, bathing, creating foam with soap, rubbing herself, and wiping water droplets with a towel. Shen Siyuan swallowed hard, thinking about Ruolin's face. He was surprised to have a reaction. He didn't have time to add hot water, so he quickly took a shower with cold water. When he entered the room, Ruolin was still drying her hair. Shen Siyuan took the towel from her hand and helped her dry her hair. Why did you wash so quickly? Next time, you should wash for at least 5 minutes. It was only 2 minutes? He took 2 minutes just to take off his clothes, and he finished washing in 2 minutes. He really was a rough man. Washing so fast. Could he really get clean? I'm used to it from the army. Next time, I'll take more time. Shen Siyuan didn't argue but simply explained that he would improve. Ruolin was pleased with Shen Siyuan's attitude and smiled happily. Neither of them knew what to say. Shen Siyuan took the initiative to talk about returning to his unit. This time, my leave is only 20 days. I can stay at home for at most 5 more days before I have to leave. He didn't want to say this on such a good day, but he was afraid he wouldn't have time if he didn't say it now. That's so soon. Which military district are you in? Can I visit you if I have time? Out west. Out west? Ruolin really didn't know where Shen Siyuan was stationed. After all, in her previous life, she wished he would never come back. She never paid attention to where he was. The northwest wasn't it the place she carefully chose for Jingwan? Maybe she would run into him there.
But it was hard to say.
The northwest was so big, he might not be in just one place. What's wrong? Lin, don't worry. If I ask you to come with me, I'll make sure everything is arranged so you won't suffer. Ruolin turned to look at Shen Siyuan and said seriously, I believe you won't let me suffer. Yes, she trusted him. Now, Shen Siyuan is a deputy company commander. Once he is promoted to company commander, he can report to the military. Only officers at the battalion commander level or higher can allow family members to accompany them. However, in the northwest, where conditions are tough and the area is remote, rules are a bit more relaxed. In the army, if company commanders or deputy battalion commanders want to bring their families, they can also submit a report and the organization will consider it. Her hair was completely dry, so she went straight to bed. Ruolin rolled to the innermost part of the bed, facing the wall, avoiding looking at Shen Siyuan. Shen Siyuan, like a young girl on her wedding day, blew out the candle on the table for the first time and got into bed in the dark. The quilt on the bed was newly bought by Ruolin. It was fluffy and soft, and the cotton cover was made of plain cloth, feeling comfortable against the skin. Both of their hearts were pounding. Ruolin felt as if there was a big warm fire nearby, so warm that she couldn't help but lean toward it. Her cold little feet touched Shen Siyuan's leg, making him shiver all over. He then moved his leg onto Ruolin's feet. Why are your feet so cold? Come closer and keep warm with me. While speaking, Shen Siyuan took Ruolin's small hand, which was also cold. Earlier, when she was sitting there drying her hair, she felt very cold. With Shen Siyuan beside her, she would have gone to the space to blow-dry her hair if she were alone. Thank you. Ruolin's voice was slightly hoarse. Shen Siyuan couldn't help but swallow hard. His beloved was beside him, and they were already married. Why should he hold back? Shen Siyuan closed his eyes and, with a sense of resolve, hugged Ruolin completely into his arms. Her heart was pounding, but she didn't resist.